Chapter 1. At the wedding, the boy she had loved for over 7 years married the girl she detested with fervor. At the moment they exchanged rings, her mind was in a haze. Her head spun, her hands trembled uncontrollably, and her heart beat irregularly. She gazed at the girl, adorned in the wedding dress of her dreams, about to wed Draco Malfoy, the boy she cherished above all. The two on the stage wore blissful smiles, their eyes brimming with love as they exchanged glances. Pansy thought to herself, "He once looked at me that way, but I foolishly believed such adoration was reserved only for me." A sharp pang of heartache pierced her, akin to a needle's sting, yet she felt a peculiar happiness. Her little dragon was truly happy. In the year leading to the great battle, he had ceased to smile if he could find joy with her. Perhaps it was time for me to let go. At that moment, cold sweat beaded on her forehead. A mysterious force seemed to drain her of all strength. She paid no heed, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on the newlyweds before her. Beside her, Hermione noticed her discomfort. With concern, Hermione brought her a glass of warm water and offered, "Are you all right, Miss Pansy?" Worry laced her voice, fearing Pansy might falter. Yet, Pansy was oblivious to Hermione's presence. Her eyes remained glued to the stage, completely disregarding Hermione's concern. In the next moment, the couple was about to kiss, and she swiftly turned her head away, nearly knocking over Hermione's glass in her panic. Pansy quickly apologized. "I'm so sorry. It was my fault." Upon realizing it was Hermione, she expressed regret through her eyes, saying, "I must leave now." Hermione, wanting to speak, looked up just in time to see Pansy's forehead glistening with sweat, her complexion flushed, her breaths coming in quick gasps, while her lips appeared pale. She longed to inquire about Pansy's well-being, to ask if she felt unwell, but the words died on her lips as she watched Pansy wave her hand dismissively and hurriedly weave through the crowd to escape. Hermione remained silent, watching her retreating figure in silence. Hermione thought, "I know, the entire school is aware of your love for him, a love that has endured for 7 long years. It must be difficult to let go." A wave of sorrow washed over her as she set down the glass and continued to observe the stage. At that moment, Lucius Malfoy, standing to one side, watched Pansy flee with concern. Noticing her husband's unease, Narcissa placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder and said, "Do not worry, I shall check on her. That poor child must be in agony." Pansy stumbled into the nearest tavern, spending 3 galleons to buy an excessive amount of alcohol. Narcissa caught up to her and asked, "What on earth are you doing?" She stared at the large bag in Pansy's grasp, clearly filled with over 20 cups of liquor. Drinking them all could be fatal. Narcissa gently intercepted her, speaking earnestly, "Little Pansy, why put yourself through this? Let go. Please do not torment yourself any longer." As she spoke, her eyes glistened with unshed tears, not wanting this obedient child's life to be ruined by her son. Pansy wiped away her sorrow, her tone sincere as she replied, "This is something my brother asked me to bring back. It's not for me to drink." However, Narcissa was unconvinced and prevented her from leaving. Upon hearing this, she attempted to seize the bag from Pansy's hands. Pansy, sensing Narcissa's intention to grab the bag, stepped back, a clear distance forming between them, and with a hint of detachment in her eyes, declared, "Auntie, please do not worry about me. Just return home." With that, she withdrew her wand and disapparated away. Left behind, Narcissa stood alone, wiping away her tears. Returning to the Parkinson Manor, Pansy placed the 20 bottles of alcohol on her table, retrieved a glass from the cupboard, lit a cigarette, and poured herself a drink. Outside, the persistent call of a cuckoo echoed, its incessant noise causing her head to ache. She smoked and drank, tears blurring her vision. Then, retrieving a diary from her drawer, she hastily scribbled a page, ash from her cigarette scorching a hole in the paper. The physiological saline from her tears dampened some of the words. She indulged in alcohol, chain-smoking relentlessly. Under the numbing effects of alcohol and nicotine, she spiraled into madness. Her words fragmented, as if she were 2 separate beings. One side whispered with relief, "Little dragon. He is happy now. I should wish him well. Why should I feel sadness? He has found his destined girl, has he not?" The other side seethed with resentment. Why is it that he does not love me? Why have I shamelessly followed him, clinging on for 7 years, only to see him wed another? I thought I was destined to be his wife. Ha ha ha. What a fool I am. One moment she laughed maniacally. The next, tears streamed down her face. She drank incessantly, believing it was the only way to forget her heartache. This long-buried love now felt like venom, poisoning every inch of her being. Outside the villa, the servants and house elves were startled by the sounds emanating from within, retreating far away, unwilling to provoke the notorious and tyrannical Miss Pansy. They all hid, forgetting that while Pansy was indeed formidable, her sharp tongue had never intentionally sought to trouble or humiliate them. Yet, one by one, they merely echoed the sentiments of others. Alcohol mingled with tears, soaking her clothes as she stood before the mirror, caressing her face, muttering incoherently to herself in a near-crazed state. By the time she reached her 5th bottle, she could no longer hold back and vomited all over the floor. Coughing incessantly, she knelt on the wooden floor of her attic, the bottle smashing against the ground as she screamed, "Why? This is not me." But before she could unleash her fury, fear overtook her and she dropped the shattered bottle, her cheek and arm cut by the glass. Pansy, her demeanor increasingly erratic, murmured, "No, no, I will leave you all must live happily together." She curled up in a corner, clutching her disheveled hair. At that moment, a voice in her mind seductively urged her to forget everything, to release Draco and let him live freely in happiness. "No, I too should pursue my own happiness." She countered defiantly, "That cannot be." Yet her hands betrayed her. Her body, sluggishly crawling to the full-length Pansy, felt an excruciating pain in her head, reminiscent of a time 12 years ago when, after quarreling with friends, she was doused with a bucket of water. Upon returning home, she found the house deserted, as her parents had taken her brother out for an outing. There was not a single servant left behind, and even after changing into her pajamas, the chill enveloped her, prompting her to hide beneath the covers and succumb to sleep. Later, in a haze, she heard the sound of laughter echoing from downstairs, a joyous reminder that her family had returned. Yet, her throat felt parched, rendering her voiceless. It was not until evening, when everyone was preparing for bed, that her mother remembered her and inquired about her day with friends. To her dismay, her mother discovered that Pansy had already succumbed to a high fever, leading to a hurried trip to the hospital. But her condition seemed to garner little attention. The servants were merely instructed to bring her meals each day. At that moment, it felt as if another consciousness inhabited her mind, one that incessantly praised her and spoke of dreams she had never dared to entertain. Fortunately, she eventually developed a fondness for Draco, and this consciousness seemed to echo her sentiments, suggesting that her love for him was even greater. Whenever she was with him, a sense of beauty and tranquility enveloped her, even amidst the challenging times that caused her thoughts to drift far away. Suddenly, a wave of intense pain surged through her head, signaling a worsening of her illness. No, she had to rise otherwise. Her mind would surely succumb to ruin. With no other recourse, she summoned all her strength to pull herself up, and upon sitting, an overwhelming fatigue washed over her. Weak and trembling, she leaned against the headboard, gazing out at the delicate snowflakes drifting outside, while the cold wind relentlessly battered the window. She glanced down at her small hands, the doll beside her, and the familiar arrangement of her clothing, a poignant reminder that she had truly returned to 12 years ago. Everything here felt suffocatingly familiar. If this were not a dream, perhaps it was a chance to live differently. With resolve, she threw off the covers, struggled to don her shoes, and staggered toward the table where water awaited her, battling the dizziness and nausea that threatened to overwhelm her. Grasping a cup, she poured some water and drank. As if quenching a long-thirsty desert, the relief was immediate yet fleeting, leading to a violent coughing fit that nearly expelled the liquid from her throat. After finishing the water, her throat felt considerably soothed, and she called out for her mother. Upon hearing her daughter's voice, Fiona slowly ascended the stairs. When she finally opened the door, she was taken aback by Pansy's condition. Her cheeks were flushed with fever, chestnut hair tumbled messily around her ears, and bangs obscured much of her forehead. Seeing her daughter in such a state, Fiona rushed to her side, enveloping her in a warm embrace, her gentle hand brushing against Pansy's feverish brow. As she felt her daughter's damp hair and chilled hands, anxiety took hold. "Oh dear, what has happened to you? You're burning up. I must take you to the hospital." With that, she grabbed a blanket from the bed and, draping it around Pansy, hurried downstairs. "She has a fever," Fiona exclaimed. "I need to take her to the hospital. Keep an eye on our son." No sooner had she spoken than she hastily retrieved a pouch of flu powder from the room. Clutching the petite girl in her arms, she recited an address, and with a swift motion, the green powder filled the fireplace. A cloud of dust erupted, engulfing the room in chaos, much to the displeasure of Weems, who coughed and grumbled. "Who knows what's wrong with her? Is it necessary to make such a mess?" With that, he set down his utensils and stormed upstairs in a huff. Meanwhile, the father observed the commotion without uttering a word, as if nothing had transpired. Upon arriving at the hospital, Fiona dusted herself off and checked in, making her way to the examination room. "Doctor, my daughter has a fever. Please help her." The doctor glanced at the girl's condition and expressed irritation. "What kind of care is this? Her hair is damp. How could you let her play in water during winter? And why was she not dried off and changed properly? Moreover, she has been feverish for at least 4 hours. How could you not notice?" A barrage of questions left Fiona momentarily speechless. She realized she had indeed been negligent, having assumed that with a servant absent, her well-behaved daughter would be fine. Yet, no matter how well-behaved, she was still merely a 6-year-old child. How had she allowed things to reach this point? Understanding the gravity of her oversight, guilt washed over her, and her thoughts turned inward. Yes, the child was so young. How could she have acted this way? The doctor observed her reaction and shook his head, handing her a thermometer. Fiona gazed at her daughter's frail form, pale and sickly. It dawned on her that she had indeed gone too far. Could she truly neglect her child simply because she was well-behaved? How could I treat my daughter this way? Have I always been so oblivious, only now realizing my failings? This mother, cradling her child, sat in the hospital corridor, the cold wind incessantly rattling against the glass windows, the chill seeping through her robe as she had come in a state of urgency. The biting cold sapped her warmth, and without her wand, she understood that perhaps her child was enduring the same frigid wind, her heart aching for her daughter all the more. When the doctor emerged once more, he noticed the thin garment worn by the woman, realizing he had overlooked it. With a tinge of guilt, he cast 2 warmth spells upon the mother and her child. Fiona looked up at the physician and sincerely expressed her gratitude. The doctor retrieved her thermometer, revealing a temperature of 39. "1. The child is quite ill. We should arrange for hospitalization. Once the fever is under control, you may return home," he advised. Upon hearing the doctor's words, Fiona's thoughts were abruptly drawn back to her own oversight. She had been too hasty and forgotten to bring identification, as well as the funds for the hospital stay. After placing her child in the ward and asking the doctor to keep an eye on her, she hurriedly used the flu powder to return home for the necessary documents. At the dining table on the first floor, Flick sat on the sofa, perusing the day's newspaper. As Fiona emerged from the fireplace, she observed that Pansy's father, Flick, wore the same cold expression as always, showing no sign of concern. A sharp pang seemed to pierce her heart, as an overwhelming chill washed over her mind. She felt inexplicably disappointed. Pansy is his daughter. Why, despite her illness, did he not inquire about her well-being? Time did not permit her to dwell on such thoughts. She hurried upstairs, rummaging through her belongings, and once prepared, she returned to the fireplace without a backward glance, using the flu powder to return to the hospital. Meanwhile, Flick remained on the sofa, engrossed in maintaining the facade of normalcy. In the hospital, Pansy lay on the bed, oblivious to the cold. She opened her eyes, staring blankly at the ceiling, as if she were a piece of wood. Pansy unexpectedly uttered, "Draco, are you all right?" This remark, rather coincidentally, was overheard in its entirety by Pansy's mother, who was just about to enter after completing her formalities. Pansy's mother feigned ignorance and inquired, "Xiaoxi, are you feeling any better?" Pansy closed her eyes, unwilling to offer even a glance to her mother. She felt utterly exhausted, as if something tumultuous was swirling incessantly in her mind. Her mother, believing that she had not heard, inquired once more, yet received no reply. Pansy appeared somewhat dazed. After opening her eyes, she slowly closed them once more. In her dreams, Pansy was transported back to the memories of the Battle of Hogwarts, where the gruesome scenes echoed relentlessly in her mind. She seemed to catch a glimpse of Draco, who, in a desperate bid to save his friend, was struck down by Voldemort in a single, merciless blow. Pansy, startled, opened her eyes to find her mother preparing breakfast beside her. Her mother retrieved a small table hidden beneath the bed and placed it atop the mattress. From a bag, she carefully extracted the breakfast brought from home, unveiling it with care, and set the chopsticks upon the dining cover, having also prepared a savory meat broth for her. In front of Pansy stood her mother, calling out, "Mom, Mom." It had been quite some time since she last laid eyes on her mother, for in her memory, it seemed that her mother only cared for her elder brother. Though there were moments when her mother would show her concern, it felt insincere. Pansy had long harbored resentment, pondering why, despite being her child as well, her mother evidently favored her brother. It was only through loss that she came to understand that, regardless of whom she favored more, it mattered not. She remained my mother, and her love was still present. After a brief silence, as if clarity dawned upon her, Pansy's tender voice, tinged with a hint of hoarseness, declared, "Mom, I want to hug you." Her face, flushed slightly from the fever, appeared strikingly alluring, resembling a charming red apple. Upon hearing that her daughter had awakened and yearned for her embrace, Pansy's mother felt as though something within her had melted. She realized it was her fault. How had her sweet daughter come to be in this state? Pansy sat up and reached out, yearning for an embrace. She was irresistibly adorable. Fiona beamed with a warm smile and enthusiastically replied, "Of course." With that, she enveloped her in a heartfelt hug. Pansy, cradled in her mother's embrace, felt an overwhelming sense of security, as if something once lost was seamlessly restored. Pansy experienced a fleeting moment of warmth before releasing her mother. "Mother, I wish for Draco to come and see me." Upon uttering these words, a wave of anxiety washed over her. Was everything that transpired in the dream truly real? In this world of second chances, did Draco truly exist? She found herself engulfed in uncertainty. As she spoke, her gaze bore a hint of pleading, casting a pitiful look towards her mother. Pansy's mother was somewhat taken aback, suddenly realizing that ever since she became sensible, she had never asked me to call her mama, always referring to herself as mother. I had once thought this too formal. However, my husband remarked that such a title better aligned with her status. In hindsight, Mama indeed sounds far more endearing. Pansy's mother narrowed her eyes slightly, a smile playing at the corners of her lips. "All right. Little Sie's mother promises to bring Draco to see you at noon. Be good and eat your meal. I shall fetch your medicine." Upon hearing her words, Pansy felt a considerable sense of relief. It seemed that this timeline indeed harbored the existence of Draco. Her gaze held a gentle warmth, reminiscent of sunshine. Observing her mother now, Pansy sensed a subtle difference from the memory she had cherished. Had she perhaps misjudged her mother all along? Soon, her mother returned, and Pansy obediently took her medicine. Fiona watched in astonishment as her daughter effortlessly consumed the medication, her expression unwavering. This child hardly resembled a typical 6-year-old. She recalled how challenging it had been to persuade her eldest son, now 12, to take his medicine, a feat akin to climbing a mountain. She had to coax him and entice him with various new toys, yet here was her daughter, so dutifully compliant. However, as Fiona's thoughts returned to the present, her heart was already heavy with guilt. She noticed Pansy's expression. Little Shiyu must be thinking of Draco, wasn't she? Pansy was uncertain whether the Draco her mother spoke of was indeed the one she cherished, and she sought confirmation, for many aspects had changed with the passage of time. Pansy was eager to confirm. "Mother, will I be able to see young Master Draco at noon?" Her eyes shimmered with a blend of innocence and urgency that betrayed her anticipation. The mother perceived a distinct difference between her daughter and her elder son. The daughter she remembered was once quite willful, yet now she seemed remarkably docile. It was as if, even without Draco's presence, she would not harbor any resentment. Perhaps she had misjudged her in the past, and the feelings of guilt and the desire for atonement softened her gaze. Pansy's mother spoke earnestly. "Of course. If little Shi wishes to meet Master Draco, I shall promptly fetch him and ensure he spends ample time with you." How does that sound? A joyful expression illuminated Pansy's face, her eyes sparkling with delight as if brimming with happiness. After her mother's instructions to rest in bed, she turned and made her way toward Malfoy Manor. Once she departed, Pansy wore a gentle smile, her gaze filled with tranquility and serenity. It seems little Draco exists in this world too. How reassuring. I shall soon behold the 8-year-old Draco. A tinge of excitement coursed through her. though a persistent thought seemed to echo in her mind. The medication prescribed by the doctor proved effective as soon as she ingested it. She felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. The softness of the bed lulled her back into slumber. Upon awakening once more, Draco was seated quietly on the chair beside her bed. She lay on her side, observing the boy. He appeared pale and somewhat slender. Sitting obediently in the chair near her bed, Pansy scrutinized the boy's delicate chin, adorned with light golden hair and gray eyes. Gathering her strength, she propped herself up against the headboard and exhaled wearily. Pansy adjusted her hair and turned to gaze at him, her eyes lingering on the face that had captivated her thoughts time and again. It appeared less enchanting than she had envisioned, possessing an unexpected charm, though overall rather slender, yet still retaining a hint of baby fat. Upon noticing her awakening, Malfoy politely remarked, "You're awake. Do you feel better?" Pansy blinked her lively eyes and replied softly, I feel much better, thank you. It is so kind of you to come see me." She could finally ascertain that this timeline was the same as the previous one. At least for now, no abnormalities had been detected. Draco Malfoy had never witnessed such a side of Pansy. Despite her habitual clinginess, she had never displayed this particular expression before, and he had never heard her express gratitude to anyone. Upon hearing her words, Draco found himself momentarily disoriented. It seemed he rarely encountered the word thank you. Observing her joy at seeing him, he felt a hint of color rise to his pale cheeks. Outside the hospital room, Narcissa Malfoy was engaged in a lively conversation with Fiona Parkinson. With a playful tone, Narcissa remarked, "Look, your girl is unwell and still longs to see our Draco. I had noticed this little one before. She must have a fondness for my Draco." Pansy's mother shook her head and sighed, lamenting, "Alas, this is entirely my fault. I have been so absorbed in taking my son out for leisure that I neglected to leave a few individuals to attend to my little daughter." With a sense of regret, she raked her fingers through her hair. Narcissa Malfoy, upon hearing this, furrowed her brow slightly and remarked with a hint of reproach, "If you cannot care for your daughter adequately, then allow my Draco to take on the responsibility." Following her words, she gently adjusted Ophina's hair. Contemplating that this girl is one whom she holds in high regard, she cannot permit her to endure any distress under your care. Let Draco look after her, as it would also foster a bond between them. Upon hearing this, Pansy's mother no longer seemed perplexed. What a splendid idea. Their personalities are quite compatible. And your son has promised never to bully Pansy again. How did I not think of this sooner? It appears that she has a fondness for Draco. Does she not? Narcissa Malfoy chimed in. I have high hopes for your daughter. Let her become engaged to Malfoy. It seems most fitting. Narcissa glanced at the silent Fiona and added fuel to the fire. She is the most delightful young lady I have ever seen, obedient, charming, and so sensible. Moreover, she adores our Draco. Their union, even if it were a marriage of convenience, would still be a happy one. Besides, with my support, there is no way she would be mistreated. Pansy's mother hesitated for a moment, yet could not withstand Narcissa's fervent recommendations. Let us discuss this matter with him shortly. I shall consult my husband afterward, she remarked, half-heartedly entering the ward, while the two of them proceeded together. Narcissa approached Pansy with a radiant smile, saying, My dear Pansy, there is something I would like to inquire about. Her tone was notably cautious. Fiona also summoned Draco outside. Draco obediently followed her, leaving the ward without hesitation. Narcissa, with a warm smile, fixed her gaze on Pansy and asked, Dear Pansy, do you harbor feelings for Draco? After posing the question, she looked at her with eager anticipation. Pansy was perplexed by the situation, yet she nodded earnestly. Upon receiving this affirmation, Narcissa was overjoyed. If you like him, my dear, I shall arrange your engagement. When you both grow up, you will be able to live together. What do you think? After saying this, her face beamed with delight as she chattered excitedly with Pansy. Upon hearing the words engagement, Pansy found herself momentarily lost in thought. Having only just established her footing, how could it be that all these events had never transpired? Was it due to me? Could a fresh start truly alter the course of fate, whether it be engagement or otherwise? This time she would not allow anyone to take him away from her. Anger was permissible, sulking was acceptable. But the notion of her departure was utterly out of the question. This time, she would take the initiative, and after 7 years, she would not be a mere garment for another. Pansy's mother hesitated momentarily, yet could not withstand the fervent recommendations of Narcissa beside her. Let us discuss this matter with him shortly. I shall inquire further with my husband upon our return. With that, she reluctantly stepped into the hospital room, and the two of them entered together. Narcissa approached Pansy with a beaming smile and addressed her cautiously, Little Pansy, dear, May I ask you something? Meanwhile, Fiona called Draco outside. Draco obediently followed her footsteps, leaving the ward. Narcissa, her expression warm and inviting, inquired, "Little pansy, do you have feelings for Draco?" She gazed at her expectantly after posing the question. Pansy was perplexed by the situation, yet she nodded earnestly. Narcissa, elated by the affirmative response, joyfully exclaimed, "If you like him, dear, I shall arrange an engagement for you both, and when you grow up, you can live together. How does that sound?" With that, her face radiated delight, and she chattered animatedly with Pansy. Upon hearing the word engagement, Pansy felt as though she had been ignited by some unseen force. The thought that Malfoy would soon be her betrothed, and that she would undeniably become Mrs. Malfoy, sent a rush of warmth to her cheeks, rendering them as crimson as a ripe apple. Narcissa Malfoy, observing her flushed face, began to wonder if she might be unwell. With a hint of concern, Narcissa gently inquired once more, "Little Pansy, do express your agreement." Noticing Pansy's hesitation, she added a touch of encouragement. "Annie believes you and Malfoy make quite the perfect pair. I hold great affection for you." Narcissa's voice was soft, her gaze imbued with a gentle warmth, and her lips curved into a light smile, radiating an air of ease and joy. Certainly, Pansy had contemplated it. It was something she had longed for fervently in the past. Pansy let out a soft sigh, suppressing the shock within her, and feigned a child's tone as she said, all right, I adore Brother Malfoy. Brother Malfoy will protect little Cece. And he is taller than her." This flurry of compliments brought joy to Narcissa Malfoy's heart. "That is my son, simply the best." Outside the hospital room, Fiona gazed at Draco Malfoy with a gentle expression. "Draco, dear, do you like little Cece?" Draco replied, "She's all right, not bothersome at all." Upon hearing his words, Pansy's mother furrowed her brow, lines of concern etching themselves upon her forehead. "What sort of response is that? Do you like him, or do you dislike him?" Malfoy, who had once assisted me in teaching a lesson to another foolish pureblood family, had been rather amiable towards me. He was not loud or disruptive, though perhaps a tad clingy, which hardly constituted dislike. It must be affection, surely, for I cannot recall any feelings of disdain. Fiona was thoroughly pleased with this affirmative response, her eyes sparkling like stars. Convinced it was precisely what her daughter yearned for, she approached Narcissa in the hospital room, completely oblivious to Draco, who she had cast aside in her thoughts. Draco stood in the corridor, somewhat speechless, watching the delicate snowflakes dance through the air. Narcissa was delighted by the young girl's answer, and Fiona hastily joined her, settling beside her and recounting Draco's reply. Pansy gazed at her mother and Aunt Shay, their faces radiant with joy and warmth. After a brief exchange, she stepped outside to summon the daydreaming Draco, imparting a few words before they departed with cheerful strides. Draco, bewildered, pondered, "What on earth is happening? Why are they both acting so strangely in such a hurry, leaving me here? Why did Aunt Fiona ask me to look after Pansy? Shouldn't my mother have taken me along?" He sighed, dismissing his concerns, assuring himself that his mother would return shortly to fetch him. Observing Pansy, who appeared somewhat solitary on her hospital bed, he pursed his lips and plopped down beside her. With a playful tone, he began, "Pansy, what on earth caused you to follow this time?" "Pansy, Draco, alas, I have been wronged." As she spoke, her gaze dimmed, fixating on a distant point. As if lost in recollection of troubling memories, her brow furrowing slightly, hinting at some foreboding. Draco Malfoy, witnessing her distress, felt a twinge of concern. "Who has dared to torment you? Tomorrow, I shall gather my companions to ensure they pay for their transgressions." As Pansy listened to his familiar words, she was reminded of her previous life at Hogwarts. "Indeed, even when I was bullied at school, you always stood by my side, even helping me retaliate. Compared to Slytherin, you truly resembled a Hufflepuff or a Gryffindor." She did not respond, but gazed at her pale reflection in the glass, her sickly complexion reminiscent of a sprite, observing Draco through the mirrored surface. Suddenly, she let out a peculiar, bitter laugh and remarked, "An inconsequential person. It's all in the past." Draco turned his head, looking at her with a hint of confusion. "That doesn't sound like something you would say. Have you lost your mind?" He reached out to touch her forehead. "Pansy, how wonderful it is to be here with you. It is truly unfathomable, but even if given the chance to start anew, I would still choose to remain by your side." Draco Malfoy, upon hearing this, felt an undeniable sense of awkwardness. "Pansy, why do you say such things?" Pansy, "Well, you see, I had a dream in which not only were you in tears, but you were also wounded. However, in the end, you encountered the person you adore, and you found happiness together." Draco, with a bewildered expression, gazed at her and replied, I believe you've lost your senses. How could you utter such sentimental words? Pansy playfully stuck out her tongue. At Malfoy Manor, Lucius was diligently perusing business documents in his study when Narcissa hurried upstairs and, upon seeing him, immediately spoke. Lucius, I have my eye on a young lady, and our son seems quite fond of her as well. I wish to arrange their engagement. Lucius furrowed his brow. Who is this girl? Which family does she belong to? Have I met her? Narcissa replied, Pansy Parkinson, and you have indeed met her. She is quite suitable. Narcissa, showing evident impatience, added, This is not a query. I am merely informing you. I like this girl very much. She is the one. Lucius glanced at his clearly impatient wife, indulgently nodded, and resumed his writing. At Parkinson Manor, Frick Parkinson remarked, You have returned. I'm surprised you remembered. Fiona retorted, Do not adopt that tone, dear. I just attended to some matters, visited the hospital, and after feeding her and administering her medication, I came back. Ever since her return. Fiona wore a distinctly cold expression. Frick Parkinson seemed oblivious to her unusual demeanor. Fiona retreated to the kitchen and soon emerged with a platter of food. After placing it on the table, she hurried back to the bathroom to take a bath. The house elf had prepared her attire early that morning. After drying her hair, she descended to nibble on something before hastily heading back to the hospital. Just as she was about to leave, she hesitated. Sir, our daughter is unwell. Would you accompany me to see her? The uncertainty was evident in her gaze. Receiving no response, her husband chose to ignore her. Fiona felt a pang of disappointment at his indifference towards their daughter. In the hospital room, Draco rested his head on the blanket, boredom etched on his face. His golden hair, not yet firmly styled with gel, made him appear rather juvenile. She couldn't help but smile at his innocent demeanor. He remained as naive as ever. And a twinge of envy stirred within her. He was once like this, and now he still was. Pansy gently inquired, Draco, which house do you wish to join the most? She blinked her adorable eyes, gazing at him serenely. Draco appeared quite at ease as he replied, Hogwarts, of course. The illustrious Slytherin, where pure-blood wizards abound. Upon observing his current thoughts, Pansy could not help but shake her head. After he spoke, he flashed a mischievous smile. For she understood that this was merely the family's habitual indoctrination. Following the Great War, it became evident that lineage and identity bore no intrinsic connection. In the future, she resolved to find a way to correct his perspective. Noticing his somewhat pallid complexion, she recognized it as a characteristic of the Malfoy lineage, his platinum hair impeccably sleek. It was after one of his pranks that he promised never to make her cry again, and unexpectedly, her heart fluttered. Subsequently, she decided to attend Hogwarts. Although her family was not entirely supportive, she was determined to go wherever he was. Pansy, wherever you are, I shall be as well. Malfoy, isn't that rather obvious? Being from a pure-blood family, you must surely be in Slytherin as well. Pansy, perhaps you still do not comprehend the true significance of the classification of academies then. Brother, what insights do you hold regarding Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, and Ravenclaw? At that moment, Malfoy seemed to have suddenly unlocked a reservoir of thoughts, eagerly launching into an explanation. Pansy leaned against the headboard, sharing her thoughts with the boy beside her bed. In truth, Slytherin was not the place she yearned for. Being by his side was what she truly desired. A smile, touched by the faintest rays of sunlight, graced her lips as she gazed out at the delicate snowfall. Malfoy, with a hint of indignation, expressed his bewilderment over why the Weasley family always resided in the muddy Gryffindor house, despite being purebloods. Why? He questioned, perplexed. Pansy inquired, Are you familiar with the Weasley family? Upon hearing her question, Malfoy grew animated in his explanation. Sometime later, when Pansy's mother arrived at the hospital room, she was greeted by a harmonious scene. Malfoy's head rested gently on the bed's quilt, and the brilliant glow of the sunset streamed through the window, dispelling the chill. Her daughter, Pansy, leaned affectionately against the headboard, her eyes filled with adoration for Draco, a sight impossible to overlook. At that moment, Draco was babbling on, lost in his own thoughts, as if he could speak endlessly. His previously aloof demeanor had transformed, revealing a lightness and joy in their interaction. Pansy continued to sketch his likeness, recalling that the young master had never uttered such a multitude of words in his childhood. Indeed, memory tends to be somewhat flawed. Pansy's mother opened the door and entered. Draco turned to see Aunt Fiona and immediately sat up stiffly from the bed. He sat obediently beside her, feeling a hint of awkwardness, yet maintaining his composure amidst the discomfort. Pansy let out a sigh and calmly inquired, Mother, what brings you here? Malfoy, tilting his head in disbelief, gazed at Pansy, utterly perplexed. What could she possibly mean? Surely a mother would come to see her ailing daughter. Fiona, slightly taken aback yet earnest, replied, I just settled your father and brother. They took a bath and will join us soon. Thank you, Draco, for looking after my daughter. After speaking, she offered Pansy a sweet smile. Malfoy, upon hearing this, felt a twinge of awkwardness regarding her gratitude, as he had merely engaged in a brief conversation with Pansy rather than caring for her. Glancing at his watch, he realized 2 hours had slipped by. How could it feel like only half an hour? Draco slowly replied, It's nothing. I just had a chat with Pansy. She had tea come to see me in a while. But it's getting late. I should probably head back. Fiona glanced at her watch, noting it was already 5 p.m. Just then, Narcissa hurried in, clutching a notebook wrapped in green leather. She bypassed her son's curious gaze and rushed towards Fiona, unfurling a few pages of the certificate for her to peruse. The two women exchanged knowing smiles, and Narcissa playfully winked at Fiona, who nodded back with a bright smile. Meanwhile, Malfoy felt utterly baffled, desperate to discern the significance of his mother's possession. Draco, unable to quell his curiosity, asked, Mother, what is that? Narcissa tilted her head, contemplating for a moment before responding, Oh, it's nothing, just some work-related matters. Draco was about to inquire further, but was silenced by a sharp glare from his mother. Her voice suddenly turned frosty. Draco, don't pry? Embarrassed, Draco found himself at a loss for words. He glanced at Pansy, who was lying on the bed, and quietly murmured, Pansy, are you feeling any better? He forced an awkward smile. Draco reached out to check her temperature. No, she is still feverish, he noted. Narcissa and Fiona shared a warm glance at the scene, affirming that their decision was indeed the right one. They produced ink pads and each pressed their handprints onto the notebook. The mother presented the book and ink to Pansy, who skimmed its contents. Her heart raced, and her eyes glistened with unshed tears, yet she bravely pressed her handprint, concealing her overwhelming emotions. Narcissa handed the notebook to Draco, who wished to discern its contents but was met with his mother's sharp admonition. Draco, stop dawdling. Quickly, she pointed to a spot on the document for him to leave his mark. Having never been scolded in such a manner, he felt a twinge of fear and complied, pressing his hand onto the page. Afterward, a sense of dissatisfaction gnawed at him. What was in that book that Pansy could view? Narcissa meticulously reread the document, nodding with satisfaction, before conjuring 4 copies of the marriage contract with her wand. So it's settled. This marriage contract is for you, she stated, handing one to Pansy. Rather than giving it to your father, I believe it would be more beneficial for you to keep this. Regardless of his agreement, as long as any copy remains intact, he will still be bound to you. Draco, perplexed, thought, what is this all about? Why can't I comprehend? He glanced at Fiona, who wore a knowing smile, and felt an inexplicable chill. With a resigned look, he turned to Pansy, hoping to find clarity in her eyes. Yet, Pansy appeared calm, a smile lingering in her gaze. Narcissa observed her future daughter-in-law's demeanor and regarded her son with a mix of amusement and exasperation, feeling a strange discontent. He had once seemed endearing, yet now appeared rather foolish. She reached out, affectionately ruffling Pansy's hair. Draco, you will stay here and look after Pansy while your aunt and I attend to some matters. Fiona pouted in protest. Narcissa, my daughter is still unwell. I can't go out and leave her. Narcissa, taking Fiona's hand gently, reassured her, let us find a doctor. With that, she led her away from the room. Inside the ward, a warming charm enveloped the space, making Draco ponder the circumstances, but sensing that Pansy would not divulge them, he settled quietly in a chair, his gaze fixed on the snow outside, while Pansy lay still, resembling a doll. She seemed to have changed significantly previously. She would engage him in various conversations and pose peculiar questions, yet now she appeared content in solitude. Draco anticipated Pansy would eventually speak, but as 2 hours ticked by without his mother's return, he found himself growing restless. Pansy remained silent, uttering not a single word, never exchanging a syllable with him. Malfoy could not fathom the reasons behind her profound transformation. Pansy gazed out at the falling snow, lost in reverie, unable to shake off the memories of the past. A faint sensation tugged at her, as if something beyond the window were beckoning her. Without Draco realizing her intentions, she swiftly slipped out of bed, her bare feet padding across the floor to the window. With a decisive motion, she flung open the securely fastened window, allowing a gust of cold air and delicate snowflakes to waft into the room. Many snowflakes settled upon her apricot-colored hair. Suddenly, a lone withered leaf danced alongside the snowflakes, landing softly at the tips of her hair, motionless. In an instant, her eyes reflected profound despair, as if she had fallen into an unfathomable abyss. An inexplicable hopelessness invading her mind. Draco, noticing that she had opened the window to the biting cold, observed the snowflakes accumulating atop her head. Approaching her side, he found her gaze fixated on a snow-covered cedar outside. A large, desiccated leaf dangled from her hair. She remained in a daze, unresponsive to his presence. He waved his hands before her eyes, yet she remained oblivious. Draco felt a pang of concern. What's wrong? Why are you so lost in thought? As he spoke, he reached to close the window, chuckling inwardly at the absurdity of the large leaf perched atop her head. What are you doing? You're being silly. With such a big leaf on your head, don't you notice? He stood before her, attempting to engage her, yet her gaze seemed ensnared by an unseen force. Her pale green eyes shimmered, a magical aura swirling within. The wind outside intensified, howling against the window. Draco, alarmed by her demeanor, urged her, "What's happening? Speak to me." He extended his hand to brush the leaf from her head, but suddenly, the wind surged uncontrollably, crashing against the window with a ferocious force, splintering the wood and driving shards into the frame. Draco stumbled backward in fright as her apricot hair danced wildly in the tempest, her green eyes swirling with magic. The snow outside swirled into a miniature tornado, encircling Pansy in a relentless spiral. The gusts were so fierce that she could scarcely open her eyes, leaving him bewildered by the chaos unfolding around them. At that moment, a doctor, alerted by the peculiar sounds emanating from the room, hurriedly entered, equally startled by the scene before him. Surrounding Pansy were swirling flurries of delicate snowflakes, with the outermost ring formed by leaves. The wooden frame of the window, firmly fixed, was deeply embedded in the floor. The doctor, invoking a binding spell, sealed the window, and it seemed as though the magic encircling Pansy had been abruptly siphoned away. The leaves returned to their normal state, cascading from her hair, and Pansy collapsed onto the floor. Draco, momentarily taken aback by the scene, rushed over upon witnessing Pansy faint. He swiftly gathered her into his arms, calling her name several times, his urgency palpable. The doctor, standing nearby, reassured him, "It's all right. Just carry her back to the bed, and I shall examine her." Heeding the doctor's words, Malfoy cradled the girl, who, though 2 years his junior, was slenderer than he. Lifting her was effortless, and he laid her gently on the bed, tucking her in with a blanket. The doctor retrieved a spell and pressed it to the girl's forehead, conducting a thorough examination. "It's nothing serious, merely a surge of magic," the doctor declared. Malfoy inquired, "Is it because she has not attended the academy, and her magic has become too powerful, spiraling out of control?" A hint of concern flickered in his pale gray eyes. "Indeed, it is quite normal for young witches and wizards, though I have never encountered such a dramatic episode," the doctor replied calmly before hastily exiting the room. Malfoy thought to himself, "Thank goodness, nothing serious happened. If something had gone awry, my mother would have certainly been furious, and Pansy's mother as well. I would have been the target of their ire." He wiped the cold sweat from his brow, gazing at Pansy, who had already succumbed to a peaceful slumber. Malfoy mused, "No wonder they say she is peculiar. It turns out her magic simply erupted." With that thought, he pulled out a notebook from his wizarding pocket, along with a pen, and began to write fervently. Indeed, it was his diary, where he meticulously chronicled the unfolding events. Draco could not help but grumble. What an unforgettable scene this has turned out to be. Pansy's dreamscape in her dream, Pansy found herself in a mystical realm, gazing at the ancient trees that surrounded her. Beneath her was a thick, lush carpet of deep green moss, and she was leaning against one of the venerable trunks. Confusion enveloped her as she pondered the inexplicable transition to this place. Had she not just been in a hospital room? Suddenly, a piercing, terrified roar echoed through the air, reverberating with an intensity that sent shivers down her spine. Pansy hastily cast an invisibility spell upon herself, only to discover it was utterly ineffective. In a flurry, she sought refuge behind a towering tree. It was then that she beheld a magnificent brown unicorn, its horn aglow with magical luminescence. Pursuing them was a figure clad in a black robe, exuding an overpowering aura of death. They stood no chance, should the dark-robed figure choose to capture them. It would be a trivial endeavor. Pansy felt a profound sense of dread and anxiety, akin to the moments preceding the great battle. Suddenly, a unicorn galloped towards her, racing until it stood before her. Behind her, the figure cloaked in black seemed to morph into a ghastly apparition, reminiscent of a zombie from a film. The unicorn was struck down by a malevolent curse. The dark-robed creature clamped its jaws around the unicorn's neck, greedily siphoning its lifeblood. The chilling whimpers emanating from the unicorn echoed a desperate plea, as if it were on the brink of death. Pansy felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety as the monstrous creature, at that moment, was feasting on blood and flesh behind her. The unicorn's blood flowed forth like water, saturating the nearby expanse of moss. Suddenly, the creature paused, tearing into the meat, its body swiveling continuously as if searching. And it seemed she was on the verge of being discovered. Pansy let out a piercing scream, startled by the sight before her. She had clearly discerned the visage of the creature, despite it being smeared with the blood and flesh of a unicorn. The vividness of this dream was utterly astonishing. Draco, engrossed in his journal, was taken aback by her sudden outburst. He felt a twinge of guilt for being unable to assist her in the previous ordeal. Although her inexplicable shrieks had startled him and left him somewhat perturbed, he found himself speaking up unexpectedly. "What is the matter? Did you have a nightmare?" Pansy's eyes were slightly reddened, her hair disheveled. Her hands trembled uncontrollably, and her teeth chattered, while her wide pupils were filled with fear and unease. Pansy turned abruptly and embraced Draco tightly. Caught off guard by the sudden affection, Draco felt as though his mind had turned to mush. "Draco, what's the matter? Did you have a nightmare?" Pansy's tears welled in her eyes as she sniffled, and Nono let out a sound of affirmation. Draco, considering that she was indeed a girl, thought it prudent to offer her some comfort. "Pansy, I dreamt that a dementor was chasing me. Draco, it truly is quite terrifying. I have experienced a similar dream." Draco comforted her, saying, "Do not be afraid, it was all merely a fabrication. Look how secure we are now." Still clinging to him, she wept, as if fearing that the moment she released her grasp, he would vanish. In truth, her tears did not seem so dreadful. Draco found himself at a loss for words. As time passed, Pansy eventually loosened her hold, and a faint blush appeared on Draco's pale visage. "Pansy, where's my mother?" "Draco, my aunt and my mother have gone out." "Pansy, all right. What time is it now?" "Brother?" Draco glanced at his watch, astonished to find it was already 7 p.m. He felt a pang of unease, realizing how swiftly time had passed. "Draco, is it truly 7 p.m. already?" "Pansy, brother, are you hungry? I feel a bit peckish." Draco glanced at Pansy, who was adorably pouting at him, feeling somewhat bewildered. Her eyes were slightly red from crying, and her nose was pink from the wind. She resembled a little rabbit. "Well, I promised Aunt to take good care of her, so I should go out and buy her something to eat." Draco reached out to gently touch her hair. "Then Pansy, please wait for me a moment. I shall go outside to fetch you some food." With that, he donned his outer robe and made his way outside. 4. Privet Drive. Sir Harry Potter sat at the foot of the stairs, engrossed in a small book. Dudley Dursley, a rather rotund boy of exceedingly ordinary appearance, called out, "Harry, what are you holding? Let me see it." Before Harry could react, Dudley swiftly snatched the book away, casting a cursory glance before tearing it to shreds, scattering the pieces into the air. He laughed derisively. "Harry, you truly are a weirdo. What is so interesting about this?" In an instant, he pushed Harry down, causing him to tumble onto the adjacent steps. Harry Potter glared at his cousin, his eyes fixed intently on Dudley's face. He remained silent, aware that voicing his grievances would only provoke Dudley to torment him further. Harry thought, perhaps it's for the best that it's torn. "I didn't want to read it anyway." He climbed back up the steps, brushing off the dust from his clothes as he turned to walk in another direction. Meanwhile, Dudley seemed to relish the sight of Harry's misfortune, delivering a forceful kick to his back. Harry stumbled and fell hard, scraping his palm and muddying his trousers. He turned back, the pain in his hand and the sting in his knee leaving him bewildered as to why Dudley persistently bullied him. Who were his parents? Why didn't they come to fetch him, leaving him at his Uncle S' house, where his aunt and Uncle S' family seemed to look upon him with disdain? Perhaps it was all meaningless. Pansy, unbeknownst to herself, bore a frosty expression, as if on the verge of engaging in a quarrel. Her thoughts swirled. The last time she remembered Draco, he had been branded by that wretched Voldemort. During that period, Draco had constantly evaded her presence. It was perplexing. Had he truly been sulking over some trivial matter? In retrospect, it was likely due to that infamous dark mark. This time, "I would never relinquish you to any other girl, nor would I permit anyone to inflict harm upon you. Not even the illustrious Savior, Dumbledore, Voldemort, or the Death Eaters." Leaning against the hospital bed, Pansy's gaze shimmered with an unprecedented determination and confidence. And then there was Harry Potter, that boy whom Draco and I often tormented. Yet it was he who had rescued Draco. She recalled hearing tales of his aunt's disdain and the constant bullying from his cousin. It struck her that she should take some time to witness the tragic childhood of this so-called savior. Oh, and surely Draco would wish to see it as well. A line of separation appeared as Narcissa Malfoy clasped hands with Pansy's mother, both strolling along the street adjacent to the hospital. Narcissa remarked, "I wonder how my son is faring with your daughter." Pansy's mother, Narcissa, are you perhaps being a tad overly concerned? What thoughts could a child possibly have? Narcissa, I care not. I have taken quite a liking to little Sia, and even if Draco does not share my affection, my fondness for her remains unwavering. What a delightful young girl she is. As she spoke, a gentle smile graced her lips, her eyes radiating warmth and tenderness. Pansy's mother shook her head in disapproval and remarked, I simply do not understand. My daughter is quite spoiled. If she were to become discontented in the future, it would be quite troublesome for you. Narcissa replied, I find your daughter does not resemble your description at all. Whenever she visits my home, she is exceedingly well-behaved, polite, and takes special care of Draco. Fiona felt a twinge of disappointment. Perhaps you are right. I fear I have not been the most diligent mother. Narcissa subtly suggested. Once the child recovers, let her come to Malfoy Manor. Fiona, in a roundabout manner, responded, Look at how indulgently you treat her. I suspect your son may not wish to associate with Pansy, fearing he might be driven away by your son, Draco. Seated on a long bench, she leaned casually, her hands resting on either side, devoid of any semblance of aristocratic poise. Her eyes conveyed relaxation, laced with a hint of playful sarcasm. Narcissa, unperturbed by her words, instead wore a pleased expression and took a seat beside her. Rest assured, when that time comes, I shall certainly summon Draco for a stern reprimand. Pansy is a wonderful girl. How could I allow that scoundrel to bully her? Pansy's mother nodded in satisfaction. I trust you, Narcissa. As the two continued their conversation, the streets of the wizarding village glowed brightly, akin to daylight. Unbeknownst to them, two children remained unfed in the hospital room. Draco, having procured some convenient food, returned to the ward. The moment he pushed open the door, he was taken aback. Pansy remained silently seated on the bed, as if she had never moved from her original position. Yet, nearly an hour had passed since he left. Speaking of which, he unwrapped the leather packaging, revealing two freshly baked, steaming croissants, each cradling a slice of steak and bacon within. He handed one over, pursing his lips slightly. Pansy, I fear our mothers have completely forgotten about us two rascals in this hospital room. Upon hearing someone call her name, Pansy regained her composure and, upon seeing Draco, instantly beamed a sweet smile. Pansy's lips curled into a subtle smile as she brushed her hair aside. Thank you, Draco. I believe it's best if we forget about the two of us, huh? Yet, as her laughter subsided, she felt a hint of warmth welling up in her eyes. Draco, facing her, noticed her unusual demeanor and, seeking to divert the conversation, remarked, This is something my father brought me to try before. I found it delightful, so today I thought I would buy one for you to taste. Pansy's delicate brows knit slightly, revealing a bittersweet smile. Very well. I shall sample the exquisite tastes of the esteemed Mr. Malfoy. Later, well into the night, Draco dozed beside her bed while she leaned against the headboard, lost in a drowsy slumber. It was then that she heard the voices of her mother and Aunt Narcissa. The two had returned to the ward, seemingly burdened with numerous large and small packages. Fiona remarked with a hint of complaint, Oh dear, we've stayed out far too late. Look, even Draco has fallen asleep. Narcissa pouted, her innocent eyes blinking, Oh dear, it appears I must carry him home. After saying this, she cast a somewhat affectionate glance at Fiona. Fiona gently tapped Narcissa's cheek. All right then. It's no trouble. I'll take care of the things, and I shall escort you both home. Narcissa, feeling a bit bashful, replied, Oh, it's all my fault. Had I heeded your advice, we wouldn't have lingered so late. As she handed all the items to Fiona and scooped up the sleeping Draco in her arms. Pansy's mother, shall I use the disillusionment charm to send you back? Narcissa, yes, please cast the spell. After all, Malfoy Manor is not far away. Fiona deftly retrieved a wand from within her robes and expertly waved it in the air, reciting the incantation. Surrounding Narcissa and Draco was a rift in space, and they swiftly vanished from sight. Pansy's mother then approached the bedside, gently stroking Pansy's head. Be good. I shall return shortly, she said, as she brandished her wand and began to chant another spell. In an instant, she too disappeared, leaving only a gentle breeze in her wake. Narcissa, cradling Draco in her arms amidst the magic of the transport, found herself back in the courtyard of Malfoy Manor. Startled by the tremors of the transition, Draco exclaimed, Mother, you've returned? Narcissa affectionately ruffled his hair. Be good, sleep now. We are home. Just as she took a couple of steps, Fiona materialized in the courtyard as well. Pansy's mother, Narcissa, where is your house elf? And what about the servants? Narcissa shook her head. I do not know. I have not seen them. Pansy's mother felt a sense of resignation, realizing that she could only accompany her upstairs. Upon reaching the hall, she set down the shopping bags they had carried together. As she bid farewell to Narcissa, who was ascending the staircase, she turned to leave, only to be halted by Narcissa's voice. "Oh, dear, don't rush off just yet. I have something for your daughter." Narcissa's commotion attracted the attention of the servants and the house elf. She entrusted Draco to one of the servants and turned to rummage through a cabinet in another room, producing a cacophony of noise as she searched. The sounds caught the attention of Lucius, who was in his study. "Narcissa, what are you looking for?" he inquired, a hint of displeasure in his gaze. "Where has the ancestral bracelet that has been passed down through my family gone?" Narcissa replied. "It's in the hidden compartment on the third shelf of your most cherished cabinet. Be cautious. It's enchanted, lest you forget," Lucius advised. "How wonderful that you remember." "I shall gift it to little Draco," Narcissa exclaimed. Lucius smirked lazily. "As long as it pleases you." After considerable effort, she finally extracted a jewelry box, covered in a layer of dust. Narcissa unconsciously lamented, "Why all these defensive charms? Though precious, it seems I forgot to cast a dust-repelling spell after all." Shaking her head in resignation, she hurried downstairs with the box in hand. Upon witnessing her success, Lucius, without a second thought, understood her intentions and found the situation rather dull, retreating to his study to resume his reading. Once downstairs, Narcissa settled beside Pansy's mother. "How peculiar. I was solely focused on safeguarding this bracelet, not realizing how anxious I would be when the time came to use it." She then revealed the jewelry box from her side. Fiona's gaze fixated on the box. Her curiosity piqued about what could be so treasured by the Malfoy family. Narcissa, sensing her intrigue, opened the box. A plume of dust erupted as it finally came undone, revealing a pair of exquisite bangles. Narcissa's lips parted gracefully. "This jade inlaid one is for Pansy, while the wooden one adorned with sapphires is for my son." Fiona found it somewhat perplexing. If they were merely bangles, why the elaborate fuss? What purpose do they serve? She inquired. "Well, I'm not entirely certain, but they were passed down from my ancestors to my grandmother, and she left them to me. I've asked others, and none can discern their purpose. My grandmother insisted they should be passed on to Draco and his future wife," Narcissa explained. Upon hearing this, Fiona realized that these bangles held significance beyond mere adornment. "Oh, I understand now, Narcissa. I believe little Draco will cherish them," she said. Narcissa beamed with joy, praising, "Pansy is such a delightful girl. I can't quite fathom why I am so fond of her." Fiona chuckled in response. "Perhaps this is what is known in the East as fate." Narcissa, with a twinkle in her eye, added, "It is said that these bangles were gifted by a monk from the East." Fiona looked puzzled. "A monk? Gave them?" Narcissa recounted, "Indeed, the monk, having run out of funds, found a kindred spirit in my ancestor and subsequently sold us his family heirloom." She elaborated, "It is said to be worth several thousand galleons." Fiona gasped in astonishment. "So valuable?" Narcissa, with a playful smile, retrieved the jade bangle from the box, saying, "Take this back for your dear Pansy. Let her treasure it well, passing it down to future generations." Narcissa sat on the sofa, exchanging pleasantries with Pansy's mother. It was only when she realized the hour had grown late that she employed a transfiguration spell to return home. Upon discovering that her friend had already departed, Narcissa hurried upstairs. She arrived at Draco's room and knocked gently before entering. At that moment, the house elf had already laid Draco on his bed, and the servant had changed his clothes. She took a seat at the foot of Draco's bed, watching as her son slept soundly. She tenderly stroked his silky blonde hair and whispered, "Sweet dreams, my darling," before placing a gentle kiss upon his forehead. Setting a jewelry box on the bedside table, she slipped a wooden bracelet of unknown origin onto Draco's wrist. As she examined the bracelet, her curiosity piqued by the enigmatic inscriptions etched upon it, she turned to leave. Suddenly, the bracelet began to emit a faint glow, which intensified into a brilliant light, rousing the slumbering Draco from his dreams. He sat up in bed, gazing at the illumination on his left wrist. He faintly recalled his mother's words and eyed the glowing object with intrigue, reaching out to touch it. He felt no discomfort whatsoever. Meanwhile, Fiona returned to the hospital room and adorned her daughter's wrist with the bracelet. Pansy had not truly fallen into a deep slumber. With her eyes still heavy with sleep, she inquired, "What is the matter, mother?" Fiona noticed the bracelet beginning to emit a soft glow, yet she remained unperturbed. "That bracelet was a gift from Aunt Narcissa. Now, dear, you must rest. Mother will be here with you today." Pansy noticed her mother's hair glimmering softly under the light. She glanced at her wristband, still harboring a few questions. but the dizziness enveloping her head signaled that it was time for sleep. Without uttering a word, she tucked herself under the covers. In the study of Malfoy Manor, Lucius Malfoy sat alone, a shadow of discontent crossing his features. He felt inexplicably displeased, pondering the affection his mother seemed to hold for Mrs. Parkinson, a connection he had never witnessed before, and lamenting her absence that day. Several days later, Draco examined his wristband, which emitted a mysterious blue glow. He had been sleeping but was abruptly awakened by an inexplicable force. As he caressed the wristband, an uncomfortable emotion washed over him, an unnameable heartache. For reasons unknown, he sensed it was Pansy's feelings that troubled him, leaving him bewildered by the nature of her distress. His fingers traced the wristband, which had become as embedded in his skin as a tattoo. He studied it intently. The faint blue glow persisted, yet he remained at a loss. Ultimately, he chose to return to rest. After sipping some water, he reclined once more, surrendering to sleep. Unbeknownst to him, the wristband then radiated a golden light for about a minute before fading away, returning to the appearance of an ordinary tattoo. Pansy Parkinson lay upon her sick bed, while Fiona devotedly kept her company during these past few days. To be cherished by another is akin to the sun's warm rays illuminating one's heart. However, Pansy found herself plagued by nightmares, once again set within the forbidden forest, where magical creatures were besieged by dementors or Death Eaters. The imagery was strikingly vivid, and the haunting cries of the creatures, filled with despair, lingered in her mind, echoing incessantly in her ears. At this moment, Pansy found herself in a daze, feeling as though she were uncertain of what actions to take. Draco was asleep, yet within his dreams, Pansy's visage intermittently flickered before him. He stood at the foot of her bed, drawn inexplicably closer, as if an irresistible force had ensnared his mind. In the realm of dreams, he could perceive Pansy's visions. He stood beside her, yet she remained oblivious to his presence. Observing her, Draco's expression shifted from concern to regret, and then to fear and terror. It was not until he stood next to Pansy that he truly comprehended the nature of her dreams. Terrified, he recoiled. Yet the monstrous entity within the dream continued its advance towards both Pansy and himself. In the final moment, he was startled awake by the creature's sinister smile directed towards the air, drenched in a cold sweat upon awakening. His heart raced, pounding fervently, and his hands clenched in anxious tension. How could I dream of Pansy? Is this truly the world within her dreams? Could it be due to this bracelet? Draco mused, casting a disdainful glance at the ornament. Well, I suspected this bracelet might not be a benign trinket. With that, he placed his hand over the bracelet. An overwhelming sense of solitude enveloped him, as if he were adrift in an expansive void, utterly misunderstood by the world. He savored this emotion, realizing it was becoming unbearable. He had encountered loneliness before, but never with such intensity. So, this was the sensation Pansy had been enduring all along? In the hospital room, Pansy reclined against the headboard, having finished the delicacies her mother had prepared. Her mother sat beside her, observing as her daughter seemed to drift into thought. Pansy, once you recover, I shall take you out for a delightful outing. Her mother exclaimed. Pansy, mother, I desire to possess a wand of my own. Is it possible now? Her mother, however, was taken aback, unable to comprehend why her daughter had suddenly developed a longing for a wand. Pansy, if it cannot be done, then so be it, however. I would like some first-grade books. Mother, as for the wand, you are still too young for such a responsibility. It would not be safe for you. When you are as old as your brother, I will provide you with a wand of your own. Regarding the books you desire, we have 3 bookstores under our name. You may choose any one of them. At that time, you can browse the selection for yourself. After a long silence, Pansy finally spoke. Mom? What's wrong? Aren't you coming home? Fiona replied. Mom isn't going home. You are still unwell. Of course, I must stay and take care of you. With that, she affectionately ruffled Pansy's hair. She truly adored her mother in this moment. At this very instant, her mother belonged solely to her, and this feeling was profoundly delicate. Pansy maintained an unsettling calmness on her face. Oh, I see, she replied. Fiona gazed at her, bewildered. Pansy, are you unwell? Pansy shook her head, revealing an uncontrollable joy in her eyes. I am fine. My fever has subsided. Mother is coming home. It is not a suitable place for you to rest. Pansy's mother surveyed the hospital room and found it devoid of any comfortable resting spots. The doctor had specifically advised her to return home for a proper rest at night. Nevertheless, she would always go home, whether in the morning or afternoon. However, at mealtimes, her mother would invariably come to keep her company. Pansy gazed at the retreating figure, feeling as though something within her had been ignited. Perhaps she had misjudged her mother. Perhaps she simply had not recognized her mother's love. Yet, her previous memories seemed to indicate that it was solely the servants who brought her meals. Could it be a matter of time distortion? It appeared that her mother had not been so prompt in bringing her to the hospital, nor had she stayed to care for her. Or perhaps her recollections had erred. Her heart was a tumult of emotions, for she could not comprehend if all these years she had unjustly accused her mother and family. She feared sleep, as if slumber would usher in those terrifying phantoms. Outside, the wind and snow continued to batter against the window, yet her heart remained unerringly calm. She was no longer the person she once was, but rather an adult burdened with over a decade of life experience. Now, she felt merely like an ignorant little girl. Yet, her overwhelming fatigue was insistent. After all, her body still belonged to a child. She resisted sleep, but ultimately succumbed to the demands of her weary form, drifting into a dream where she dined at Malfoy Manor. Draco often found himself inexplicably drowsy, and in today's dream, he and Pansy shared a meal. The unfolding events feeling as though they had never changed. Pansy trailed behind him as she always did, incessantly seeking topics for conversation, and whenever he responded, she would beam with a sweet smile. What a delightful dream it was. In the Forbidden Forest, a group of unicorns spun around an ancient tree, their horns radiating shimmering rainbow light. The moss-covered ground beneath the tree exuded a wondrous spatial magic, and one by one, the unicorns leaped down. As the perspective broadened, it revealed a tranquil meadow, abundant with various grasses, many of which were priceless treasures unknown to the outside world. Yet, the unicorns hurried in a singular direction. In the heart of the forest, an old woman appeared, her hair as white as snow, her complexion sallow, as if she had never rested. Her frail body had lost the fat that once accumulated in her form. She was the guardian of this forbidden realm, the last surviving member of the ancient spirit clan. Once a paragon of her lineage, the daughter of the clan leader, an unforeseen catastrophe rendered her the sole survivor of her people. Swarms of soul-hunting beasts invaded the forest, plunging her into a nightmare that haunted her for a lifetime. In those days, she had been with her brother, her sister, and other kin. Yet, as time passed, they departed for various reasons, leaving her alone. Now, she had grown old, with little time remaining, and yet the forest had no heir. She had foreseen the end of the Forbidden Forest through the prophecy orb. It pained her deeply, for it was the legacy of her family. Until one day, the ancient forest codex shimmered with a purple light, revealing a visage and name, selecting her as the forest's successor. Recently, the forest's resources and energies had been in rapid decline, with numerous dead apostles and soul-hunting beasts preying on neighboring unicorns and other creatures. Additionally, outsiders relentlessly plundered the forest's remaining resources. Although everything appeared unchanged, the forest was on the brink of collapse, unable to return to its former glory. Without the protection and legacy of her kin, it seemed the forest had reached its end. The name inscribed in the inheritance document continued to gleam, its brilliance intensifying daily, indicating that the person had yet to arrive. The document's details shimmered with starlight, urging her to seek out this individual. Unfortunately, her current frailty rendered her incapable of venturing beyond the woods. Although her spiritual and magical powers were formidable, she could not withstand the decay and death surrounding the forest. She had no means to search, but could only attempt to reach out in various ways. Recently, it seemed she had received a response. She felt an inexplicable connection to that person. She informed her of the situation, uncertain if they would come. At this moment, if Pansy were aware of the circumstances, she would undoubtedly express her gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Forbidden Forest, for allowing me to endure this nightmare. It nearly terrified me to death." Returning to the present, at Aunt Petunia's house, Harry nestled in the small room beneath the staircase. The cold wind battered the door, while the fireplace outside crackled noisily. Fine sand continually fell from above, compelling him to bury his head beneath the covers. He pondered sleeplessly, perhaps when he grew older, everything might change. His cousin had recently taken to bullying him, while his aunt persistently chose to ignore him, and his uncle was equally repugnant. In this so-called family, he felt no warmth whatsoever. He could not fathom why his mother had left him at Aunt Petunia's. Where had she gone? Perhaps everything would become clear when he arrived in the magical world. As dawn broke, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the glass, awakening Draco with its blinding rays. His mood soured, he turned his head to the side, covering it with the blanket. He had experienced a lengthy dream that felt dissimilar from reality, yet eerily identical. He could not quite grasp it, feeling an odd sense of unease. After washing up and dressing, he descended the stairs. His mother sat at the breakfast table, applying a facial mask and meticulously applying her makeup. His father, dressed formally, read the Daily Prophet with a serious demeanor. "Narcissa, Draco, you're awake. We're going to see Pansy soon. Hurry up and finish your breakfast." He dutifully took his seat and elegantly picked up his utensils to eat, embodying the very essence of a gentleman. His mother sipped her morning tea with grace, while his father furrowed his brow, clearly troubled by something. Noticing his father's expression, Draco speculated that perhaps the newspaper contained exaggerated news. He continued to eat his breakfast quietly. His mother, curious, inquired, "Lucius, what are you reading? You look troubled." Lucius remained tense, engrossed in the newspaper, unable to shake off his unease. Narcissa glanced over, and seeing her husband's distracted state, approached him with concern. "What is wrong with you? I'm talking to you." She snatched the newspaper from his hands, scrutinizing its contents, and upon reading, her expression shifted into one of shock. Lucius, with a grim countenance, stated, "It appears that things are not well." Narcissa's face reflected disappointment and sorrow. "Yes, I thought it was behind us." As Lucius summoned his wife upstairs, he failed to notice the half-eaten breakfast left on the table. Draco, observing the expressions and demeanor of his parents, felt perplexed. Quickly finishing the remnants of his meal, he picked up the newspaper they had abandoned. The headlines boldly proclaimed, "Voldemort's Death Eaters return. Numerous magical creatures in the Forbidden Forest slaughtered, with unicorns suffering heavy losses." The article expressed various viewpoints, accompanied by high-resolution images. The graphic content had been censored, yet the outlines of the creatures and the horrifying scenes were evident. Draco stared intently at the images, a growing unease tightening his brow. In the 12th image, he recognized what he had dreamt of the previous night. "Is this truly real?" Draco questioned. "If it isn't, why did my dream feel so vivid? Could Pansy possess prophetic abilities? How could her dream?" Perplexed, he returned to his seat, scrutinizing the paper for an extended period, unable to decipher the enigma. He sensed that this matter was far from simple. Pansy lay in her hospital room, where her mother had brought her 2 sets of clothing. As she gazed at the garments, a sense of childishness washed over her. She could not fathom why she had once been so enamored with the frilly, Lolita-style dresses adorned with opulent pearls, bows, and lace. A wave of embarrassment enveloped her, particularly as her mother mentioned that she had brought along Pansy's favorite dress. With a soft, hesitant voice, Pansy implored, "Mother, could you please bring simpler dresses next time? Dressing up so beautifully in the hospital. Wouldn't that seem a bit peculiar?" She endeavored to persuade her mother to take the clothes back. Pansy's mother, "Never mind them. You are looking beautiful, and that pleases me. Moreover, your health has significantly improved. The doctor has instructed that you may be discharged. In a couple of days, you shall be returning home." Pansy appeared visibly embarrassed, as if struggling to communicate. Pansy's mother still lingered, her face adorned with a smile, as if she had inadvertently revealed a cherished memory. She reminisced about the time when she first discovered she was expecting a daughter. Her eldest son was a bundle of mischief, and she was filled with joyous anticipation for a well-behaved girl. Her husband, youthful and handsome, showered her with affection. At Malfoy Manor, breakfast had been served, and his belongings were neatly prepared. In her chamber, Narcissa earnestly addressed her husband, "We must ensure the safety of our son. By the time that esteemed gentleman comprehends that we have a child, he will undoubtedly—" Lucius furrowed his brow tightly. They wished for their child to avoid the perils that had ensnared them. Yet, there was no escaping this fate. Narcissa felt a pang of guilt. Did her son truly have to share their destiny? At that moment, they were all somewhat dazed, when Draco called out for his mother from the yard. She cast a glance at his father before tidying her hair in the mirror and hurried downstairs. Draco, with his satchel slung over his shoulder, stood in the courtyard. "Mother, let us go. We are to see Pansy." Narcissa affectionately ruffled his hair. "Very well, we shall visit Pansy. By the way, did you feel unwell last night?" Draco replied. "Are you referring to the tattoo on my hand?" Narcissa chuckled at his bewildered expression. "Draco, that is not a tattoo. It is a family heirloom, passed down from my grandmother and grandfather." Draco remarked, "It must be quite ancient." He continued, "But it now resembles a tattoo on my hand. How did my grandparents remove it?" Narcissa reassured him, "Do not worry. This bracelet merely acknowledges its owner. When I placed it on you, it was still a delicate wooden bracelet." Draco inquired, "What about the other one?" Narcissa stroked his head but remained silent. "Come, let us visit Pansy." Draco muttered softly, "I know without you saying." They then transported themselves to the hospital room through a flick of apparition. Draco felt slightly dizzy, standing still for a while before regaining his composure. Narcissa, as if nothing had transpired, approached her dear friend. "Dear Mrs. Parkinson, shall we go shopping? Just the two of us?" Pansy's mother turned her head to look. It was Narcissa. Pansy's mother shook her head, saying, "No, last time you deceived me. Instead of seeking a doctor, you simply dragged me out for a prolonged shopping spree. By the time we returned, the children were already asleep." Narcissa pouted in a somewhat petulant manner, swaying her arm as she playfully insisted, "But I want to go. There is no one to play with me here. You have no idea how lonely I feel at Malfoy Manor every day. You're so consumed with your husband. You weren't like this before you got married." Pansy's mother could no longer endure her antics and pleaded, all right, I will accompany you, but you must wait until my darling has finished her medicine." Upon hearing her mother's concession, Pansy relented. Draco observed her somewhat unreliable mother, sensing an oddity about her demeanor. It seemed as though she diverged from the maternal figure etched in his memory. Indeed, their bond appeared to be quite profound. Had they been inseparable sisters before marriage? At that moment, the sound of pages turning from the hospital bed captured Draco's attention. Pansy sat quietly by the bedside, her body leaning against the headboard. Sunlight filtered through the window, casting dappled patterns upon the floor beside it, where specks of dust danced in the light, rendered visible in their ephemeral beauty. Pansy's short, apricot-colored hair appeared quite lovely, maintaining its neatness despite her illness. Draco approached the bedside and took a seat beside her. Pansy appeared utterly oblivious to him, continuing to immerse herself in her book. Pansy found herself at a loss regarding her own emotions. The fervent love she once cherished as vital now seemed absent, leaving her with a sense of immaturity. Perhaps Pansy is 2 years my senior, and he has always harbored such thoughts regarding me. It was only later, as I matured, that my ideas and thoughts began to align with his, which consequently deepened our relationship. Perhaps I had been deceiving myself all along. Draco remained silent, merely observing her as she read. Pansy has never cast a glance in his direction, as if her gaze perpetually lingered on the pages of her book. "I have never possessed even a fleeting moment of you, yet within my heart, I have lost you countless times." I fixate on a line within the text, unable to shake off its resonance. Indeed, what does it amount to? In the past, he never acknowledged her as his girlfriend, nor did he ever propose. Nor did he ever truly attempt to love her. Perhaps when he matures, he will no longer desire this so-called engagement. He has never belonged to me, and ultimately, I shall relinquish him to the vast sea of humanity. In this moment, she felt a profound sense of relief. Yet, the thought of guarding him still lingered in her heart. In a previous life, even as a Death Eater, he had always carefully avoided her, fearing to bring her misfortune. At least in his eyes, I was regarded as a friend. Even in the capacity of a friend, I must protect him fervently, ensuring that neither he nor his family suffers any harm. Aunt Narcissa and Uncle Lucius had always treated me well. Draco's gaze remained intently focused on a single page of the book, seemingly lost in thought. Just as Draco pondered her thoughts, his mother and aunt approached. "Narcissa, Draco. You stay here with Pansy. I shall go play with your aunt." "Draco, go ahead, mother. Have fun, but remember to eat with us." His anxious reminder echoed, a reflection of their last carefree outing. "Narcissa, rest assured, Draco, this time I shall not forget you, and Pansy. This oversight is wholly your aunt's fault. She seldom seeks me out, always clinging to her husband." As she spoke, she cast a playful yet melancholic glance. Draco felt a shiver run down his spine as he waved his hand, urging them to depart quickly. Fiona blinked. Then, "Pansy, if you feel any discomfort while Draco is here with you, just call out. Your Aunt Narcissa can be rather clingy. I must accompany her for a while." Pansy set aside her book and cast a quiet glance, nodding slightly. After finishing her instructions, she departed alongside them. Draco remarked, "I truly fail to comprehend what is so entertaining that warrants their daily excursions to the shops." In a gesture of politeness, Pansy replied, "Brother Draco, I share your sentiment. However, Aunt is correct. Mother has indeed been overly attached to father for quite some time." With Draco absent, the adults began to exhibit somewhat erratic behavior. "When will you return to your books? I recall that you were particularly fond of princess dresses, bridal gowns, and various fairy tales." Pansy gazed at Draco, who languidly leaned against her bed, leisurely explaining, "Little wizards are ever-changing, just like now. I no longer wish to call you Draco, dear brother. Henceforth, I shall refer to you as Little Dragon." Draco immediately felt a wave of annoyance wash over him. "No way, what kind of little dragon is that? I shall not permit you to bestow a nickname upon me." Draco, though secretly finding the moniker rather appealing. Pansy observed his haughty demeanor and couldn't help but chuckle softly. "However, I have no desire to call you Draco, nor do I wish to address you as brother. A flicker of impatience glimmered in Pansy's eyes, embodying an air of petulance. It was akin to compelling a 20-something to engage in conversation with an 8-year-old. Rife with the teasing nature of adulthood, Draco had never witnessed such a demeanor from her before. He promptly corrected himself, saying, "Then you may call me Brother Little Dragon." Pansy gazed at his somewhat naive face and devised a playful retort. "No, Little Dragon, Little Dragon, Little Dragon, Little Dragon, Little Dragon, Little Dragon." After Pansy crossed her arms and embraced her book, "I decided to call you Stallone. Do not expect me to change my mind, unless we sever our ties forever." Observing her resolute demeanor, Draco could only shake his head in resignation. However, upon further reflection, he mused that it was rather trivial to argue with a child. Call yourself whatever you wish, and kindly refrain from seeking my opinion. Finding himself bored, he lay on the bed, contemplating the patterns on his hands. Draco felt a tinge of melancholy. Pansy, witnessing his foolishness, sensed a flicker of healing within her heart. She could not fathom why her former self had always perceived him as incredibly cool, so aloof yet endearing. No matter what he did, he seemed exceptionally clever. Pansy let out a soft sigh, covering her eyes with her hand, shaking her head in resignation. Indeed, he possessed a notable appearance, not handsome, yet not unworthy of the years spent together. However, his intellect left much to be desired, and I now find myself regarding him as rather foolish. Enough of that. I shall immerse myself in literature to expand my knowledge. But what kind of book has my mother procured? It is utterly devoid of value. She set the book aside. Adorned in a delicate princess dress, her feet were graced with a pair of exquisite leather shoes fit for royalty. Pansy slipped them on, donning a striking and regal cloak that exuded a childish charm. She looked utterly delightful and whimsical as she made her way outside. It was not until she reached the threshold of the hospital room that a thought struck her. She turned and called out to Draco, "Little Dragon, would you care to join me for a stroll?" Upon seeing her intent to venture out, Draco grabbed his bag and trailed behind her, muttering under his breath, "Pansy, what on earth are you up to now? Little Dragon does not sound appealing at all. Annie instructed me to look after you. You mustn't wander off. However, you must heed my words, dear brother." As she glanced back at the boy, the wind tousled his hair, the soft apricot locks catching the sunlight and creating a subtle iridescent effect. The rays shimmered through his strands, illuminating his prominent nose. His features may not have been exceptionally striking, yet they possessed a refined delicacy, complemented by his fair skin that radiated health and embodiment of understated beauty often found in girls. As Pansy strolled through the corridor, she paused to examine her reflection in a small mirror she held at the edge of the walkway. In the past, she had always been enamored with sweetness, despite her actual aversion to sugary delights. The reasons eluded her, yet she feigned a fondness for confections. Aware of her psychological distortions, she yearned, for perhaps the first time, to live a life of normalcy. Pansy traversed the somewhat bustling ward and arrived at the stairwell, where she stood awaiting Draco, who clumsily navigated through the crowd with a small package in hand. After much effort, he finally emerged, and Pansy reached out to smooth his disheveled sleeves. She noticed his hair, slightly tousled and unruly. "Draco, your hairstyle leaves much to be desired," she remarked. Draco, lifting a lock of his hair, replied, "Really? But my father rather likes it." Pansy countered, "Once I recover, I shall design a new one for you. Just throw together something. A simple side part would look better than this." Draco suggested, "All right, but you must discuss it with my mother when the time comes." He added, reflecting, My father is quite pleased with this style, yet I wonder if he would approve of a change. Truth be told, I find it rather peculiar myself." Sighing, he concluded, "Well, I suppose I dare not voice my thoughts." Pansy covered her mouth and chuckled. "My little dragon is quite capable of choosing to avoid harm while seeking benefit." Draco replied, "Though my parents dote on me, there are certain matters I dare not speak of." Pansy grasped his hand and descended the staircase. "Very well. I shall inform Annie to assign you a dashing companion." Draco, upon hearing her words, thought to himself, "What? That is not what I wish to exchange." Upon reaching the lower level, Pansy released his hand and took a seat beside a long bench. Sitting there, the snow had yet to fall, and the sun shone brightly. However, the wind outside remained quite fierce. "Pansy, are you not returning?" Draco inquired. "Pansy, why is Little Long in such a hurry to return? Besides, they might not even be back by noon. They must be thinking that a valiant and handsome Draco will surely take good care of this delicate girl." Draco found her thoughts somewhat amusing. Why do I feel like you've become quite entertaining during our time apart?" After saying this, he let out a sigh. Pansy suddenly found herself in a state of disquiet. How many times? And with whom? It was rather serious. How could she pose such a question? Draco appeared puzzled. Quite a few, at least over 20. That fool next door. The spoiled brat just a street away from my home. As she observed his lips continue to move, her heart sank into despair. Pansy, Merlin's oversized undergarments. Is there really so much? Did we not wreak havoc together in our youth? How utterly absurd. Pansy finds herself in a state of both embarrassment and amusement. Pansy remarked with a hint of self-mockery, indeed, we must be quite mad. Surely, our reputations are impeccable. Draco, entirely unconvinced, retorted, they provoked my ire first. As he haughtily lifted his chin, Pansy let out a soft sigh, indeed. They can be quite bothersome. Pansy rose to her feet and said, let us go for a stroll in the park. Draco replied, oh, I wonder why you feel compelled to frolic outside in the dead of winter. The vast, empty hospital room felt eerily quiet, with only the two of them present. Pansy, wearing a frown, lamented, I am suffocating from the staleness of this room. Furthermore, my mother's book is utterly dreary. Draco wore an expression of understanding and remarked, indeed, I thought you had developed a fondness for reading, particularly the sentimental kind. Pansy regarded Draco with a puzzled gaze, questioning the meaning behind his words. Did he imply that she was incapable of comprehending literature? Pansy pouted and expressed her dissatisfaction, stating, I did notice a few things. As they arrived at a park adjacent to the hospital, Pansy leaned against the railing, barely having the chance to draw in a couple of breaths of fresh air. After exchanging a few words, she was suddenly captivated by the peculiar emerald glow emanating from the scene before her. Pansy was intrigued, initially believing it to be some form of performance. As her gaze sharpened, she successfully discerned the scene before her, her eyes widening in astonishment. Merlin Espier'd. This was no mere spectacle. It was evidently the site of a large-scale massacre. Pansy exclaimed urgently, seizing Draco's hand and urging him to flee. Hurry, there are Death Eaters ahead. We must return to the hospital. With that, she pulled Draco along as they dashed towards safety. Beside her, Paunchy explained urgently, hurry, they won't care about your family background. If he takes a liking to you, he might just drag you into the fray. With that, she swiftly returned to the hospital, ascended the stairs, and promptly closed the door to the ward. Paunchy found herself somewhat breathless. She leaned against the window and opened it slightly. As it faced the bustling shop across the street, the window was only ajar, allowing faint echoes of the commotion from the shop to filter through. Suddenly, she witnessed a figure clad in a black robe attack a lady. Malfoy was standing nearby, his breath slightly labored. Yet his expression was inexplicably one of rapt curiosity. No way. Has it really happened again? Watching them cast their spells, she couldn't help but admire their striking display of magical prowess. Pansy wore a ghastly expression, laced with disdain. What? Do you wish to venture to Azkaban? Have you truly considered it? They employ the 3 unforgivable curses. Draco shrugged nonchalantly, his lips pursed. Oh, not at all, but they are undeniably effective, aren't they? Pansy adjusted her hair, exclaiming, what a terrifying statement this is. Alas, I believe this is hardly a commendable tactic. It may incapacitate an opponent with a single blow. Yet it is a method only suited for a band of lunatics, which renders it quite undesirable. It is akin to firearms in the Muggle world, available to all, however. Taking a life with such weapons is a crime. Thus one cannot resort to execution, but may only aim for limbs. This distinction delineates the lawful white wizards from the malevolent dark wizards. Draco responded, if we do not wield the 3 unforgivable curses, shall we not be at a disadvantage against them? Pansy, what are you pondering? There exists a plethora of formidable spells, even among those that are deemed lawful. Draco regarded her with a look that brooked no argument and nodded slightly. Indeed, I am aware of a few. Yet, observe those individuals. They seem to be approaching in our direction. Pansy turned her head and discovered that several Death Eater wizards were fleeing in her direction, closely pursued by a few individuals from the Ministry of Magic. Pansy closed the window, sensing the approach of several wizards. The howling wind, the cacophony of their curses and brawls, along with the incantations they uttered, coalesced into a sound that grew ever closer. Pansy felt a surge of panic at that moment. She possessed no one whatsoever. However, she was proficient in a few incantations that did not require a wand. Pansy grasped Malfoy's hand as they approached the ward door. As anticipated, mere seconds after their departure, a peculiar green light suddenly flickered in that vicinity, tearing the roof asunder, leaving only half of it intact. Pansy cast a protective charm, successfully shielding herself and Draco from a multitude of debris. At that moment, Draco stood behind Pansy, his heart constricting in fear as he instinctively held his breath. A peculiar speed brought a Death Eater gliding towards them, its gaze fixated on the two young figures. An inexplicable irritation brewing within, Avada Kedavra. A long, coarse beam of magical energy surged towards them. Pansy, however, did not activate the protective circle. Instead, she summoned all her magical strength to reinforce it. The Death Eater, convinced that the two children were doomed, smirked sinisterly, only to witness his attack being repelled by the protective barrier. The shield was remarkably impenetrable. His eyes widened in disbelief as he gulped, casting a lingering glance at the girl who had cast the spell. Before he could contemplate further, he swiftly retreated with his uncanny agility. At this juncture, Draco was engulfed in terror. Just 3 seconds after the Death Eater's departure, a distant voice called out. It was Narcissa and her mother. Upon witnessing the scene, Narcissa swallowed hard, her heartbeat quickening. What on earth had transpired? Pansy, with trembling hands, removed the protective cover. Draco, upon seeing his mother, rushed towards her and embraced her tightly. His eyes filled with terror. Narcissa, somewhat concerned, gently stroked her child's head. Pansy's mother approached to inquire about her well-being. Pansy took a moment to calm the turmoil within her. A deceased apostle had just assaulted this place, shattering the roof and laying eyes upon both Draco and herself. He attempted to cast the killing curse, Avada Kedavra, but I successfully repelled it with the protective spells from my book. He had intended to strike again. Yet the approaching members of the Ministry of Magic were swiftly closing in on him. Her feet rested upon the shattered glass and splintered wood. While a thick layer of dust settled upon the debris, Pansy spoke softly. "I'm fine. It was just a bit too thrilling earlier." Narcissa trembled as she replied, "Oh my." "This?" Pansy's mother inquired. "When did you learn to perform magic without a wand?" Pansy remarked, "Just observe, and you'll grasp it." Fiona, with a tone lacking warmth, replied, "It's all right, as long as you and Draco are unharmed. You did remarkably well." She concealed a fleeting worry in her eyes. With that, she lifted Pansy into her arms. Pansy's new haute couture princess gown bore a few specks of dust. Draco, regaining his composure, stated with admiration, "Pansy, you are truly impressive." Pansy playfully stuck out her tongue and replied, "Otherwise, we would be in trouble." Although the two children did not take the matter to heart, their mothers bore expressions of concern. Pansy pondered for a moment and declared, "Mother, it appears I cannot remain in the hospital. I must return home." After uttering this, she surveyed her surroundings. Shattered glass windows left only half a railing on the wall. The roof had vanished without a trace, and the scattered debris still exuded a scent of dust. Fiona, with a nod of discontent, replied coldly, "Even if this hospital were to be repaired by tomorrow, I would not dare leave you here." With that, she embraced Pansy and exited the hospital. Narcissa, taking Draco's hand, remarked, "We should certainly keep the children at home from now on. It is far too perilous." Following closely behind Fiona, she continued, "Indeed, Sasha, when I saw it from afar, my pores stood on end. If I were to witness it a couple more times, I fear I would be overwhelmed." Upon hearing her words, Pansy couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing. Yet, upon reflection, it made sense. Pansy teased with a melodious voice, "Will Mama's head resemble Uncle Lou's?" After finishing her playful remark, she added an explosive gesture, referring to Uncle Lou's frizzy, tawny hair. Fiona, witnessing Pansy's unbridled joy, felt an unexpected wave of happiness swell within her. She gently tapped Pansy's nose and said, "You delight in teasing me, but if anything were to happen to you today, I would be utterly terrified." Pansy murmured softly, "So, Mother, could you please show me some more useful books?" Clearly, Fiona did not hear her. Narcissa glanced at the hospital, now a mere shadow of its former self, her brow furrowed in concern. "We should return. What if the Death Eater has come back?" She reached out to tug at Fiona, who was gazing at the ruins with a calm, distant expression. After regaining her focus, Fiona clenched her teeth in frustration. "Yes, yes. Let us hurry." With that, both mothers gathered their children in their arms and swiftly apparat to Malfoy Manor. Narcissa left Fiona in the living room while she ascended the stairs alone to find Lucius. Draco lounged on his designated sofa, nonchalantly crossing his legs. Once again, he resumed his persona of a cool, aloof figure. Pansy regarded him with a bemused smile. "Draco, who would have thought we would encounter life and death trials at such a young age?" Draco, appearing rather exhilarated, replied, "Pansy, you have no idea. When that fellow approached, I was ready to drag you away." Perhaps it was the joy of having survived a perilous encounter. Pansy could intuitively grasp the source of Draco's elation. After all, He had narrowly escaped the clutches of a Death Eater, and given Draco's earlier admiration for the illustrious Harry Potter, it was only natural that he would feel a surge of confidence. Pansy pondered the origin of the situation and smiled contentedly. If you were to pull me away in an escape, I certainly wouldn't be able to keep up with you, and we would surely meet our demise. After all, she is merely an 8-year-old child. Such thoughts are quite natural. Draco, caught in her revelation, appeared somewhat forced in his smile. Surely not? How could that be? Pansy felt compelled to convey the gravity of the matter. Pansy solemnly remarked, "They take immense pleasure in torturing those who attempt to flee. They are all deranged. What do they truly enjoy? Surely, it is nothing remotely normal. You pulled me away, leaving our silhouettes behind. He would undoubtedly cast Avada Kedavra upon us. In that moment, we would have met our true demise. Thankfully, you remained steadfast at that moment." Draco pouted, his voice tinged with constraint as he said, all right. This time, it was indeed your brilliance that saved us from peril. Consider me indebted to you for a tremendous favor." Draco continued, "However, on a different note, you are rather ingenious. Can you truly grasp it after just one glance? I have yet to even commence my studies in spells and incantations. Pansy, I stumbled upon it while perusing a book on magical industries at home. Pansy, I can't help but think, if you were to master the charm to see Death Eaters, wouldn't you rush towards them?" Draco's lips curled into a cold smirk, silently lamenting, "Why am I devoid of such fortune? Otherwise, I would surely confront that cowardly rat." The more he pondered, the more vexed he became. Dobby. Upon calling the name a second time, a house elf appeared before him, clad in tattered garments. Its face was wrinkled and, were it not for the magical realm of wizards, one might surely be startled by its appearance. "Pansy, hello, Dobby." Dobby turned to Pansy and waved. "Good day, esteemed Miss Parkinson." Draco, somewhat impatient, interjected, "Pansy, why are you exchanging pleasantries with him? He is merely a servant. Dobby, fetch some juice," he added, glancing at Pansy, "and remember to bring some pastries." After Dobby departed, Draco revealed a serene smile, reclining comfortably on the sofa. Pansy found it amusing. "Oh, how amusing. He's putting on an act again. Well, I must admit, he does pull it off rather well. Pansy, then I must thank you, little dragon." Draco, little dragon? What does that mean? I truly do not understand why you insist on calling me that. Upon hearing Pansy refer to Draco as little dragon, Draco could not help but laugh, utterly perplexed by its significance. Pansy's mother. "Pansy, my dear, you certainly possess a talent for teasing others." "Pansy, it holds no particular significance. I merely find it quite fitting for you." "Draco, why is it that I remain so skeptical?" Fine. I confess I am at a loss for its meaning. Call it what you will." Draco gazes at me, a fierce dragon roaring. As Draco's thoughts drifted far afield, he was interrupted by the arrival of a server bearing an assortment of fruits, desserts, and beverages. Pansy graciously acknowledged, and Dobby nodded in response. Today, Dobby was particularly elated, as the usually haughty Miss Pansy was exceptionally kind to him. Fruits, snacks, and tea were meticulously arranged on the table, and she thoughtfully poured tea for each guest. Draco interjected, "Did I not ask you to bring the juice? Have you once again failed to heed my instructions?" He punctuated his words with a playful kick to Dobby's rear. Pansy, observing Draco's behavior, felt a twinge of displeasure and stood up to address him, saying, "Draco, why are you bullying Dobby again?" Draco, already irate, stood up in response and retorted, "Pansy, what do you mean by that? Dobby is my house elf. I can treat him however I please." Pansy, however, what you are doing is unjust. Even Dobby would feel sorrow. If someone inexplicably kicked you, would you be pleased? Draco, who would dare to kick me? A member of the Malfoy family. A mere servant cannot even be compared to me. It is beneath consideration. Pansy smoothed her dress and settled back onto the sofa. "I disagree with your viewpoint. Regardless, you shall not bully him any longer." Draco retorted, "Pansy, you are rather presumptuous. This is my home, so refrain from being so intrusive." He continued, "When did I ever need to heed your counsel?" Just as Draco was getting animated, a warning call from Narcissa echoed from upstairs as she descended, declaring loudly, "If you dare to expel little Sia, I shall throw you out of this house." Draco protested, "But I have done nothing wrong. She initiated it." Narcissa interrupted him sharply, "Yet little Sia is correct. Your reasoning is unfounded. Although Dobby is one of ours, he is also part of our family. You cannot strike him without cause. If you forgot the juice, simply inform him to fetch it again." She glared at Draco with displeasure. Draco felt a swell of indignation. He said nothing, plopped down onto the sofa, and propped his legs up on the table. sulking in silence. Narcissa chided him. Look at how spoiled you've become. Return to your room. You vex me. Draco retracted his legs and sat back on the sofa, still wearing a sullen expression, showing no inclination to retreat to his room. Narcissa called out, Draco, we have guests today. Do not compel me to summon your father. Reluctantly, Draco rose from the sofa, his gaze fixed intently on Pansy, who sat opposite him. Pansy felt exasperated. Look, I am of no use either. Your lack of respect for others is simply wrong. Little Long remains unchanged. Perhaps he will understand someday. Draco wore a sullen expression, brimming with resentment. I won't say anything to you. Let us see if I choose to acknowledge you in the future. He spoke these words with an air of indifference, attempting to project an image of coolness, yet deep down, he yearned for Pansy to apologize immediately. Unfortunately, no one called out to him until he had ascended the stairs. Draco deliberately slammed the door behind him, the sound echoing through the house. He did not hear Fiona or his mother's voice, but instead, he caught his father's furious shout from the study next door. Draco hastily covered his ears, feeling a twinge of anxiety. Well, perhaps this tactic was futile. Fuming, he sat on the chair, retrieved his diary from his room, and began to write furiously, his brow furrowed, teeth clenched, as if this act could somehow alleviate his frustration. After finishing, he carefully tucked the diary away, drew back the curtains, and gazed out the window. Although the sun shone brightly outside, his mood contrasted sharply with the beautiful scenery, leaving him feeling rather discontented. He then noticed Dobby passing by below his window. Draco glared at Dobby's back with a look of indignation, as if he could scorch a hole through him. Dobby, noticing the young master above, bent down to offer a respectful greeting. At that moment, Draco regarded Dobby with evident disdain. After Dobby had completed his gesture, Draco's disdain intensified. With a huff, he shut the window and muttered, "What a bothersome creature, that Dobby." Returning to his chair, he spotted a first-grade spellbook he had never opened before on his left. Reflecting on the events of the day, he decided to pick up the spellbook. Meanwhile, laughter and merriment echoed from downstairs. Pansy softly remarked, "Draco, you truly are quite childish." Observing his temper, it seems he is rather upset. Narcissa added, "Pansy, what are you saying? You are 2 years younger than Draco." Pansy elucidated, "However, I am far more mature than he is. An adult would never bully a servant, would they? Even a servant deserves the respect they are owed. The Malfoy family is one that has birthed gentlemen and ladies. He may be young, but he will eventually comprehend this. After all, he is being nurtured in such an environment." Upon hearing Pansy's compliment, Narcissa's eyes sparkled with amusement. Fiona interjected, "This child certainly knows how to articulate. When I first held her, she was so tiny, and now she can speak so charmingly." Narcissa candidly expressed her curiosity. "So what now? Are you awake? Isn't it more endearing than your mischievous son?" Fiona, with a teasing glance, replied, "Sasha, please don't expose my shortcomings." "Ah, I don't even know why. Perhaps it was something intoxicating I drank. It feels as though I am under a spell." Narcissa listened to Pansy's mother's words with a knowing nod. Affirming her thoughts, she presented Pansy with a delightful dessert, saying, "Here, try this little treat. It's absolutely delicious." Pansy glanced at her expectantly, accepted it, and took a small bite, exclaiming her delight. Narcissa blushed at the praise, feeling that this child truly had her heart. In Lucius's mind, the study was in disarray. He sensed that his wife seemed disinterested in him. Seated upstairs, he found it impossible to concentrate on his book, and the documents felt utterly uninspiring. As if the air around him had become exponentially more irritable. He set down the papers and took a sip of coffee, lost in thought. After much contemplation, he ultimately decided to descend the stairs. Pansy sweetly called out, "Lucius, hello, uncle." Lucius politely nodded. Fiona, somewhat apologetic, inquired, "What is it, Lucius? Did we disturb you with our noise?" Lucius shook his head and replied, "We have guests at home, and they happen to be my children's savior. How could I not invite them to converse?" Fiona felt a bit awkward, as he was not usually one to engage in conversation. Nevertheless, his demeanor today was quite agreeable. Lucius remained exceptionally composed as he gracefully returned to his sofa under the gaze of the onlookers. He retrieved a newspaper, which had been pressed beneath a teacup, and remarked, "I never anticipated that the Death Eaters would become so rampant." At that moment, Narcissa looked at him with a bewildered expression, questioning his intent. Fiona, with a resigned smile, concurred, "Indeed. Sasha and I were quite startled today. It is truly perilous. It seems our children are not safe even in the hospital. Henceforth, they must be closely monitored." She exchanged a knowing glance with Narcissa. Narcissa managed a faint smile, adding, if it weren't for young she, Draco might have been in grave danger. The magical world is hardly safe nowadays. Thus, the next 4 years unfolded. Pansy, having diligently immersed herself in her studies for 4 years, has now mastered even the herbalism course, which was once a challenge for her. She has secretly explored numerous ancient texts. Occasionally, she ventures out with Draco. When he was 9, she took him to see Harry Potter, where she performed wandless magic to alter the memories of Harry's aunt and her family, introducing herself as the Forest Witch. During one of their outings, they encountered the Weasley family, and despite Draco's confusion, they became acquainted, visiting her home on 2 occasions. On one of those visits, she reluctantly brought Draco along. He insisted on joining her, despite her often irritable demeanor. Their outing was cut short when the Weasley twins played a prank on her, causing her to storm off in anger. In truth, Draco yearns to spend time with Pansy, but he finds himself unable to do so unless his mother accompanies him. He cannot comprehend why Pansy is so dedicated to her studies, practicing the violin for 2 hours daily, or how she can devote herself to potion making with the same fervor, delving into advanced potions after 4 years of relentless study. Each time he seeks her out, she eagerly seizes the opportunity to instruct him in spells, often teaching him 2 or 3 at a time without pause. He resignedly acknowledges that the little sister he once knew has transformed into an obsessive scholar, intent on ensuring he keeps up with his own studies. Pansy is indeed quite eccentric. Even the Christmas gifts she bestows upon him each year consist solely of study materials. For his 8th Christmas, she accompanied him to select his wand. At 9, he received a new edition of the foundational spellbook. At 10, it was a potion textbook along with basic spells. At 11, a divination textbook and the fundamentals of numerology. This year, it is likely he will receive materials on astronomy, care of magical creatures, or perhaps transfiguration. On the other hand, Harry's gifts are rather similar, yet Pansy merely symbolizes her involvement by checking his progress occasionally and offering him suggestions. In stark contrast, Draco's situation is quite different. While Pansy continues to present him with these educational tomes, his parents have hired a private tutor upon seeing the gifts she has given him. Pansy consistently monitors his magical progress and academic journey, and should he fail to meet her expectations, he can only speculate on the consequences. As her pranks are always inventive and relentless, he has mentioned this to his parents, but they seem to dismiss the matter entirely. How to articulate this? He can only express a love-hate relationship with Pansy. Her companionship has undeniably enriched his days, dispelling the solitude he once felt, yet the accompanying troubles have also magnified significantly. As the days pass, the start of the Hogwarts term approaches swiftly. At Malfoy Manor, Draco sits at his desk, a mischievous smile playing on his lips as he fiddles with the enrollment notice, harboring a modicum of anticipation. After all, he has effectively completed half of the curriculum in advance, so attending school should surely position him as a top student. A phantom named Pansy materialized beside him, reaching out to give him a languid pat that instilled a tinge of fear within him. "What are you up to, little dragon?" Why the lewd grin? Her sudden appearance, coupled with her silence, startled him to the point of nearly losing his balance. He took a moment to steady his nerves and replied, "Ah, you're at it again. Aren't you afraid of giving me a fright? By the way, I received my acceptance letter. What about you?" Pansy, her eyes cast down, rested her head on his shoulder, closing her eyes as her soft voice floated gently. "I have received it as well." Draco, accustomed to her peculiar antics, looked at her and playfully pushed her head back, saying, "Very well, accompany me later to procure our school supplies." Pansy, somewhat displeased, puffed out her cheeks and suddenly had a mischievous thought, smiling wickedly. "Very well. Then you shall come to my house later. I must return to fetch some things." With that, she vanished in a flash. After her departure, Draco, who had been facing away, glanced at the spot she had just vacated. Dressed in an elegant white shirt, he gracefully resumed his seat, his voice a low, husky whisper. "I truly look forward to attending the same school as Pansy. We shall undoubtedly become the most radiant presence there." Following this declaration, he erupted into a fit of triumphant laughter. Narcissa glanced up towards the source of the laughter emanating from upstairs, pondering, this child has begun to lose his senses again. His father is still at home. Does he not know to temper himself? The sound of Draco's laughter had barely lingered for 10 seconds when an irate reprimand echoed from the adjacent room. "Draco, are you thinking of Pansy? Do not let her bestow upon you the knowledge of noble etiquette. If you wish to remain unscathed, be quiet." Narcissa paused in her task, unable to suppress a chuckle as she muttered softly to herself, This engagement was certainly not in vain. This boy has become quite obedient, and his progress is meticulously controlled. At Parkinson Manor, she donned a deep green princess dress adorned with exquisite white lace accents, charming ruffles, and a delicate bow, embellished with numerous pearls. She chose a pair of white Mary Jane shoes, with golden-edged bows that added an extra touch of elegance. Pansy adorned herself with a delightful makeup look, accentuating her eyes and adding a touch of blush. Today, she radiated the essence of a spirited girl. She retrieved the latest fashionable handbag from the mall, characterized by its eclectic design and exquisite lace, embellished with a dazzling gemstone. These lovely garments, shoes, and bags were all gifts from her mother. As she was styling her hair, a gentle knock resonated at her bedroom door. Pansy beckoned with her finger, and the door swung open to reveal Fiona, adorned in a lavender gown. Her hair, intricately braided with moonlight blue ribbons, exuded a gentle and charming allure. Pansy spoke to herself, "Mother, Draco accompanied me today to purchase new supplies." Fiona smiled gently. "The 6 magical academies have extended their admission offers to you. Have you made your decision? Which school will you attend?" Pansy looked up, her gentle smile concealing a hint of disappointment. Her mother spoke, "I still choose to attend Hogwarts, for it is close to home. On weekends and during holidays, I can return to visit." After speaking, she rose and embraced her mother. She truly relied on her mother, relishing the comforting sensation of being cared for, as if she were cradled in someone's heart. This was, indeed, the essence of maternal love. She sweetly inquired, "Mama, will you miss little she if she goes so far away?" Fiona gazed down at her beloved daughter, nodding with a sense of pride and reassurance. "My dear, I only hope you thrive in your studies, no matter where you are. Once you graduate, the wealth I possess will also belong to you. Even if you know nothing, you will still live well." Pansy's lips curled into a mischievous smile. "Mother, you may think that way, but father certainly does not." As soon as she spoke, her once serene mother appeared somewhat displeased. "Why bring up that lunatic? If you wish to attend a certain academy, just tell me, and I shall decide for you. As for him, do not even think of manipulating my daughter." Pansy chuckled indifferently. Pansy controlled the acceptance letters on the table, her fingers brushing over the names inscribed upon them. Boothbatten School of Magic, Castrobush, Durmstrang Institute, Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Hogwarts School, and Wagadu School of Magic. Indeed, there were quite a few. After reading through the letters, she couldn't help but furrow her brow. These institutions must have caught wind of her somehow, under ordinary circumstances. Receiving acceptance letters from even 2 magical academies would be considered a remarkable achievement. Pansy shrugged indifferently, pursing her lips. Fiona noticed her expression and inquired, "What's the matter, little she?" Pansy shook her head, unwilling to divulge her thoughts, and with a playful tone said, "Mommy, you previously gifted me a beautiful emerald hairpin, but I find it somewhat unwieldy. Could you help me style my hair?" Fiona chuckled softly, uncertain of what this clever little one was scheming, and affectionately stroked her hair, which cascaded in soft, auburn waves, already quite long with a gentle curl. Pansy stood before the mirror, admiring her mother's skilled hands, and unabashedly exclaimed, "Mom, you are truly remarkable. Little Cece adores the way you style hair. It looks beautiful." Her voice was warm and endearing, exuding an irresistible charm. Fiona felt a surge of joy, her face lit up with a radiant smile. Your mother was quite vain in her youth as well. When Grandma spoke of this, it seemed as though she had an endless supply of stories. After a while, a gentle breeze wafted through the room, stirring the delicate strands of hair, while soft sunlight filtered into the courtyard, creating enchanting patterns of light and shadow. Fiona fashioned a side braid for her, securing it with a jeweled hairpin at the side of her ear, giving her the appearance of a refined young lady. With her backpack in hand, she sweetly announced, "Mom, I'm heading downstairs." Her words were laced with a delightful hint of playfulness. Fiona nodded, watching her daughter's retreating figure with satisfaction. At Malfoy Manor, Draco could not help but inquire, "Is father busy?" Lucius Malfoy, however, paid him no mind, engrossed in his breakfast. Yet the disdainful glint in his eyes pierced Draco's heart like a dagger. He dared not speak further. As Lucius continued his meal, he scrutinized his son's attire, unable to suppress a smirk. "Your hairstyle is lacking, dear boy. Your clothing is rather plain, wouldn't you agree? And those shoes, what an ill fit. I cannot fathom how you present yourself in such a manner." Just then, his mother hurried down the stairs, clutching all the items his father had just critiqued. "Come sit on the sofa," she instructed. Draco's eyes widened in disbelief. What on earth was happening? He approached and took a seat, all the while aware of his father's knowing expression. His mother first picked up a large fishbone comb and mousse, deftly spritzing it in his hair and arranging it into a stylish side part. In no time, a sophisticated hairstyle emerged. Next, she produced a splendid outfit, wielding her wand to cast a spell that transformed his attire entirely, even changing his shoes. She adorned him with an exquisite necklace and ring, surveying her handiwork with approval as he now resembled an affluent young nobleman. Absolutely perfect. You may go now. I shall have Dobby escort you. Dobby, take the young master to Pansy's house, and be swift. In an instant, Dobby appeared before them, bowing deeply before snapping his fingers, which transported Draco through space, landing him at the entrance of Parkinson Manor. Draco stepped forward with uncertainty, feeling as though he were in a dream. After his mother's meticulous makeover, he recognized how refined he had become. The unprecedented elegance left him at a loss. The robe he wore was unfamiliar, likely a recent purchase by his mother. He glanced down at his shoes. Though worn, they appeared remarkably fresh, complementing the robe beautifully. Upon reaching his destination, he stood dazed at the spot where he had materialized. You have arrived at your destination. I shall return. Dobby bowed humbly and vanished. Draco turned to survey the empty street, feeling acutely aware of how conspicuously he was dressed. Embarrassment washed over him, yet he mustered the courage to press the doorbell. The door opened to reveal Pansy, a vision of grace with her side braid framing her exquisite features. He had always found Pansy beautiful, but now she seemed positively radiant. Her fair complexion bore a hint of rosy flush, her aristocratic features reminiscent of his own, while her honey-colored hair cascaded with enchanting curves. The simple princess dress she wore appeared remarkably luxurious upon her slender figure. Upon seeing Draco at the threshold, her expression revealed a recognition of his deliberate attire. Pansy squinted playfully, her tall stature and pale visage adorned with a hint of a smile that seemed to ripple across her face. Draco, who is it you wish to enchant? Initially entranced by her stunning beauty, Draco shifted his focus as he attempted to comprehend her words. By the time he grasped what she had said, Pansy had already moved several meters away, exclaiming, "Oh dear, with such striking looks, if I were to take you out, would the other young witches even be able to move?" Draco hastily quickened his pace to match her stride, eager to share his thoughts. "And what about you? Have you taken a moment to consider your own reflection?" Pansy exuded an air of languor, leisurely uttering, "Ha ha ha, I do not concern myself with others. I wish only to captivate one particular person." Accompanying her words was a gaze that danced unpredictably. Draco, with an air of indifference, responded, "Who might that be? Do you have someone you admire?" Pansy observed his demeanor and calmly remarked, "It will come. You shall have it as well." After hearing her words, Draco did not respond, but instead gazed at her with tranquility. Draco pondered, what kind of person would she be fond of? She is truly exceptional. Pansy observed Draco's silence, his lips curving into a faint, elusive smile. Meanwhile, Harry had rejoined Hagrid, his face alight with curiosity as he followed him into Diagon Alley. Hagrid led him to Gringotts, where they entered a vault to retrieve some money, concealing a mysterious object as well. Together, they ventured outside to procure various items. In Twilfit and Tattings, Pansy perused the selection of ties and accessories. Draco's gaze was drawn to a particular ring, his expression betraying a hint of hesitation. Noticing him paused before a display case, Pansy leaned in and inquired, "What's the matter? Do you like it?" Her voice was soft, yet carried an icy allure. Draco remained entranced, failing to respond. Pansy chuckled lightly, giving his shoulder a gentle pat. "Really? It's just a ring." His lips remained pressed tightly together, his eyes still fixated on the ring. Finally, in a low voice, he remarked, "This ring has a compartment for storage and features a floating charm. It's quite practical, albeit rather expensive." His tone shifted to one of disappointment. Pansy glanced over, noting the mere 20 galleons. She leaned in close to his ear and inquired, her voice barely a whisper, "So, how much do you possess in total?" Draco observed Pansy embarking on one of her peculiar antics, and stepped back slightly. "Well, as of now, I still have a savings of 6 galleons. If I wish to purchase this ring, I shall have to wait another year." Upon hearing his words, Pansy let out a soft laugh. "Since you like it, let us wrap it up as a gift for you." Draco appeared somewhat bewildered and hesitantly replied, "No, it's too expensive." Pansy found his mixture of affection and inability to purchase it utterly endearing. Pansy, with her large, expressive eyes, stated the facts. "This may seem quite expensive for you, but for someone like me, who delights in spending, it is merely a trifling amount. Just accept it. It's of no consequence. As long as you dedicate yourself to your studies, feel free to ask for anything you desire." Pansy gleefully raised her hand, reveling in the sensation of her affluence. Draco gazed at her beautiful face, which shimmered before him, momentarily lost in thought. When he finally regained his composure, he felt a slight flush creeping onto his cheeks. Draco perceived it as embarrassment. Ah, how embarrassing it is that his sister is wealthier than he is. Pansy gazed at him with an air of foolishness as she proceeded to settle the bill. Draco observed her as she stuffed bag after bag of items into her own satchel. Draco thought, is it possible that such an apparently ordinary bag contains a spatial array? Pansy managed to fit both their belongings within, and then approached him with a small box, raising an eyebrow in his direction, demanding, hand it over. Draco's gray pupils flickered with a hint of astonishment as he beheld that breathtakingly beautiful face before him, and for a fleeting moment, he felt as though his breath had been momentarily suspended. Pansy retrieved the ring emblazoned with the emblem of Slytherin from the box. She furrowed her brow, honestly thinking it lacked any allure. However, if he liked it, then it was best to give it to him. With a resigned sigh, she reached for Draco's slender hand and slipped the ring onto his fourth finger. The ring instinctively constricted, adjusting to a perfect size. Observing Draco's slightly flushed complexion, a mischievous impulse surged within her, and she impatiently remarked, "Don't dawdle, hurry up and help me with my things." With that, she tossed her bag at him. Having spent money, why not put him to work? The little dragon truly was adorable. Grasping one of his hands, they exited the shop, everything appearing so idyllic, of course. It would have been even more delightful without the shopkeeper's resentful gaze. Sunlight cascaded over the girl's hair, casting a gentle glow that made her resemble a sprite. Once outside, an odd scent quickly wafted through the air, prompting Pansy to wrinkle her nose in distaste. Cough, cough, Merlin's beard. The air here is dreadful. A brisk breeze swept by, causing the girl's cloak to flutter in the wind. Draco, regaining some clarity after a prolonged silence, finally managed to utter a response. His cheeks tinged with a hint of pink and his breath slightly uneven. "Thank you. I truly didn't expect you to be so affluent." Pansy's previously slight frown deepened further. Is this even coherent? Just moments ago, I purchased something for him. What do you mean by I never expected you to be wealthy? Just look at my attire. Does it not suggest affluence? Confounded, she observed the neatly laid tiles that echoed under the footsteps of passers-by. The somewhat skewed buildings exuded a semblance of order, yet their irregularities were pronounced. Everything around her spoke volumes of the bustling vibrancy of Diagon Alley. Pansy felt a sudden weight on her heart, a constriction that left her feeling rather oppressed. In that moment, she regretted her decision to purchase gifts for him. Before long, a towering figure approached, clad in an oversized moleskin coat that seemed to stretch over 4 meters in height. The fabric was peculiar and striking, complemented by a brown umbrella that made him stand out conspicuously amidst the crowd. Pansy recalled that this was the esteemed professor of magical creatures at Hogwarts in her past life. She waved her hand and greeted him warmly. "Hello, Hagrid. Have you also come to Diagon Alley?" Hagrid, initially lost in thought, looked around when someone called his name. His gaze fell upon 2 elegantly dressed nobles, who were facing the source of the voice. He found it hard to believe such nobles had often mocked him over the years, and he had no desire to engage with them. Observing Hagrid's dazed expression, she called out again, "Hagrid, is Harry here?" Only then did Hagrid notice a lovely young girl enthusiastically waving at him, though she did not register in his memory, adhering to his own sense of politeness. He approached and shook her hand. Pansy, unfazed, wore an innocent smile as she inquired, "Did Professor Dumbledore send you to bring Harry for shopping? Where is he? He should be here, right?" Just then, a boy emerged from behind Hagrid, with striking green eyes and tousled black hair, his long bangs obscuring his forehead. Harry had been wandering with Hagrid for quite some time, and was beginning to feel quite fatigued and somewhat dazed. Pansy waved her hand in front of Harry's dazed eyes. "Harry, do you remember me?" A gentle breeze swept by, carrying the delightful fragrance of fruit from the girl. Harry's gaze focused on her face, and in astonishment, he exclaimed, "It's you, the Forest Witch." As he spoke, he scrutinized Pansy's attire, a fleeting glimmer of envy passing through his eyes. Pansy smiled harmoniously. "I am out shopping with Stowlong. Once we arrive at the academy, you will come to know who we are. Be sure to read the book I give you carefully." The gentle breeze caressed her long hair, and her smile was exceedingly charming and delightful. Pansy turned to Hagrid and inquired, "Mr. Hagrid, what else does Harry have left to sell?" Hagrid appeared momentarily taken aback. Observing the close bond between the girl and Harry, he relaxed his guard somewhat, feeling a sense of joy at having made another acquaintance. "Harry still needs to purchase his wand and ropes," he replied. I have already procured the books." As he gestured to the bundle of over a dozen tomes he held in his hands, Pansy swallowed nervously, remarking on Hagrid's immense strength, a testament to his giant lineage. Draco stood nearby, his pale, finely chiseled face accentuated by long, curled eyelashes, emanating an aura of icy detachment. Listening intently, Pansy engaged in conversation with those he held in disdain. He was particularly curious about how she effortlessly identified individuals from the Weasley family, despite their previous encounters being unfamiliar. His reluctance for Pansy to associate with them stirred an unsettling feeling within him, though it was beyond his control. With a frosty demeanor, Draco greeted, "It's been a while. Mr. Potter, you've grown quite a bit." Harry, well accustomed to Draco's perpetual coldness, awkwardly replied, Thank you, Mr. Malfoy." Upon hearing Harry's address, Draco felt a pang of regret for engaging in conversation with him. Pansy observed the remarkable exchange between the two and couldn't help but feel that Harry was in quite a predicament. It seemed evident that they were unable to coexist amicably, but she chose to dismiss the thought. Pansy reached out to tousle Harry's hair, her eyes sparkling with amusement. "Hello, Harry, your hair is quite the spectacle today, truly unique." With that, she took hold of Harry's hand, saying, "Come on, let us go and purchase robes." Before Harry could protest, a soft hand grasped his, its fair skin and delicate fingers captivating. Draco observed Pansy holding Harry's hand, a wave of inexplicable suspicion washing over him. Could it be that she harbored feelings for Harry Potter? With no choice but to comply, he followed along as the four of them arrived at Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. Pansy selected a wrinkle-free robe for him, while Madame Malkin kindly took Harry's measurements. In her leisure time, Pansy engaged in a delightful conversation with Hagrid about culinary delights. "Have you ever savored the Eastern Bowsy? I believe you would enjoy the Eastern Naan. When I have some free time next, I shall bring you some. I think you would relish it." Hagrid observed the young girl and felt an inexplicable resemblance between her and Professor Dumbledore. "As for Bowsy, I have indeed heard of them, though I have never had the pleasure of tasting one. If you do manage to bring some, I would be most grateful. Do you know Professor Dumbledore?" Pansy beamed with a smile, her eyes narrowing like crescent moons. "Of course, if you mention my name to Professor Dumbledore, he will certainly recognize it. My name is Pansy Parkinson." Meanwhile, Draco, who remained silent, found the passage of time increasingly arduous. Observing the lively exchange between the two, he felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort. He yearned for this moment to conclude swiftly, allowing him to retreat home and lie down in peace. Pansy and Hagrid sat on the bench, as if they were intimate friends who had not met for many years, engaged in a leisurely conversation about a myriad of topics. Pansy inadvertently caught sight of Draco, who stood beside her, listlessly clutching her handbag, his gaze filled with indifference and anticipation. Perhaps she should accompany Draco to purchase some books. Her resolve began to waver. However, Harry soon emerged, having changed into his robe. His thick brows rebelliously arched slightly upward, and beneath his long, slightly curled eyelashes lay a pair of eyes as clear as morning dew. With a distinguished nose, lips as soft and pink as rose petals, and a fair complexion. His striking green eyes exuded an innate charm that instantly captivated Pansy's heart. Previously, she had merely thought Draco exceptionally handsome, but now she found herself realizing that this savior was also rather small and undeniably adorable. Pansy inexplicably found herself healed and stood up. She was nearly the same height as Harry, and she approached him, reaching out to straighten his crooked robes while showering him with compliments, truly deserving of the legendary title of Harry Potter. "Upon closer inspection, you are quite handsome. With a little grooming, you could undoubtedly captivate countless girls at school." After saying this, she playfully pinched the savior's cheek. Harry, feeling the pinch and enchanted by her sweet voice, which flowed like a gentle spring breeze past his ears, experienced a flutter of nervousness. Pansy, how to put it, just has a delightful touch. Xiaolong. Look at Harry's adorable chubby face, huh? It feels so nice. Do you want to come over and touch it? Draco squinted slightly, his lips curling down in distaste as he replied, "If you like it so much, feel free to squeeze it more." Internally, Draco lamented, as a girl, "Can't you keep a distance from boys? Even if you have feelings, must you be so forward? Truly foolish." Pansy observed him, and he appeared somewhat irate. "Draco, what is it? Are you perhaps feeling envious?" She speculated, a sense of inexplicable delight bubbling within her. It was evident that her spirits were high, her countenance radiant. And amidst her striking features, it seemed as though a breathtaking beauty had unfurled. Pansy pondered for a moment before turning to Harry and saying, "You ought to eat more." You hardly have any flesh on your face. You are far too thin. The little dragon is nearly your size. You still need to grow taller. Just look at him. He's a head taller than us." Harry, who had just been told that his face was plump, felt somewhat perplexed. He removed his long robe and tried on several other garments. Following Pansy's suggestions, he selected a few outfits, 2 wrinkle-resistant robes, a base layer shirt, and trousers for school uniform. Hagrid paid for Harry's purchases, but when he turned back, he noticed Draco's face was clouded with displeasure. Pansy glanced at the clock in the shop and exclaimed, "Oh dear, we have unknowingly spent an hour and a half here." She and Draco exchanged glances, both silent. Hagrid seemed to perceive that Pansy's other friend, with his sulky demeanor, was reluctant to wait for them. To spare Pansy any discomfort, he inquired, "So, Miss Pansy, thank you for helping Harry choose his clothes. Shall we proceed to select ones together?" Pansy gazed at the amiable giant Hagrid before her, yearning to join Harry and his companions. However, she knew that her presence would undoubtedly provoke Draco's ire. As her mind swirled with these contemplations, Draco set down the bag he had been clutching and lifted it with one hand to the side. "Pansy, let us go purchase some books," he intoned. His voice deep and resonant, laced with an unmistakable undertone of barely concealed anger. Upon hearing this, Pansy immediately sensed that Draco was displeased. She found herself in a quandary, as she genuinely wished to befriend Harry, viewing it as a splendid opportunity for companionship. However, standing by the window, his tall frame silhouetted against the light, he exuded an air of both restraint and arrogance. Observing Pansy's momentary indecision, Draco casually approached her, took her hand, and urged, "Let us be off. There is nothing to lament. The school year is about to commence. We must hasten to purchase our books, and you wouldn't want to miss dinner at home now, would you?" Pansy, "Well, that's fine. After all, there will be plenty of time upon reaching school." Pansy nodded obediently, bidding farewell to Harry, who was holding his belongings, before being pulled away by Draco. Hagrid observed the pace at which Draco departed, feeling a tinge of disappointment. It seemed the young man did not harbor much affection for Miss Pansy, nor did he wish to engage with him. Harry's gaze followed their retreat until they vanished from sight. Only then did he notice Hagrid's somewhat forlorn expression. "Hagrid, it's all right," Harry reassured him. "Mr. Malfoy simply possesses that kind of temperament. They undeniably have their own matters to attend to." With that, he warmly grasped Hagrid's hand. Outside the shop, Pansy stumbled slightly as Draco continued to walk ahead, oblivious to her discomfort. Initially, all seemed well until a sharp pain began to throb in Pansy's wrist. "Let go, Draco. You're hurting me," she moaned from behind, but Draco merely slowed his pace. Pansy, her cheeks puffed in indignation, forcefully shook off Draco's hand. Draco halted, and with an icy tone, Pansy confronted him. "What is it? You've mastered the incantation?" Initially, Draco felt a surge of anger, but upon hearing the mention of the incantation, he suddenly regained his composure. Pansy gazed at the crimson mark on her wrist, slightly lifting her eyes to meet Draco's apologetic gaze. She scrutinized him and said, "I am aware that you disapprove of my friendships with them. Yet are certain matters not beyond the realm of blood purity? You may not comprehend this now, but one day you shall. I take responsibility for today as incident and regret not being more considerate of your feelings." Pansy gazed at Draco, whose thin lips were pressed into a straight line, his expression devoid of emotion. Yet, witnessing the discontent etched on his face stirred an uncomfortable sensation within her. With a gentle smile, she reached out and grasped his hand, playfully coaxing, "Come on, don't wear that gloomy face. Let us go buy some books." Draco, maintaining an inscrutable demeanor, subtly altered his expression, sighed deeply, and mumbled a greeting while lowering his gaze. Pansy's lips curled into a mischievous smile as she melodiously suggested, "You're still the best, little Draco. Don't be upset. I acknowledge my fault. How about I buy you the latest science fiction novel you adore?" Draco pondered, "Why am I even angry? I can never outwit Pansy, that little enchantress. Yet, I have never revealed this to anyone, not even to my parents. How does she know?" He glanced down at the location of his wristband. Meanwhile, Harry Potter stood at the entrance of the store, having observed the entire exchange, his hands unconsciously clenched. Hagrid inquired, "What is the matter, Harry?" He was perplexed by Harry's fixation on the retreating figures of the two. Harry remained silent, his eyes reflecting a tumultuous longing, and he somewhat dazedly shook his head. Pansy and Draco entered the bookstore, where the assistant manager promptly welcomed them upon their arrival. Pansy offered a polite smile, though in truth, she found such attention rather unappealing. The bookstore was impeccably arranged, bustling with patrons as usual, yet the reading area exuded a serene tranquility, infused with an inexplicable languor and a distinctive scent of graphite that stirred the passions of bibliophiles. She glanced at Draco, who exuded an audacious charm, perfectly mirroring his personality. He appeared completely at ease, embodying a disheveled elegance that carried an air of mischief. What is Pansy up to? This seems rather inappropriate. Pansy finds it somewhat amusing. You truly are. Before she could finish her sentence, she noticed a group of girls approaching. Pansy's expression darkened as she recognized the loathsome Miss Vonder. She tugged at Draco's sleeve. Pansy tugged at him, yet Draco remained unresponsive. She turned to him, only to find him arching an eyebrow in indifference. Pansy, her voice laced with a chilling anger, declared, I am off to read. Do as you please. With that, she departed without a backward glance. Unbeknownst to her, Draco was absorbed in the enthusiastic recommendations of the assistant manager. Pansy felt her anger simmering. Unwilling to engage with that group of maddening individuals, she quickened her pace and arrived at the library section. Surrounded by an abundance of books, she felt considerably better. Rubbing her temples, she reflected on the impulsive urge to eliminate her frustrations. She selected a tome on advanced transfiguration and another on the art of spell creation. Since embarking on her renewed journey of life, her affinity for learning had blossomed, and she had developed an insatiable appetite for the benefits that knowledge bestowed upon her. With a flick of her wrist, she levitated the books, her fingers delicately grazing their edges as her gaze diligently swept across the pages. Occasionally, she would softly articulate the titles, their melodic resonance reminiscent of willow branches dipping into water, creating ripples across a tranquil pond. Friedrich Kigio was in search of leisurely reading material from his school days when he suddenly heard the gentle murmur of someone reciting book titles. Captivated by the enchanting voice of the girl, he followed the sound. Turning the corner, he beheld her fair profile illuminated by light streaming from behind, each strand of hair exuding elegance. Adorned in a bespoke princess gown that accentuated her slender waist, her rosy lips appeared irresistibly charming. He halted in his tracks, for he was the 14th prince of the English Empire, having encountered many beautiful girls, yet none possessed the unique grace she exhibited. His innocent eyes blinked in astonishment. Pansy, sensing the intense gaze upon her, felt a wave of displeasure wash over her and promptly directed the floating book toward him with force. Kigio, initially absorbed in his thoughts, was startled as the girl turned to face him, a smile gracing her lips while her lashes fluttered. He briefly entertained the notion that she might be equally intrigued by him, preparing to return her smile, when he noticed her expression shift coldly, her amber eyes flashing with a fleeting crimson light, as the book soared towards him with alarming speed. He realized he had no time to evade it and gasped in shock. To his astonishment, the expected impact never occurred. Instead, the book swiftly returned to the girl's side. Onlookers in the bookstore turned their heads, bewildered by the peculiar scene unfolding before them. Pansy's gaze was unwavering. Devoid of any distraction, her amber eyes fixated upon him with an unsettling intensity. Regaining her composure, she hastily explained, I did not anticipate your presence here, miss. What a coincidence. It became evident that her exaggerated reaction stemmed from encountering an acquaintance, prompting others to turn away and attend to their own affairs. With a dismissive glance, Pansy regarded him with disdain. Observing his attire, it was clear he was no ordinary individual. The luxurious fabric suggested noble lineage. She held a particular aversion for those who feigned gentility, finding their insincerity overwhelmingly distasteful. How could a truly courteous gentleman cast such an offensive gaze upon a girl? Pansy's expression grew increasingly frigid. Her dislike for the boy before her deepened, rooted in an innate repulsion. Pansy spoke with unyielding candor. I do not know you, sir. Refrain from attempting to establish connections here. With a deft manipulation of her book, she instantaneously transported herself to a reading nook, smoothed her dress with grace, and settled into her seat to peruse her tome, as if the prior exchange had never transpired. Soon, a server approached, presenting her with a steaming cup of tea, which she acknowledged with a slight nod of gratitude. Draco observed her from a distance, taking a seat on a sofa beside a stack of hefty volumes. Surrounded by 4 or 5 girls of varying stature, leading the pack was Funadil, a number of affluent young ladies engaging in sycophantic behavior. Funadil, possessing a fair semblance of beauty, sported a hairstyle reminiscent of Pansy's former look, albeit with chestnut locks and striking blue eyes. Her porcelain complexion adorned with a smattering of freckles. The other girls lacked the allure of Miss Dill, both in beauty and stature. As Pansy listened to the commotion outside, she caught snippets of the conversation between them. Funadiller, Master Draco, are you out with Miss Pansy? Draco appeared to be in good spirits, smiling as he replied, Yes. I am out with Pansy. She is accompanying me on my shopping today. Upon hearing this, Funa's lips turned pale, for she had suspected that insidious girl was trying to entice Master Draco behind her back. With a cordial smile and a voice tinged with youthful innocence, she inquired, Master Draco, have you finished your book shopping? Several of us sisters have come to purchase books today as well. Hogwarts is about to commence. Her feigned youthful tone left her throat feeling uncomfortable. Draco, clearly relishing the admiration and respect directed towards him, waved dismissively, saying, As for the books, Pansy will take care of that in a moment. Are you also attending Hogwarts? His every gesture elicited shyness from the young witches, who seemed exhilarated at the sight of him, as if they had encountered a celebrity. They jostled to engage him in conversation while occasionally casting furtive glances towards the figure by the window, their eyes darkened with envy. Why does she still love reading so much? I recall at least 2 girls among them, her friends. Not even a greeting? Funa noticed Draco's occasional glances at Pansy. Her teeth gritted in jealousy, wishing to slap Pansy in retaliation. Yet, she restrained herself. It was evident that Draco enjoyed Pansy's company far more than her own. Funa had been preoccupied with etiquette and early education classes, neglecting to manage her progress, which allowed Pansy to cultivate such a close relationship with him. Concealing her malice behind a facade of mild regret, Funa said, Pansy visited my home to play once. But I was busy preparing for a teacher's exam and had to decline. She timidly raised her head, her voice dripping with false innocence. She must be angry with me. Otherwise, why would she sit there alone without acknowledging any of us? Upon hearing Funa's words, Draco's face betrayed a hint of disdain as he lowered his voice, replying, She simply has a temper. Quick to anger, yet oh so noble. Funa's eyes brightened at his remark. It seems the young master does not hold Pansy in high regard. This simplifies matters for me. With a face that barely concealed her sorrow, she muttered softly, It's all my fault. I was entirely focused on my studies. And my family's servants, not understanding the situation, unilaterally declined her visit. I must apologize to her. With that, she rose without hesitation, as if fearful of missing an opportunity. Funa approached Pansy with a light step, then slowed her pace, as if something compelled her. Pansy, engrossed in a book she treasured, spared her not a glance. The coldness in Pansy's eyes made Funa's own eyes redden slightly, her brows furrowed with gravity. An overwhelming sense of despair and chill enveloped her, as if a magical barrier isolated her from the warmth of the bookstore. Funadilla halted beside Pansy's desk, her once polished acting skills appearing woefully inadequate in Pansy's presence. A flicker of panic crossed her gaze as she deliberately avoided the eyes of others. Finally, she spoke. Dear Miss Pansy Parkinson, please forgive me for neglecting you recently. I have been terribly busy. I beg your pardon. Beneath her seemingly concerned exterior lay a heart that thought, This fool is not difficult to manipulate. A few foolish words will soon render her completely under my control. In the past, after our quarrels, she would promptly apologize, and I would forgive her quickly. This time, I will apologize first. With such a grand concession, it would be strange if she did not reciprocate. However, she had not anticipated that Pansy had not sought her out for 4 years. In the past, their disputes rarely lasted more than a week, and Pansy would naturally come to apologize. Pansy felt a tumult of emotion swirling within her mind, an unusual sense of unease enveloping her today. She gently closed her eyes, pondering the source of this vexation. Why was there an abundance of irritating misfortunes plaguing her? With a decisive flicker of magic, she teleported, along with the books on her desk, directly before Draco. Enough of this, let us go? Fiona Delacour, who had been basking in her own triumph, was taken aback when, in the blink of an eye, her intended companion vanished, books and all. She suspected she was merely imagining things and rubbed her eyes in disbelief. But there was no one before her. Suddenly, Pansy's voice echoed from the very spot she had just vacated. Whirling around in shock, Fiona was astounded. Had she not spent nearly half a year studying etiquette, her jaw would surely have dropped in astonishment. What method did Pansy just employ to teleport over? Could it be that she possesses a magical artifact? That seems implausible. Even my father lacks any magical abilities, and no adult sorcerer could achieve such fluidity as she does. The circle of young ladies surrounding Draco gasped in astonishment, while Keturah and Milani stared wide-eyed at Pansy, exclaiming, You? How did you manage to come here? Pansy gazed at her with a foolish expression, her hoarse voice imbued with indifference. Just close your eyes, and it will be over. Can't you do that? A faint smile flickered in her exquisite features, the corners of her mouth curving mischievously. Draco, somewhat perplexed, turned to Miss Funadil, Did you purchase the book? Pansy, with a somewhat dazed expression, waved her hand and nodded. Yes, right, I didn't buy it. Let's go pay. After speaking, she turned and walked towards the counter. Draco observed Pansy's agile silhouette, acknowledging her remarkable composure. Indeed, Pansy is quite formidable. She completely disregarded Fiona Della, a truly vindictive individual. Fiona Della stood at the spot where Pansy had just been reading, her heart ablaze with fury. As if doused with a bucket of oil upon a fire. How dare that wretched girl ignore her? She felt as though her lungs might explode from the pent-up rage. Yet she restrained her anger, vowing that Pansy would pay for this affront, though not at this moment. With a light step, Fiona turned and approached Pansy. Swiftly appearing at her side, she reached out and grasped Pansy's sleeve, her bright eyes suddenly welling with tears, her voice tinged with a sob. Shall she? Please don't be angry with me. I truly realize my mistakes. Just forgive me. We're about to head to school, and you are my dearest friend. I cannot bear to lose you. With that, she had premeditatedly retrieved her handkerchief from her sleeve, dabbing at her tears. Pansy, oh, this accursed Merlin's undergarment. When will it ever cease? Can that repulsive slug keep its distance? Oh, my newly ordered attire. Heavens, it has been ravaged by her. Does this woman intend to scratch me with her nails? Pansy observed her increasingly tight grip, as though she intended to pinch her flesh. Pansy's expression darkened, and the surrounding atmosphere grew noticeably colder. Could you possibly loosen your grip? I am wearing a gown valued at 40 gold galleons, and if you tear it, will you compensate me? Funa Dill, who had been crying profusely, momentarily forgot her tears upon hearing Pansy's words. However, she quickly regained her composure and sweetly implored, Xiaoxi, please don't be angry with me. I realize my mistake. May I treat you to some cake? She lifted her gaze to assess Pansy's demeanor, only to be met with her frigid countenance. Funa Dill found it difficult to believe. What on earth was wrong with this fool today? Pansy's voice was as frigid as the wintry winds of December, imbued with an icy chill. Release my hand, or I shall not hold back. 3, 2, 1. With a snap of her fingers, Pansy summoned a cascade of water, replete with shards of ice, which poured down upon her from the heavens. It appeared as though magic enveloped Pansy, for not a single drop of water splashed upon her. Conversely, Funa Dill was drenched from a distance, losing her balance and landing on the ground. Pansy gazed down upon her, while the surrounding crowd had long been drawn to the commotion, the majority of whom were already acquainted with the two individuals. Pansy, unfazed, spoke with a languorous and sweetly resonant voice, imbued with a hint of playful petulance. I truly wonder what audacity you possess to seek me out. For years ago, on a frigid winter's day, I approached you with a heart full of joy. At that tender age, I reveled in our role-playing game, heedless of your request for me to play the part of your maid. Yet, you declared your intent to mount the carriage, demanding that I kneel to serve you as you ascended to your bed. I refused, and you reassured me that it was inconsequential, urging me to remain below on the balcony, proposing a fishing game instead. In my youthful innocence, I knew not the depths of your intentions. My youthful, apricot-hued locks were braided at my side, my tall and slender figure complemented by bright, captivating eyes that sparkled with allure. Although I spoke with a charming smile, I deliberately slowed my pace, articulating each word with weight. Yet you commanded your maid to hurl a basin of icy water from the second floor directly upon my head. As I looked up, I could still see the sinister glee on your face. Upon returning home, I fell ill with a fever that lingered for an extended period, and it was only after the Death Eaters attacked the hospital that I was compelled to be discharged. Miss Funadia, all of this transpired thanks to you. How could you possibly have forgotten? Pansy wore a look of sorrow, and the onlookers exchanged glances, while a journalist amidst the crowd in the bookstore had already drawn out a camera to document the scene. The journalist mused to himself, indeed, just as foretold. Today we'll witness significant news unfolding here. I have been observing this girl for quite some time. Two noteworthy stories are destined to emerge from this very moment. Splendid. Soon. For friends of Funa Dill surrounded him, with Ketra Milani bringing forth a blanket to envelop the distraught girl, lifting her gently from the ground. Pansy, with an inscrutable smile, turned around and retrieved a pouch of coins, presenting 15 golden galleons to the assistant manager. In her usual tone, she instructed, prepare 2 sets of standard textbooks for new students, each accompanied by 6 distinct exquisite notebooks. Surely, there are feather quills included? Each person will need 5. As for ink, I require only 10 bottles. The book covers should be wrapped in the simplest brown paper, and the prints must be clear and pristine. A handwritten note will suffice, but it must be neat. Do not employ anyone with poor penmanship. Once everything is completed, Send one set to Draco and hand the other to me. You should know the address, so I won't haggle. Consider the remainder as a tip. Ensure the overall packaging is meticulous, or I shall return it. Everything must be detailed. After this thorough briefing, Draco instinctively took her hand, leading her away. Those familiar with the Malfoy family noticed Draco's assistance in carrying Pansy's bag, eliciting a mix of admiration and speculation about the potential selection for the role of Mrs. Draco Malfoy. Observers reminisced about Pansy's composed demeanor, expressing their appreciation for such a cunning girl who had always conducted herself with strategic foresight. Meanwhile, they reflected on the biting cruelty of allowing a maid to douse her with cold water in the winter. Fiona, amidst her friends, scurried out of the bookstore like a scolded mouse, her once neat and elegant short hair now drenched and clinging to her face in disarray. Mrs. Pellin, guiding her child, cautioned, "School is approaching. You must learn to recognize individuals like Miss Pansy. While some mistakes are tolerable, one must not allow the brazenly unpleasant to go unpunished." Young Master Vasish nodded obediently, agreeing, "Mother is right." Just now, Miss Fiona played the victim, leaving those unaware to assume Miss Pansy was the one with a foul temper. Such cunning. He gazed at Fiona's retreating figure, his brow furrowing in distaste, for he abhorred being manipulated. Days later, on a typical morning at Parkinson Manor, Frick Parkinson sat perusing the Daily Prophet while savoring his favorite whiskey. Fiona, her face icy, arranged the items on the dining table. As the household staff assisted in tidying up, she found her husband increasingly intolerable, and had it not been for the family name, she would have sought immediate divorce. She could hardly fathom why she had ever found him appealing. For years ago, when their young son fell ill, he showed little concern. Yet he was oddly attentive regarding their son's affairs, encouraging humility. 3 years prior, he would return home reeking of alcohol, engaging in nonsensical arguments that she could hardly decipher. 2 years ago, he had resorted to physical violence, during which he carelessly insinuated that she was involved with Lucius Malfoy, an utterly ludicrous accusation. In recent years, he often took Pansy to meet peculiar individuals, and on one occasion, he introduced her to a group of elderly men at a gala, which she only discovered through her network. Disillusioned by his self-serving nature, she now wished only to safeguard her family and ensure her children thrived. Thankfully, she had not been blinded by love. She still held the reins of money and power, and Frick still afforded her a semblance of respect. Suddenly, Frick's brow furrowed as he laid down the newspaper with a resounding thud upon the solid wood table, exclaiming, "Fiona, look at what Pansy has done." Fiona paused her tasks, glancing at the newspaper to read its contents. The headline read, "Pansy Parkinson, the ingenious schemer, dismantles a scoundrel, retribution unleashed, a tale of vengeance following 4 years of turmoil." Accompanied by vivid photographs and detailed narratives, Fiona's initial concern for her daughter dissipated, only to be replaced by a surge of indignation upon comprehending the article's details. She pinched the bridge of her nose, muttering, "Miss Fiona, how dare she plot against my daughter? A warning must be issued to her father. The grievances of 4 years cannot simply be overlooked." Frick, adopting a facade of moral indignation, proclaimed, as a young lady, "How can she behave so rudely? Miss Fiona has already apologized, and yet she continues to act appallingly in a crowded bookstore. Now it's in the newspaper, tarnishing the Parkinson family's reputation." Fiona meticulously scrutinized the newspaper, a glimmer of pride illuminating her features. A swell of exhilaration coursed through her as she thought, "Yes, this is how it should be done. My daughter acted rightly. Such vile individuals deserve this treatment." She found solace in the notion that her daughter's life remained unaffected by the book-buying incident, alleviating her fears of bullying at school. Frick's expression darkened, bubbling with fury, as he took a hefty swig of whiskey and bellowed, "Fiona, are you even listening to me? Our daughter is causing trouble out there, and you seem elated. Are you going to let her get away with this?" He slammed his glass onto the table with force. After a prolonged silence, Fiona finally spoke, her tone icy and detached. "I never imagined you would fail to grasp the most basic of readings. Justice is self-evident. Whether you comprehend it is inconsequential. Do not raise your voice. I have no intention of arguing with you." With that, she set down the newspaper and ascended the stairs. Pansy was upstairs, playing the violin, while a steaming cup of red tea rested upon the table. The melodious notes resonated sweetly, as if an enduring friendship lingered in the breeze, intertwining with the tumultuous emotions of parting. Fiona gently knocked on the door, prompting Pansy to set down her violin. Dressed in a moonlight-hued silk nightgown, she appeared ethereal, as if untouched by the mundane world under the morning light. Fiona entered with a tone of admiration, exclaiming, "Little she has begun her practice again. Your skills on the violin have truly advanced remarkably. This nightgown suits you perfectly. You look absolutely lovely. After speaking, she pursed her lips, seemingly contemplating something. Pansy, clad in a simple robe, straightforwardly remarked, "Mother, feel free to ask whatever you wish. There is no need for pretense." A gentle smile graced her face as she engaged in an entirely ordinary act. Fiona, observing her daughter, instantly discerned her thoughts. She found it difficult to persist in the tense silence and ventured to inquire about the events that had transpired in the bookstore. Pansy mischievously winked and asked, "Mom, do you already know everything?" After speaking, she reached out and embraced her mother. Fiona solemnly nodded, yearning to discern whether the entire event unfolded as depicted in the newspapers. That incident was published, and she wished to know its veracity. She gently stroked Pansy's hair. Pansy gently nodded in agreement, taking her seat at the desk. She retrieved her crystal ball and tarot cards, softly explaining, "At least this public sentiment is not entirely negative. I have a premonition. For someone, this heralds a significant downfall." As she held the tarot cards, they floated gracefully in the air while the crystal ball shimmered subtly. Some matters, when overthought, remain unresolved. However, once one begins to take action, all becomes clear. Mother, I shall not concern myself with the opinions of others. No one truly cares for an utterly futile piece of advice. With that, she selected a card from the tarot deck, revealing the Queen, and then drew another, an angel. Pansy lifted her head, sighed deeply, and turned to Fiona with her beautiful and gentle face, proclaiming, "It's all a good omen. There's nothing to worry about." Fiona, observing her daughter's adeptness in the art of divination, felt a sense of relief wash over her. "It's all right, my dear. I trust you. If anyone dares to bully you, remember to tell me. Soon enough, you'll be starting school, and I'll ensure that your belongings are taken care of." She cast a reluctant glance at her daughter, yet understanding the importance of her studies, she chose to leave. Pansy's disciplined routine brought her comfort, as she realized her daughter's strength was perhaps even greater now. At Malfoy Manor, the wind howled outside as the servants methodically swept away fallen leaves. Inside, the silence was palpable. Narcissa and Lucius sat on the sofa, scrutinizing Draco, who stood before them as if about to be interrogated. Narcissa began, "What transpired that day, Draco? Why did it make the papers? Where were you when the other boys were bothering Pansy?" Her anger was palpable. Lucius, holding the newspaper, pointed out with a mocking tone, "Look at my clever son. There he is, chatting with other girls." He poked at the image in the paper with a finger, his condescension evident. Upon seeing the image of Draco, self-satisfied in a corner, Narcissa's fury escalated. "This is unacceptable. Your fiancé, he was being approached by others, and you were off chatting with other girls." The rage surged within her, but she managed to suppress it. She slammed the newspaper on the table, demanding an explanation. "You better clarify what you were doing while you were supposed to be with her." Draco, heart racing and feeling cold all over, stammered, I was just buying books. She wanted to read, so I ended up chatting with others." His words faltered, lacking clarity. He furrowed his brow, hesitant to argue. Why is Mom so furious? It's not a big deal. Besides, Pansy is strong enough to handle herself. Narcissa, nearly choking on her frustration, shot Lucius a furious look, blaming him for this situation. Lucius, bewildered, questioned, "What did I do wrong?" In a moment of clarity, he grasped Narcissa's hand, adopting a placating tone. "Draco, Pansy is your sister, isn't she? You must look after her. She is only 11, 2 years younger than you. What if she encounters danger? Without our presence, you must be her protector." His tone softened, guiding Draco gently. Draco, taken aback, felt a chill run down his spine. "Dad, what is going on? He has never spoken to me like this. It's unsettling." Sensing Draco's submissive demeanor, Lucius's anger dissipated. "Stay away from Miss Della, or you might find yourself manipulated. At school, heed Pansy's advice. Don't rely solely on your cleverness. School isn't like home, where you're indulged. If trouble arises, we cannot shield you." He emphasized, "If anyone bullies Pansy, you must intervene, not just stand by and watch. If we find out otherwise, neither Sissy nor I will let you live it down." With a sense of finality, Lucius felt reassured. Narcissa exhaled in relief, satisfied with how her husband handled the matter. She added, "Draco, we haven't been the most effective educators at home. Many lessons remain unlearned. Remember to respect others at school. If anything is unclear, ask Pansy. All your expenses will be managed by her. If you wish to buy something, approach her." Draco, initially planning to evade, was struck by the reality of his mother's south intentions to place his finances in Pansy's hands. He gazed at her, swallowing hard. Mother, I will take care of Pansy, but he was abruptly cut off by Narcissa's rising anger. Silence. That will suffice. Do not expect anything else. I will provide Pansy with 12 galleons a month. You may only withdraw 4 galleons weekly, and receipts are mandatory. Draco attempted to protest, but Narcissa waved him off. No other conditions will be accepted. With that, Lucius and Narcissa ascended the stairs, Lucius reassuring her, Sissy, don't be upset. The child is still young. It's normal for him not to understand. He'll learn as he grows. Let us not dwell on it. Shall I take you to see the latest film? His sweet demeanor returned. Draco slumped onto the sofa, fatigue etched across his face, his voice laced with anger yet tinged with resignation. Ugh. Pansy, school awaits. And you still have a hold on me. He covered his eyes with his palm, fingers slowly curling into a fist. Fiona Della was in a furious uproar in her room, her maid trembling in fear beside her, nursing bloodied feet. Fiona sat at the edge of her bed, gripping Today as Prophet tightly, the bold headline driving her to the brink of a nervous breakdown. She loathed that wretched girl and was determined to exact a fierce revenge, ensuring that Pansy would be utterly disgraced. Her gaze bore into the newspaper, her features contorting in rage, resembling a demon from the abyss. To her maid, there was little difference between her mistress and a psychopath. Since Hagrid took Harry Potter to Diagon Alley, Harry returned transformed. Dudley lounged on Harry's bed, fiddling with his game console. I envy you for being able to attend wizarding school. Having wizard blood is so cool. If there are any pretty little witches, do introduce me, he remarked casually. Harry, quietly absorbed in his book, replied with a newfound tone, sure thing. You should consider shedding some weight. If you were more handsome, they might actually approach you, and your offspring could inherit wizard blood. Dudley chuckled dismissively. So you think I'm fat? How about you join me for a workout tomorrow? By the way, what was the name of that cute girl who came looking for you last time? Is she a witch too? Harry's eyes momentarily darkened as he paused his reading. Yes, what of it? Is her family well known? He probed cautiously. Dudley, feeling dejected, flopped back onto the bed as the room's lighting flickered erratically. A sudden gust rattled the curtains, and he glanced over at Harry, who lay on his bed, lost in thought. Though the Dursleys treated him well over the past 4 years, Dudley was acutely aware of their true feelings towards him. He knew this was merely a fantasy under the influence of magic. Should the magic fade, everything would be revealed as a lie. He sighed. Well, it seems I'm out of luck. He felt a profound turmoil within his heart, unable to discern a clear direction. The day he inexplicably laid eyes upon her, an enchanting sensation of spatial disarray enveloped him, a phenomenon he later learned was referred to as infatuation. Dolly, somewhat undeterred, inquired, So, Harry, will she seek you out again? Do you know where she resides? What is her name? Upon uttering these words, he appeared to recall something, his complexion flushing crimson. Harry furrowed his brow, his gaze distant and his expression laden with gravity. Could it be true that she is so strikingly beautiful that any male would inevitably be drawn to her? His youthful visage bore a tense, pallid hue. Time swiftly passed, and on the day of the new term's commencement, Pansy donned the basic school uniform mandated by the institution. The exquisite white blouse accentuated the delicate whiteness of her slender neck, while a beautifully patterned bracelet adorned her wrist. She wore a subtly modified green outer garment and completed her ensemble with deep green low-heeled leather shoes, the skirt elegantly styled into charming waves. Draco sat beside her, attired in a dapper jacket paired with the standard school shirt and complemented by the requisite suit trousers. Unfazed by the heat, he had also chosen to wear a basic outer robe. Although the forthcoming school life held its uncertainties, Draco's demeanor today was decidedly cheerful. His usually pallid complexion appeared slightly flushed, clearly indicating his excellent health. Pansy applied a vibrant lip gloss that enhanced her complexion, delicately shaped her eyebrows, and dusted a hint of blush on her cheeks. Her spirits were high today, and she wore a constant smile. Draco observed Pansy as she continued to adorn herself, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Truly, she was a vain little sprite. He raised an eyebrow and positioned himself behind her as she tended to her hair. For convenience, Pansy had opted for a side ponytail today. Turning her head, she handed Draco a hair clip adorned with a black ribbon and gold edges, embellished with a delicate pearl. Draco casually accepted it and secured it to one side of her hair. Pansy, satisfied with her streamlined look, arched her brows and pressed her lips together. Indeed, beauty is always a delightful sight, even in its simplicity. Draco gazed at the exquisite girl in the mirror, reminiscent of a porcelain doll, and cheerfully quipped, Hurry up, it's already past 10. Stop preening, or we'll be late, Pansy. Pansy nodded with a radiant smile, All right. Let's head downstairs. Pansy carried her bag, which was approximately as thick as 2 books. With a furrowed brow, she sensed something amiss. If you are using my bag to carry your belongings, then you ought to help me carry it, she exclaimed, followed by a clever smile as pure as clouds drifting in the sky. Draco, without uttering a word, accepted her bag, shaking his head in resignation. Pansy, can you possibly be more extravagant? Have you acquired yet another new bag? The bag, an elegant cream color, boasted 3 or 4 green gems, beautifully encased in silver trim, exuding opulence and finesse with numerous smaller compartments. Truth be told, he felt a twinge of jealousy, his composure wavering, and an inexplicable indignation pulsed at his temples. Mrs. Parkinson truly dotes on her daughter. He couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. I receive a mere 2 galleons for pocket money each month, while she can afford to change her bag 4 times a month, each valued at over 40 galleons. Descending the stairs amidst his jealousy, he observed Pansy's expression of utter despondency. Surely, it is not that burdensome. I simply prefer not to carry it myself. And I am not reducing him to a mere shell of a person, nor exploiting him. Soon, they were led to the station by Dobby. And as soon as Pansy set foot on the ground, she began to cough. It must be said, the dust at this Muggle station was indeed overwhelming. Pansy could not suppress her tears as she coughed uncontrollably. Upon witnessing her distress, Draco hurriedly rummaged through his bag in search of a cup. Once he found one, he poured a glass of water for Pansy, his attractive brows furrowed with concern as he offered her a hoarse expression of gratitude. Pansy lifted her gaze once more and beheld Harry in the distance, pushing a small cart laden with an abundance of luggage. Draco followed Pansy's line of sight and could not help but furrow his brow. Very well, Pansy called out in a slightly hoarse voice as she walked. Andy moly. Harry, cough, cough. Draco, noticing her unsteady gait, reached out to steady her, saying, They can't hear you. Take your time. Reluctantly, he assisted Pansy to their side. Pansy, with a beaming smile, spoke in a hushed tone, ahem. The peculiar aroma here is quite overwhelming, Ron. Have you also commenced your studies? Has Harry been unable to locate Platform 9? Her voice was clearly strained, and her beautiful amber eyes bore a hint of redness. She retrieved a water bottle from her bag and poured herself a glass, gulping it down hastily. Draco, gripping his bag tightly, expressed his concern, urging her, Pansy, take your time. What a fool. Just moments ago she was coughing, and now she drinks so rapidly, not fearing the risk of choking. Mother was right. She truly needs looking after. It was evident that Pansy paid no heed to his words, finishing the glass in a matter of seconds. She returned the cup to him. And though he intended to scold her, her cheerful demeanor softened his resolve. Molly's face radiated with uncontainable delight. Oh, Pansy, you too are starting school today. I thought you might choose a different institution. As she spoke, she reached out and took Pansy's small hand in hers. Pansy's eyes were slightly reddened, rendering her an enchanting sight. Her voice was sweet and delicate as she greeted, Aunt Molly, it has been so long. I have been too busy lately to come and visit you. I have truly missed your delicious cookies. Standing beside Pansy, Draco resembled a formidable old pine, exuding an unsettling stillness. His finely chiseled features were frigid, revealing little emotion. Molly, clad in a pink plaid coat and adorned with a burgundy beret, cast an awkward glance at Draco and remarked, Good day, young Master Malfoy. I see you have joined Pansy at school. Congratulations. May you both acquire a wealth of knowledge during your time there. Pansy turned her head to glance at Draco beside her, whose face was shrouded in darkness. She wondered what Aunt Moria would think upon seeing him, considering he had previously been at odds with Harry Potter and Ron. This time, she hoped for some improvement in their relations. Noticing Pansy's unwavering gaze upon him, Draco's cold visage twitched slightly, revealing a sinister smile, though he certainly did not perceive it that way. Pansy, feeling a tinge of unease, broke the silence by saying, Come on, let us board the vehicle. The dust here is rather overwhelming. Molly, somewhat reluctant, reached out to gently caress Pansy's hair, reflecting on how this child was truly the most endearing among all her treasures, graceful, charming, and exceptionally understanding. Take good care of yourself at school. If anyone gives you trouble, do not hesitate to speak to those 2 mischievous rascals. Pansy smiled warmly, a gentle glow illuminating her delicate cheeks. All right, I shall inform George and Fred, she declared, before taking the somewhat stiff Draco by the hand and dashing towards Platform 9. Although Harry Potter had previously witnessed this spectacle, the sight of another person rushing through the barrier still filled him with a sense of wonder. Pansy rushed onto the platform, a disorienting sense of chaos enveloping her, causing a slight dizziness. At that moment, her heeled shoes felt somewhat unstable. Her foot twisted, nearly toppling the nearby Draco. Fortunately, Draco steadied her, his expression unchanging, yet a hint of a sardonic smile crept upon his lips. "You clumsy oaf. You resemble a pig." Upon hearing Draco's words, Pansy wore an exceedingly peculiar expression. Previously, her foul mood had led her to indulge in sweets, resulting in a change in her physique and a temperament that bordered on the cruel. Her visage had become a disarray, and those in the school who harbored disdain for her bestowed upon her a myriad of nicknames. Some likened her appearance to that of a lion dog, while others compared her to a cow, and a few girls whispered sordid and unflattering rumors behind her back. Yet, after a brief moment of distraction, she composed herself, deftly evading Draco's grasp as he assisted her, and boarded the train alone, seeking the compartment she had previously occupied. Pansy stood at the doorway of the carriage when the door frame suddenly swung open, startling the two simpletons inside. Pansy lowered her eyelids, her high nose elegantly structured, and her lovely thin lips uttered coldly, "Gore, you may take your seat elsewhere. I wish to occupy this row." Gregory Gore, perplexed, reached up to touch his short hair. Clearly taken aback, responded, "Miss, do you know me?" Pansy's gaze was profound, clearly reluctant to elaborate. "Gregory Goyle, please take a seat beside Crabbe." "Thank you." Behind her, Malfoy caught up with Draco. "Pansy, where do you intend to sit?" Goyle in the carriage furrowed his brow, still unable to discern the situation. While Crabbe across from emerged, "Goyle, come over. Let us sit in a row and give young Master Draco some space." Pansy wore a frown, remaining silent as Goyle vacated his seat for her. Her tone was icy, seemingly devoid of interest in conversation as she introduced herself. "I am Pansy Parkinson. A pleasure to meet you." An air of awkwardness enveloped the atmosphere. Draco, seated beside Pansy, shifted uncomfortably, discreetly rubbing his nose. Goyle offered a friendly smile. Addressing Draco, "Master Draco, we are to become classmates." Draco, somewhat perplexed, thought to himself that he did not recognize the boy before him. Crabbe appeared to sense Draco's confusion and interjected, "We met at the banquet a year ago, and again 3 years and 5 years prior. We even shared a meal of roasted beef and petite cakes." After a prolonged silence, Draco finally spoke, his voice deliberate. "You are Goyle and Crabbe?" Pansy felt somewhat distracted, uncertain of when it began, but once she started to reminisce about those unpleasant memories, her emotions would spiral into instability. Draco recognized the two of them and swiftly struck up a conversation. With a hint of envy, Draco remarked, "It has been quite a while since we last met. You two have grown significantly taller, at least 20 centimeters above me, I dare say." Goyle and Crabbe exchanged awkward smiles, seemingly a bit embarrassed. Pansy turned her head to one side, gazing at the billowing white smoke and the swirling dust that danced among the crowd. Groups of students boarded the convoy, passing by her window, and an inexplicable anger simmered within her, though she could not discern the reason. After sitting for a while, Draco excused himself to the restroom, leaving her alone with two acquaintances, who, fearing her potential ire, remained utterly silent, scarcely daring to make a sound. Pansy was completely oblivious to the present circumstances. Instead, she was lost in contemplation of the last memory, recalling that Hermione should have been there. "Let us go and see," she thought. Pansy rose abruptly, startling both Goyle and Crabbe, who instinctively recoiled at the sight of her seemingly reproachful expression, which struck her as somewhat amusing. With a hint of embarrassment, she remarked, "I apologize. I just had a minor disagreement with Draco. Please keep an eye on my belongings while I step out to find a friend. If Draco inquires, simply tell him I went to look for Harry." After expressing her apologies with a nod and a radiant smile, she vanished in the blink of an eye. Upon emerging into the corridor, she found the air surprisingly refreshing, despite the lingering presence of a strong dustiness that she found somewhat disconcerting. Quickening her pace, she proceeded to search each carriage, as she was unaware of Harry's exact location. As she passed by each compartment, she glanced inside, noting that the majority of her classmates had already boarded, with only a few students still searching for available seats. Pansy encountered numerous former classmates within, yet she felt no urgency to make their acquaintance. Having searched through the 11th carriage, she was poised to proceed to the 12th when, unexpectedly, the carriage door swung open, dousing her with a bucket of water. Pansy paused momentarily in her stride, extending her hand to conjure a protective barrier that halted the advancing water. However, two young wizards nearby swiftly cast the binding charm, Colloportus, to confine her. Pansy did not anticipate the force with which her body slammed against the floor of the compartment. Her knees, bound and frozen in the posture she had just been walking in, met the ground in an intimate, jarring contact. Draco, who was washing his hands in the compartment, suddenly felt a sharp pain in his knee. Lowering his gaze, he mused to himself, "What is happening?" Confused, he lifted his head to dry his hands, only to notice that his wristband was glowing a vivid blue. Instantly, Draco's expression turned cold as ice. He neglected to dry his hands and hastily flung open the bathroom door, rushing out. His piercing gaze swept across Pansy's usual seat, now ominously vacant. Crab and Goyle turned to him, their faces painted with bewilderment, utterly at a loss for his sudden shift in demeanor. Draco stood frozen for a fleeting second, uncertainty flickering in his eyes, before abruptly regaining his composure. His eyes, sharp as daggers, darted towards the two, whereas Pansy, his voice, though not loud, carried an unmistakable edge of accusation. Goyle pointed towards the door, while Crab added, "She told me to tell you she went to find Harry. She left barely a minute ago." With a swift motion, Draco pushed open the compartment door and sprinted outside. As soon as he stepped through, he spotted a group of girls gathered a short distance away, their attention fixated on Pansy, who lay sprawled on the ground. Quickening his pace, he soon reached them. As he drew nearer, he could hear the girls hurling cruel insults at her. The harshness of their words ignited a sense of urgency and fear within him. He forcefully shoved aside the two girls blocking his path, lifting Pansy from the ground. Observing her dazed expression filled him with a profound sense of compassion. Pansy was initially walking steadily when she suddenly fell victim to an assault and tumbled to the ground, leaving her mind in a state of disarray. Flickering images that did not belong to her memory emerged, strange yet undeniably familiar. Pansy, initially lost in the flickering images within her mind, only regained her senses upon hearing Draco call her name. Draco's eyes mirrored an unmistakable concern. "Pansy, how are you faring?" Pansy wished to speak, yet found her mouth seemingly sealed. As she attempted to move her limbs, she discovered they were also bound. She considered using magic, only to realize that her internal magic was in a state of turmoil. Perhaps it would be best to summon Draco instead. The chaotic energy caused Pansy's eyes to flicker in color, shifting from green to blue, and then to gray, presenting an exceedingly peculiar sight. Pansy could only convey her message through her eyes, the pain coursing through her body causing her eyelids to redden. It seemed that her magical power had inexplicably surged to a new height. Draco observed her silent demeanor and momentarily assumed she had hurt herself. However, upon noticing Pansy's persistent blinking, he finally comprehended her intent and retrieved his wand to lift the enchantment from her. Pansy rose to her feet with Draco's support, and as she moved, a sharp pain began to throb from her wounds. Tears welled in her eyes, for she had always been averse to pain, her greatest fear being injury. Lowering her gaze, she noticed that her knees were scraped and bruised in two significant places. Her emotions were consumed by a simmering rage. Pansy slowly lifted her head, her disheveled hair framing her face, as her eyes gradually turned a chilling shade of crimson, surveying the circle of onlookers with an icy gaze. Thus, the quest for vengeance commences. Draco stood beside her, his heart heavy with concern as he glanced at her knees, where blood had seeped through her flowing gown, the fabric now stained and speckled with mud. As Pansy began to speak, he barely grasped the words. Suddenly, the girls surrounding her, as if confronted by a malevolent specter, were overtaken by terror, scattering in frantic disarray, their cries echoing as they sought refuge in all directions. Pansy, with a crooked smile at the corner of her mouth and a voice that rang out, declared, "Some mice believe that by hiding in the shadows, I remain oblivious to their presence. I possess ample time to deal with you." As soon as she uttered these words, a glimmer flickered in her eyes, gradually transforming into a mesmerizing amber hue. Pansy felt a sudden clarity. The excruciating pain coursing through her body made her acutely aware that she had momentarily lost control of her magic. It felt as though something was writhing within her. Pansy suddenly began to cough incessantly, her hand pressed against her mouth, a spurt of crimson blood staining her palm. Witnessing her distress, Draco could no longer remain composed. His heart constricted sharply, and he instinctively held his breath. He reached out to steady her shoulder, his voice laced with urgency as he inquired, "What is happening? Are you all right?" Observing her pale complexion and slight tremors, his concern deepened. Pansy shook her head, concealing her true feelings to spare Draco any worry, and uttered a white lie. "I'm fine. I merely bit my tongue by accident." Draco's expression was somewhat conflicted, yet he swiftly regained his composure. He drew his wand and waved it, cleansing her of any remnants of injury. "You've been hurt. Let's return and change into something fresh," he suggested. Pansy gazed at the small dragon that she cared for, her eyes gradually welling with saline tears that cascaded down her cheeks. "No, I won't go back." Draco's brow was etched with a delicate frost, his gaze scrutinizing her. Are you still intent on seeking Harry Potter? Pansy spoke with a quivering voice, lamenting. It hurts to walk. Observing Draco's jealous demeanor, she wept softly like a wounded creature, feeling wronged. As Draco witnessed her anguished tears, a mix of anger and sorrow surged within him, prompting him to instinctively embrace her. Draco thought to himself, enough, enough, I truly fear her. If this matter were to reach my mother's ears, she would surely flay me alive. I might as well comfort her properly. Pansy initially believed she could restrain her tears. Yet upon witnessing Draco's unwavering attempts to console her, she found herself unable to hold back. She felt an overwhelming sense of injustice, even after being reborn. Why did she still face torment? Each day felt burdensome and suffocating, and not a single soul seemed to comprehend her plight, nor could she voice her feelings to anyone. After a considerable time, it was only when the train had set in motion and the distant calls of the vendor reached her ears that Pansy managed to cease her weeping. Draco glanced at the large streaks of tears staining his black robes and found himself at a loss for words. How can she cry so easily? It was merely a fall. Alas, she truly is delicate. Pansy had ceased her tears, yet she still held him tightly. Draco followed her gaze and noticed a lady ahead who was peddling her wares. Pansy, feeling a touch of embarrassment, inched closer to him, attempting to conceal herself with her robe. Draco, now aware of the earlier commotion, who had so vociferously proclaimed a desire to chastise others, and who had wept so audibly, likely alarming the entire train, couldn't help but chuckle softly. Yet, he seemed cautious not to provoke her further. Gently, he reached out and tenderly adjusted her hairpin, restoring its proper place in her slightly disheveled hair. Pansy raised her head to gaze at the somewhat unfamiliar little dragon today, a blush blooming on her cheeks as her eyes fell shyly upon the soles of her shoes. Pansy, her voice tinged with a hint of shyness, murmured, "Someone is coming. We should leave quickly." Her words were scarcely audible, heard only by Draco. A mischievous smile returned to Draco's face as he replied, "Very well. I shall take you to him." He extended his arm, enveloping her in his embrace, and gently bent down to lift her. Draco effortlessly hoisted Pansy into his arms, prompting her to cling a little closer to him in trepidation, while the speeding train continued to hum with a resonant buzz. Pansy's face was pressed against Draco's clothing, and an unmistakable aroma enveloped them, a scent reminiscent of pine trees in the forest, akin to dew that had soaked for an eternity with a hint of fresh grass. The fragrance intoxicated her senses, leaving her utterly captivated. Draco, too, felt an inexplicable sense of accomplishment. He could distinctly hear the rapid beating of his heart, and as time stretched on, he perceived that the places Pansy had touched felt electrified, as if an exhilarating current coursed through him. A flicker of panic surged within him, prompting an urgent desire to set Pansy down as he quickened his pace, oblivious to the couple's display of affection in the train aisle as they searched for Harry Potter. Numerous classmates caught sight of them during their quest, but that is a tale for another time. As moments flowed, Draco realized that holding Pansy was not tiring at all. He cherished the feel of her petite frame. A rather blunt thought crossed his mind. So slender, no wonder she is so delicate. Meanwhile, within the depths of Pansy's amber eyes, a whirlwind of emotion surged, and a smile began to blossom on her lips, revealing an enchanting dimple. Finally, in the last carriage, they discovered Harry Potter and Ron. Pansy reached up to wrap her arm around Draco's neck. Casting a glance as the door to the carriage swung open, Draco entered without a hint of shyness, and the onlookers beheld a tall young man tenderly carrying a petite girl into the room. Harry and Ron immediately recognized the pair, yet were perplexed by the situation. Hermione Granger, too, appeared utterly bewildered by the scene unfolding before her. With an air of nonchalance, Draco gently set Pansy down from his embrace. Pansy, upon touching down, shyly covered her face with her hand. With a gentle smile, she explained, "I apologize. I intended to seek your company, but I encountered a few bothersome individuals along the way who were tormenting me." Hermione Granger regarded the girl before her, clearly of distinguished background, with curiosity. The delicate arches of her slender brows and long lashes glistened with moisture, while her cheeks bore faint traces of tears, flushed a tender pink. The tip of her nose was slightly reddened, and her pale lips revealed that her complexion was not at its best. Pansy approached Hermione Granger with delicate steps, pondering for a moment before gently speaking. "Hello, Miss Granger. I am Pansy Parkinson," as she extended her friendly right hand. Hermione rose to her feet, and, noticing the charming girl before her, graciously reached out her hand. With a refreshing voice, Hermione replied, "Hello, Miss Parkinson. Do you know me?" Pansy shook her head, the bow adorning her hair shimmering as it moved. Her thin lips parted slightly. The divination has revealed many names to me. I know you have borne the weight of numerous secrets, and I believe we shall often encounter one another in the library. After sharing this enigmatic smile, Hermione furrowed her brows slightly, feeling an unsettling sensation that this unfamiliar girl seemed to know everything about her. This discomfort intensified when she glanced up and met the gaze of a rather austere boy, whose eyes gleamed with arrogance. Feeling increasingly uneasy, she sulkily returned to her seat, paying little heed to Pansy before her. Pansy turned her head and was met with Draco's disdainful expression. With a hint of exasperation, she pleaded, "Brother, could you refrain from regarding my friends with that frosty demeanor? It is quite impolite." Draco furrowed his brow and offered a perfunctory smile, his voice as cold as ice. "Well, hello everyone. Alas, why does Pansy always associate with such peculiar individuals? That girl carries an air of arrogance, with buck teeth and numerous freckles. What is going on with her hair?" He continued to scrutinize her with a rather impolite gaze, prompting a resigned sigh from Pansy. Pansy gazed at the table in the carriage, which was heaped with an array of snacks, and she felt a surge of astonishment. "Harry, you've squandered your money again," she exclaimed, noting that the abundance of treats nearly overflowed from the tabletop. Pansy spoke astonishingly, and initially, everyone doubted her ability to divine. However, in an indirect manner, Hermione affirmed that the witch before them truly possessed the gift of prophecy. Hermione gazed at the girl with incredulity, while Ron, munching on gummy candies, gasped in surprise. Harry, with his mouth agape in bewilderment, finally uttered, "Did you foresee this as well?" Pansy pressed her lips together and let out a bitter smile. "Harry, please, can you take this seriously? Don't be so foolish. Have you read the book I gave you? Especially the potions class. You need to study that more. The professor isn't particularly fond of you. Oh, to be precise, he both loves and hates you. It's a bit complicated, but you will understand later." She struggled to clarify her thoughts. As soon as she finished speaking, Draco grew impatient and raised his voice, asking, "Has Pansy finished? If so, you still have potions to attend." Pansy opened her mouth to respond, but he interrupted her. Before she could refuse, he lifted her up, departing under the gaze of Hermione, Ron, and Harry. Naturally, Pansy cast a spell to close the compartment door behind them, a feat that made Hermione envious. Their grand and enchanting exit resembled a genuine romantic script. After they left, Ron continued munching on snacks. Hermione, with a firm grip, slowly uttered Pansy's name, Pansy Parkinson. "Do you know her? She seems to be a wealthy young lady, and she appears decent." Harry shook his head, somewhat dazed. Ron, still eating, chimed in. "She is the daughter of the renowned Parkinson family in the wizarding world, Hermione. If you've read the recent news, you would know." Harry listened attentively to Ron's words and inquired, "What is the name of the young dragon beside her? Is he her brother?" Hermione frowned. "Young dragon? Who would name someone that? Isn't it strange?" She looked at Harry, puzzled. Harry shook his head. "It's just that Pansy always calls him that. I don't even know his name." He paused, holding his breath, waiting for Ron's response. Ron, noticing Harry's keen interest, said while munching, "Well, that is Draco Malfoy. A prominent figure in the wizarding world. Their families are quite close. Their mothers are friends. Pansy is actually Draco's sister, and everyone in my family likes her." Harry appeared confused. "Aren't they siblings?" "Mr. Malfoy seems to care for Miss Parkinson." Ron pursed his lips, grinning mischievously. "Let me clarify." Harry nodded, and Hermione patiently awaited his explanation. Ron, with a teacher-like demeanor, began, "Draco is Pansy's brother, 2 years her senior. However, Pansy is a studious girl with considerable talent. She excels in many areas and frequently uses apparition. She has a good temperament and is friendly, but when she gets angry..." He stopped abruptly, as if realizing something alarming. Harry and Hermione were engrossed in his words, but Hermione frowned. "Why did you stop? Do you know something?" Initially indifferent, she now felt a tinge of annoyance. Ron hesitated before continuing. "Pansy possesses some prophetic abilities. She is the most remarkable which I've ever seen. It's rather intimidating. I just realized that." How did Harry come to know Pansy? Harry pondered for a moment before responding. "That was 4 years ago." Ron wanted to ask more, but Hermione impatiently interrupted. "Are you going to talk about Miss Parkinson or not? If not, I'm leaving. I prefer directness, loathing any form of circumlocution." Ron looked at Hermione's anxious face, contemplated for a moment, and gritted his teeth. "All right, for the sake of friendship, I'll risk it. I'll tell you." Harry listened intently while Hermione rolled her eyes. Ron earnestly stated, "Did you see the Malfoy who just brought her in? He has a terrible temper and despises muggle-born wizards. That has been their family stance for ages. Pansy, however, is quite the opposite. He dotes on her. I'm not sure if it's due to family reasons or personal ones, but it surprised me that he came to my house for her, despite his usual aloof demeanor. Hermione, intrigued, posed a question. If they hold such differing views, won't they argue? Ron nodded, somewhat cryptically, of course. But Draco never dares to raise his voice at Pansy. Hermione furrowed her brow. That logic doesn't hold. They aren't even blood-related. Why would he fear her? Ron chuckled softly at Hermione's thoughts. It's simple. Just look at how cherished Miss Parkinson is within the Malfoy family. Who would prefer a cold, aloof son over a sweet girl? After laughing, he continued, I believe Draco's status in the family isn't as high as Pansy's. Ron and Hermione continued their discussion for quite some time, while Harry quietly absorbed their conversation. So, what exactly is the relationship between Malfoy and Pansy? His expression gradually transformed into one of fury and aggression, yet Ron and Hermione remained oblivious. Hermione, still unconvinced, anxiously remarked, but even if it's due to family, why would he willingly listen to a girl? Ron paused, then spoke slowly. So you weren't listening to me at all. I told you from the beginning, she is a gifted witch. According to rumors, she has received 6 acceptance letters from various academies. Upon hearing this, Hermione fell silent. Then slowly asked, what does that mean? Harry raised his fist to his mouth and cleared his throat. It means her magical power can be sensed from great distances. Typically, students with 2 acceptance letters rank among the top 10 in school. Ron explained, this was mentioned by my mother during a chat with Professor Dumbledore at the Order of the Phoenix. Hermione frowned. The introduction to magic book? I don't know about that. And the renowned wizarding families? The Order of the Phoenix? What is that? ISNT Professor Dumbledore the headmaster. She felt overwhelmed by the influx of information, struggling to process it. Nevertheless, she managed a confident yet forced smile. Harry, where did you buy that introduction to magic book? Sigh. I've been so focused on textbooks that I haven't had time for anything else. Harry scratched his head, awkwardly smiling. That was a Christmas gift from Pansy 3 years ago. I have no idea where she bought it. I haven't seen it in the bookstore. Hermione's smile seemed somewhat insincere. Could you lend me that book? During school. Harry, surprised, replied, you want to read it? Sure. I'll lend it to you when we get to school. Hermione nodded appreciatively. Thank you. I'll take good care of it. Afterward, she wrinkled her nose at Ron, noticing some dust on his nose. Hermione stood up. I'll take my leave now. See you at school. I'll check the textbooks again. She opened the compartment door, pointed at Ron's nose. You have something dirty there. Without looking back, she left. Ron wiped his nose, discovering it was indeed dusty. Pansy sat in her seat as Draco tended to her wounds. Tears streamed down her face, a testament to her fear of pain, prompting Draco to embrace her in a gesture of consolation. The train jolted with numerous bumps, and Pansy, feeling drowsy, succumbed to sleep in a daze. Draco leaned against the train seat, with Pansy nestled in his arms. How tranquil she has become. A flicker of delight passed through his otherwise indifferent gaze as he savored the presence of the girl in his embrace, though his brow furrowed in contemplation. Who was responsible for injuring Pansy today? Such audacity. Once this foolish girl recovers, I fear they shall face dire consequences. In his reverie, he too succumbed to fatigue and dozed off against the seat. Goyle offered an awkward smile, while Crabbe blinked uncomfortably. They dared not make a sound. For across from them sat the young master of the Malfoy family. No one wished to incur his wrath, so it was best to remain quiet. The girl who had fallen asleep first also seemed formidable, her temper evidently fierce. The Miss Parkinson. The two exchanged a discreet glance, fearful that their voices might draw attention and awaken the sleeping pair. Upon awakening, Draco found that the train was nearing its stop. He opened his eyes to see Crabbe and Goyle grinning at him from across the aisle. Glancing at his watch, Draco noted that over an hour had passed. He gazed down at the sleeping girl nestled against his chest, unable to find it in his heart to rouse her. The train began to sound its horn, a deafening noise, yet it failed to disturb Pansy's slumber. Observing her pale complexion, Draco felt a surge of annoyance. How foolish she can be. As the train gradually came to a halt, Draco gathered his belongings and cradled her in his arms as he disembarked. Pansy felt a tremor and opened her eyes, the brightness momentarily blinding her. What is happening? Draco? She reached for Draco's robe to shield her eyes. Hagrid was at the station, welcoming everyone, waving his arms and calling out loudly. I'm here to escort you from the school. Everyone stay close. Many noticed a strikingly handsome boy carrying a girl clad in a long gown. Some unfamiliar young witches began to murmur amongst themselves. Who is she? What is wrong with her? Why is someone carrying her? One of the younger witches gestured for silence and whispered, "They belong to two of the world's most renowned pure-blood families. Young Master Malfoy is carrying Miss Pansy. She seems to have been bullied. I saw it when we boarded." The first young witch appeared taken aback. Who would dare bully her? Isn't she a well-known aristocrat? A buzz of astonishment rippled through the crowd as many began to discuss the situation. Crabbe and Goyle stood on either side of Draco, somewhat awkwardly. Their lips pursed in discontent. Pansy gradually adjusted to the light, awakening with an apologetic and awkward smile. "Did we arrive, Draco?" she inquired. Draco, wearing a triumphant grin, replied, "Indeed, we have. Are we to board a boat?" Pansy revealed a mischievous smile. "Ah, then you must carry me onto the ship, shall you?" Draco raised an eyebrow, looking at her with playful mockery. "All right, be good. Don't squirm too much, or you might end up crying in pain again." Upon uttering these words, Draco felt his heart race uncontrollably, and a flush of crimson spread across his cheeks, reaching his ears. Pansy gazed at him, mistakenly believing that her weight was burdensome, and she struggled to free herself from his grasp, yearning to descend. However, witnessing her predicament, Draco tightened his hold even further. Pansy struggled for quite a while but remained suspended, clearly becoming increasingly agitated. "Put me down. I can walk by myself," she exclaimed, her fierce gaze locked onto him, yet lacking any real intimidation. Draco, growing somewhat impatient, replied, "Stay still. If you end up crying from pain, others will think I'm bullying you. If that reaches my mother's ears, I'll be in real trouble." Pansy felt a sense of resignation as she closed her eyes, thinking that their display would soon spread throughout the school. Upon disembarking, Harry and Ron, along with a group of young wizards, took note of two peculiar individuals nearby, particularly two exceptionally tall figures who resembled bodyguards. Harry's expression darkened. Draco Malfoy was indeed making quite a spectacle of himself. A sense of gloom enveloped him. Ron, attempting to lighten the mood, chuckled softly and remarked to Harry that it seemed the school would soon have a sensational piece of gossip. Hermione, overhearing their conversation, turned to look and smiled at Harry before joining the others on the boat. Pansy sat up from Draco's embrace, finding themselves aboard a small boat. She surveyed the surroundings, which were exactly as she remembered, and smiled with a hint of familiarity. Draco, concerned, inquired, "Are you all right? Does it still hurt? Will you be able to walk soon?" Pansy, feeling somewhat embarrassed, gently nudged Draco from behind, saying, "It's really not that bad, is it?" Her voice was warm, akin to a tender blade of grass, delicately strumming the strings of his heart. Draco, slightly irked, retorted, "Then fine, you may walk by yourself. Let's see how capable you truly are." He feigned an air of cool bravado. This display garnered a flurry of admirers, causing even the young witches aboard the other vessels to blush with bashfulness. Pansy spoke in a soft, delicate voice. "All right, don't be upset. That was not my intention, as you well know. Stop pretending." She was all too aware of what Draco was up to. President Pan appeared to be thoroughly enjoying himself, leaning against Draco's shoulder. This scene incited a wave of envy among the young witches, who gazed upon it with a mix of admiration and resentment. She tilted her head to behold the sunset's enchanting hues, uttering the phrase "twilight glow." In that instant, time seemed to stand still. Despite the occasional murmurs of conversation that drifted nearby, it felt as though this moment was truly exquisite, one worth cherishing for a lifetime. Draco observed her sincere demeanor, choosing not to disturb her, but instead began to search for Harry Potter amidst the crowd. As evening descended, the boat finally arrived at the shore, where Hagrid stood waiting, and the little wizards disembarked in eager anticipation. As Pansy attempted to rise, Draco, with an air of irrevocability, lifted her into his arms. From the imposing stone gates of the castle emerged Professor McGonagall, her gaze immediately locking onto Harry Potter amidst the crowd, her eyes glimmering with a hint of warmth and a touch of satisfaction. It was Draco's first encounter with such an expansive and magnificent castle. Professor McGonagall surveyed the students and soon noticed something peculiar about me and Draco. I whispered to Draco, "Perhaps you should set me down." Draco smirked slightly, his demeanor suggesting a playful challenge. "What's the matter? Haven't you been injured?" Everyone knew that when we arrived, though Pansy felt a twinge of reluctance. A measure of delight nonetheless flickered within her. Among the throng of students, a woman's gaze pierced through the crowd like a venomous serpent, fixated intently upon Pansy. I merely incited a few close friends to exact vengeance on my behalf. I never anticipated that this shameless wretch would suffer but a mere scratch and yet have the audacity to remain in the embrace of the young master, she thought, her indignation palpable. Realizing her glare had been excessively fierce, she quickly tempered her emotions and turned to engage in cheerful conversation with her companions. Pansy embraced him as they entered the grand hall. Draco remarked, "What is there to fear? After all, you are my sister. What more can they possibly say?" Beside them, Crab and Goyle exchanged awkward glances, both silently acknowledging the peculiar confidence of their master. In her previous life, Pansy had committed numerous misdeeds and had grown accustomed to the inexplicable attention of others. It seems her resilience to embarrassment had become rather formidable. A crowd formed in an orderly fashion around her, with Draco Malfoy fearlessly cradling Pansy as they ventured to the center. Crab and Goyle closely followed, establishing a rather peculiar formation. Many witches unfamiliar with Malfoy cast sidelong glances, their eyes betraying a subtle yet profound admiration and affection, while numerous boys discreetly eyed Pansy, searching for attractive girls amidst the throng. Draco cautiously set Pansy down and, upon raising his gaze, encountered Professor Dumbledore on the stage, who regarded her with a peculiar expression. Upon realizing he had been noticed, Dumbledore broke into a radiant smile. Professor McGonagall glanced at Dumbledore and then at Pansy, pondering the unusual connection, wondering if they were acquainted and what had transpired when that boy had held her. Pansy felt a tinge of sadness, for in a past life, Professor Dumbledore had chosen to sacrifice himself to protect Severus Snape and Draco. A complex glimmer passed through her gaze. Dumbledore's eyes, filled with vigilance and curiosity, quickly discerned the subtle shift in her demeanor. Upon witnessing the scene with Professor Dumbledore, Pansy felt a flicker of suspicion directed towards herself, but it mattered little. For my connection with Voldemort is tenuous at best. She innocently blinked her eyes. Professor McGonagall retrieved an ancient hat from a box. A magical leather hat that astonishingly began to speak. Professor McGonagall then elucidated, "The Sorting Hat can determine the most suitable house for you based on your inherent qualities. Now, I shall call forth the names." The young wizards in the audience collectively gasped, their nerves mounting as they pondered which house they might be assigned to. Pansy turned her head to glance at Draco, whose eyes were tinged with a hint of unease. Dressed in the standard school athletic attire, Draco emanated a certain icy demeanor. He lowered his gaze and inquired softly, "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Pansy's eyes shimmered with mirth as she remarked, "Draco, I have a strong inclination that I shall not be sorted into Slytherin. The Sorting Hat will undoubtedly place me in Ravenclaw." Despite her light-hearted demeanor, her hands betrayed a hint of anxiety. Draco's gray eyes dimmed with concern. He fervently wished for Pansy to join him in Slytherin. Before long, Professor McGonagall called out, "Draco Malfoy." Her voice resonated throughout the hall as she tenderly touched Draco's face, reassuring him, "Do not fret." With a playful glint in her eyes, she scrutinized Pansy, causing Draco's palms to sweat, his heart racing as if fried in oil. He approached slowly, the whispers of the crowd enveloping him. Yet no one noticed his subtle expressions of unease, only Pansy was aware. Previously, even before the hat had touched him, it had proclaimed Slytherin, as if it were destined. As Draco settled onto the stool and McGonagall placed the sorting hat atop his head, the hat bellowed, "Slytherin." Draco, taken aback, stammered, "No, you haven't even touched me. This isn't fair." Having progressed under Pansy's guidance, surely he must possess the potential for Ravenclaw. Despite his family's long-standing allegiance to Slytherin, his parents supported Pansy accompanying him. So attending Ravenclaw would be acceptable, wouldn't it? Sweat beaded on his forehead as he continually reassured himself. His heart raced, his face flushed with heat, and his blood felt as though it pooled in his head. His hands fidgeted together anxiously. Yet, others failed to perceive his subtle expressions, merely considering his meticulous nature. McGonagall looked at him with bemusement, unable to comprehend his words. The Sorting Hat erupted in a sharp, mocking laughter. "Very well, I shall indulge you. I'm curious to see what resides within that little mind of yours." Dumbledore furrowed his brow, having never encountered such a situation. McGonagall replaced the hat upon Draco's head, and it whispered softly, "Considerable ambition, intellect, and composure. You are indeed most suited for Slytherin. Why do you resist?" The hat cast a glance at Pansy and smiled. "You wish for that girl to accompany you, do you? To Slytherin? She appears to possess significant ambition as well. You are reluctant? Which house do you desire? Ravenclaw? Yet you do not harbor a passion for knowledge." The Sorting Hat frowned, finding itself in a perplexing dilemma. Draco, upon hearing the hat's words, felt deeply disheartened. For it spoke the truth, he did not possess a love for learning. Pansy gazed intently at Draco, as if time itself had come to a standstill. A palpable tension filled the hall, where even the sound of a pin dropping would be heard. And the only noise was the soft rhythm of breaths from those around them. Outside, the incessant chirping of cicadas provided a backdrop to the moment. Pansy, caught in a dilemma, raised her voice. Slytherin is where you truly belong, not Ravenclaw. Do you understand? Her demeanor was tense, her expression one of innocence and uncertainty. Her eyes sparkled with clarity, and her elegant green silk dress, complemented by a black outer robe, created an image reminiscent of an inkwash painting. Many boys took notice of her, swallowing hard as they attempted to steady their racing hearts. Draco's hands were clenched tightly, his nails digging into his flesh. As he reminded himself to remain composed, I wish to join Ravenclaw. Without you, how can we make a splash at school together? Professor Dumbledore cast a wistful glance at the young boy on stage, reminiscing about the beauty of youth and the impulsiveness that comes with affection. Professor McGonagall nodded warmly, harboring a touch of envy for the young couple. Pansy waited patiently for Draco's response, yet silence lingered in the air, as if the Sorting Hat had lost its voice. Draco's hands were clenched tightly, his nails digging into his flesh, as he reminded himself to remain composed. I long to join Ravenclaw. Without you, how can we make a grand impression at school? Professor Dumbledore cast an envious glance at the boy on stage, reminiscing about the exuberance of youth and the impulsive nature of love. Professor McGonagall nodded warmly, harboring a touch of envy for the young couple. Pansy waited for a considerable time for Draco's response, yet silence prevailed, as if the Sorting Hat had lost its voice. She felt a surge of joy within, for Draco wished to join her. However, suppressing her emotions, her countenance transformed slightly, revealing a flicker of anger as she softly, yet coldly asserted, I said Slytherin. Did you hear me? Noticing Pansy's rising ire, Draco's expression darkened. Does she not wish to be in the same house as me? Observing his despondency, the Sorting Hat finally proclaimed Slytherin. Draco, as if in a trance, rose from the stool, his gray eyes fixed intently on the ground as he silently descended. Dumbledore, however, found the situation quite amusing, a subtle smile gracing his lips. The gathered wizards and spectators murmured in surprise upon learning the final outcome. Unexpectedly, Professor McGonagall called the next name, capturing their attention once more. Pansy Parkinson. Draco, his face pale and voice hoarse, declared, Let me carry you up. With that, he lifted Pansy in front of the crowd, striding confidently upward. The audience erupted in astonishment. Funa struggled to suppress her voice, as if it were stifled. Unable to utter a word, merely staring at Pansy, a few young witches gazed at the scene with admiration. Young Witch 1 remarked, Look at how considerate he is towards the girls. Young Witch 2 replied, Indeed, I envy that. Pansy was gently placed upon the chair on the platform, and Professor McGonagall wore a look of satisfaction, as if she were on the verge of engaging in a heartfelt conversation with her. Draco silently stepped back, his face betraying no emotion, while Professor Dumbledore's gaze remained inscrutable. The Sorting Hat was placed upon Pansy's head, and with a mischievous twinkle in her eyes, she proclaimed loudly, Ravenclaw. Behind her, Draco's eyes were vacant, revealing a sense of numbness and disappointment. Professor Dumbledore cast a wistful glance at Draco, and Professor McGonagall comprehended the sentiments expressed moments before. Pansy wore a smile that hinted at deeper meanings, her eyes shimmering with unspoken thoughts. Under the collective gaze of the crowd, she spoke, her voice a warm yet audacious melody. No, I shall join Slytherin. You have misjudged. My ambitions are evidently greater. Do not believe me? Just look. Draco was taken aback, his gaze fixating on the figure ahead with uncertainty. The onlookers gasped in astonishment, the headmaster taken aback, while Professor McGonagall regarded her with incredulity. How extraordinary. The Sorting Hat, momentarily at a loss, mused to itself, Is this truly permissible? You seem to be bending the rules a bit. The Sorting Hat then cautioned her, Are you certain? Your soul is clearly better suited for Ravenclaw, where your true potential can be fully realized. A voice, audible only to those nearby, whispered, I aspire to dominate the entire magical realm. Is such ambition not sufficient? The Sorting Hat buzzed with confusion, its thoughts shattered by Pansy's proclamation. Professor Dumbledore, taken aback, lowered his hands that had previously rested on his chest, while Professor McGonagall's eyes widened in astonishment, clearly pondering, what on earth is Pansy doing? The Sorting Hat closed its eyes, taking a moment to reassess, its form trembling as it cast a hesitant glance toward Dumbledore. Communicating silently through their gaze, Dumbledore nodded, prompting the Sorting Hat to bellow the loudest declaration in history, Slytherin. Outside, rain began to fall, accompanied by the rumbling of thunder, and the air was thick with a familiar earthy scent as the downpour cascaded with a resounding clamor, as if striking against something. Draco, with a lightness in his step, lifted Pansy, who wrapped one arm around his neck. a cold smile playing on her lips as she cast a bold, inquisitive look at Dumbledore. Dumbledore nodded in acknowledgement, maintaining a polite smile, while McGonagall, ever astute, sensed the unusual atmosphere surrounding the headmaster, her mind racing with speculation. Could this be genuine? Draco carried her to the Slytherin table, where only a few had been sorted thus far, and he chose a central position to sit, Pansy perched comfortably on his lap. The sorting ceremony continued. Pansy spoke with a hint of nonchalance. I have my ways to ensure you join Slytherin. Draco chuckled softly, offering no rebuttal. It's futile now. You have already become one of Slytherin's little serpents. He reached out and playfully tapped her nose. Pansy gazed at the boy's radiant visage, elegantly reclining in his chair, his tall and slender form seemingly enveloped in a luminous aura, exuding an ethereal beauty akin to that of a celestial being. Feeling somewhat drowsy, she stifled a yawn and softly uttered, "Wake me up in a moment." With that, her voice trailed off, and she leaned against him, succumbing to slumber. On the podium, the key figures from the school occasionally cast furtive glances at Pansy. Professor Snape had also arrived, and he exchanged a few whispered words with Professor Dumbledore. Snape's gaze towards Pansy shifted, and even the typically reticent professor found himself questioning, "Are you serious?" Dumbledore nodded earnestly, closing his eyes in affirmation. Snape's eyes, now tinged with a hint of disdain, surveyed the two individuals seated below, his thoughts betraying a sense of annoyance. What are they discussing affectionately when they should be focused on their studies? A flicker of contempt danced in Snape's eyes. I am curious to see what abilities you possess, Miss Parkinson. Professor McGonagall, standing beside Snape, suddenly felt an inexplicable chill. Noticing the professor's sour demeanor, she instinctively adjusted her clothing and took a couple of steps back. Time swiftly passed, and the sorting ceremony concluded. Everyone had settled at the long table, arranged in perfect order, while the hall buzzed with scattered conversations. Draco gently tapped Pansy on the shoulder, rousing her from her slumber and guiding her to a nearby seat. Awake now, no more sleeping. Pansy, still bleary-eyed, rubbed her eyes and nodded, yet remained somewhat dazed. Moments ago, she had experienced a peculiar dream in which she found herself standing before a grand clock, its rhythmic ticking resonating in the air. A letter had materialized in her hand, and just as she began to open it, the clock shattered into pieces. Turning her gaze, she noticed a tempest raging outside, with flashes of lightning illuminating the sky. Just as she was about to discern the contents of the letter, a sudden burst of light jolted her awake. Feeling a touch of boredom, she sat on her chair, swinging her legs idly. Not far away, Harry, Ron, and Hermione from Gryffindor waved at her in unison. Hermione had come to understand Pansy to some extent, having learned from Ron that she was a remarkably disciplined individual, a trait that elicited her admiration. Pansy returned a sweet smile, winking at the three little ones, while Draco glared at the scene with evident displeasure. Crabbe and Goyle, somewhat in awe of Miss Pansy, recognized that the Malfoy family was notorious for their disdain towards Muggle-born wizards. Thus, her boldness in befriending Gryffindors was indeed a rarity. Pansy felt a sense of joy, yet her mind was preoccupied with the recent dream, and the dismal weather outside mirrored the atmosphere of that dream. Torrential rain enveloped the entire academy like a thick fog, swirling around the walls like a whirlwind. An unsettling premonition gnawed at her, compelling her to make a note to address it once she returned to the common room. Lost in her thoughts, she was aware that many individuals were surreptitiously observing her and Draco, though she paid them little mind, having grown accustomed to such scrutiny at school. As her gaze swept the surroundings, she sought familiar faces from her past. Suddenly, her eyes brimmed with tears, betraying her sorrow. Wait, is that Professor Snape? Snape quickly discerned a distinct gaze among the crowd fixated upon him. His expression was a mix of coldness and melancholy. Yet he met the girl's gaze with a glimmer of joy at their reunion. He found it puzzling. Does Miss Parkinson know me? What is that expression on her face? He continued to scrutinize Pansy with a curious intensity, causing her to hastily lower her head, wiping away her tears with her sleeve. I still remember the time when you were carried out of the castle, your body riddled with bite wounds, with 4 or 5 fractures. I had never paid you much mind, Professor. When Harry claimed you were a traitor, I certainly did not believe it, though you are not one for words. I could sense your affection for Harry in every nuance of your speech. I understood your first question to him long before you uttered it. I despise Harry for his inability to recognize the love others have for him. Instead, he perceives it as hostility, which has fueled my aversion towards him, not merely due to the issue with Draco. Pansy, with her delicate and expressive eyes, was still wiping away her tears, yearning to protect those dear to her this time. Draco sat beside her, gazing at her with a hint of melancholy. wondering what was troubling her. Just as he was about to offer words of comfort, he felt the icy gaze of Snape fixed upon him. Draco furrowed his brow, perplexed, questioning silently why he was being scrutinized. It truly was not his doing. He attempted to explain to Snape through gestures, while Crabbe and Goyle observed their peculiar master with confusion, unaware of the reason behind Pansy's tears. The two glanced up, following Draco's line of sight, only to see a figure that caused them to lower their heads once more. Professor Snape, clad entirely in black robes, was enveloped in darkness, emanating an aura of disdain from his cold eyes, as if he held contempt for all. His greasy hair hung long, unkempt, suggesting it had been ages since it had seen proper grooming. Upon catching sight of him, Crabbe and Goyle instinctively buried their heads again, exchanging glances beneath the table. Snape, noticing his students' odd behavior and their unspoken gestures, felt a wave of exasperation and turned away. Pansy was in a rather foul mood, feeling somewhat irritable amidst the cacophony surrounding her. She wiped away her tears and took a deep breath, attempting to regain her composure. An overwhelming urge to unleash her frustration surged within her. Struggling to contain herself, she exerted every ounce of restraint. Severus had departed from the stage and stood by the castle window. Pansy glanced at the spot where he had vanished, understanding that Severus was yearning for Lily. Pansy was enveloped in a whirlwind of emotions, for she understood all too well the feeling of affection left unvoiced, the desire to draw near while simultaneously pushing away. Dumbledore stood upon the platform, eloquently delivering his perennial speech, the opening address unchanged throughout the years. His words flowed forth, identical to those of the past, devoid of any alteration. Yet, her heart no longer harbored the same anticipation for her current existence. A peculiar urge to flee washed over her, tempered by the fear that altering her fate might disrupt the fabric of time itself. Draco glanced over at her, puzzled by her complex expression. He could not fathom what troubled her this time. He had grown accustomed to her inexplicable moods. Perhaps she was simply yearning for home. Quietly, she pressed her hand against her wrist, overwhelmed by a tumult of unease, despair, pain, weariness, and even a mixture of love and hate. He followed her gaze, yet found only an empty wall, devoid of even a single painting. Suddenly, a lavish spread of food materialized upon the table. Chicken legs, roasted beef, spare ribs, lamb chops, sausages, bacon, steak, boiled potatoes, roasted potatoes, French fries, Yorkshire pudding, peas, carrots, and a cascade of carrot juice, along with tomatoes, ketchup, and mint candies. A myriad of whimsical spirits flitted about, some even emerging from the table itself. Pansy wondered if they would not tire of this annual spectacle. Pansy gazed at the mound of food before her, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Once again, it was the same monotonous fare. She cast a sidelong glance at Draco, who, with a beaming smile, filled his plate with his favorite dishes, seemingly delighted by the prospect. Pansy, her expression a mix of resignation and exasperation, thought to herself, "Here we go again, enduring this for a few more years." Draco, intent on his meal, served himself a generous portion of steak, ladled some broth onto his plate, and added a handful of peas. Noticing Pansy's disgruntled demeanor, he mistakenly assumed she was reluctant to rise, so he reached for her plate. Turning his head, Draco inquired gently, "Which one would you like?" Pansy paused momentarily and said, "Please help me prepare some boiled peas, and add some potato strips, along with a bit of meat broth." After Draco finished assembling her meal, he furrowed his brow, remained silent for a moment, and then remarked, "Are you intending to starve yourself?" As he spoke, he sliced a piece of steak from his own plate, raising an eyebrow at her. Pansy's gaze lingered upon his face, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Draco observed her dazed expression, fearing that he might have incited her ire. With a hint of hesitation, he spoke, "Mother instructed me to take good care of you." After uttering those words, he scrutinized the expression that adorned Pansy's countenance. Pansy's pale cheeks were slightly flushed, rendering her irresistibly charming and utterly endearing. Several male classmates stole glances at her, while she basked in quiet delight, her heart brimming with sweetness. She adjusted her somewhat disheveled ponytail and spoke, "It's nothing. Thank you for your concern, Xiao Long. I shall eat a bit more." The soft, warm glow of the lights accentuated her fair and luminous complexion, exuding an air of elegance and nobility. Sitting at a nearby table, merely 2 meters away, was Funa, who observed Pansy closely. She clenched her teeth, her slightly elongated eyes narrowing, her otherwise beautiful visage now displaying a hint of ferocity. This wretched girl is trying to seduce even while dining. She must be taught a lesson. Dumbledore had also noticed Funa's gaze, curling his lip in amusement. "Ah, Such youthful passions already, how delightful. After a distracted meal, several upperclassmen escorted them to their newly assigned dormitories. Draco Malfoy and Pansy, along with other Slytherins, were allocated to a different dormitory, much to the envy of many. It was evident that the upperclassmen were intentionally stirring trouble, first leading the other Slytherin students to witness just how exceptional their accommodation was. Upon opening the door to his personal suite, Draco found a spacious single room with a large bed, the furnishings reminiscent of his former room. He nodded in satisfaction and remarked to Pansy, "Not bad," a mischievous smile playing on his lips, relishing the envious glances directed towards him. "Pansy, surely there are no others on this level, just Draco and me?" The head of their year exhibited a palpable impatience. This room was originally designated for reservation, but it has now been partitioned into 2 separate chambers. The password for entry changes weekly, so do remember to check the notice board. After delivering a plaque and a key to both Pansy and Malfoy, he descended the stairs. Numerous curious gazes from the crowd scrutinized the pair, clearly filled with a mixture of confusion and envy. Pansy stood on the outer side of the corridor, clearly able to hear the head prefect descending, muttering about the spoiled and ill-tempered students. Draco was about to reach out and lift Pansy, but she shook her head, stating, "It's nothing, just a minor injury. I'm not as fragile as you think." After saying this, she wore an expression of calm assurance. Draco, somewhat speechless, nodded before retreating to his room. Pansy entered her room only to realize that her bag was missing, with all her belongings left with Draco. She had been feeling somewhat disoriented lately. Draco knocked gently on the door before stepping inside. "The decor here quite resembles your room," he remarked, his gaze soft as it fell upon Pansy. Pansy, whose laughter resembles the gentle breeze of autumn, exclaimed, "Bring me the things. I still need to take a bath." Draco, somewhat at a loss for words, handed over the handbag, sighing, "Alas, I have put in so much effort to carry this for you, yet I hear not a word of gratitude." His cunning eyes darted mischievously within their slender confines. Pansy extended her hand and playfully tapped Draco's forehead, her tone turning serious. "If you dare to ask me for thanks again, and you still haven't mastered the art of mental closure, I shall impose a punishment upon you." The girl's eyes shone with determination and tenacity. Draco, feeling somewhat defeated, shrugged his shoulders. "It's not that I don't wish to learn, but just look at my age. How could I possibly grasp it?" His gray eyes glimmered subtly under the illumination. The fleeting melancholy in Pansy's gaze seemed to whisper, "You rely on me so much. If I were to vanish one day, how would you care for yourself? Perhaps you should learn a bit more, for I am but a soul surviving on borrowed time." Yet, that sentiment was swiftly concealed without a trace. Draco blinked his innocent, large eyes, his demeanor changing from earlier as he adopted a somewhat petulant tone. "Could you grant me another year? I promise to learn within that time." His lashes fluttered with fresh allure, his eyes brimming with hope. Pansy's gaze softened considerably, yet she remained resolute. "No, if you cannot master this, you shall have to pursue something else. Do you remember the necessity of practicing the spell 30 times each day?" A warm smile lingered at the corners of her lips. Draco's expression instantly soured, a flicker of despair crossing his face. Pansy gazed at him, as if she were transported back to the time when she had first begun teaching him spells. She felt an inescapable sense of foreboding, a conviction that her stay here would not be prolonged. In an instant, Pansy heard the distant rumble of thunder and the flash of lightning outside the window. She had an unsettling intuition that this matter was somehow connected to her. A sense of unease enveloped her today, her emotions fluctuating in a peculiar manner. Draco's gaze was dim. "I understand that I must study diligently. I shall heed your advice. After all, I cannot possibly contend with you." Pansy, initially tense and frowning at his words, suddenly relaxed, a fleeting look of enchantment crossing her face as she turned, cunningly inquiring, "If you can defeat me, I shall heed your every word. So, what would you have me do?" Her demeanor was remarkably earnest. Draco, gazing intently at Pansy, blinked seriously, while the room's lights flickered ominously due to the tempest outside, the wind howling with increasing ferocity. He swallowed nervously, realizing that any response he offered might displease her. With great caution, he nodded, "I shall study. I will begin immediately and return to my room to learn. I must take my leave now. You should wash up and rest early. Good night, Pansy." And with that, he fled in a flurry. Pansy smiled, her face illuminated by a nostalgic yearning. "Ah, men." She waved her hand to close the door. Pansy felt rather grimy today and decided to take a bath. In the principal's office on campus, Dumbledore gazed gravely at the sorting hat on his desk. "What have you discerned from her soul?" The sorting hat forced a stiff smile, I have perceived nothing extraordinary. I only observed her relentless dedication to her studies. Most of her life revolves around learning, exhibiting remarkable self-discipline. She rises early each day and plays the violin. Yet she has acquired a considerable number of spells. Dumbledore felt an unsettling anxiety swell within him. Could this girl become the next Dark Lord? His chest felt suddenly heavy, making each breath laborious. The Sorting Hat continued its calm analysis. Indeed, you are correct. She has also delved into various other subjects, including management. Furthermore, she has read numerous books on personal development. And that Malfoy, judging by his memories, Miss Parkinson is hardly benevolent. Aside from insisting he study, she even resorts to physical reprimands. Despite this, Malfoy wishes to be in the same house as her. There is something amiss. Dumbledore scoffed slightly, feeling an inexplicable disdain. What is so peculiar? That girl is undeniably beautiful. It would be unnatural for Malfoy not to be captivated. The Sorting Hat attempted to further utilize its clever faculties. But Dumbledore interrupted with a weary sigh. Enough. I understand. With a wave of his hand, he put the Sorting Hat away. He set down the quill he had been writing with and glanced out the window. Why is this rain so peculiar? His long beard fluttered in the wind that swept through, and the papers on the desk rustled ominously. He raised his head and let out a deep sigh. In Snape's potions classroom on campus, he, clad in black, wore a brooding expression as he examined the incomplete potion in his hands. Suddenly, sorrow washed over him, and a tear slipped from the corner of his eye. He calmly set the potion down, his heart ablaze with unbridled fury, burning within him. He could never comprehend why Lily would be drawn to such an arrogant and selfish individual. With a humble smile, he muttered, "Potter, Harry, I am curious to see what this so-called savior possesses that is so remarkable." His eyes glinted with coldness, and each word that escaped his lips was laced with bitterness. Like a dagger piercing the air, Pansy meticulously bathed, a peculiar sensation enveloping her, accompanied by an inexplicable pain coursing through her body and a certain difficulty in breathing. She hastened her movements and soon emerged from the shower, standing before the mirror to don her attire. In a fleeting moment, she caught a glimpse of a shadowy figure reflected in the glass. Upon closer inspection, she discovered her back adorned with intricate black patterns, so unique that she had never encountered anything like them before. As she reached out to touch them, a sharp sting coursed through her, and wisps of dark vapor emanated from her skin. Her hands, clad in clothing, froze as her gaze turned vacant and devoid of life. What was happening to her? Trembling with unease, she hastily dressed and stepped out of the bathroom, her footsteps unsteady. Water droplets cascaded from her hair, each one punctuating the silence. While her weary visage bore an expression of utter desolation, Pansy's slender form lay rigidly upon the bed, her pallid visage appearing emaciated. What is it? It is corroding me. Reclining on the gentle mattress, she felt her once burdensome body becoming ethereal, and a sense of drowsiness began to envelop her. She despondently mused, perhaps on that fateful day of utter oblivion, I perished. All this time has been stolen. Has the curse of time already commenced? Alas! I am truly exhausted and wish to relinquish all concern. The rain outside seemed to have abated, and a refreshing essence permeated the air. The scent of Hogwarts meadows lingering as it once did, as she surrendered to the arduous struggle for breath. Suddenly, she opened her eyes. A sense of unwillingness swiftly consumed her. The wind in the room intensified, causing the heavy curtains to billow ominously, while the light bulb flickered erratically. Her eyes, resembling natural rubies from the forest, sparkled with a hint of allure, and as she sat upright, a glimmer of bloodthirsty intent shone within them. Have you surrendered so swiftly? I had anticipated you would endure a bit longer. The punishment of time commenced days prior, yet it had gone unnoticed. Her porcelain skin contrasted sharply with her slightly pallid lips, as she smiled with a bewitching, ghostly charm. Today marks the final deadline. I shall seek that elusive glimmer of hope. She opened her handbag, retrieving a crimson robe and a mask adorned with a white smile, and gazed once more into the mirror, where the girl's hair had already turned silver, and fine cracks adorned half of her face. Pansy gazed at her reflection in the mirror, a faint smile curling her lips. So, the laws of time have found me. What of it? In the drawer, the crystal ball, divination cards, and pendulum manifested themselves. In the blink of an eye, the divination tools adorned the table. The instruments on the surface operated with a languid grace, the pendulum spinning of its own accord, while the prophecy book rustled with fervor, and the crystal ball emitted a constant crackling sound. The one orchestrating this symphony held a mirror in one hand. Meticulously applying her makeup, she adorned her lips with a vibrant hue and shadowed her eyes, her cold, aloof gaze radiating a haunting crimson glow as if devoid of focus. Dark clouds began to gather ominously in the sky, plotting a more formidable downpour. Pansy glanced outside, and the tools on the table ceased their movements in unison. The prophecy book indicated that the pendulum pointed towards the forbidden forest, while the imagery within the crystal ball whirled rapidly, revealing herself clad in a crimson robe, resisting the thunderous storm, a vision set in the depths of the forbidden forest. Regrettably, the image was fleeting. All divination tools suddenly emitted a faint scent of charred remnants. Carelessly, she tied the sash of her robe, donning a mask that obscured much of her face, enhancing the allure of the exposed features, which appeared all the more wickedly seductive. With a swift motion, she retrieved a wooden box from her bag. She exchanged her shoes for a pair more suited for agility, revealing a faint, melancholic smile. Sometimes one must set ablaze the old to usher in the new. With that, she wore a composed smile, a peculiar smirk gracing her lips. In an instant, she found herself at the base of the staircase, and as she stepped out of the castle, the clouds above seemed to gather with increased urgency. Pansy ambled leisurely, the soft click of her petite shoes resonating starkly in the tranquil night. In his potion room, Severus Snape was lost in thought when he suddenly heard a sound. He stealthily approached the window and caught a glimpse of a fleeting red figure. Musing to himself, he assumed it was merely a student out for a nocturnal escapade. But as he observed the girl's movements, he noted an intriguing quality. Though she appeared to walk slowly, she occasionally accelerated, leaving behind a ghostly afterimage. His pupils dilated slightly as he drew his wand from his pocket, following her with an invisibility charm. Pansy moved with remarkable speed, swiftly vanishing from his sight. He cautiously employed the disillusionment charm to follow her. The light in the headmaster's office was burning brightly, indicating that the headmaster was indeed present. Pansy confidently uttered the passphrase. The toffee finger biscuit door opens as desired. Snape leaned against the wall, somewhat perplexed. Could this be yet another ally of Dumbledore? Dumbledore appeared puzzled, failing to recognize someone of such description. Pansy reached up to remove her securely fastened mask, also discarding the hood of her robe. Dumbledore, incredulous, displayed a look of bewilderment. What has happened to you, Miss Pansy? Your hair and your face, your body seems rather stiff, he pointed out. Snape, observing her retreating figure, instantly recognized the girl, Pansy Parkinson. A flicker of sorrow passed through Pansy's eyes as she addressed Professor Dumbledore. I am not meant to be here at this point in time. I have mistakenly arrived. This is a punishment of time that has persisted for nearly a month now, and today might very well be the deadline. I must seek that elusive glimmer of hope. As her words trailed off, she presented a wooden box to him. Snape couldn't help but furrow his brow, pondering the meaning behind her expression. The box was intricately engraved with enchanting runes. Dumbledore opened it, and a pure surge of magical energy emanated from within. He appeared puzzled, just about to speak, when Pansy interjected. Her gaze was clear, her intentions seemingly straightforward. Inside are letters I pinned to my friends, including one for you. I have conveyed all that I could regarding your fates, yet these items are highly susceptible to being erased by the forces of law. Thus, I sought to preserve them. Dumbledore withdrew a thick tome, heavy with letters, over a dozen, it seemed. He opened the book and gently turned several pages, each filled with astonishing revelations. His expression shifted to one of sorrow mingled with concern as he inquired, And what is it that you intend to do now? Snape, concealed behind the wall, shared the same curiosity. Pansy gazed into his eyes, where a subtle reluctance lingered, and gently offered her words of solace. As much as possible, start anew by adhering to the rules. Regarding everyone's demise, it would be prudent to find a way to conceal the past with substitutes. I have already documented the methods in the annotations below. Dumbledore reiterated his question, fixing his gaze upon her. What I wish to inquire is, where do you intend to go now? Pansy's eyes, veiled with an unmistakable sorrow, did not meet his gaze as she continued. Please take care of my mother and the Malfoy family. Professor Snape, I hope Harry, Ron, and Hermione will be well. If I manage to return alive, I expect my belongings back. Should I fail to return in 3 days, remember to collect my remains. If possible, Draco struggling to find the right words. She bit her lip and turned away. Professor Dumbledore called out to her several times from behind, but she remained unresponsive. Upon exiting the headmaster's office, she retrieved the mask she had brought with her, clutching her wand tightly, a dreamy smile gracing her lips. Snape observed the appalling black fissures marring her face. Her crimson robe swiftly melded into the encroaching darkness. A wave of inexplicable sorrow washed over him, yet fearing he might lose her, he hurriedly followed. To his astonishment, Snape discovered that Pansy had merely returned to her dormitory, but a shocking event was about to unfold. Pansy boldly entered the dormitory of his student, his polished leather shoes clicking audibly against the floor. Upon witnessing the scene before him, he felt an overwhelming urge to turn on his heels and depart. However, curiosity compelled him to remain. Pansy entered quietly, refraining from awakening Draco. Instead, an odd figure stood at the bedside, gazing at the slumbering boy. Outside, thunder crackled ominously, as if striking a few trees in the forbidden forest. Draco had long been aware of the footsteps, unable to find sleep. With his eyes closed, he feigned slumber, startled to suddenly sit up. Unbeknownst to him, upon seeing the figure before him, he began, "Pansy, you're wearing that." Suddenly, Pansy collapsed onto his bed, her right hand cradling the back of Draco's head. A soft, muffled sound escaped him, his warm breath enveloped him, her tender lips pressed firmly against his. The unique fragrance of youthful sweetness overwhelmed his senses. Draco found himself utterly dazed. He had dreamed of such moments before, yet never had it felt so vividly real. He felt as if he could scarcely breathe, an inexplicable desire to sink deeper into this sensation consuming him. Tears streamed down Pansy's cheeks, her expression laden with bitterness. With a snap of her fingers, Draco fell to the ground in response. Standing invisibly at the entrance, Snape felt a flush of embarrassment creep across his aged face. Sensing an inexplicable tightness in his throat, as if he wished to cough, yet feared revealing his presence, Pansy lowered her body, while outside, Snape nervously closed his eyes. Suddenly, she felt that it would be rather shameless to linger any longer. Pansy merely bestowed a gentle kiss upon the slightly flushed visage. As her magically concealed apricot-hued tresses cascaded down, partially obscuring his face, creating a play of light and shadow. Observing his now glistening cherry-red lips, one could not help but sense an alluring charm emanating from them. Pansy knelt atop him, playfully tapping the tip of his prominent nose with her finger, a mischievous smile curving at the corners of her lips. Suddenly, a figure appeared at the doorway, muttering oddly, "An amusing farewell kiss. There is a time for life and a time for death. How absurd it is, for everything is but fate. Why not show mercy?" The abrupt shift in behavior nearly exposed Professor Snape. Pansy clutched a wand, her expression bordering on madness, and with a swift movement, she descended the stairs, leaving Severus Snape frozen in place. Her speed was astonishing. As Snape hastily brandished his wand to follow her, Pansy stepped out just as a bolt of lightning, as thick as a barrel, struck directly at her. With a graceful slide, she evaded to the other side, the force of the lightning scattering debris around her. Professor Snape watched from within the castle, a flicker of concern in his eyes. It became increasingly evident that this girl was indeed from another time. Otherwise, how could the lightning target her so specifically? Her elegant dodge seemed to enrage the storm above, dark clouds swirling ominously, thickening the air with foreboding. Then, as multiple bolts of lightning descended simultaneously, Pansy was compelled to teleport. However, the lightning anticipated her next position, leaving her no choice but to raise her wand in defense. She deflected the lightning, sending it crashing into the distant stone wall, creating a deep crater. Pansy shuddered as her wrist ached, nearly losing her grip on the wand, her palm stinging from the impact. Beneath her mask, her deep crimson lips curled into a wild, carefree smile, exuding an aura of formidable power that seemed to dominate the very world around her. Pansy stood alone, her movement swift as she fled towards the forbidden forest. Snape contemplated returning, yet his thoughts remained tethered to the girl. The torrential rain poured down, and he leaned gently against the stone door of the school. On this tempestuous night, the absence of any animal sounds enveloped the surroundings, while fearsome bolts of lightning relentlessly pursued Pansy. Pansy emanated a gentle glow, akin to a firefly darting swiftly through the darkness. He longed to offer assistance, yet found himself gripped by hesitation. Memories of the girl he had just encountered resurfaced in his mind. She had implored Dumbledore to take good care of him. A tumult of emotions swirled within him, a bittersweet blend of joy and sorrow. Ultimately, it seemed he had reached a resolution, turning to stride towards the castle. After only a few steps, he suddenly shouted, striking the stone wall with his fists. He struggled with the weight of his past connections, yet the truth remained. He had wept for so many years, with no one ever concerned for his safety. His cries were filled with desolation, low and choked. "But I must protect Harry." The thunder outside rumbled, each clap demanding he make a choice swiftly. He wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes with his sleeve, as if having made a determination, and began to run with great speed, accelerating relentlessly. "I shall not descend into ruin like Sirius." Pansy had arrived at the periphery of the forbidden forest. Her voice barely above a whisper, she caught a distant sound of laughter, which only intensified her current irritation. Pansy trembled slightly, wielding her wand, her breath uneven. She contemplated that the number 50 must represent the thunderbolts above. In the blink of an eye, another bolt had hidden behind a different tree. The previous spot now charred black. Her thoughts were disrupted. She had already endured 14 strikes, having taken 2 hits herself, and she felt increasingly fatigued. Her movements quickened, resentment boiling within her as she gritted her teeth. How unjust. For the first 20 years of her life, she had received nothing. Her mother had succumbed to illness far too early, and her father and brother had never shown her the slightest concern. I haven't yet made my father pay the price he deserves. Half her face was marred by dark fissures, lending her a sinister, eerie appearance. Her white hair billowed like fleeting shadows through the forest as she gasped for breath, looking utterly disheveled, her eyes blazing with ferocity. Her drenched robes had snagged on the branches, and a mixture of blood and sweat dripped slowly from her wand. Clenching her fist, she brushed her lips with her hand. She could run no longer. The onslaught of thunderclouds seemed to intensify, creating a stalemate. The torrential rain poured down like columns as Pansy laughed maniacally, deeming it not a matter of life and death. Come on, I won't flee any longer. Let us see whether you are mightier or I. Her silhouette appeared enchanting against the backdrop of the forbidden forest. Severus Snape had caught up, leaning against a nearby tree, observing her from behind as he listened to her words. He stood there, regulating his breathing, pondering. Pansy, can you no longer run? Impressive. The sky was thick with rolling black clouds, and Pansy's eyes shimmered with immense magical energy, clearly witnessing the clouds' gathering strength. Snape also noted the sky. His brow furrowed in concern. It seemed today would not unfold easily. Turning to glance at Pansy, he observed her ample cloak, though drenched, rustling fiercely in the wind. Droplets of water tinged with crimson splattering down. Pressing half his body against the tree, Snape raised his wand, preparing to stealthily shield her. The vast expanse of grassland and the forest lay scorched black, a testament to the extent of the devastation. He gazed at the seemingly fragile girl before him, who persisted solely for the will to survive. Suddenly, the clouds above transformed into a deep, ominous purple-black, and several thick bolts of lightning descended with ferocity. The magic sustaining her faltered, and Pansy continued her desperate flight. She could only lift her feet, dodging swiftly, the aches and exhaustion rendering her plight almost laughable. Each evasion brought with it a palpable aura of death, as the ground where she had just stood erupted in fury. As she darted through the woods, blood surged in her throat, which she swallowed down helplessly. The speed of the lightning increased, threatening to connect with her imminently. In a swift motion, her foot slipped in the wet mud, her wand flying from her grasp. She slipped and fell, scraping her arms and knees, cursing aloud. Damn it. It seemed the thunder from above had detected a flaw, unleashing a colossal bolt aimed at her, intent on delivering a fatal blow. Pansy watched as the bolt of lightning descended directly towards her. She rolled her body with all her strength, attempting to evade it. The thunderbolt mercilessly struck the grass beside her, leaving a charred expanse of devastation. Pansy gazed at her leg, which had suffered a considerable abrasion, and felt her strength waning as only 20 bolts remained. How could she endure? The thunder in the sky was gathering force once more, rumbling ominously. The rain fell with an intensity that seemed to mock her, growing ever heavier. She forced herself to smile, recalling that it had been nearly a decade and a half, wishing fervently that she could experience joy like other girls. She dared not let you know of my existence, but I could no longer conceal it. As she spoke, she cupped her hands to catch the raindrops, which fell in rhythmic droplets down her arms. Severus stood behind a tree, his fists clenched and brow furrowed, shrouded in the darkness that concealed him perfectly. The clouds above had thickened significantly, deepening their ominous hue. Pansy leaned against the ancient tree, slowly rising to her feet, as if time itself had momentarily stretched into eternity. Blood dripped from her wounds with reckless abandon, and a seemingly innocent visage bore an enchanting malevolence. A wand materialized in her grasp, channeling the arcane energies that propelled her body. The striking contrast between her vivid crimson lips and pallid complexion was stark. Her voice trembled as she bellowed, "Kill, kill. After all, you have never regarded me with favor." The malevolent smile seemed frozen upon her face. It was as though the heavens understood her words, for 4 bolts of lightning surged towards her, their might akin to the girth of an ancient tree. Pansy repressed the smile from her face and swiftly raised her wand, ready to counter the remnants of magical energy and lightning. Snape, poised to intervene, was taken aback by this astonishing scene. He had believed that Pansy was nearly depleted of her magical strength, yet she now appeared more formidable than himself. The sheer magnitude of the magical beam, far exceeding his own power, left him in a state of astonishment, momentarily frozen in place. With a determined flick of her wrist, Pansy sent the lightning hurtling back, tightly gripping her wand as if fearing it might be sent flying once more at any moment. Rising to her feet, she laboriously moved her impaired legs and caught sight of the rain behaving unusually, striking an object in midair and revealing a distinct shape. Pansy, with her bloodthirsty gaze, stood still for a moment, then slowly dragged her legs forward. Despite the evident strain in her voice, she feigned an air of calm composure. Professor Snape, stop hiding and go back. Her fragile breath betrayed her. Upon realizing that she had been discovered, Professor Snape ceased his concealment and, taking several swift steps, came to support her. Pansy gazed at him in disbelief, noting that he was drenched from the rain. With a wry smile, he remarked, "How can one know if they can survive without trying? You truly are remarkable." Pansy gazed at his typically reserved countenance, yet today, amidst the playful banter of friends, she managed a feeble smile, reluctantly pushing him away with trembling hands. Her voice was hoarse as she uttered, "I said go away." Clutching her bleeding elbow, she staggered toward the heart of the forbidden forest. Snape scrutinized her retreating figure, an unspoken understanding settling within him, reminiscent of the moment he had cradled Lily's lifeless body. Feeling insignificantly small, he was acutely aware that nothing could alter the past. For years, he had donned a facade of deception and falsehoods. Yet no one had ever truly comprehended him. In this moment, however, he recognized that this girl before him grasped his every nuance and understood his plight. He followed her, each step weighed down by an invisible burden, as dark clouds loomed overhead and torrential rain fell, the earthy scent of the stage reeking unpleasantly. Maintaining an impassive expression, he declared with unwavering resolve, "I will do everything in my power to protect you, Miss Pansy." His gaze was steady, devoid of any distraction. Pansy turned her head, wearing a look of disbelief, her deep crimson eyes fixated upon him, calm yet frigid, rendering her emotions inscrutable. Pansy's tone was laced with a frigid chill. "Can you withstand it? Even if just for a fleeting moment. Do not presume that I am unaware of your desperate longing for death." Her cold gaze swept over him. Snape paused, feeling a burning heat rise to his cheeks. Indeed, after all these years, he was perpetually consumed by thoughts of reuniting with Lily, even if it meant existing in such a humble manner rather than embracing a grand, fiery demise. Pansy continued walking, her face adorned with an expression of understanding, a gentle smile playing upon her lips, suffused with mockery. Snape paused for a few seconds before hastening to catch up. The empty thunder seemed to have gathered its strength, its oppressive aura even more formidable than before, capable of instilling fear at a mere glance. Pansy, seemingly fatigued and listless, inquired, "Is this truly how you wish to court death, Professor Snape? Please return, I implore you." The prediction foretold 50 strikes. Yet the resonant echoes of thunder in the sky seemed to incessantly caution them against underestimating the gravity of the situation. "Pansy, I cannot involve the professor. For even if I have escaped 50 times, the curse of time upon me is unbearable." Clad in a damp crimson robe, with white hair cascading down, ethereal wisps of mist escaping my lips, I exuded an otherworldly aura. Snape felt as though a dagger pierced his heart, and heedlessly he declared, "I have no desire to protect the offspring of an arrogant and conceited individual, even if he is the child of my most cherished loved one." At that moment, 5 bolts of lightning struck simultaneously, and both raised their wands to combat the immense beams of light, illuminating half the forest. The deafening roar of thunder left one momentarily dazed. Their gazes met, and in unison, they intensified their magical output, simultaneously redirecting the lightning. Both of their palms bled from the force. Pansy's delicate fingers, so fragile, were already a gruesome mess. Pansy realized that she could not persuade him, yet her heart was filled with warmth. She turned to wipe the rain from her face and grasped Snape's hand. "If we survive, you will be my father. Not merely a godfather, but a true father." A smile involuntarily crept across Snape's lips as he softly replied, "Very well, Cece." This declaration shattered the solitude that had enveloped him for many years. Pansy's tears had long since mingled with the falling rain, her crimson eyes appearing strikingly alluring. Snape reached out to brush her hair aside. The sunlight of Pansy's smile reminded Snape of how strikingly similar this girl was to Lily. No matter the obstacle she faced, she radiated warmth. He envied such an outlook on life, for he had always been a pessimist, appearing calm on the surface while internally wrestling with turmoil. In her serene gaze, there seemed to be a lifetime of stories waiting to be unveiled. Pansy possessed a pair of expressive, sparkling eyes, fluttering them playfully as she cooed, "Father." Haha, who would have thought that amidst such peril, we would still be here engaged in conversation? Truly remarkable. Her entire demeanor exuded an innate nobility, an air of refinement unattainable by the mundane. Snape gazed down into her eyes, which glimmered with a gentle, spring-like warmth, and remarked, "Cece, we are indeed quite alike." Pansy clutched her wand tightly in one hand, casting a glance at her bleeding leg. She then lifted her gaze towards the overcast sky, longing to speak, but ultimately remaining silent. Snape observed her demeanor and inquired with concern, "What is troubling you?" Pansy spoke with some difficulty, "Take me to the center of the forbidden forest. There may still be a glimmer of hope." Snape's eyes flickered with a complex emotion before he nodded, lowering his gaze to his somewhat cracked wand. Although Pansy's wand was soaked in blood, it remained entirely undamaged. Snape reflected, "No wonder she considers me weak." Pansy extended her bloodied wand towards him, her gaze laced with mockery. "Ha ha, cough cough." The pain has suddenly intensified. Snape accepted her wand, his expression growing increasingly desperate. A spectral figure transported her to the heart of the forbidden forest. Upon landing, the tome within the secluded valley began to tremble. Yet it was weighed down by a hefty stack of books, confined within a box. Pansy felt an indistinct sense that something was beckoning her. The two of them sat upon a stone, the rain pouring down heavily, drenching them both. Pansy rested her head against Snape's arm, her eyes gently closed. Her lips slightly parted as she labored to breathe, the faint rasps of her breath audible in the stillness. Snape had cast a protective barrier to shield them from the rain, while the tumultuous clouds loomed overhead, and the inky darkness of the night enveloped them, leaving only the sound of their breaths to break the silence. With a heavy sigh, Snape remarked, "It seems he is preparing to deliver the final blow to you." As Pansy opened her eyes in response to the sound, she gazed upward at the ominous clouds, which pulsed with the power of thunder. They resembled divine beings from the heavens conducting a judgment of death, intermittently illuminating the sky with blinding flashes that momentarily overwhelmed her senses. Pansy appeared utterly devoid of spirit, as if she were a candle flickering on the verge of extinguishment, her breath coming in sharp bursts as she exclaimed, "To hell with it. You've wasted my precious leisure time, you worthless creature. If you have the courage, strike me down." Snape raised an eyebrow slightly, weariness etched upon his features. The girl before him was undeniably authentic in her emotions. He remarked, "Sissy, you continue to provoke him. Now we can hardly escape." In their brief encounter, he had seemingly come to regard this girl as someone he wished to protect for a lifetime. It was a feeling he had not experienced in ages. There had once been another girl much like her, yet he had never found the opportunity to express his love for her before she fell into another's embrace. He had spent his life trying to atone for his past cowardice, and now he felt regret. This girl, too, brought warmth in their interactions. Was this what it felt like to care for someone? Summoning his courage, he confessed, "I have harbored feelings for Lily for many years. If only time could be rewritten, I would bring her back to my side. In the past, I scorned her, and thus a chance at a lifetime was lost." He lowered his gaze, studying her intently, as if hoping she might offer some words of solace. Pansy gazed at him, noting the look of embarrassment on his face. "I understand," she said. "You harbor feelings for him, having loved her for a lifetime, living solely for her. You wish to let go. Yet she remains entrenched within your heart, never truly departing. I must say, this is entirely deserved." Snape let out a soft sigh, gently resting his index finger against his forehead, his expression reflecting a profound sense of helplessness. Pansy, with her eyes closed, remarked, "Am I not in the same predicament? I cherished him for 7 years, especially during our most intimate moments, yet in the end, he wed another. It is this inconsolable truth that haunts me." Snape cast his gaze down upon Pansy, who leaned against his hand, and an unexpected silence enveloped them, broken only by the sound of rain and distant thunder. After a prolonged pause, Pansy began to hum a tune softly. "Oh, little she, when you meet others, you declare that he is your rose, yet one fateful day, the flower blooms for another. How shall it conclude? The setting sun and the classroom of these 7 years pale in comparison to the whims of fate. I made a wish for 7 years to ensure your safety, O divine being. The entire school knows of my love for you, yet alas, I am unworthy. Only your love remains." He tilted his head, attentively listening. The casual tone of the girl was remarkably enchanting, her narrative resonating with echoes of his own past with Lily. As he sensed the chill emanating from her arm, confusion clouded his thoughts. He pondered whether, if he fought with all his might, she might survive. His despondent heart speculated. Yet the storm clouds above showed no signs of retreat, seemingly conspiring for a monumental catastrophe, the tumultuous sky swirling ominously. A myriad of emotions surged within him, and clarity began to dawn, transforming the sorrow etched upon his face, Even if we evade the storm, is there truly a chance for you to survive? Pansy, possessing an exceptional talent for reading expressions, could largely discern Severus Snape's intentions by observing his demeanor as he requested her wand. Pansy, with her dazzling blood-red eyes, fixed her gaze upon him. No need. If I can't endure until noon tomorrow, what purpose does it serve? Your magic is still inferior to mine. Snape coughed discreetly. Yet he resolved to observe the unfolding situation. The erratic clouds rendered him incapable of predicting when the thunderous retribution would descend. Meanwhile, in the secluded valley, Chualine was roused from her slumber by the sound of shattering glass. Groggy, she opened the window and spotted a book, eagerly soaring into the air. In a mere instant, she reached the zenith of the valley's sky, vanishing from sight. Still drowsy, she suddenly recalled the exclamation. Was it the Forest Codex? She hastily changed her attire and pursued it. In the heart of the forbidden forest, an interminable darkness loomed between heaven and earth, a palpable aura of malevolence fixating upon Pansy. While intermittent flashes of lightning illuminated the forest flanks, Pansy and Snape engaged in a desultory conversation, and despite the pervasive atmosphere of crisis, Snape felt surprisingly at ease. An unprecedented sensation after all these years. She removed a necklace adorned with pansies from her neck, her hand weakly extending it towards him. Snape stared at the bloodied necklace in stunned silence, his expression rigid as he hesitantly accepted the trembling offering, each breath a laborious endeavor. Put it on, Pansy urged. Consider it a token of our meeting. Although her countenance was haggard, she appeared in good spirits, her red robes tattered and stained with blood, the remnants fluttering in the wind like vivid petals. Pansy, with her subtle gestures, exuded an ethereal wildness, her smile tinged with coldness. If I manage to survive, I shall endeavor to discover a method to traverse back. I will assist you in bringing Lily back. At that time, you must take good care of her. Her words trailed off, unfinished. Pansy, with every ounce of her strength, extended her bloodied and battered hand to push Snape, using her wand to propel him 10 meters away. Just moments ago, he had been seated beside her, listening to her words, when suddenly he felt his body lurch to one side. In Pansy's eyes, a fleeting complexity shimmered. Endowed with a woman's innate intuition, she forcefully pushed Severus aside. In less than a heartbeat, a cacophony of thunder unleashed its fury, illuminating the forbidden forest and Hogwarts with unprecedented brilliance. Swiftly, she raised her wand in defense, her pupils flashing a vivid crimson. Within mere breaths, a wave of metallic tang surged forth, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, her trembling hand insufficient to wield her wand against the impending onslaught. Severus, rolling on the ground, barely had time to cast a spell before a deafening explosion hurled him far away, as her wand was violently dislodged. Pansy glanced at her empty palm, marred with crimson streaks, her vacant gaze brightened by the blinding light, the electric sting swiftly engulfing her heart. Disappointment and despair, as she had anticipated, offered no glimmer of hope. Resigned, she shut her eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks, suffocating pain as if some venom was eroding her very essence. So be it. The stolen moments had reached their conclusion. Perhaps the cost of her existence would be her disappearance from this world. Severus, propelled by the shock, landed some distance away. A blood-stained necklace shimmered, forming a scarlet shield, leaving him unscathed yet slightly dizzy. As the danger receded and the shield dissipated, he knelt on the ground, sorrow etching itself onto his face, his stagnant eyes reflecting despair. She was gone. Why had she abandoned him? He felt like a lost soul in the torrential rain, fragmented like shattered glass, fragile and powerless. Rising from the ground, he covered his face with trembling hands, tears cascading down. Suddenly realizing something, he glanced at the necklace around his neck, now bearing numerous cracks yet still intact. He grasped the tricolor pansy pendant, its bloodstains vivid and haunting, her every word and action from moments ago etched clearly in his mind. As the knight's steed passed before him, he weakly murmured, "I understand." A sense of desolation accompanied each step as he resolved to retrieve Pansy's remains. The dark clouds above dissipated swiftly, and the rain gradually ceased. With his wand broken, he could no longer apparate and instead hastened his steps toward the center, each stride laden with heaviness. It was truly astonishing. They had only just met, yet already they were parted. How could such a vibrant life vanish so swiftly within Hogwarts? Soon, he reached the heart of the forest, a chaotic scene of charred earth and felled trees. After searching for what felt like an eternity, he found nothing. He stared at the stone where they had sat together, now reduced to mere rubble, utterly lost, even a fragment of flesh eluding him. The vow to protect her with his life struck him like a slap in the face. tears numbly slipping from his eyes, the unremarkable necklace he clutched tightly against his chest. He stepped back, his face betraying profound sorrow, his feet seemingly rooted in place. A strange urge to glimpse the letter she had left him, yet he couldn't move an inch. A buzzing filled his ears. The bruising under his eyelids and the bloodshot whites of his eyes. The sky had cleared, yet his expression remained shrouded in gloom. His mind replayed every moment spent with her, her indomitable spirit fighting for survival, her eyes perpetually uplifted, exuding a natural joy. As dawn broke, Draco knocked on Pansy's dormitory door, aware they were running late, yet she had not come to summon him today. Growing impatient, he knocked for what felt like an eternity. Receiving no response. Had she gone out? Draco tightened his grip on his wand, feeling an inexplicable urge to open the door. But he reconsidered. If Pansy found out, she would surely be furious. Fearful, he stepped back from the door and descended the staircase, feeling somewhat dejected. Why had she not called for him? Today was the day for elective classes. Surely she was eager to attend, her zeal for learning likely compelling her to enroll in every subject. Yet, he mused, many of them were unnecessary. She would be wasting her time. Analyzing his thoughts carefully, he noticed a peculiar ache in his neck. How strange, he felt sore all over, as if his body had fallen apart. Convinced it was merely a result of poor sleep, he yawned, hurriedly ate breakfast, and rushed off to class. In the classroom, Draco arrived early, several Slytherin students admiring his punctuality. Was he perhaps contemplating Pansy? The seats were filled, yet her absence was palpable. The headmaster entered, flanked by Gryffindors. Where was Professor Snape? Suddenly feeling detached, he struggled to muster interest. Crabbe and Goyle, sitting beside him, exchanged furtive glances at his troubled expression. Draco, agitated, toyed with his hair. Where is she? Where could she be? Why can't I find her? He felt increasingly uncomfortable, overwhelmed by frustration. Moments later, Professor Dumbledore entered, holding a wooden box, surveying the room. Has Professor Snape arrived? Draco furrowed his brow at the box. Isn't that Pansy S? Why is it in Dumbledore's hands? Rising impatiently, he interjected with an air of arrogance, Headmaster, that belongs to Pansy, doesn't it? It seemed he was on the verge of snatching it from Dumbledore. Dumbledore, initially displeased, softened upon recognizing Draco, responding with a friendly smile. Miss Parkinson has taken a 3-day leave of absence. Yes, this box is indeed a gift from her. Draco's discontent grew. The last time I wanted to open it, she wouldn't let me touch it. Now she's giving it to you? He sighed in resignation and returned to his seat. Professor McGonagall regarded Dumbledore with curiosity. He seems rather peculiar. But I can't quite place why. Draco muttered under his breath. What is going on? Why does he always handle things without informing me? Taking a leave without telling me? I called for her so much this morning. Funa, seated behind him, perked up at the news, her eyes sparkling. This was a splendid opportunity. During this class, they learned little, primarily selecting their electives while the teachers introduced their subjects. With Professor Snape absent, only Professor McGonagall and the other subject teachers were present. Draco's mind wandered throughout the lesson. Funa called out to him several times, but he pretended not to hear. When class ended, she approached him, her lively smile brightening her face. Sir, shall we go for lunch together? Draco shot her a disdainful glance, turning away. He had no fondness for this girl. Fully aware of their previous encounter, accompanied by Crabbe and Goyle, he departed, leaving Funa standing there, seemingly on the verge of tears. Delightedly, Cedric Diggory, clad in Gryffindor robes, exuded a charming aura with his slightly curly hair. He elegantly bowed to Funa, casually introducing himself. Oh, hello, dear Miss Funa. May I join you for a meal? Funa gazed at the handsome young man standing before her, clearly feeling a flutter of attraction. Her friend, seated nearby and organizing her backpack, let out a teasing remark filled with envy. Funa's expression soured slightly as she observed the robe he wore. How could the noble Slytherin consort with the filthy Gryffindor? Dara discerned her thoughts and eloquently explained, I am the 14th Prince of the Empire of England, and I wish to invite you to dinner. If you would grant me the honor. Upon realizing he was a prince, Funa's pupils dilated slightly, and she feigned shyness, nodding in response. Dara beamed with pride, declaring, Then let us be off, as he unabashedly took her hand. Funa followed him, casting a provocative smile back at her friends, which incited another wave of envy. Meanwhile, Draco dined with his friends. Crabbe, noticing his discontent, offered consolation. Miss Pansy might have left due to some pressing matter. She likely hesitated to wake you while you were sleeping. Draco managed a strained smile, glancing at the ring adorning his finger. I merely wished to share the experience of the first day of school with her. It seems that is no longer possible. Crabbe stood awkwardly, while Goyle smirked with a hint of schadenfreude, yet he attempted to alleviate the tension. Indeed, today's meal is exceptionally delicious. Miss Pansy has simply missed out. Draco continued to eat absent-mindedly, and both friends recognized that their words held little weight, leading them to resume their quiet meal. In the forbidden forest, the wind howled fiercely, rustling the leaves within the darkened woods where a twisted rainbow arched through the shadows. Snape stood amidst the trees. The rain had long ceased, yet his clothes remained drenched, dripping with water until dawn, when he finally returned home. No matter how splendid the journey, parting was inevitable. In the hidden valley, Llewellyn anxiously wrung a towel as she gently wiped Pansy's face, her eyes brimming with concern. Pansy had been unconscious for 10 hours. Initially, she had contorted in pain, but now only the faintest sound of her breath could be heard. The previous night, as she pursued the tome of the forest loss, a sudden jolt had thrown her off balance. When she emerged again, she found Pansy gravely injured, lying on the ground, barely clinging to life, with blood staining the charred earth. Llewellyn carefully brought her back, tenderly changing her garments and bandaging her wounds, filled with anxiety as the forest's tome had vanished without a trace, leaving her in a state of uncertainty. Last night, as Pansy succumbed to slumber, she found herself enveloped in a series of vivid scenes, a dream that was simultaneously enchanting and unsettling. The sensation of icy raindrops cascading upon her skin felt strikingly real. In her dream, she engaged in heartfelt conversations with Professor Snape, who stood by her side like a guardian, embodying the warmth of family. The imagery culminated in a blinding flash of light, leading her to a peculiar mirror adorned with exquisite embellishments. As she tread upon what felt like the surface of water, the sensation beneath her feet resembled walking on clouds. Drawn towards the mirror, an inexplicable force seemed to beckon her closer. Gazing at the strange patterns etched upon its surface, she wondered why her reflection was absent. Just as her thoughts drifted into a trance, a girl suddenly emerged within the glass. The reflection of herself stared back. The girl clad in a crimson robe, her eyes bearing a striking resemblance to Pansy's own. A faint, enigmatic smile played upon her lips, and an unsettling aura lingered in her gaze. Yet, reasoning that it was merely a dream, Pansy approached without fear, pressing her hand against the mirror. The girl mirrored her gesture, and a voice, identical yet imbued with an alluring magnetism, echoed from the depths of the glass. "What's the matter? Do you wish to touch?" Pansy yearned to utter something, yet the figure in the mirror reclined gracefully upon a magnificent throne, idly perusing a book that had seemingly materialized from thin air. She increasingly felt that this mirror reflection was indeed her own. Gathering her courage, she inquired, "What are you reading? May I glimpse it?" Her voice was warm and tinged with a hint of playful charm. The girl within the mirror suddenly found amusement in the encounter, removing her hat to reveal an identical visage, save for the subtle difference in the hue of her pupils. Just as she had surmised, the smile was radiant, and her deep-set eyes gazed at her for an extended moment. "Do you perceive any distinction in what I see? If you desire it, I shall grant it to you," she replied, her voice alluring, laced with a teasing provocation. Yet, the tenderness in her gaze was unmistakable. Rising slowly, she sauntered forth, toying with the book in her hands. Approaching with an air of calm composure, the two figures drew nearer, and she extended the tome. Pansy, seizing the opportunity, attempted to grasp her hand. At the very moment their fingers brushed against the book, a wave of dizziness swept over her, plunging her into unconsciousness. The last image etched in her mind being the mischievous smile on the girl's face. A refreshing chill enveloped her entire being, warm like the gentle September sun, soft yet invigorating. Gradually, her consciousness faded into oblivion. Chasing Lynn stood quietly at the entrance of the villa, lost in contemplation. More than 7 centuries prior, an elder had left a message. If the book were to find its rightful owner, the entire clan would unconditionally submit. Now, with her kin long departed, she too had little time left, the passage of years having etched its mark upon her once luminous visage. Her eyes, pale and clear as autumn waters, were untouched by the world, reminiscent of a blooming peach blossom. She concealed countless unspeakable burdens, her gaze flickering with the weight of solitude and melancholy. After much contemplation, she resolved that, given her waning days, she might as well entrust everything here to her, if, indeed, she were to survive. Observing the frail Pansy, she could conjure no other means of salvation. With her magic depleted and having lost much blood, many of her organs were ravaged, she was undeniably at her last gasp. On the bed, Pansy slightly furrowed her brow, tossing and turning as if something within her stirred. Sweat beaded on her forehead, and her nerves were taut. Her long eyelashes trembling. Her hands clenched tightly, nails digging into her flesh, the pain jolting her back to consciousness. Pansy sat up abruptly, the sudden movement aggravating her wounds. The sunlight danced through the window, illuminating the unfamiliar surroundings as she awoke. Her gaze was clouded with confusion, the sole thought echoing in her mind. Where am I? The ache coursing through her body sharpened her awareness, and as she opened her hand, she noticed the blood drawn from her palm by her own grip. A peculiar sensation blossomed within her, yet a voice pierced through the haze. Current host detected, consciousness awakened. Commencing briefing now. Hello, I am your guardian spirit, Senior. It is my pleasure to congratulate you on becoming one of the rare chosen forest guardians. Your qualifications have been fully verified by this system. You are currently in the internship phase, and your designated area of protection is the Forbidden Forest. As the cold voice resonated in her mind, she beheld the ethereal book from her dreams unfurl before her, emanating a radiant light that formed a luminous screen, upon which words became vividly visible. As Pansy read, her expression was one of astonishment. What is this? With her fluctuating pace, she turned the pages. Once the explanation was fully absorbed, the luminous screen vanished, and the book turned a page, revealing a projection the size of a palm before her hospital bed. The image depicted a young girl, her skin delicate and her legs slender, appearing to be around 15 or 16 years of age. A pair of wings adorned her back, adding an enchanting charm. As if she were a sprite emerging from the depths of the forest, Pansy finished reading the manual and grasped the general situation. She inquired, "So, you saved me?" The rain fell indifferently, yet the outcome was of great significance. Sin squinted slightly, her crimson lips curving into a smile as she replied, "Indeed, you owe me a debt. Currently, your vitality is rather low." Although the girl appeared lively, there was an oddity in her tone, reminiscent of a marionette performing in a play. Pansy remarked, "So, according to you, I am your master now? You must obey my every command. How could I possibly owe you anything?" She gazed at the guardian spirit before her. Typically cautious, she was not one to trust easily. Sun's tone remained calm, devoid of frustration as she clarified, "While your current conditions align perfectly with our requirements, we still need to monitor you for a period. The funds are in a provisional state and do not confer any authority. Moreover, the vitality from the Forbidden Forest that we utilized yesterday, along with the innocence you dragged into this situation to evade the divine punishment, must also be accounted for. According to our stipulated life value, you currently owe me 16,841 points of vitality, while your life energy is sustained by the forest." Pansy let out a sigh and remarked, "Surely not. If I were to account for every trivial matter, it would be absurd. Generally, such things do not apply. How many trees I have felled should not be included in this calculation. Don't you think this is rather excessive?" Sin maintained a composed demeanor, a smile gracing his lips, yet his voice remained frigid. "You are not a native of this time and space. A month ago, you should have been discovered by the laws of time, which consequently placed upon you a temporal curse. Yesterday marked the deadline. Your continued existence is solely due to your status as one of the rare soul powerhouses in this realm, meeting our criteria. The life force expended to lift your temporal curse and to mend your injuries must also be repaid." The elongated cadence of Pansy's voice caused her a throbbing headache. She had merely taken a nap, yet so much had transpired. Could it be that the version of herself in the dream was responsible? As she pondered this, she had long recognized that her emotions could spiral out of control during moments of introspection. Fortunately, within the realm of her own consciousness, she was well acquainted with the vivid imagery and narratives that unfolded. This awareness prevented others from discerning any inconsistencies. To onlookers, she merely appeared to possess an unusual temperament. Pansy paused for quite a while before speaking. "Why is it taking so long? Is it troublesome? Do you have any tasks for that internship of yours?" Sin gazed at her quietly, making her feel somewhat uncomfortable, as if she were being looked down upon. Sin replied calmly, "The trees that were damaged yesterday are counted at 2 points each. If you plant seeds of different trees, it counts as 1 point for every 4. If others assist you in planting, it is counted as 1 point for every 8, provided they are buried below 50 centimeters. Upon hearing the conditions he proposed, Pansy pinched her brow, thinking, I expected something of greater significance. When it comes to money, this is hardly an issue." She reached up to smooth her hair, only to discover it was silver in hue, a fact she clearly found somewhat displeasing. Pansy, with a light-hearted tone, inquired, "What exactly is the primary task of this so-called guardian? You haven't specified, have you?" The air was thick with the scent of blood emanating from his scarred form. Sun replied, "The tasks are not strictly defined, and need not pertain solely to the forest. Each week, there are minor side missions, and a principal task is assigned monthly, along with randomly triggered events. Except for the randomly triggered ones, which can be accepted or declined, all others must be executed without choice. Rewards are distributed at random, contingent upon specific conditions. Upon hearing these stipulations, she appeared somewhat taken aback. However, she was acutely aware that she was in no position to negotiate. And what if one fails to complete them? What consequences would ensue? She pressed, determined to uncover the truth. For a life devoid of meaning seemed worse than death itself. How tragic it would be to spend each day aimlessly assisting others. Sen responded with a calm demeanor. Those who fail to meet the required efficiency will forfeit their internship eligibility. You shall lose your life, and I, too, shall enter into slumber, awaiting the next host. Pansy furrowed her beautifully shaped brows and let out a soft sigh. She truly detested having her fate dictated by others. What grounds did she possess now to negotiate with anyone? Sen, dispatching the new primary mission. Dear host, please become a professor at Hogwarts within 1 month. Additionally, the secondary mission requires you to return the owed life points within a fortnight. Pansy clasped her hands together, beset by difficulties. Becoming a professor at the school requires certification. Yet I have learned nothing. How can I possibly prepare in just 1 month while also managing repayments? And where exactly am I? Is it far from Hogwarts? A barrage of questions bombarded her mind, akin to relentless hammers, leaving her dizzy and overwhelmed. Pansy wished to avoid internal strife, but the weight of pressure rendered her immobile. After a prolonged silence, Sun spoke. If you require anything, Master, just call for me. As the book vanished, Pansy caught the tome of law with her hand. She attempted to shift in bed, but upon lifting the covers, she froze. Was that her leg? It was far worse than she had envisioned. With scarcely a patch of healthy skin visible, the noise attracted the attention of someone outside, who soon entered. Julin, though advanced in years, moved with the agility of youth, bolstered by her magical prowess. Dressed in a striking blue mig-long skirt, she embodied a stylish huntress. Pansy regarded her with bright eyes as she approached and stood by the bedside. Julin steadied her excitement and spoke earnestly. Greetings, Miss Pansy. I am Julin, the guardian of this forest. Before Pansy stood a somewhat nervous figure introducing her grandmother, perhaps indicative of an introverted nature. Pansy, intrigued by how she came to know her, inquired, Do you know me? Hello, I am Pansy Parkinson. A pleasure to meet you, extending a friendly hand. Zueling, upon hearing this introduction, stood frozen in place. From the moment she rescued Miss Pansy, she had been struck by her beauty and perceived her to be quite amiable. She reached out her hand to shake, and Zueling felt a buzzing in her head. I apologize. I am not accustomed to speaking with anyone for such an extended duration, she said, her eyes filled with contrition. Observing Pansy's actions, Zueling asked with a hint of concern, Are you truly all right? When I saved you, I thought you might not survive. Realizing the potential rudeness of her words mid-sentence, she promptly covered her mouth. Pansy observed the elderly woman, who appeared to be in her 80s, yet retained a childlike demeanor. Thank you for saving me, Pansy expressed gratefully. I must leave at once. Where am I? She shifted her body, wincing in pain, yet pressed on without hesitation. Chueline, noticing her intent to descend, swiftly reached out to stop her, his voice tinged with anxiety and a slight hoarseness. Miss Pansy, you are gravely injured. Is there something that necessitates such urgency? Pansy blinked her beautiful, large eyes as she explained, I wish to plant trees, over 40,000 of them. Furthermore, I aspire to become a teacher at Hogwarts, preferably within this month. I am truly anxious. Believe me, I am fine. Her voice was soft and melodious, soothing to the ears. Jueline paused momentarily, his expression somewhat peculiar. The urgency that had previously marked his face was now tinged with melancholy. With a complex demeanor, Jueline confessed. To speak candidly, my time is limited. I possess the entire family fortune, and now that you have gained the recognition of my family's sacred relic, all of these will belong to you. I only hope that when the time comes, you will collect my remains. His seriousness was palpable, so profoundly detached. Pansy, with a calm demeanor, replied, I have no shortage of money to spend. Thank you. Was she referring to this book? Just as the words faded, a chilling voice echoed in her mind, announcing a randomly triggered task. Inherit the ancient spirit clan's wealth. Recruit Chulin as a divine envoy. The task item was a divine stone card. Pansy suppressed the indignation simmering within her, rendered speechless, her captivating yet frosty gaze betraying a hint of displeasure. Zueline's expression darkened. revealing a flicker of despondency as he spoke, his voice hoarse. Alas, I was once the pride of my clan, the daughter of the chieftain, yet an unforeseen calamity struck, unleashing a horde of soul-capturing beasts into the forbidden forest. My surviving kin, my younger brother, my elder brother, and other sisters from different clans, were all together. As time passed, they departed for various reasons, as these resources were inherently destined for you. Once a sacred relic acknowledges its master, that individual ascends to the pinnacle of leadership within the clan. He endeavored to elucidate and persuade Ponzi. Sunlight cascaded onto the quilt, illuminating the scarred visage of the young girl, her demeanor as tranquil as a placid lake. Zualine sighed and continued, devoid of the protection and legacy of my kin. The forest nears its demise, and it will not be long before ecological chaos ensues. His expression grew increasingly sorrowful. Pansy exuded a profound tranquility, her scarred hand expertly bandaged. Her smile sweet and enchanting. Very well, but I am the supreme leader, am I not? Her amber-hued eyes sparkled with golden glimmers. The once despondent face of Zualine now radiated joy, and the wrinkles etched upon his visage softened into a warm smile. I shall heed your every command, he declared, bowing respectfully to Pansy. Pansy opened the book and discovered a golden-hued card tucked within its pages. She extended her hand to offer it to her companion. And as she did, the words inscribed on the pages shimmered, prompting Pansy to read them aloud. With the final character uttered, Zualine followed her instructions, and the card vanished from her grasp, transforming into a radiant beam of golden light that left an emblem of the sun upon her arm. Gradually, her body began to visibly rejuvenate. She stood in place, observing the transformation unfolding before her. Mere minutes later, she had metamorphosed from an elderly woman in her 80s into a youthful maiden in her 20s. Instinctively, she halted her breath and gently caressed her face, which now bore a delicate pallor, flushed with a vibrant hue, revealing the features of a strikingly beautiful young woman. Ponzi gazed in awe at the extraordinary transformations before her. Truly a marvel to behold. Her laughter was like the sun, sweet and melodious. I never imagined you were so stunningly beautiful in your youth, simply exquisite. If only her voice had not trembled at the end. Zualine, filled with excitement, looked at her and suddenly knelt on the floor. A flush of crimson spreading across her cheeks, an uncontrollable smile bursting forth from her lips. Thank you, my master. I shall forever cherish this grace and remain steadfast in my loyalty. With that, she respectfully lowered her head in deep reverence. Pansy, with a playful thought, spoke calmly. All right? Rise, do not kneel. From now on, let us support each other. After saying this, she began to shift her body towards the edge of the bed. Upon noticing this, Zualine hurriedly rose from the ground to assist her. Pansy responded with a smile, her pristine nightgown exuding an ethereal charm. Zualine helped her out of the room and began to explain. This was once the dwelling place of our ancestors. The villas were later brought down by our secret arts. We stand at the heart of the forbidden forest. However, the moment her eyes beheld the scene, she was left in awe. The meadow was lush with verdant magical herbs, meticulously arranged in neat, square patches. Upon closer inspection, she recognized two distinct varieties, realizing they were treasures from the outside world, priceless and likely of an exceptional vintage. Pansy fell into silence for a brief moment, then beheld the rows of villas alongside the ancient tribal stone houses. She gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and, with a voice as sweet as honey, inquired, These? All of them. The delicate, pale green locks of chasing forest danced in the breeze, glistening under the sun with a soft, silky sheen. He spoke respectfully, his voice ringing clear like the song of a bird. Indeed, it is a pity that my kin have already departed. In the future, you shall be the mistress of this place. With that, she lowered her gaze. Pansy inhaled the fresh, fragrant air of the wilderness, feeling that this place truly suited her. At the very least, the atmosphere enveloped her in comfort. Professor Snape of Hogwarts returned to his quarters, changed his attire, and his already cold visage grew even more ghastly as he clutched tightly to a necklace that had long since dried of blood. Perhaps, had she not bestowed the necklace upon him, he might have survived. He lifted his gaze to the window, exhaling a long sigh. After tidying up, he hurried to seek out Dumbledore in his office. Outside, the sunlight fluctuated between brilliance and shadow, rendering the scene almost surreal. To him, she was akin to a wisp of smoke, so insubstantial, yet profoundly resonant. His breathing quickened noticeably. He was fervently eager to uncover the contents of that letter. In a flurry, Professor Snape rushed through the campus, his haste drawing astonished glances from several students who had known him for years. They had never witnessed him in such a state of agitation. However, Upon arriving at Dumbledore's office, he found it empty, while Dumbledore, with an uncanny intuition, had sought him out in his classroom instead. Snape, upon entering the vacant office, felt a surge of irritation within. Sunlight streamed through the curtains, and a faint sound pierced the morning tranquility. He gripped his wand, now showing signs of wear, which creaked under his touch. Despite the tumultuous events of the previous night, the school appeared unchanged, undoubtedly due to Dumbledore's efforts to cloak the noise. Snape found himself unable to articulate his feelings towards Dumbledore. His compassion for the collective contrasted sharply with his indifference towards the individual, leaving him perplexed. He casually settled onto a nearby bench, breathing steadily, yet sensed an unsettling fire burning within his heart since the day before. In the Forbidden Forest, Joeline spoke at length, and without realizing it, her eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. Pansy comforted her, changed her attire, and they exited the valley. Emerging felt like stepping into another realm. Dressed in a flowing black gown and a deep green cloak, her silver hair cascading in gentle waves. She wore a mask of pure black that obscured half her face, adorned with white wing designs, revealing striking eyes and alluring lips tinged with a hint of pallor. Beside her, Joeline appeared rejuvenated, embodying the vitality of her 20s, her slender frame accentuated by hair casually tucked behind one ear. Her visage was clean and full, radiating humility and respect. Joeline transported Pansy to the gates of Hogwarts using apparition, glancing back at the sun-drenched Forbidden Forest, where the area she had marred held a peculiar beauty in its destruction. Clearing her throat awkwardly, Joeline's expression shifted, finding humor in the situation. Pansy playfully tapped her head, asking, "What's so funny? I didn't do this." Her explanation seemed lacking in conviction. Joeline, amused, nodded in agreement, while Pansy, realizing her reaction had been overly intense, chuckled, "My apologies. I've grown accustomed to managing children for too long. Haha." Joeline, puzzled, wondered, how old is she? What children? Pansy coughed once more. And how should one articulate it? Indeed, there was an unpleasant odor, reminiscent of something charred. The previous sense of tranquility returned in an instant. Swiftly restoring her composure and poise, Tracy extended her hand to assist him as they entered through the door, where Draco had just concluded his meal and was conversing with Crabbe and Goyle about matters of yore. Suddenly, he beheld a familiar silhouette. Draco's gaze lowered slightly to meet hers. Those recognizable eyes drew him closer, albeit with a hint of uncertainty, accompanied by the unique fragrance of youthful fruit. Crabbe and Goyle regarded Pansy, who wore a mask, with puzzled expressions. Draco took a few more steps, positioning himself less than a meter away from her. "What is the matter? Why are you dressed like this? Didn't you take leave due to illness? And who is she?" The mask adorning her face evoked memories of a dream he had the previous night, as he tightened his grip on the tome he held. Pansy squinted her eyes as she quickly concealed a flicker of emotion, a smile playing at the corners of her lips. "Have you eaten? I stepped out to attend to some matters, but here I am back." Draco noticed her evasion of the topic he had broached, although his expression remained calm. A sense of discomfort stirred within him. Pansy observed his expression and discerned his thoughts. She softly reassured him, "I will speak with you shortly. For now, you should return to rest. I have matters to attend to." Without allowing him the chance to respond, she signaled for Joeline to assist her as they departed. Draco watched her retreating figure, his gray eyes narrowing in contemplation, lost in a swirl of indecision. He longed to follow her, yet thought, perhaps she finds me bothersome. It was merely a half-day leave. Why am I so agitated? With that, he seemed to find solace and called to the two who appeared dazed, "Come, let us return to the dormitory." Alas, the classes are truly tedious. Pansy and Joeline soon arrived at the staircase of the castle, with a faint smile tinged with melancholy. Pansy whispered softly to Joeline, "That boy just now is the child I brought along, quite mischievous indeed." A fleeting sorrow flickered in her eyes. Pansy had meticulously planned everything. Yet unexpectedly, this incident had arisen, necessitating a complete restart. She needed to return to the office to retrieve her belongings. Chasing Lynn could only behold her amber eyes, cold yet imbued with boundless sorrow. After pondering for a moment, Chasing Lynn spoke. "It is evident that he still cares for you deeply." Pansy spoke languidly. "My fiancé cannot concern himself with other girls." Suddenly, she became acutely aware of her current state and questioned whether he would still be willing. This thought shattered within her like a fragile glass, with emotions spilling forth uncontrollably. The hands supporting her instinctively tightened, her body grew somewhat rigid, and her eyes reflected a mixture of fear and unease. Joeline, perceptive to her distress, inquired, What troubles you, my lady? Pansy abruptly halted, her shadowy gaze sweeping over the scene, as her eyes fixated on her with an unsettling calmness. Pansy, with her pale lips slightly parted, pondered. Now that I feel so unattractive, will he still desire me in the future? Yet why dwell on such thoughts? Let us proceed upstairs. Chasing Lin cautiously supported her, as numerous gazes followed them along the path. Her slender figure, though tightly wrapped, radiated beauty, yet her unsteady gait severely marred the aesthetic. Along the way, Chasing Lin felt a warmth in her cheeks. It was the first time in many years she had encountered so many people. She anxiously glanced at Pansy, whose expression betrayed no emotion, her face a mask of indifference, as if her sole focus lay on one objective, ascending the stairs. At last, they arrived at the door of Dumbledore's office. Pansy recited the password and stepped inside slowly. The moment the door swung open, the sound of a heated argument echoed within. Dumbledore's voice carried a hint of impatience. I cannot grant you that. It will only be available in 3 days. It is a promise I made to her. He finished with a huff, taking a seat. Snape rose from his chair, his thin lips pressed tightly together, the dark robe accentuating his pale complexion. He spoke with barely contained fury. I shall not repeat myself. Return to me what belongs to she. His voice, though not loud, resonated with palpable anger. Dumbledore adjusted his hat nonchalantly, seemingly unfazed, and consoled. What is it? We can discuss it later. Someone is arriving. Snape's face, characterized by its stark severity, bore an air of cold indifference. If not for the wand he gripped tightly in his hand, one might struggle to discern his emotions. His deep-set eyes fixed unwaveringly on the entrance. Pansy sauntered in languidly, causing Dumbledore's brow to furrow in concern. Who might this be? Have I not changed the password? How does everyone seem to know the access to my office? He inquired, a hint of displeasure evident in his voice. The wrinkles upon his nose were all knitted together, and the pallor of his face beneath the hat appeared somewhat ashen. Pansy gazed at Dumbledore, her skin resembling lifeless white metal, and slowly uttered, Do not quarrel with the Godfather. Her voice was soft and tinged with a hint of innocence. Before the two in the room could fully comprehend her presence, she removed her hat, revealing a pair of amber eyes that sparkled with a subtle light, and softly curled apricot-colored hair. A smile blossomed on her lips, illuminating her eyes, while her pallid lips appeared surprisingly cheerful. She turned her head to quietly observe Snape, her delicately fluttering eyelashes accentuating her captivating visage. Snape trembled, unable to believe the girl before him. He remained speechless, with only a tear as his response to Pansy, accompanied by hands that trembled uncontrollably. Pansy, with her bright eyes shimmering with a hint of red, hurriedly approached, her unsteady steps quickening as she leaped into Snape's embrace, burying her small face in the folds of his robe. Snape stumbled back a couple of steps, instinctively wrapping his arms around her. Meanwhile, Draylen remained rooted in place, momentarily taken aback, while Professor Dumbledore felt his jaw tighten in bewilderment. What on earth was happening? It was evident that neither of them had fully grasped the situation. Pansy smiled, tears streaming down her cheeks, her eyes, glistening with moisture, were wide open as she closed them to savor the embrace. She could hardly believe that she had truly returned. Pansy wore a radiant smile, her voice tinged with a slight huskiness as she exclaimed, Father, I have returned. Her tone was imbued with a palpable sense of relief. Severus Snape's eyes glistened with unshed tears, and for the first time, a smile graced his typically stoic visage. He reached out to caress her long hair, his voice softening from its usual chill. It is good to have you back, Cece. However, just as he spoke, a strong scent of blood wafted towards him from her. His breath caught in his throat, filled with concern at the overwhelming stench. What has happened to her? Why is she dressed this way? With trembling fingers, he attempted to remove the mask from Pansy's face. As he did, her pupils constricted, and her gaze appeared dazed and hollow. Noticing her state, he hesitated, readying the straps of the mask instead. Pansy stepped back, regaining control of her body. Her eyes clouded with confusion. What just happened? Why did I lose control again? She awkwardly lifted her face and managed a smile, teasing, Professor, you are so tall. Snape's lips curled slightly into a smile. Indeed, that is the truth. Slytherin gains 10 points. Pansy gazed at his calm eyes in astonishment. Her voice tinged with uncertainty as she inquired, Are you serious? Severus Snape, evidently in good spirits, nodded in affirmation. Meanwhile, Professor Dumbledore, unable to contain himself any longer, expressed his exasperation at being treated as an ornament. With a hint of resignation, he remarked, Miss Pansy, It is a relief to see you well. Alas, I failed to recognize you earlier. I was pondering who had discovered my new password. Upon hearing the principal's remarks, Pansy suddenly realized the urgency of attending to important matters. Turning to Professor Snape, she said, "Godfather, please hold on for a moment. I need to discuss a few things with the principal." Snape nodded slightly, reverting to his usual expressionless demeanor. However, Pansy was accustomed to this and merely smiled, seemingly unfazed. Pansy walked slowly, pursuing Lynn, and reached out to steady her. With a leisurely tone and clear logic, she announced, "I have wonderful news. I shall become a professor here within a month." The room fell into an eerie silence, broken only by the sound of the wind rustling. After a prolonged pause, Dumbledore finally spoke. "Our school is not in need of more teachers. I cannot make that decision." His disapproval evident in his expression as he pinched his lips together. In her mind, a serene voice resonated. Random task completed. Reward granted. Title of mountain deity. Ability to manipulate the seasons and climate within the territory. Receiving no affirmation from him, she displayed indifference. Removing her gloves and gesturing towards an empty chair that Lynn pulled over, Pansy nodded, a smile gracing her lips as she regarded her. "Well done," she declared, gracefully seating herself with an upright posture that exuded an air of compliance. Her palm spread open, a swirl of violet light emanating from her hand, and in an instant, a tome materialized, the Forest Codex. Snape stood quietly beside her, his expression inscrutable as he awaited her next move. Dumbledore harbored a lingering suspicion that this might not bode well. Chasing Lynn observed her master displaying feats of skill, a proud smile illuminating her face, reminiscent of a child reveling in triumph. Pansy caught a fleeting glimpse of her. Who could possibly believe this individual was centuries old? Pansy calmly opened the book, revealing a metallic token nestled within its pages, which depicted a map of the Forbidden Forest. She delicately grasped the token. The Forbidden Forest was alive with the gentle caress of the breeze, whispering through the dark and silent trees. Near a small lake within the forest, an ethereal temple materialized, modest in size, its roof adorned with a layer of golden dust, while pure golden bells hung from its edges, and ancient runes of the magical clans were etched along the ridge. The book in her hand illustrated the location and provided further explanations. Pansy, with her clear, sparkling eyes, spoke, "I aspire to become the divination professor at Hogwarts. Should there be any objections, feel free to voice them. As for my age, consult the 12 members of the board. This school resides upon my land, and my age should not pose a significant issue." Her words were soft yet imbued with an irresistible authority. Dumbledore, initially intrigued by her intentions, was taken aback by her assertion that Hogwarts belonged to her simply because she had retrieved a token from the book. He stood there, momentarily speechless, before responding, "Miss Pansy, are you jesting? This is hardly a game. The deed of the school resides with the Ministry of Magic." Pansy reclined languidly in her chair, her long hair cascading like a silken waterfall. With a composed demeanor, she spoke with an insouciant politeness, "Professor, would my ability to elevate the school serve as a form of proof?" Her words dripped with arrogance, and her gaze radiated a palpable disdain. Dumbledore's expression shifted, revealing a countenance marked by aloofness and indifference. "Miss Pansy," he replied, "I assure you, this is no jest. Do you comprehend the gravity of the situation?" His features were grave and laden with skepticism. Upon hearing Dumbledore's words, Pansy erupted into laughter, her slightly hoarse chuckle laced with derision. As her voice crescendoed, ominous clouds began to gather above the Forbidden Forest, swiftly enveloping the entire school. Her laughter turned increasingly wicked, her pale lips and mask adding an undeniable air of mystery. She raised a hand and gestured in a particular direction. Immediately, a tempest arose, dust and debris swirling violently, shrouding the sky in darkness. A chilling, almost ethereal whisper echoed throughout the school, sending shivers down spines. With another lift of her hand, the very ground trembled beneath the school. Dumbledore was suddenly beset by an array of fantastical thoughts, compelling him to swiftly turn towards the window. What he beheld was astonishing. The entire structure, including the surrounding walls and rocky foundation, appeared to be levitating, while students scattered in terror. Severus Snape, having witnessed such phenomena before, remained unperturbed, calmly observing Pansy as he awaited her next move. Dumbledore's expression tightened as he surveyed the scene before him, then turned to glare fiercely at Pansy, his brow furrowed in deep concentration. Gradually, as he fixated on her countenance, a semblance of tranquility washed over him. A new understanding dawned upon Dumbledore. Previously consumed by thoughts of strategy, he now found his mind occupied by novel ideas that struck him as peculiar. He swallowed hard, on the verge of speaking, when Pansy interrupted him, deftly manipulating the token to revert the situation. Waving her hands dismissively, she declared, "I have no interest in slaying the Dark Lord. My sole desire is to protect what I hold dear. I will not act against him, provided he does not provoke me." Dumbledore stood there, momentarily stunned, realizing that the girl before him defied description by mere intelligence. A tumult of conflicting feelings surged within him as he grappled with the dilemma of whether to assist her. Caught in a web of indecision, Pansy cleared her throat and spoke in a leisurely manner. "Of course, if I were a teacher at Hogwarts, I would have the duty to protect the school." Dumbledore stood by the window, lost in thought for a considerable time. It dawned on him that after such a lengthy discourse, the girl harbored an ulterior motive, her eyes betraying an unmistakable look of astonishment. It turned out she aspired to be a teacher at Hogwarts, thereby gaining the rightful authority to safeguard the school. After all this, how could I have failed to see that she is indeed qualified? Perhaps her age poses a more challenging dilemma. Dumbledore remained silent, merely nodding as he returned the wooden box to Pansy. Pansy's eyes brightened as she smiled and spoke. "I will return to review my studies. Let us undertake the assessment together." Rising, she departed alongside Snape. Dumbledore observed the graceful silhouette with an indifferent gaze, releasing a long sigh. Her involvement may not necessarily be a detriment. Unbeknownst to him, the pen in his hand had unconsciously sketched several meaningless, crooked characters on the page. A fleeting glimmer of cunning passed through his usually profound eyes. He yearned to possess the ability to perceive all. Pansy handed the box to Joeline at the office door, limping slightly as she followed Professor Snape. Joeline trailed behind them, clearly perplexed, pondering whether he was indeed the father or the godfather of their master. She was evidently at a loss. Although Pansy appeared somewhat disheveled, the scene unexpectedly exuded a sense of warmth. Pansy's eyes were filled with concern. "Professor, were you injured last night?" Her voice was warm. Snape, however, maintained his usual aloof demeanor, shaking his head with an expression that radiated pride. Pansy, with a mixture of bemusement and annoyance, thought to herself, "If I were not accustomed to people of your temperament, I would truly be at a loss to comprehend your thoughts." Although Snape remained silent, he noticed her difficulty in moving and extended his hand to assist her. As they conversed, they deliberately slowed their pace. The afternoon classes had yet to commence, and the streets were sparsely populated. On their way, Pansy spotted Zhang Qiu, who was engaged in lively conversation with a group of young witch friends, their laughter sweet and infectious. As Pansy strolled along, her lively eyes discreetly darted several glances toward a neatly attired Ravenclaw student. A faint expression of approval and warmth graced her face, as if something within her urged her to quicken her pace. Zhang Qiu, engaged in conversation, also became aware of her presence and soon recognized the professor beside her. A peculiar thought danced in her mind. Who was that girl? It seemed she had been stealing glances at me, and is that Severus Snape beside her? Isn't he the head of Slytherin? A barrage of unanswered questions flooded her thoughts as she stood in silence for an extended moment. The trio walked some distance away before Zhang Qiu boldly gazed at their retreating figures. Noticing her prolonged silence, her companions followed her gaze and, upon realization, began to critique the peculiar demeanor of the Slytherin headmaster, commenting on Pansy's oddity for wearing a hat in broad daylight. Listening to their discourse, Zhang Qiu remained quiet. Although she was quite popular at school, her acquaintances did not seem particularly amiable. She disliked gossiping about others, yet her friends relished such discussions, leaving her uncertain of how to respond, especially since her books offered no guidance on the matter. Her dark eyes reflected a hint of the vibrant lights around her, serene yet composed. After a while, Snape observed her slightly flustered expression, as though she were evading something, and inquired, "What is it? Do you know those Ravenclaws?" His clear eyes fixed intently upon her. Pansy slowed her pace, her face concealed beneath her hat, exuding an air of tranquility as she drifted into contemplation. In the past, she had often found herself envious of Zhang Qiu. Her beauty was striking, and she was perpetually surrounded by a multitude of friends, whose sincerity seemed to far surpass her own. The boy she adored ultimately chose to be with her, and their love endured for a considerable time, despite an unfortunate conclusion. Zhang always appeared to embody an idyllic existence, her demeanor gentle and courteous towards others. Her laughter was reminiscent of the moonlight at dusk, ethereal and delicate, woven with starlight. Yet now, Pansy could not fathom why she still felt a pang of envy. Observing her distracted state, Snape chose not to press further, instead opting to walk silently beside her. Pansy lifted her head, the exquisite mask reflecting light like a shooting star. "No, I truly envy her. I like her very much." Yet I understand that someone like me is destined never to be her close friend. She is an exceedingly humble and courteous person. A fleeting expression of disappointment crossed her face. Julin, bewildered, remarked, "But, master, you are beautiful too. Isn't your demeanor also polite and gentle?" Pansy felt a wave of frustration at her words. Severus observed the hint of helplessness and grievance on her face and spoke to console her. "Not everyone you admire needs to become a friend. There are countless individuals who align with your tastes. We can only strive for what we desire. Whether we attain it is beyond our control. If you truly like her, why not give it a try?" Unbeknownst to them, they had arrived at Severus's potions classroom. And all three entered. The pungent aroma overwhelmed Pansy, causing her vision to blur slightly, while Julin frowned in discomfort. Severus noticed the expressions of both lady and servant and, feeling somewhat embarrassed, approached the window to open it. As he did so, Pansy waved her hand gently, and a refreshing breeze swept through, significantly improving the air quality within the room. Severus found himself momentarily at a loss for words, feeling an unfamiliar warmth on his face. Pansy cleared her throat and took a seat on a nearby chair. "Father, it's quite all right. This is precisely the aroma one would expect in a potion room. However, it is essential to ensure proper ventilation, for the varying scents of the potions may yield unpredictable effects." Pansy observed his stern expression in silence. And although she paid it little mind, she smiled softly and continued, "Did you go to see Professor Dumbledore to procure that letter?" Snape, appearing somewhat restrained, nodded curtly. Pansy returned a faint smile before turning to the nearby Blaise and instructed, "Stand guard outside the room and allow no one to enter." With a nod of acknowledgement, Blaise respectfully withdrew. The door to the potions classroom was closed once more, and Pansy, cradling the previously mentioned box, rummaged within and extracted a letter. Pansy's gaze was hazy, as if veiled by a gossamer mist. Her lips parted slightly, murmuring, "Is it still worth seeing?" It seemed as though she were speaking to herself. Snape's eyes fixed upon the letter clutched in the girl's hand, his heart tormented by inner conflict. He yearned to glimpse the truth of his fate, yet he was apprehensive of being ensnared by the so-called prophecy. Pansy observed the uncertainty reflected in his dark eyes, as if they contained an expansive world, rendering his thoughts inscrutable. She lowered her gaze, her laughter tinged with absurdity, but suddenly the smile vanished from her face, and her expression grew grave. "What is there to fear? Our fates are never truly in our hands. Come, throw it over." She tossed the envelope towards him. He reached out to catch the flying letter, and Snape regarded her with a fleeting look of bewilderment at her seemingly split demeanor. Snape hesitated, feeling a palpable anxiety. An opportunity to glimpse the future of his fate lay before him. Pansy furrowed her brow, her pair of clear amber eyes gazing at him. And with a flicker of her gaze, she suggested, "Do you not wish to consider a change? A perilous advantage." Her voice was gentle, yet her words coiled around him like a venomous serpent, creeping from his feet to his mind, leaving him with no choice but to acquiesce. Snape solemnly nodded and opened the letter, revealing the delicate and elegant handwriting of the young woman, neat and clear, with no less than 10 pages. His expression, which had previously been devoid of emotion, now appeared as cold as ice as he meticulously scrutinized each word on the page. His brow furrowed slightly, and his gaze shifted multiple times, revealing a complex array of emotions that were difficult to decipher. Gradually, he returned to a state of calm, yet a simmering anger bubbled beneath the surface until he had perused the entirety of the correspondence. In the end, only a profound contemplative expression remained, deep as fog, nearly enveloping him completely. Pansy, perched upon a stool, was engrossed in a book she had somehow procured, while Snape cast a fleeting glance, suspecting it might be his own potions notes. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, he exhaled softly, a barely perceptible release of tension. As he realized the essence of knowing one's own fate, Pansy observed him in his natural demeanor, not rushing but patiently awaiting his response. Snape, noticing her poised nature, refrained from interrupting her. Instead, he prepared some tea, and an immediate waft of fragrant leaves filled the air, rendering the atmosphere of the potions room refreshingly pleasant. Pansy gazed at the notebook, her complexion devoid of color, yet her eyes shimmered with an unmistakable brilliance, occasionally revealing a look of astonishment. Severus sat at his desk, sipping tea, attempting to speak. However, the words lingered on the tip of his tongue, and he found himself blushing profusely. He was at a loss to comprehend how he had summoned the courage to converse with her so freely the day before. Pansy, momentarily pausing in her scrutiny of the book, seemed to sense something. She closed the tome and met Severus's eager gaze, longing for connection. Pansy observed the faint blush upon his ears and gently remarked, "Godfather, it seems it has been quite some time since you have engaged in conversation with anyone as you are now. It is entirely natural to find it difficult to speak. But I assure you, I shall frequently come to seek your company in the future. If you have any inquiries, feel free to voice them. There is no need for awkwardness between us. Rest assured, I shall not take offense at anything you say, and if there are matters you wish to remain silent about, I shall respect that." She displayed an air of complete composure. Encouraged by her words, Snape swallowed hard, poised to speak, yet she preemptively addressed him. Pansy smiled with a peculiar expression, sighing, "Why have I survived, one might wonder? And how did I inexplicably come to possess this territory? A flicker of annoyance crossed Snape's brow. "Sissy, since you are already aware, why must I articulate it? You could simply respond directly." Observing the whimsical girl before him, he felt a slight sense of relief. Pansy observed him slightly pressing his lips together, emitting a muffled grunt from his throat. Pansy curled her lips into a faint smile and sighed softly. "Godfather, though I am alive now, my body is already imprisoned." As she spoke, her eyes reflected a sense of helplessness as she gazed at Snape. Snape, after their exchange, looked at her with a tense expression. Pansy, following his lead, spoke softly, tinged with a hint of sorrow. "Alas, I never wished to become a teacher, yet I find myself ensnared in this role. The tome I hold is titled the Forest Code, and my duty is to safeguard the sanctity of the Forbidden Woods to maintain ecological harmony. Tasks are assigned to me, and I am merely required to fulfill them periodically." A fleeting chill crossed her visage, reminiscent of the ethereal snow lotus atop a mountain peak, radiating a stark luminosity intermingled with a trace of indignation. Pansy spoke with a voice both stern and resolute. "At present, I have fulfilled the requirements for my internship, and as long as I persistently complete my tasks, attaining full-time status will be within my grasp. However, should I continually fail in my endeavors, I would forfeit this opportunity, and the predicament I would face would mirror my previous experience, which was akin to death." She lifted her head, releasing a long sigh, her gaze fixating on an oil painting adorning the wall, her expression softening once more. "For now, this is the only method through which I can consistently achieve my goals. My sole desire is to survive, relegating myself to the role of a puppet at the mercy of others." Upon hearing her words, Snape felt a peculiar sensation. It implied that by continuously completing tasks, one could receive varying rewards. Curious about the challenges that lay ahead, he inquired, "Cece, are the tasks particularly arduous?" Pansy averted her gaze, her tone light and airy. "What I wish to discuss with you is precisely this. I need to enlist someone to assist me in planting 728 trees, each of a different variety, with a spacing of 1 meter between them, and the seeds must be buried at a depth of 50 centimeters. The deadline is 2 weeks, as it is a short-term task assigned to me. The long-term objective is to become a qualified professor at Hogwarts within a month." A faint, elusive smile always graced her lips. Upon hearing this, Snape's expression darkened, and he sighed. "Cecily, this task, not only in the wizarding world but even in the Muggle realm, is indeed rather daunting to accomplish within 2 weeks. What are your thoughts on how to tackle it?" Pansy gently sipped her tea, her tone devoid of urgency. "As for the matter of planting trees, I shall find a way, Father. Would you care to join?" In the exchange between the two, time swiftly progressed to the afternoon, with the setting sun gradually illuminating the room. The young lady's face bore no trace of sorrow. Observing her demeanor, Snape nodded. "Very well, I shall participate. When do we commence, Cece?" With a smile gracing her face, Pansy remarked that she would personally oversee the matter at hand, as she had now mastered the art of divination and could first address the task of planting trees. "Do not rush me. I still have more to say," she seemed to indicate, exuding an air of strategic planning. However, the sounds of her growling stomach interrupted her musings. Snape, feeling somewhat embarrassed, glanced at her belly. And just as he was about to speak, his own stomach betrayed him with a coincidental rumble. Pansy rose to her feet, covering her mouth with her hand, staring intently at the solemn-faced Snape, and let out a suppressed chuckle. Snape closed his eyes, exhaling a resigned sigh. With a light smile, Pansy remarked, "I must take my leave now. I haven't had lunch. Draco, let us depart." Just then, Draco hurriedly entered through the door, extending his hand to assist Pansy. The timing was impeccable, just moments before the afternoon classes concluded. Pansy recalled how, upon arriving at the cafeteria, she had merely settled at her table when students began to stream in, quickly filling the long tables. Draco, with his slender face etched in coldness, caught sight of Pansy the instant he stepped into the hall, anxious that the girl who had accompanied her during lunch was still seated. His expression was one of unyielding authority, imbued with a chilling anger as he quickened his pace. The billowing fabric of his student robe drew the attention of several Slytherins, while many students discreetly observed the unfolding drama with a sense of intrigue. Following closely behind him were Goyle and Crabbe, their figures persistently in pursuit. Pansy despondently chewed on her peas, her face a mask of numbness as she savored her meal. A sip of the broth revealed an overwhelming saltiness. Suddenly, she was jolted by the sound of heavy footsteps approaching, prompting her to turn her head in curiosity. In that fleeting moment, she found herself momentarily stunned. It was Draco, his face contorted with anger, leaving her bewildered. As he drew closer, memories stirred within her. She recalled the midday encounter with the little dragon, where she had specifically instructed him to wait for her to explain later. But now, having dealt with various matters, she realized it was too late, and she had left him hanging. In that moment of clarity, her expression froze, and she instinctively shielded her face with her hands, feeling a warm flush spread across her cheeks. How could I have forgotten? Surely he didn't see me, did he? If he did, is that why he is so furious? Her face felt as if it were ablaze, and though she had eaten her fill, the prospect of leaving now seemed all the more conspicuous. Glancing at her companion, who was still relishing her steak, she bit down on her molars in frustration. Damn it. What a useless ally. By now, Draco had closed the distance between them, and upon seeing her attempt to hide her face, a sardonic smile curled at the corners of his lips. Pansy, you truly are a master of evasion, keeping me awake all afternoon. Now you're embarrassed? Too late for that. You haven't forgotten this little incident, have you? As he drew nearer, he noticed her ears, flushed to the point of appearing almost crimson. Draco raised an eyebrow in cold inquiry. Where have you been all this time? He gestured to the empty seat beside him and took a seat effortlessly. Chasing Lynn, who was diligently enjoying her meal, caught sight of the little boy from earlier. She chose to remain silent, returning her gaze to her plate. Draco attempted to grasp Pansy's hand, but she withdrew it, her eyes reflecting a hint of remorse as she offered an awkward smile. Oh, you've come to dine as well? I'm truly sorry about earlier. I was so preoccupied that I completely forgot. The mask she wore glimmered softly in the candlelight. Draco, who had been seething with rage moments before, felt as though a bucket of cold water had doused his fury upon hearing her words. He pondered why he should forgive her, still harboring a trace of anger, and averted his gaze. Meanwhile, the Slytherins, along with curious onlookers from other houses, discreetly observed the unfolding scene, with several young witches stifling their laughter. Pansy, feeling quite apologetic and blushing, explained herself. I returned just this afternoon, as you know. I was with the headmaster the entire time and lost track of the hours. In hindsight, I realize I didn't even have lunch. Please don't be angry with me, all right? With that, she playfully nudged him twice. Draco turned to glare at her, his expression one of utter disdain. He picked up a piece of steak with his knife and fork, the clattering of the utensils against the plate producing a jarring sound. Upon beholding his visage, Pansy felt a pang of sorrow surge along her spine and into her mind. She averted her gaze, focusing instead on the peas in her bowl. Zweiling, an adept at culinary pursuits, remained utterly oblivious to the unfolding scene. Just as she was about to make contact with Pansy, Zweiling instantaneously appeared at the entrance of the hall. Pansy released Zweiling's hand and turned her head. Everyone set aside their food, momentarily captivated. Beneath the mask, eyes glowed a deep crimson, their gaze increasingly menacing, exuding a palpable aura of malevolence. Delred stood entranced, while Harry, feigning composure, appeared somewhat dazed. Forgetting the morsel in his mouth, she exuded a bloodthirsty allure, radiating an enchanting yet sinister charm, causing Zweiling to instinctively retreat a few steps in trepidation. Pansy's outer robe rustled as she moved, her eyes glimmering with a haunting crimson light. Suddenly, her body trembled, and she took a half-step back. I only wish to curse, yet not at you. Leave. Follow me, Julien, back to my dormitory. With that, she reached out and grasped Julien, hastily departing. Furide withdrew his hand, which had been suspended in mid-air, feeling his heart skip a beat. His face remained calm, yet concealed a hint of frenzied amusement. Indeed, this woman is not as I misjudged. In that fleeting moment, I even sensed the pressure from my father, the Emperor. Splendid. I shall ensure you willingly become my Empress. Miss Pansy. The more he contemplated, the more obsessed he became, succumbing to a certain fascination. Draco observed his expression with some confusion. He recalled Pansy's earlier demeanor, which had been one of unmistakable anger. Why had she departed without confrontation? What secrets was she withholding from me? He hastened to consume his meal, while Crab and Goyle beside him exchanged puzzled glances. Funa's eyes flickered with a fleeting malice. It seemed she must recruit some outside individuals to confront that wretched woman. The enchantress must be dealt with properly. The venom in her gaze startled her nearby companions, who feared they had inadvertently provoked her. Those who noticed her expression dared not speak, focusing intently on their food. Harry Potter stared at the doorway from which she had vanished, hesitating slightly. Could it be that boys are drawn to girls like you? What is it that makes you so enchanting? Everyone seems to adore you. He consumed his chicken leg with cold disdain, tinged with a hint of resentment. Ron glanced at him awkwardly, uncertain of what had transpired. Hermione paid Harry no mind, engrossed in her meal. The events of the day only deepened her conviction that Miss Pansy was extraordinary. She had spent an entire afternoon with the headmaster, who was notoriously stern. At the Ravenclaw table, Zhang Qiu took a delicate sip of juice. To only wish to curse, but not at you. How intriguing. To express disdain so subtly. How could anyone find that boy appealing? At the very least. Many of my fellow Ravenclaws are utterly captivated by him. That girl I saw at noon must be her. A smile curved her lips, her eyes glinting with admiration. Fried returned to his seat, his mind consumed with thoughts of Pansy's earlier appearance. I must devise a strategy to investigate her background, after all. To make her my empress requires more than mere beauty. Other qualities and virtues must be assessed as well. Pansy exited the hall, inhaling deeply as she struggled to rein in her impulse to confront the prince, knowing that such an action would inevitably lead to complications. Her days were now meticulously scheduled, consumed by trivial concerns, leaving little room to ponder how she had once again allowed herself to be manipulated by such a fool. Presently, her magical energy was nearly depleted. Should she engage, she risked injury. Moreover, she pondered why this other self acted without regard for the consequences of her actions. Pansy felt her anxiety intensify to an unbearable degree. If this were the case, she was indeed in grave danger, requiring her to maintain emotional stability at all times. Should she act against Xiao Long in any way, it would be disastrous. With a surge of anger, she clenched her fists tightly, resolutely thinking to herself, no, such a thing must not come to pass. With the passage of time, it should naturally fade away. Pansy felt a slight dryness in her throat and quickened her pace back to the dormitory. Chasing Lin walked silently beside her, finding this mistress rather perplexing. However, she recognized her own vulnerability and realized the necessity of adapting to this newfound freedom of movement. Having been confined in the Forbidden Forest for far too long, she had little knowledge of the world outside. Now, following her master and experiencing a rebirth, she understood the importance of self-improvement. Professor Snape casually consumed a bit of food and, using his spare wand, made his way to Diagon Alley. After a prolonged search, he finally located a shop that sold tree seeds. He extracted 3 galleons and purchased 3,000 assorted seeds, along with a spade for planting. He departed in a hurried manner. Within just an hour in the Forbidden Forest, he had procured everything he needed and left his damaged wand at the wand shop for repair. With the spade in hand, he began to work the soil near Hogwarts and the Forbidden Forest. For reasons unknown, even in the midst of labor, thoughts of Lily surfaced in his mind. He was determined to protect this girl. A desolate smile crept across his face as he stood tall, brushing off the dust from his sleeves, and gently remarked, "Ah, the fervor that once burned with intensity will ultimately fade into the silence of the Dead Sea. Lily, which do you prefer?" Pansy had just returned to her room. Taking a deep breath to calm her racing heart, she beckoned Shuailin to sit down on a chair and retrieved a book from the shelf. "Here, take this and read it thoroughly. Within 7 days, I will pose some questions to you." Pansy sat gracefully upon her chair, offering a slight nod. "I shall discuss the matter of planting trees with you tomorrow. Please come to find me at 6:30 a.m. I will be awaiting you in my dormitory. I will jot down the plans in my notebook, and you may take charge of the arrangements when the time comes. I have classes to attend tomorrow, so I fear I must entrust this task entirely to you." A faint, reluctant smile graced her lips, revealing her apparent discomfort with imposing on others. Chasing Lin responded with a subtle smile, lowering his head in a gesture of respect. "Master, it is you who has bestowed upon me this new life. What is a mere task in comparison? Should you ever require me to traverse fire and water, I shall not hesitate." Pansy, noticing her expression had become somewhat rigid, remarked, "Perhaps, but in my presence, there are no subordinates, only companions. Do your best, and I shall not treat you poorly. Return now. Should you have any questions regarding your studies, do not hesitate to seek my counsel." With a slight bow, Chasing Lin retreated a few steps and hurriedly departed. In that fleeting moment of turning, she caught sight of Draco ascending the stairs. Pansy's smile vanished, replaced by a semblance of irritation, inexplicably. She felt a twinge of annoyance at the sight of the young dragoness face. Draco bore a fleeting, imperceptible smile. Indeed, she was miffed because of my dinner with Funa. Apologize to me, and I shall forgive you. Why should she take it so lightly? Adopting a stoic demeanor, he opened the door to his room and stepped inside. With an unintentional glance, Draco discreetly surveyed Pansy while savoring a piece of steak, drawing the attention of several classmates who furtively observed the unfolding dynamics. In his low, somewhat youthful voice, he inquired, "Goyle, Crab, why are you two just standing there? Aren't you going to eat?" The two were startled by his words. He cast a subtle glance at Pansy, noticing Miss Funa seated a few places away from him. Draco, maintaining a cold tone, addressed her, "Miss Funa, shall we dine together tomorrow at noon?" His gaze bore an air of indifference and tranquility. Meanwhile, Funa, gnashing her teeth in silent malediction towards Pansy, was momentarily taken aback by the reaction of her fellow Gryffindor, Fortitude. Pansy lowered her head to eat, her apricot-colored long hair obscuring much of her view. Her expression remained indistinct as she had removed her mask, revealing only a face devoid of emotion, mechanically chewing her food. Draco's amusement deepened in his gaze as he continued. "Didn't you promise to have lunch with me today? I see you are surrounded by so many friends. It seems rather inconvenient. How about tomorrow?" His voice trailed off with a sultry rasp. Fleur appeared somewhat dazed, yet she instinctively nodded in response. Draco smiled gently, and Fleur found herself utterly captivated. Many young witches shook their heads in disapproval, while the young wizards gazed on with envy. Freed sat at his own table. His eyes darkened. Is this woman really flirting with multiple suitors? Wait, is that woman sitting beside him the one I saw in the bookstore? A stunning beauty. Truly temperamental and unique. A shadow of greed flickered across his face. His smile waited, as his hands casually intertwined before he began rummaging through his pockets. Pansy swiftly finished her meal, letting out a small, satisfied burp. She glanced at the plate, continually pursuing her companion, chasing Lynn, who soon finished as well. Pansy tidied her hair, wiped her mouth, and donned her mask once more. The pallor of her lips left the onlookers with a sense of curiosity. Pansy awaited Shuailin, who was still indulging in his meal, as she retrieved her robe and hood. A fleeting smile danced across Fortid's face, as he had previously overlooked the beauty before him. The mask added an intriguing allure, making the women of the palace all the more fascinating. Was her ashen complexion a sign of discomfort? His fingers, which had been gripping the powder, loosened slightly. All eyes were drawn to the unfolding spectacle. Clearly, today's feast had taken on an even more delightful flavor. As Fortna observed her demeanor, a sudden realization struck him. This wretched woman must have quarreled with the young master. What a splendid opportunity. He feigned nonchalance while elegantly savoring his steak. However, a moment later, he recalled how that woman had carelessly rolled her eyes at him. How rude indeed. It was only natural, considering that last time she had managed to win by sheer luck. This time, he would ensure her utter defeat. As he deftly sliced through the steak, a glint of malice flickered in his eyes. Pansy revealed her pristine neck, with her long hair cascading like a waterfall on either side. The light from the side accentuated her ethereal silhouette, with pale lips that conveyed a haunting fragility. After finishing the last piece of steak, Pansy stood upright, reluctantly savoring a sip of the meat broth, followed by a hearty gulp. Pansy maintained a calm demeanor, though her heart was filled with a sense of helplessness and sorrow. What on earth did you consume in the Forbidden Forest? Oh well. You do have a penchant for delectable treats. I shall ensure to bring you more in the future. With a lingering reluctance, Chasing Lynn wiped her mouth and reached out to take her hand. Pansy cast a glance at Draco, who sat calmly beside her, savoring his meal, while she herself limped away slowly. Many onlookers, who had been surreptitiously observing from the beginning, sighed in disappointment, lamenting that they would miss this farce. Riddle paused mid-bite of his roasted meat, hastily stuffing his mouth, and dabbed at his lips with a napkin before pursuing her. Pansy's amber eyes sparkled like stars scattered across the night sky, bright and dazzling, though most of her face was obscured by a mask, rendering her emotions inscrutable and profound. Riddle soon caught up with her and noticed Pansy's injury. Her limp intrigued him even more. He mused that, despite her incapacitation, her presence was still a pleasure to behold. Reminiscent of a past exquisite creature his father had once kept, a sapphire, whose beauty was only slightly eclipsed by that of Miss Pansy. Lost in thought, he reached out to halt her progress. Pansy cast a disdainful glare at Drid, her spirits already low, and a sense of irritation enveloped her. After all she had endured. The thought of having to placate this child was exasperating. What would it matter if she managed to soothe him? He was merely a child, immature. And how long would it take for him to mature? 7 years, perhaps? And then he might fall in love with someone else. Her eyes, shimmering with iridescence, appeared particularly profound, while to others, they seemed merely a pair of brilliant starry orbs. Pansy took a deep breath to regain her composure, resisting the urge to confront him. The man before her towered in a condescending manner, his tone dripping with insincerity. "Dearest Miss Pansy, do you have early classes tomorrow? I shall await you at the entrance of the Lester dormitory." His faint brightness only made Pansy feel as if she were confronted by something foul and repugnant. She exchanged a glance with Chualine, and together they circumvented him to continue on their way. With eyes as cold and deep as an abyss, Pansy felt the atmosphere around her grow frigid. "Leave me be. Should you dare to bother me again, I shall not hesitate to make you regret it, you greasy wretch." With that, she shot him a disdainful glance before turning away. If Delred had once felt a sense of pride in his audacity to approach a beauty in this moment, all he felt was a seething fury within his chest. As the 14th Prince of the Kingdom of England, he was accustomed to his father's favor. And yet this woman dared to humiliate him so brazenly. Anger coursed through him, his narrow eyes narrowing into slits as he hissed, laden with venom, "Miss Pansy, what did you say? Do you have any idea who I am? I am the 14th Prince of England. Do you comprehend the gravity of insulting a prince?" The chilling weight of his words hung in the air, as if a grave accusation threatened to engulf her entirely. Draco, sensing the trouble that had befallen her, felt a pang of anxiety. His fleeting, complex expression lingered as he observed Pansy's retreating figure. Surely she can handle this. She is clever enough to manage. Pansy found the situation rather amusing as she continued to walk forward, showing no intention of stopping. As Zualine listened to his words, she lifted her gaze to her master, whose demeanor was as tranquil as the waters of a secluded lake. Zualine sensed that he was somewhat formidable. After all, he was a prince, and it was the first time he had been observed by so many. Her heart raced with a mix of anxiety, and her hands trembled slightly. Delred, an exceedingly arrogant man, could not possibly let her go after being humiliated. There was no way he would allow her to escape. He reached out to grasp Pansy's wrist with swift strides, and as he drew closer, he beheld her beauty, which only heightened his exhilaration. Pansy, seeing his demeanor, felt even less inclined to engage with him. She lingered in place, glancing uncertainly at Draco's closed door. With a serene expression, Pansy shut her eyes, feigning indifference. Zualine pondered, what has happened? Are they at odds? Did the master not apologize? Thoughts swirled in her mind. Yet her hands moved with discipline as she dutifully closed the door behind her and departed. With a swift apparition, Zualine arrived at the forbidden forest. Her curiosity piqued as she strolled slowly. In the brief span of a single day, she had encountered so much. The world beyond was indeed different, and at last, she felt a sense of freedom. A gentle breeze caressed her smooth visage, bringing with it a hint of warmth. Yet she soon heard the sound of earth being disturbed. Her fair brow furrowed slightly. Is someone digging? She cautiously approached, taking refuge behind a grand ancient tree, and beheld a man clad in black a short distance ahead. Beside him lay 2 or 3 large burlap sacks and a diminutive oil lamp. His dark attire nearly melded with the shadows, and his flowing, mid-length hair obscured most of his features. Zualine's curiosity grew. What could this man be doing? Is he up to no good? As he turned, she edged closer, finally discerning a tall figure, albeit with a somewhat unsteady gait. The flickering light revealed his features. Leaning against the tree, Zualine's expression reflected her confusion. Is that the master's godfather? Is he planting trees? But did not the master say to commence tomorrow? She found herself puzzled yet gleaned some understanding. Should she inform her master of this? Turning once more for confirmation, she noted the identical black robe, the glossy black hair, and those strikingly handsome brows. It was undoubtedly her master's godfather. After much hesitation, she stepped forward, calling out, "Professor Snape?" Snape's pupils dilated, instinctively taking a few steps back. Upon recognizing her, he exhaled in relief. "Miss Zualine, what brings you here? The Forbidden Forest is rather perilous." With that, he resumed his task of planting. Observing his actions, Zualine voiced her concern. "I live at the heart of the Forbidden Forest. Why have you begun?" The master said to wait until tomorrow. You should return and rest. She hoped to persuade him to leave. His eyes held a profound depth, his handsome features exuding an aura of sternness as he replied in a low, gravelly tone. "It's nothing. I have a class tomorrow. If I can assist, I shall." Cece has been busy with her lessons lately. He then dug a deep hole, dropped in a seed, and deftly covered it with soil. Zweiling noticed several burlap sacks, some already emptied. Realizing her words would not sway him, she continued on her path homeward. After a few steps, she abruptly halted and declared, "It's truly fortunate for the master to have a godfather like you." With that, she departed. In his hand, Snape grasped a short iron spade, and a hint of a smile flickered across his cold countenance. "What fortune? I merely wish for her well-being," he muttered before plunging the spade into the earth once more. Once out of Snape's line of sight, Zweiling quickened her pace, clutching 3 or 4 books. A sense of urgency flashing across her face. The master had assigned her a task. Otherwise, she would have remained to assist him with the planting, as she had her own responsibilities to attend to the following day. An inexplicable feeling stirred within her, a freshness she had not felt in many years. After Pansy chased Lynn away, she changed into her nightgown and took a moment to assess her injuries. It was undeniable that her body was marred, devoid of unscathed flesh. A particularly large bruise adorned her back, accompanied by scrapes, while her knee bore a deep wound, revealing large patches of scabbed skin. Her elbow was scraped as well, and the area around her palm was injured. Reluctantly, she removed her mask, unveiling a face that elicited pity. Jagged lightning-like cracks sprawled across much of her visage, a stark contrast to the dark silk she remembered. Observing the scabs, she was acutely aware that scars were inevitable. She delicately touched the scabbed areas on her face, a slight frown tugging at her lips. She swallowed hard, her throat constricted, and her eyelashes fluttered. Taking a deep breath, she muttered, "How unattractive," though she resolved to accept it. Her voice was icy, her expression reminiscent of an Azura from the depths of hell. Pansy gazed out at the night through the window, which appeared to be steeped in inky darkness. She retrieved her violin from her bag, closed her eyes, and began to play a haunting melody. Draco, still in the midst of his bath, was suddenly captivated by the sound of the violin from next door. The notes wove around his ears with a tender grace, reminiscent of a fleeting ray of sunshine from days gone by. Pansy set down her instrument and suddenly began to pace restlessly around the room. The sound of her little shoes tapping against the floor echoed distinctly in Draco's ears. He ran his fingers through his hair, evidently perplexed, pondering what was troubling Pansy and what madness had overtaken her. Pansy was engulfed in a tempest of anger, a tumultuous storm that had long been festering within her. Her emotions were a chaotic tangle, thoughts intertwining in a disordered frenzy, her mind resembling a thick, swirling fog, with a hint of resentment. She raked her fingers through her hair, her unsteady legs trembling beneath her, her mind a blank canvas as if lost in a trance. An odd vision flashed before her eyes, a red brick house's attic, suffused with a myriad of emotions, countless thoughts flickering in her consciousness, yet she remained utterly at a loss. In an instant, her thoughts, much like a sudden downpour, ceased without warning, and she abruptly halted, as if a thread had snapped. Pansy shot her head up, her eyes gleaming with a fierce crimson light, a manifestation of wrath and malevolence. Ha ha ha! It was an eerie laughter that erupted from her, infused with fury and hatred, casting a sinister aura around her. Her laughter crescendoed, resonating like two swords clashing against one another. Draco's eyes widened in disbelief as he fixated on the wall. Unable to conceal his astonishment, could she truly be losing her mind? Should I go check on her? A sense of fear washed over him, causing him to involuntarily tighten his grip on the towel in his hands. Suddenly, her laughter ceased abruptly, leaving Draco with a chilling sense of dread as he unconsciously rubbed his hands against his thighs. The room was cloaked in darkness, save for the bright light that illuminated the space, while the branches outside rustled ominously. The air was eerily silent, and a cool breeze swept over him, heightening the tension in the atmosphere. In the dimly lit room, Pansy played the violin with a scowl etched upon her face. The sound reverberated through the air, heavy, murky, and suffused with a sense of oppressive urgency, akin to a tempestuous storm descending upon the land, exuding a palpable malevolence. Draco, listening intently from the adjacent chamber, felt a flicker of uncertainty in his gaze, his eyes darting away as the music grew increasingly eerie. It seemed to narrate a chilling tale. Tightening his entire being with an unsettling dread, his scalp prickled, and he set aside his towel, cautiously retreating to his bed, cocooned tightly in his blanket, leaving only his head exposed. On that tranquil night, he was gripped by fear as he listened to the haunting strains of the violin. An inexplicable sense of danger enveloping him, causing a disarray within. His pallid complexion betrayed his anxiety, and he found himself unconsciously biting his lip. After what felt like an eternity, the violin, battered and worn, produced a final, ragged note. Pansy let out a soft, weary smile, releasing the instrument from her grasp. She splashed her face with cool water, then returned to her bed. With a flick of her wrist, the lights in the room extinguished, and a peculiar chuckle escaped her lips, echoing eerily in the empty space, sending shivers down one's spine. The moonlight streamed through the window, casting an unsettling glow upon her scarred visage. Draco stared blankly at the wall before him, a creeping fear settling in. Pansy had become far more unhinged than she was in their childhood. Severus Snape returned late, weary from his duties. He changed out of his attire and indulged in a refreshing bath, sinking into a deep slumber that he found surprisingly rejuvenating. That night, he experienced a restful sleep, far more profound than usual. Meanwhile, Tracy Lynn remained engrossed in her book until the late hours, ultimately succumbing to slumber as she rested her head upon the desk. Lost in her dreams, Pansy was profoundly unsettled as she experienced a dream in which she frantically fled, seemingly trying to evade something elusive. The following morning, in the Forbidden Forest, numerous wild grasses had blossomed into exquisite flowers, and tender shoots adorned the trees. The morning mist hung in the air like a delicate veil, enveloping the entire forest, while the melodious birdsong gently roused the dreamlike dawn. Pansy furrowed her brows tightly, almost knitting them into a singular knot, her gaze fixed vacantly on the ceiling. She sat up abruptly, having just experienced the most terrifying nightmare of her life, yet she regarded the ensuing anxiety as unwarranted, having endured so much already. With a stoic expression, she donned her mask, grasped her wand, and slipped into her shoes before exiting the room. Knock, knock, knock. Knock. Pansy relentlessly pounded on Draco's door, despite it being a mere 6 o'clock in the morning. Growing increasingly impatient as the door remained unopened, she declared, "Alohomora," with a swift motion, pushing the door ajar. Dressed in a white robe, she appeared like a flash of lightning at his bedside, finding him still ensconced in slumber. A smirk played on her lips as she commanded, "Get up. Join me for a morning run. Hurry, stop pretending to be asleep." Draco slightly furrowed his brow, instinctively concealing his head beneath the covers. Pansy, unaccustomed to indulging him, waved her wand, swiftly yanking the blanket away, allowing a chill breeze to seep into the room. Draco grimaced, shielding his eyes with his arm, clearly still entrapped in the remnants of sleep. Pansy observed him in his languid state, as sunlight streamed through the curtains, casting a gentle glow upon the floor, the subtle sound piercing the tranquility of the morning. She extended her foot and gave his bed a firm kick. With a loud thud, Draco, who had been drowsily drifting in and out of sleep, abruptly opened his eyes. The brightness of the sunlight was rather blinding, prompting him to raise a hand to shield himself. Pansy cleared her throat, her voice icy and condescending. "Little dragon, stop sleeping and get up for a morning run." Draco's drowsy expression abruptly stiffened, and with a hint of nasal tone, he replied, Morning run? Can it be eaten?" Pansy was not angry. Her voice was utterly enchanting. "I suggest you rise now, unless you wish for your classmates to discover you hanging beneath the dormitory." Following this, she offered a cheeky, provocative smile before turning on her heel and departing. The sound of her footsteps abruptly awakened him from his slumber. He rubbed his eyes and surveyed the empty room, questioning whether the encounter had merely been a figment of his imagination. However, the chill enveloping him suggested otherwise. Had she actually thrown off his covers? Stifling a yawn, he remained skeptical of the dreamlike quality of the moment. As he gathered his wits, he noticed a hole in his bed and the door ajar. His expression faltered momentarily before he managed to utter 2 words. "Morning run?" Surely, Pansy would not insist on my participation in a morning run. Good heavens! Could it be because I had arranged to meet with Funa? Just as he was contemplating this, he suddenly heard Pansy's voice reading. An ethereal breeze associated with divination classes seemed to caress him, and he sensed an unusual shift in the atmosphere. He swallowed hard, his face registering a hint of rigidity, yet he obediently rose to wash up and dress. The entire room exuded a chilling solitude, adorned with opulence yet devoid of superfluity. Meticulously organized without a trace of disorder, as if it were touched by an obsessive cleanliness. She sat before the tea table, sipping hot tea, her hands cradling a book as she immersed herself in its pages. How delightful it is to have regained her magical prowess. Garments posed no challenge at all. Pansy sipped her tea, enveloped in the tranquility of the room, save for the faint sound of water flowing from the adjacent space. Pansy, lost in thought, recalled the faint scent of cedar that lingered around him, a smile playing at the corners of her lips. After several minutes, she set her book aside and pursued Draco, who was descending the stairs with measured steps. Turning a few corners, Pansy entered Draco's room, her expression slightly frosty as she sighed. Could you be a bit quicker? Master. You were taking too long. Draco, noting her displeased demeanor, refrained from retorting. He was all too aware of the threat she had made regarding his family's reputation. And the thought of facing his father's wrath was enough to silence him. Pansy took charge, deftly wielding the toothbrush and towel, while Draco stood there, mouth agape in resignation. In less than 5 minutes, Pansy had tidied him up thoroughly. With a hint of exasperation, Draco approached the shoe cabinet to put on his shoes. Glancing up to see Pansy, who was already donning her mask early in the morning, clearly perplexed by the situation. Pansy wore a mischievous smile at the corner of her lips, her apricot-colored hair seemingly gilded by the sunlight. She noticed the fleeting glimmer of disappointment in his gaze. Clad in her student robes, she stood in his room with an air of effortless harmony, unperturbed by the disparity of their surroundings. Draco gazed into her amber eyes, blinking in a moment of distraction. I must admit, she is indeed quite beautiful, albeit with a touch of devilry. How am I to navigate through this day? His attention drifted as he regarded her pale, delicate features. Pansy mercilessly stamped her foot, plunging the scene into an eerie silence, while a fleeting expression of helplessness crossed Draco's slender face. Chasing Lin approached the door to Pansy's room and gently knocked, her concern evident as she pondered whether the owner had risen so early. Pansy spoke in a cold, indifferent tone. I am at Draco's. Hurry up, she urged impatiently. Draco, having fastened his shoes, picked up the bag he had prepared the night before. Pansy's expression remained frosty as she commanded, let us go. Draco, taken aback, nodded silently, reluctant to voice any objections. After all, who could stand against her? He dared not speak. Regardless of victory or defeat, he would inevitably face reprimand. Time had taught him to discern the essence of matters. Julie and Gongshun stood at the door, awaiting their departure, as Pansy sauntered out with a leisurely stride. With a flick of her hand, the door swung open, and the neatly packed bag flew out. Pansy tossed the bag to Julien, who reached out to catch it. Master, what shall we do now? He inquired. Pansy replied softly, let us go for a morning run downstairs. Draco glanced at Chasing Lin with a hint of confusion. He seemed to recall never having encountered this maid at Parkinson Manor before. He inquired, Pansy, is she your maid? How come I've never seen her? Pansy, without pausing her stride, replied calmly, I received her just a couple of days ago. She is my personal maid. What of it? Draco shook his head, perceiving that Pansy was not particularly inclined to engage with him, and decided it best not to make a fool of himself. The three of them descended the stairs, and as Pansy stepped onto the verdant grass outside the castle gates, she spoke up. Draco, starting today, you are to run 1 kilometer every day, right here. Today, you will run alongside Jueline. It is essential to engage in physical activity to enhance your fitness. We have been far too pampered in the past, and if we encounter any trouble in the future, our physical condition will undoubtedly falter. We must improve it. Having uttered these words, she seemed to recall something and added, I recently sustained an injury, so I shall not be joining you for the run. In 2 weeks, once I have recovered, I will train with you. Now, you may begin. Draco, feeling a wave of exasperation, was it really necessary to rush so? Noticed Jueline nodding and starting to run, compelling him to follow suit rather than remain idle. Having barely taken 5 or 6 steps, Pansy began to admonish him from the sidelines. Little dragon, lift your feet higher. Swing your arms and straighten your back. Take a cue from Jueline. She is running splendidly. You must quicken your pace, or we shall miss our meal and be forced to attend class on empty stomachs. Her voice, reminiscent of a relentless specter, urged him onward. With no choice but to adjust his attitude, Draco fell in line behind Jueline. Meanwhile, Pansy found a patch of grass, unreservedly seated herself, and took out a book, leafing through its pages with a lively mind. After the last trial, she recognized her shortcomings. Her practical experience was woefully inadequate, and without improvement, she would surely suffer greatly in the future. There was still time to make amends. As she calmly perused the pages, a sense of tranquility enveloped her, as though this were her natural state. Before long, Draco was drenched in sweat, struggling to keep pace. Pansy encouraged him, 3 laps to go. Yet, all he could perceive was a darkening world before him, not from faintness, but rather from the realization that his life had taken a turn for the dreary. Pansy meticulously studied 3 or 4 pages of the book before coolly announcing, that will suffice. Everyone, gather around. Draco appeared visibly fatigued, his pallid complexion betraying his struggle to catch his breath, rendering him momentarily speechless. In stark contrast, Llewellyn's cheeks were flushed with a vibrant hue. As if ignited by fervent enthusiasm, although his breath remained somewhat unsteady, Pansy smiled gently and remarked, "See, this is the burden you must bear, henceforth. The daily kilometer is inevitable. You, my dear, are woefully out of shape, and you shall suffer greatly in the future. I shall also incorporate some practical training, which will soon be prioritized." Having spoken, she drew her wand and with a flick, refreshed both of them, instantly rendering their attire dry and comfortable. Pansy produced a handkerchief and reached out to wipe the sweat from Draco's brow, who was evidently still panting, appearing quite breathless. Pansy, resembling a doting mother, began to chide him. "You criticize me, yet your physique is hardly superior to mine. After merely running this short distance, you are left gasping for air. Should anyone pursue you in the future, I fear you would be unable to escape. You must eat more. Just look at how gaunt your face has become." Once she had finished, she tucked the handkerchief away and offered a clean one to Cho. Draco, clearly a bit embarrassed, cleared his throat, and a hint of color returned to his cheeks. He stumbled slightly, lamenting the ache in his calves. He lifted his gaze, as if he wished to convey something to Pansy. Pansy turned to Draco and urged, "Draco, let us hasten to our meal. We shall not have time to spare." Draco swallowed his words again, wearing an expression of resigned indulgence. The three of them hurriedly exited the castle dormitory when a figure emerged from behind the stone wall. Friedrich, his face marked by a hint of malevolence and irritation, his gaze firmly fixed on Draco among the trio. "Miss Pansy, do you harbor an affection for this ailing wretch? Or is he perhaps a relative, a brother, or a sibling of sorts?" His brows knitted tightly, indicating that the matter warranted urgent investigation. Unaware of the unfolding events, Pansy swiftly approached the entrance of the great hall. Upon entering, she immediately spotted the trio from Gryffindor seated at one end of the long table, enjoying their meal. Pansy's eyes brightened at the sight, and she greeted them with warmth and a radiant smile, exclaiming as she walked over, "Good morning, Ron, Harry, Hermione. What a coincidence to see you all here at this hour." After which, she chose a seat at a nearby table, close to them. It was as if a floodgate of conversation had opened. Her smile radiated warmth reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze. "Miss Granger, it's been a day since we last met. What subjects have you chosen?" However, Hermione's expression stiffened as she glanced at Draco beside her, a hint of disdain flickering across her face, and she chose not to respond. Pansy cleared her throat awkwardly and inquired, "What is the matter? Miss Granger, did you perhaps study too late last night and fail to rest adequately?" Ron glanced between Hermione and Pansy, offering an awkward smile, while Harry remained silent, his expression composed. Upon witnessing the scene, Pansy instantly comprehended the situation. From her previous recollections, it appeared that Draco had quarreled with them, seemingly because he wished to formally introduce himself to Harry Potter. However, Ron mocked his name, and soon after, Harry Potter also asserted his stance. It seemed that Draco held a disdain for Hermione as well, merely due to her Muggle heritage. Pansy offered a sheepish smile, suddenly realizing the awkwardness of the moment. Hermione contemplated for a moment and deemed it unnecessary to be impolite. She replied, "No, it's just that some individuals seem reluctant to speak." Upon finishing her sentence, she symbolically cast a glance at Draco. Draco, gritting his teeth, clenched his hand beneath his robe and retorted angrily, "What did you say, you repugnant mudblood?" He concluded with a mocking lift of his eyebrow. Pansy's previously warm expression momentarily flickered with irritation as Draco, basking in his own arrogance, found himself at a loss when Hermione refrained from responding to him. In a sudden turn of events, he was unexpectedly struck. Her abrupt surge of strength nearly caused Draco to lose his balance, prompting Pansy to swiftly reach out and steady him. Caught off guard, he had no time to evade her attack, his face etched with alarm. "Ah? Oh, that hurts." This unexpected display silenced their peers. Even Millicent, who had been carrying a plate, paused in her tracks. Draco shifted uncomfortably in his seat, returning to his previous position without daring to utter a word. Pansy turned her head, glaring at him with unwavering confidence. "Aunt Shasha and Uncle asked me to keep an eye on you, not to allow you to misbehave at school." Draco, his face taut, averted her gaze and picked up a plate to serve himself food. Everyone stared in astonishment at Draco's cowardly demeanor. Is this truly the Draco Malfoy they all knew? Harry raised his cup and took a sip, feeling an inexplicable sense of satisfaction at Pansy's perfect domination over Draco, exchanging glances with Ron. Meanwhile, Hermione appeared indifferent, calmly enjoying her meal. Pansy, observing his demeanor, chose not to continue chastising him. Instead, she chuckled lightly, remarking, "His family holds considerable influence within the magical realm, which accounts for his less than amiable disposition. At times, his temper can be quite foul. I trust you will all be understanding and not take offense." Draco, upon hearing her words, turned to her with a look of incredulity. "What are you saying?" "It is clearly them." Before he could finish, a pair of piercing eyes swept over, their gaze sharp as a blade, filled with an unmistakable threat. Draco's words faltered. In that fleeting moment, a sense of fear washed over him. Perhaps it was best to remain silent. He sulkily buried his head back into his meal. This action elicited looks of profound respect directed towards Pansy from those around them. The trio from Gryffindor could hardly conceal the shock reflected in their eyes. Pansy seemed to ignite with fervor, clearly intent on not letting him off the hook. "Was it not yesterday that you intended to make a proper acquaintance with Harry Potter, hence introducing yourself publicly? Yet, Ron mocked your name, prompting you to retaliate with scorn towards his lineage and attire. And when Hermione attempted to interject, you resorted to insulting her, did you not?" Her words traversed the corridors of memory, ensnaring all in a web of recollection, for upon reflection, her account matched the events with remarkable precision. Draco narrowed his eyes, a flicker of confusion crossing his features as he retorted, "What exactly did I do wrong?" "It was they who erred." His gaze was somewhat unfocused. Harry's eyes glinted with a barely perceptible chill as he cleared his throat and stated earnestly, "Pansy, you are not mistaken. Indeed, Ron and I share some culpability in this matter. We cannot place the entire blame on Malfoy." He lowered his head slightly, a semblance of remorse shadowing his demeanor. Pansy regarded Harry's demeanor with a hint of reproach, contemplating that he was indeed far more mature than the younger Draco at this age. It was not sufficient merely to focus on academics. He also needed to be instructed in the nuances of social interaction. As her thoughts evolved, a complex plan began to take shape in her mind. Draco, feigning indifference, cast a fleeting glance at Harry, secretly pleased that Harry had spoken on his behalf. He had previously assumed Harry to be nothing more than a reckless lion. Yet he was pleasantly surprised to discover a glimmer of wisdom beneath that exterior. Just yesterday, Harry had defended Weasley, and Draco felt that he had acted in the latter's best interest. Pansy seemed to contemplate for a moment before speaking. "It is not that I hold any resentment towards him. Rather, I simply detest the term mudblood." She alternated her gaze between Harry's eyes and then turned to glare at Draco. Draco's eyelids twitched slightly, a trace of unmistakable astonishment etched upon his face. "Is this truly the reason you struck me? I have not erred. Does she not embody the very definition of mudblood?" Pansy gazed at his face, her expression a mixture of astonishment and suspicion, and remarked, "The term mudblood is, by its very definition, an insult not only to Hermione's parents but also to her. Such a word should never escape your lips. Do you comprehend the implication of asserting that the blood coursing through her veins is not blood but rather mud? I refuse to hear that word from you again. Should you utter it once more, I shall strike you." Draco felt a twinge of melancholy, believing he had committed no wrongdoing, yet puzzled as to why Pansy insisted on obstructing him. He chose not to retort, preferring instead to bury himself in his meal. Pansy gazed at him, feeling an inexplicable sense of despondency as memories of his past hardships flooded her mind. Hermione displayed no outward signs, yet she felt a quiet joy in Miss Pansy's defense. Unbeknownst to her, Pansy had seamlessly integrated into the circle of her friends. Ron, lost in thought while eating, kept repeating to himself that he should not provoke them. Harry, in contrast, felt a sense of delight at the quarrel between the two, relishing the situation. During a simple breakfast, each individual was preoccupied with their own thoughts, while Pansy continually pondered how to navigate the challenges that lay ahead. After finishing her meal, she pursued Lynn, sitting nearby and awaiting the distribution of tasks, while Pansy gracefully swallowed the last morsel of food and rinsed her mouth. Pansy felt a twinge of regret. "Chasing Lynn, you should seek employment in Diagon Alley." After uttering those words, she found herself second-guessing her suggestion, for Chasing Lynn was unfamiliar with the route. Despite her meticulous planning, she had not anticipated this misstep. Furrowing her brow, she sighed, "Perhaps I should just consult Dumbledore." Raising her eyes, she smiled slyly, fixating on a portrait of Dumbledore adorning the wall, revealing a wicked grin. Pansy increasingly felt that this endeavor was feasible, joiling, "Go find Dumbledore and have him take you." She rummaged through her clothing and produced a large bag of gold coins, which she handed to Joailing. Nodding in acknowledgement, Joailing left her backpack with Pansy. With swift strides, Joailing departed, as if fearing any delay. Pansy turned around and gently patted the dazed Draco, who was seated in a chair. "Come on, little dragon, let us head to class." Meanwhile, Hermione continued to leisurely enjoy her breakfast, and the trio had yet to finish their meal. Draco's expression suddenly shifted to one of distress as he murmured softly, "Please wait for me to finish." Pansy's expression remained unchanged, her face a mask of indifference as she settled back into her chair, muttering a complaint. "Why are you so troublesome?" With that, Joalyn exited the hall and soon found herself in Dumbledore's office. Dumbledore cleared his throat, momentarily feeling a surge of frustration. What does this mean? This is her affair. Why must I be involved? I am not her subordinate, and what connection do I have with her? Why has she come to command me? Confounded, he listened in disbelief. His expression shifting unpredictably, the calm facade now replaced by a peculiar demeanor. Joalyn's beautiful eyes sparkled with curiosity as she fixed her gaze on Dumbledore. Observing her intense scrutiny, Dumbledore inhaled deeply, striving to quell his anger. What does she mean? I am not her subordinate. I refuse to do her bidding. Wait a moment. Suddenly, a glimmer of realization lit up his dim eyes with surprise. Dumbledore thought to himself, I shall send Snape. Isn't Pansy his goddaughter? He can take her. With a renewed sense of purpose, Dumbledore stepped away from his previous gloom, moving to his desk, where he pulled out a sheet of paper and began to write briskly. Joalyn, who had been observing him with a mixture of curiosity and intrigue, found his sudden shift in demeanor rather odd. Regardless, she understood that this was a task assigned by her master, and it needed to be accomplished. The specifics of execution were irrelevant. What mattered was resolving the matter at hand. Dumbledore finished writing and handed the paper to her, his face adorned with a shadowy smile. He instructed her to seek Professor Snape's assistance. Seemingly preoccupied, he returned to organizing the documents on his desk. Joalyn glanced at the paper in her hand, her brow furrowing with curiosity. Is this for Professor Snape? She inquired. Dumbledore, appearing busy, cast her a sidelong glance and nodded, recognizing his engrossed demeanor. Joalyn chose not to linger, deciding it was best to leave rather than waste her time. No sooner had she stepped out of Dumbledore's office than he lifted his head, setting aside the documents he had been holding. With a glimmer of clarity in his eyes, he pondered the significance of such tasks. The gentle breeze rustled the window, producing a soft, creaking sound. Dumbledore seemed momentarily lost in thought, unable to decipher the girl's true intentions. A hint of regret washed over his deep-set eyes as he reflected on his earlier decision to overlook certain letters, leaving him curious about the future. As Joalyn took a few steps, she stifled a yawn, fatigue evident in her demeanor. Well, I suppose I should seek out my master's godfather. She had stayed up far too late the previous night, leaving her with dark circles under her eyes. With memories of yesterday guiding her, Joalyn made her way to Professor Snape's potions classroom. She politely knocked on the door, which opened automatically. Snape was seated at a desk across the room. As he looked up, a fleeting expression of disappointment crossed his face, as if he had hoped for someone else's presence. Feeling somewhat awkward, Joalyn lowered her gaze, her disappointment palpable. Yet, recalling her master's task, she steeled herself and entered, presenting the paper with a hint of trepidation. Professor Dumbledore asked me to give this to you, she said, extending the note towards him. Snape examined the paper, his expression darkening as he read aloud. Snape, this girl brought by Pansy wishes to visit Diagon Alley. Do you have the time to take her? His mood soured further as he realized Dumbledore had once again delegated such a task to him. However, upon glancing at Joalyn, who was merely Pansy's servant, he inquired, Have you never been to Diagon Alley? What do you intend to do there? Joalyn raised her face, offering an awkward smile. Oh, I usually don't go out much, so I'm not quite sure where Diagon Alley is. I want to organize some things for planting trees. Snape regarded her with a mix of skepticism and curiosity. Do you have the funds for this endeavor? How much do you possess? Joalyn remained silent for a moment before producing a large sack of gold coins from her clothing and placing it on the desk, nudging it towards him. Snape opened the bag, his expression shifting as he noted the considerable quantity of coins. However, he pushed it back, stating, These are all given to you by Pansy. While the amount was sufficient, the sheer volume seemed beyond what a child could casually possess. Snape found the situation increasingly peculiar, sensing that Joalyn might be somewhat unreliable. Considering Pansy's current predicament, he remained expressionless, lost in thought. Joalyn glanced at his icy demeanor before returning her gaze to the floor. Rising from his chair, Snape articulated each word with precision. Very well, I shall accompany you to handle this matter. Inform Pansy not to seek out Dumbledore next time. He likely won't be of any assistance. He was concerned about Pansy's secrets being unveiled by Dumbledore. Initially disheartened and somewhat pallid, Joalyn was taken aback by his words. She nodded slowly, appearing somewhat dim-witted. Snape shook his head, observing, "This girl seems only a few years older than Pansy. By all accounts, she should not be so naive, with a certain childishness about her." The classroom was cluttered with various books, and students had already filled the seats. Slytherin occupied the right side, while Gryffindor sat on the left. Harry sat beside the explosive genius, while Ron and Hermione were together, with Fred seated behind Harry, chatting with a pleasant-looking girl. In Slytherin, Draco and Pansy shared a row, with Goyle and Crabbe at a nearby table, and Luna sitting behind Draco. Draco quietly opened his book, wishing to avoid further reprimands from Pansy, especially with so many peers around. He had no desire to stand out in class. Pansy raised her eyes to observe the diminutive figure of the professor, adorned with a thick white beard and a somewhat balding crown. The classroom exuded a faintly unpleasant odor, reminiscent of long-neglected wooden boards. She wrinkled her brow slightly, extracting her book, clearly disinterested in attending the lecture. Her eyes, tinged with fatigue, sparkled momentarily as she averted her gaze, seeking a more comfortable angle, and, seizing the opportunity before class commenced, succumbed to slumber. Draco felt a sudden weight on his shoulder and turned to see Pansy murmuring, "Don't move. I'm a bit tired. Let me lean on you. Wake me up when class starts." Almost immediately, her breathing grew steady and rhythmic. Draco, his mouth slightly agape in surprise and curiosity, pondered, "Is it appropriate to sleep just before class?" Yet, captivated by the serene expression on her face, he refrained from speaking, opting instead to remain still, leaning against his chair. A cacophony of whispers erupted from a group of girls behind them, seemingly discussing him and Pansy. He shot them a threatening glare before turning back, feeling a mix of anxiety and complexity in his demeanor. He lowered his gaze to Pansy, her face largely concealed by a mask. He wondered why she chose to wear it, such an oddity, despite its aesthetic appeal, as she was the only one in the school donning such an accessory. Observing her pallid complexion and the slight furrow of her brow, he felt a pang of concern. With a stern expression, he discreetly pressed his hand against his bracelet. Draco closed his eyes, having discovered that the bracelet allowed him to glimpse Pansy's dreams while she slept. In their repose, the pair appeared to be in slumber, while Slytherin and Gryffindor students occasionally glanced their way, puzzled by their unexpected drowsiness in a classroom setting. Furley masked the malice in her eyes, stealing glances at the duo, while Harry, seated in front, absent-mindedly scribbled notes. Hermione furrowed her brow tightly, suspecting that Miss Pansy must have stayed up late studying, as it was quite unusual for someone to fall asleep so quickly. Ron, with his lips pressed together and eyes wide open, was taken aback, having assumed their academic life would begin with seriousness, not realizing that their legendary journey was just commencing. Ferner feigned ignorance, though the pen in her hand was on the verge of being crushed. However, a thought crossed her mind. Draco could be replaced by Furley, whose lineage was arguably more illustrious, providing her with some solace. Draco, oblivious to the surrounding chaos, had also drifted off, his head resting on Pansy's. He found himself immersed in her dream, observing through her perspective as the scenery shifted. Suddenly, his gaze settled on a dimly lit chamber, shrouded in darkness and permeated by a strong metallic scent. Upon pushing the door open, he was met with the visage of Pansy's father, the image rapidly oscillating as if in a struggle, becoming increasingly blurred. The dream continued, revealing scenes of being herded into a small room, nearly stumbling multiple times. Confined within a dimly lit space, the air felt stifling, and Pansy coughed incessantly. No, there was a flicker of incense in the corner. She reached out to extinguish it, her movements inching closer until the perspective shifted back to her feet, shackled by a short chain, with bloodstains marking the ground around her. Just as the dream began to clarify, a beam of morning light pierced through. Professor Flitwick, standing atop a high platform, observed the two with a sigh of relief. After several minutes into the class without any sign of awakening from them, he approached their desks and gently knocked. Draco stirred from his dream, while Pansy, still drowsy and leaning against his shoulder, murmured apologetically, "I'm sorry, Professor. I had some pressing matters to attend to the past few days and only arrived here yesterday. So I haven't rested well. Now, let us commence the lesson." Draco blinked vacantly at Professor Flitwick, the vividness of his recent dream lingering in his mind. After Pansy finished speaking with the professor, the atmosphere shifted dramatically as she bluntly remarked, "Xiaolong asked you to wake me up. How could you possibly be asleep? Remove your head from my way." Professor Flivy, observing the peculiar antics of the two young scients, couldn't help but shake his head as he returned to the lectern to continue his lecture. "These two wealthy young heirs are not someone I can afford to provoke." Pansy weakly nudged Draco, who finally emerged from his previous reverie. As he lifted his head, He was struck by the pungent scent of blood, unmistakably strong. Glancing at Pansy, whose lips had taken on a pallid hue, a wave of unease began to swell within him. Pansy appeared somewhat distracted as she reached out to touch his forehead, her voice laced with concern as she inquired, "What is the matter? Are you feeling unwell?" Draco's complexion was pale, and he looked exceedingly thin, his face etched with a profound sorrow. Nevertheless, he shook his head and managed a faint smile. Seeing him smile so tragically, Pansy wondered whether it was due to the morning's training, the fact that she had awakened him so early, or perhaps something related to Hermione that had dampened his spirits. Pansy shook her head in resignation, unable to comprehend the situation, nor did she wish to dwell on it any longer. Lately, her mind felt overwhelmed, plagued by a series of peculiar dreams. Draco, listening to the repetitive discourse from the podium, appeared utterly bored. Pansy rested her head on the desk, exuding an air of lethargy. Draco lowered his gaze upon her, pondering the heavy scent of blood that clung to her, and why her complexion was so pallid. If her injuries were merely from a fall, he had seen worse, and they were not grave. Yet he wondered where she had vanished to afterward. For this sister, who often clung to him, despite her subsequent transformation, he felt an undeniable urge to protect her. Draco contemplated broaching the subject, but upon noticing her unwillingness to divulge any information, he closed his mouth once more. Clearly, both he and Pansy were oblivious to the professor's lecture, as they had long mastered the incantation being discussed. Pansy, in a dull tone, turned to Draco. "How's your practice with the shield charm coming along?" Her words were a stark contrast to the mundane atmosphere. Draco, evidently distracted, replied, "You ask me every other day, and I still can't do it." The lesson had progressed significantly, and as the professor instructed the students to attempt the spell themselves, Pansy, with an air of impatience, raised her wand. The levitation charm, Wingardium Leviosa, caused a feather on the desk to rise gracefully into the air. Professor Flitwick, amidst the bustling crowd of witches and wizards, quickly recognized Pansy's exemplary performance. "Miss Parkinson, splendid work. 15 points to Slytherin." As her feather gently descended back onto the desk, Draco, upon hearing that points were awarded to their house, lifted his wand as well. With a flawless levitation charm, the feather ascended once more, slowly drifting until it hovered just beneath the ceiling before descending. Professor Flitwick turned to acknowledge Draco's performance, which was casual yet impeccably executed. "Mr. Malfoy, quite well done. 10 points to Slytherin." The Slytherin students erupted in astonishment, their faces reflecting envy at the successful attempts of the duo. Hearing his house gain points brought Draco a sense of joy, but he turned to see Pansy busily scribbling in a notebook, seemingly from nowhere. Leaning closer to observe, Draco was taken aback by the dense notes on Professor Flitwick's divination syllabus, complete with detailed diagrams. The book positioned before Pansy began to levitate, flipping its pages autonomously as she continued her writing unabashedly. The professor noted her proficiency, acknowledging, "This young lady has surpassed her peers by a considerable margin. One might say she exhibits a touch of arrogance." Meanwhile, on the Gryffindor side, Harry and Hermione completed their tasks in succession. Compared to his past self, Harry had made significant strides, taking his studies more seriously and engaging in tasks with newfound diligence. Ron, the explosive genius, evidently struggled to grasp the concepts, while Hermione attentively offered guidance, inadvertently provoking Ron's irritation. Pansy appeared utterly oblivious to everything around her, her mind solely fixated on the pages of the book before her. Meanwhile, Draco sat beside her, his gaze intensely fixed upon her, seemingly unwilling to overlook even the subtlest nuances of her expressions and movements. Pansy meticulously inscribes her notes, the occasional rustle of pages turning in the textbook seamlessly blending into the atmosphere of the classroom. The young girl immerses herself in her studies, exuding an air of tranquility. The fountain pen dances gracefully across the paper, giving birth to a melodic succession of words. Draco, observing her engrossed demeanor, feels an inexplicable twinge of envy. Were he to engage in a similar pursuit of knowledge, it would undoubtedly evoke feelings of irritation and endurance. Pansy's state of study drew gasps of astonishment from her surrounding classmates, leading them to speculate whether she might indeed secure the top position in the upcoming examination. Even her reading posture exuded a certain elegance. Though one hand languidly supported her head in a display of weariness, her movements were deliberate and unhurried, revealing an air of both haughtiness and languor. Draco observed her with a mix of frustration and confusion, uncertain of what actions he could possibly take. After perusing nearly a dozen pages of her book, Pansy suddenly became aware of the little dragon beside her, gazing intently at her. A flutter of anxiety coursed through her. As she pondered the consequences of her distraction, how could she afford to indulge him? If she allowed him to become complacent, he would surely amount to nothing. With all this time spent merely staring at her, what purpose did it serve? Her pen came to a halt as she engaged in a prolonged internal deliberation. Pansy turned her upper body slightly, her voice tinged with confusion as she directed her gaze towards Draco. What are you looking at? Have you mastered the brain block spell? Draco parted his thin lips at a loss for words and chose instead to maintain a silent demeanor. Thus, he remained seated before her, his expression a blend of affection and apprehension, appearing somewhat pitiable. Pansy pressed her fingers against her brow, wondering why he had begun to feign pity once more. Glancing at him from the corner of her eye, a faint smile involuntarily tugged at the corners of her lips. Pansy turned her entire body towards him, suddenly spreading her arms wide, presenting them before him. Draco's voice, magnetic and melodious, emerged as if he had just awoken. What is the meaning of this? Pansy made a peculiar gesture, presenting her hands as if offering something, leaving the onlookers bewildered as to the nature of her antics. In her palms, a fleeting blue light shimmered, revealing a thick tome bound in dark crimson leather, densely inscribed with text and adorned with an eccentric pattern. She lifted her gaze, exchanging a knowing glance with Draco, who, in a moment of dazed surprise, extended his hand to accept the book. Pansy's voice, typically soft and melodic, took on a slightly nasal quality, reminiscent of a child playfully whining. Start reading from the first page of Practical Defense Against the Dark Arts. And let me know where you stop after class. I want to draw from the earlier sections. With this, she playfully tugged at his ear, as if to say, "Why are you just standing there?" Draco's expression momentarily froze, but he soon regained his composure, turning to open the book, his demeanor imbued with a touch of endearing simplicity. Pansy, observing his demeanor, couldn't help but smirk. He truly was daft. Turning her head as if nothing had transpired, she resumed her studies. The two seemed to have conjured an isolated barrier within the classroom, both maintaining a serene composure while engrossed in their learning. The atmosphere was hushed, with the professor and classmates glancing at their seemingly oblivious state. The professor, feeling a sense of helplessness, continued to elucidate the text to aid those who struggled to comprehend it. Many speculated that the pair was romantically involved, yet only a few acquaintances knew they were merely childhood companions. Harry bore a hint of anxiety on his face, his brow furrowed, overwhelmed by an indescribable sense of peculiarity. Had they all mastered the spell? Meanwhile, Folly gazed at Pansy with admiration. Her delicate features were evidently twisted with frustration, yet she feigned tranquility, persistently practicing the incantation. She couldn't fathom why she struggled so. Her grip on the textbook tightened, leaving deep impressions from her nails. Ron, subjected to Hermione's relentless guidance, was disinterested, believing that if he couldn't learn it, then so be it. He would eventually grasp it one day, so why rush? Official commentary. This attitude is reflected in the lives of many, merely for reference, though ultimately futile. In stark contrast, Hermione was resolute, convinced that there was nothing she couldn't master, merely a matter of insufficient understanding or effort on her part. She believed she could attain anything she desired, as long as she wished for it. For the first time, the assertive Hermione found herself at a disadvantage with Ron, convinced she could teach him. However, upon glancing at him, she deemed him a lost cause, her irritation mounting. She turned away, retrieved a book from her bag, and slammed it onto the desk with force, pulling out a pen to furiously jot down notes. A fleeting glance at Pansy's situation reignited her annoyance, causing her to press down harder with her writing. Ron, noticing her heightened irritation, refrained from speaking, instead blankly focusing on his quill as he practiced. The lesson unfolded in an unusual manner, yet the professor had grown accustomed to it, recognizing that mastering spells often depended on innate talent and development. It was not uncommon for one to struggle with magical control. However, he remained unperturbed, confident that with time and practice, they would eventually learn. Professor Flitwick sat at the lectern, his expression neutral, observing the students' engagement in their studies. Suddenly, he found himself admiring Pansy's determination. Curiously, he watched her flipping through the pages of her book, and upon glimpsing the cover, he was taken aback, his eyes betraying an undeniable shock. He blinked, fearing he had misread it, and upon a second glance, he realized she was perusing the teacher's qualifications. Flitwick's eyes flickered with realization. He understood Miss Pansy's ambition. Did she aspire to graduate and remain at Hogwarts as a teacher? He resolved to inquire after class, burying this question in his mind. Time passed swiftly, and soon the class concluded. Pansy, appearing as if she had not moved an inch throughout the morning, continued to write, her gaze shifting constantly. Beside her, Draco occasionally lost focus to glance at Pansy, yet he remained diligent, even pulling out a sketchbook to scribble down numerous pages. The bell rang as expected, and both those who had mastered the spell and those who had not exhaled a sigh of relief. Pansy ceased her writing, and the book returned to the desk, gently closing itself. Draco, seizing the opportunity, also halted his pen, just as he was about to speak when Funa, with a sweet smile, gently poked him from behind. Draco turned his head calmly and inquired, "What is it?" Funa, adopting a demure and delicate demeanor, cradled her bag with both hands and sweetly asked, "Aren't you coming, Master Draco? Weren't we going to have lunch?" She blinked her eyes adorably. Draco's lips curled slightly, hesitating momentarily. At that moment, Pansy finished packing her bag and hurriedly departed, following the trio from Gryffindor. While Professor Flitwick stood silently at the spot, "I actually had something to discuss with you, Miss Pansy." Draco, in a daze, completed his packing, his eyelids drooping in a half-lidded manner, and declared, "Let us go." He then offered a polite smile. "Well, you really shouldn't provoke Funa." Funa waved goodbye to her friends with a sense of pride and followed Draco, resembling a playful kitten. As Draco walked steadily, Funa suddenly grasped his hand, prompting him to turn his head in surprise to look at her. Funa appeared unfazed, leisurely stating, "Aren't we friends?" Draco glanced at their tightly clasped hands, clearly perturbed. Yet, after a moment of contemplation, he recalled how Pansy had left without a backward glance, joining those foolish lions. His pure gray eyes remained fixed, reflecting a lingering melancholy. Observing his demeanor, Funa mistakenly believed he was smitten, her face aglow with a hint of pink. Draco, lost in thought, considered the scent of blood surrounding Pansy, increasingly convinced that she was concealing something from him. It seemed that the servant had only begun to follow her after Pansy's injury. Draco accompanied Funa to lunch, while Crabbe and Goyle hesitated repeatedly, ultimately deciding against joining them. Pansy followed closely behind the formidable trio of Gryffindor, where Harry, with his distinctly chiseled features and a somewhat cheerful smile, addressed Pansy, "Miss Pansy, are you not joining Mr. Malfoy from Slytherin for a meal?" A fleeting glimmer of intent danced in his eyes. Pansy adorned her mask, her fair complexion accentuated by lips tinged with a delicate blush of peach. "He has gone to dine with Miss Folly," she exclaimed. "Harry, how fares your studies? You seem to have made remarkable progress today," Hermione added, her eyes sparkling with mirth. "Far more astute than Ron, I must say. It's quite astonishing that he remains in the wizarding world, yet has shown such reluctance to learn." With that, she cast a pointed glance at Ron, underscoring her sentiment. On Pansy's beautiful apricot-colored long hair cascading over her shoulders, the midday sun glinted off her mask, creating a slight sheen. She spoke, "Miss Granger, why must you be in such a rush? Everyone must undergo a learning process. As for Ron, he tends to be rather carefree. It is simply his nature, and he must bear the consequences of that. As friends, it suffices for us to offer him our counsel. If we say too much, he may become displeased." Just as her words hung in the air, the Weasley twins approached from behind. Fred stepped forward, throwing an arm around Pansy's shoulders, while George mirrored him, draping his arm over Fred's. They both wore identical grins. With a mischievous smile, Fred remarked, "Pansy, the design you developed last time, I tried it out, and the results were splendid." George, wearing the same playful expression, added, "Do you have any other designs? Please create more. They would be immensely beneficial to us." With that, the two exchanged knowing glances. Pansy possessed a pair of exquisitely beautiful eyes that sparkled with a brilliant light. "Brother, what brings you all here?" she inquired. "Have you tried the designs from last time? How did they turn out? Have you thought of any additional ideas to incorporate?" Hermione furrowed her brow. Having learned yesterday that Ron's two brothers were akin to rascals at school, relishing in the torment of others and seemingly engaging in numerous absurd acts in their quest for the title of Prankster Supreme, Harry turned to Ron, noticing his displeasure. "Are these two your brothers?" Ron, somewhat reluctant to speak, recoiled slightly as if in fear. "Yes, George and Fred." Harry observed the two brothers, who mirrored each other in their antics, finding the situation somewhat amusing. Ron lowered his head, secretly lamenting how adept Pansy was at handling all sorts of people. Hermione remained silent, quickening her pace alongside Ron, hoping to depart from the scene. Pansy glanced at Ron's hasty retreat, refraining from calling him back or exposing him. In a gentle tone, she proposed, "As for the designs, I have a few more here. Would you like to see them?" Fred and George's eyes sparkled with excitement. But Pansy's expression shifted. What would I gain in return? The moment her words fell, the flames of enthusiasm ignited in Fred and George seemed to be abruptly extinguished. The fundamental mechanisms designed by Pansy are truly well suited for their inventions. George approached Pansy from the other side, playfully shaking her arm as if to charm her. We are both your bodyguards. If anyone at school dares to bully you, I shall certainly prank them mercilessly. Little she Fred's brow furrowed as his expression shifted several times. Seemingly contemplating what he could offer in exchange, Pansy strolled leisurely, her pace notably languid. She casually remarked, "These mechanisms, you know, designing them has been quite laborious for me. How can I so readily part with them? Surely, you must have something else to offer." Fred appeared to have an epiphany, producing some silver sickles from his pocket and presenting them to Pansy with both hands. She merely shook her head, her demeanor suggesting indifference. At that moment, Miss Flora, entwined with Draco's arm, emerged from within, casting a provocative glance at Pansy as she passed by. Pansy lingered for a moment, pursing her lips. Ugh, how revolting. Draco attempted to push Miss Funa away, yet she clung to him even tighter, wrapping her arms around herself. Just as he was about to shove her aside, he noticed Fred handing a pile of money to Pansy, which immediately captured his attention. He fixated on the coins in Fred's hand, while Pansy tossed her head in a rather playful manner. Unconsciously, Draco tightened his fists, his expression of disgust freezing into a mask of coldness. In his mind, it felt as though a broken projector was replaying the scene of Fred presenting the money to Pansy, alongside George's hand resting on her shoulder, while Pansy laughed blissfully, seemingly oblivious to it all. At the moment Pansy beheld him, an expression of discontented amusement seemed to freeze upon her countenance. Was her own presence such a dampener? It was only after they had traversed a considerable distance that he sluggishly withdrew his hand from Miss Funa's grasp. Draco, adopting a serious tone, remarked, "Miss Funa, please maintain decorum. There ought to be a certain distance between men and women." Having said this, he distanced himself from her with an air of disdain. As they continued to walk side by side, Pansy stood upon the verdant lawn, while Fred, George, and Harry observed the expression upon her face. Pondering the word that had just escaped her lips, Fred, ever the first to speak, wore a broad smile reminiscent of a carefree youth, and inquired, "Pansy, what troubles you? Do you not fancy the girl we just encountered? Shall I play a prank?" However, as he produced the money, a wave of regret washed over him. He realized that even the most trivial of Pansy's belongings likely surpassed the value of all their family possessions combined. Pansy smiled bitterly. "I mean, that girl is utterly revolting. We've only just met, and she clings to the boy's arm as if her life depends on it. Just look at Draco. He must be terrified. Ha ha ha." George, initially standing there awkwardly, unsure of what had transpired, suddenly seemed to grasp the humor as he recalled Malfoy's expression, quickly breaking into a smile that revealed two charming dimples. Harry, initially taken aback, then appeared astonished, as if realizing something, and broke into an adorably daft grin. Pansy's lips curled into a subtle smile, yet she gently restrained herself before speaking. "Very well, since you desire it so much, I shall grant your request. But do remember, you now owe me a wish." Fred and George's smiles faltered momentarily, only to be replaced by triumphant grins as they replied in unison, "Agreed." Meanwhile, other female students making their way to the dining hall, upon spotting the mischievous duo, hastened their steps, a hint of shyness evident in their demeanor. With a gentle grasp of her palm, Pansy summoned a radiant burst of magical light, revealing a thick sketchbook adorned with intricate drawings, each a testament to the creativity of a young girl. The lawn was bustling with students, gradually making their way to the dining hall, their stomachs growling in unison as they quickened their pace, lending the campus an air of vibrant liveliness and animated chatter. Pansy cast a gentle glance at the two brothers, her delicate fingers deftly tearing a neatly crafted card from the book. The brothers smiled charmingly, prompting Pansy to tear off 2 more cards. Pansy closed the book and returned it, holding 3 cards in her hand. With her bright amber eyes glimmering and her brows gently arched, she said, "Take these. This time, design several new mechanisms with them. Once your collection reaches a certain quantity, I will invest in renting a space for you to open a shop. What do you think?" Fred and George's faces instantly blossomed with joy, their expressions radiant as they examined the cards while encircling Pansy, both nodding in agreement with satisfaction. Pansy walked slowly, observing Harry closely trailing beside her. Why is this Harry, who has chosen not to dine with Ron and Hermione, following me? Is it possible he struggles with some spells? That seems unlikely. Doesn't he appear to possess such a fervent desire for knowledge? The perplexed monk found himself at a loss. The trio, engaged in light-hearted banter, arrived at the bustling dining hall, which was already filled with patrons. Without hesitation, Pansy took a seat at the Gryffindor long table, with George and Fred joyfully flanking her on either side. Pansy appeared remarkably at ease, her delicate lips curving into an enticing smile. "Ah, today I shall dine with you. Surely there is a place reserved for me?" Fred and George replied in unison. "From now on, you are Pansy. How could there possibly be a lack of your seat?" Pansy nodded in satisfaction, exhibiting an almost childlike demeanor. It was Harry's first encounter with this playful side of Pansy. Draco sat at the Slytherin long table, flanked not by Crabbe and Goyle, but rather by the charmingly mischievous Funa, who urged, "Draco, do give it a try. I had a taste last time, and it was delightful." With an affectionate gesture, she offered him a small plate adorned with 2 or 3 pieces of beautifully arranged roasted meat. Draco regarded the girl who seemed genuinely concerned for him, feeling an unsettling mix of emotions. He wasn't particularly fond of her, yet her enthusiasm was palpable. He expressed his gratitude with polite insistence, while Funa, increasingly captivated by him, found herself growing fonder of Draco. Meanwhile, Fur-eyed, seated at lunch, occasionally cast his gaze toward Funa, observing her fervent attentiveness with a sense of irony, recalling how closely they had shared secrets just the day before. After scanning the Slytherin table for a while without spotting Miss Pansy, he took a sip of juice, only to suddenly notice her seated at the center of the Gryffindor table, flanked by the Weasley twins, George and Fred, engaged in laughter and conversation. Fur-eyede's eyes fixated on the girl who had discarded her mask, a hint of madness in his gaze, and he was struck by the unsettling realization that she seemed utterly oblivious to his presence. Lowering his gaze, he chewed thoughtfully on his food, pondering the peculiar nature of Pansy. Why had she chosen to wear a mask? If she were indeed attractive, there would be no need for such concealment. Was there an underlying reason? His musings were abruptly interrupted by the sounds of laughter from across the table. Harry sat beside George, wearing a gentle smile, while Hermione and Ron occupied a slightly more distant spot, silently consuming their meals, each lost in their own thoughts. George and Fred, transformed in demeanor, radiated warmth and affection toward Pansy, treating her with the adoration one might reserve for a beloved sister. Pansy reached into her pocket and placed 5 golden galleons on the table, emphatically stating to Fred, "This money serves as the initial funding. Feel free to conduct your research, and I shall expect a return." George and Fred, holding the 3 cards, stood beside Pansy, animatedly explaining their findings. Their laughter grew increasingly boisterous, resonating throughout the dining hall. Ron furrowed his brow, apprehensive that, despite being at school, his brothers might use him as a test subject. He instinctively recoiled in fear. Hermione noticed his unease but refrained from commenting, finding it curious that her brother, upon seeing them, had fled without a word. She turned to observe Pansy, George, and Fred, who appeared to be enjoying themselves as if they had known each other for ages, feeling an inexplicable pang of envy. Pansy had a remarkable ability to endear herself to everyone, even to Hermione. Lost in thought, she found herself momentarily adrift. Pansy chatted merrily with George and Fred after their lunch, while Harry occasionally chimed in, appearing to enjoy their company. However, in the shadows where Pansy could not see, Harry's gaze darkened, revealing a weighty seriousness and subtle cunning. He feigned an innocent demeanor. Once the meal concluded and George and Fred bid farewell to Pansy, Harry remained behind. With a hint of uncertainty, he spoke up, "Pansy, there are some spells I find rather perplexing. Might you enlighten me?" His eyes sparkled with an intriguing light. Pansy initially intended to depart, but upon hearing Harry's words, she felt a sense of relief. "I knew it. Why was he so oddly attached to me? It turns out there was an issue. He couldn't possibly expect me to resolve it, could he? Well, that's good to know." Pansy gazed up in astonishment, her eyes fixed intently on Harry's expression. Was the savior truly this oblivious in the past? How could I have been so preoccupied with Draco that I overlooked this? Her demeanor shifted, and she looked at Harry with a pair of eyes that sparkled with mirth. Pansy nodded earnestly and said, "Of course, I can teach you anything you find difficult. I am available this evening." With that, she smiled warmly. Harry returned her smile, his eyes brimming with a thirst for knowledge. A fleeting moment of confusion flickered in Pansy's eyes. When did Harry develop such a passion for learning? I seem to recall him being quite the underachiever, much like Ron. Seeing Pansy lost in thought, Draco assumed his charming act was working, and he smiled even more alluringly, his voice soft and endearing. "All right, thank you, Pansy. You are truly wonderful. However, before he could finish his sentence, he noticed Pansy's hand being held by Draco. In the dining hall, Pansy sat alone at the Slytherin table, gritting her teeth. Just moments ago, she had been enjoying a meal with Draco. Yet he had suddenly turned his attention to the entrance and inexplicably declared he was finished, leaving without a backward glance. When she looked again, Draco was holding Pansy's hand. Why is that wretched girl everywhere? She nearly ground her silver teeth to dust, furiously chewing on her meat, as if every bite were a piece of Pansy herself. Draco maintained his characteristic arrogance, his expression calm and composed as he said, "Let us go back. You haven't even asked about what we learned in class today." After speaking, he playfully shook Pansy's hand, almost in a teasing manner. Pansy wore a complex expression, somewhat difficult to articulate. "Xiaolong, what is the matter today? Have you taken the wrong medicine?" Draco turned slowly to inquire of Pansy. "Aren't you leaving? Is there anything else you wish to say?" His demeanor remained serene. Pansy, rather nonchalantly, replied, "Since Xiaolong has asked me to return, let us go." Draco, with a face devoid of levity, glanced at Harry and remarked, "If you are unfamiliar with the spell, feel free to ask me." With that, he pivoted and departed with Pansy. Harry feigned obedience, nodding while concealing the hostility that was unmistakably etched on his face. It seems he is not merely a simple brother, he thought, his gaze momentarily flashing with cold intensity before swiftly turning away. As they walked, Draco inexplicably remarked, "So, are you quite familiar with the twins today?" After speaking, he appeared as though a fishbone was lodged in his throat, his eyes fixed intently on Pansy. Pansy pressed her lips together, lost in her thoughts, remaining silent for quite some time. Why does this sound somewhat bitter? Is he feeling jealous? How amusing it is that my efforts have not gone unnoticed after all. Pansy took several steps forward, a smile gracing her face as she lifted her chin to speak. "Indeed, what is the matter? Two brothers, both radiant and handsome, lively and endearing. How delightful that is." Upon hearing her words, Draco fell silent for a moment, a hint of anger creeping into his tone as he replied, "So, you are fond of them, then? Did you not recently express your admiration for Harry Potter? What about Ron? Are you looking to stake a claim?" Pansy clutched her backpack, her expression one of utter bewilderment. Pansy, with a slightly dejected demeanor, lowered her hand. "What nonsense are you spouting? Are you suggesting that I am forbidden from making friends?" Draco chuckled lightly, his words flowing effortlessly, as if each one had been meticulously pondered. "Then how do you account for this? You observe Harry Potter, the Weasley twins, and Ron," laughing as if they were blooming flowers, as though every phrase uttered was undeniably true and beyond reproach. Pansy stood her ground, gazing at him, her words flowing forth with startling clarity. Numerous students passed by, some even slowing their pace, intrigued by the unfolding scene. Draco furrowed his brow, an expression of inquiry etched upon his face. Pansy, suppressing her fury, retorted, "I've always been acquainted with them in your presence. What is there to hide?" "Fine. Even if I do fancy them, what authority do you possess?" With that, she seized her bag and departed. Draco remained in a state of despondency for a considerable time, merely standing beneath the dormitory, shouting after her, "Fine, fine, fine," each utterance laced with palpable tension. "What do I mean by authority? Humph. If I refuse to speak, it is merely because I harbor my own secrets." Pansy ascended the stairs with an inscrutable expression, her footsteps quickening with each step. Draco, in a huff, followed closely behind. Once they had departed, the passing students exchanged knowing glances, their smiles laden with meaning. Even during mealtime, gossip abounded. Fred was surrounded by two young witches, jesting and laughing with them, while his eyes, cold and deep like an abyss, lingered on the retreating figures of the two, his smile enigmatic. Pansy returned to her dormitory and slammed the door shut with such force that Draco, still lingering in the hallway, froze in place. At that moment, he was filled with a mix of anger and frustration, unable to comprehend why he had spoken out. His emotions were in turmoil, yet he sensed an underlying unease. Pansy, a girl who spends her days alone with her sister, has come to realize, after countless encounters, that it is she who ultimately suffers the consequences whenever she provokes her sister's ire. This truth dawned upon her 2 years prior. A wave of inexplicable sorrow surged within her. She recalled a time when they were the best of friends. Yet now, in the confines of the academy, her sister seemed to have grown distant, favoring the company of the Gryffindor crowd instead. Standing before the closed door, Pansy contemplated entering to offer an apology. But after a prolonged moment of hesitation, she resolved to wait until her sister's anger had subsided before making her approach. Upon entering, Pansy immediately changed into a set of pajamas, pulled the covers over himself, and succumbed to slumber. This little dragon seems to harbor an unfathomable array of thoughts. I had foolishly believed he had gained some insight. Perhaps exposing him to some romantic literature might refine his understanding of love, lest I be driven to exasperation. There are countless handsome gentlemen in the world. Feeling somewhat despondent, he buried his head beneath the blanket. When afternoon classes commenced, Pansy furiously gathered his belongings. His countenance darkened with displeasure and exited the dormitory. As he paused to reflect, having overslept, what a nuisance he truly is. Perhaps I should consider a change. He stood before his door. Pansy clenched her teeth in frustration, her face adorned with disdain. "Alohamara," she uttered, and the door swung open. The room was eerily silent. With Draco peacefully slumbering, his breath steady, Pansy approached the bedside, a surge of anger rising within her, and a sense of malevolence igniting her resolve. How could there be such a person as you? Typically unflappable, she now felt her head buzzing with indignation. You truly know how to plummet my patience. Without hesitation, Pansy delivered a decisive kick to his bed, her countenance icy as she commanded, "Get up quickly, or you'll be late." Draco jolted awake from his slumber, instinctively wrapping himself in his blanket, bewildered as he exclaimed, Who? Upon finally focusing his gaze, confusion enveloped him. Pansy raised her hand to glance at her watch. Her voice icy, "There are still 5 minutes left. Hurry up, I will take you there." Draco stood frozen in place, bewildered by the notion of 5 more minutes. Pansy felt a profound turmoil within her heart. She was truly unsettled. One hand covered her eyes as she exclaimed, "Hurry and get dressed. Put on your shoes. I will take you to class. There are only 3 minutes left. Aren't you going?" Draco, just awakened from his slumber, groggily descended from the bed, donned his shoes, slipped into his wizarding robe, and stood before Pansy with his backpack in hand. Pansy tossed her bag to Draco, casually draping an arm over his shoulder. "Apparate." A splendid apparition materialized beside the long table, capturing the attention of all. Professor McGonagall stood at the podium, poised to commence the lesson. Her gaze fixed on the scene before her, reflecting on Miss Parkinson's remarkable talents. They found 2 vacant seats and settled into them. Draco, wearing an expression of helplessness, handed her the bag just as the bell rang. Pansy, her face devoid of emotion, retrieved her textbook. Draco cleared his throat awkwardly, offering a strained, "Thank you." An uncomfortable sensation surged within him like a tidal wave, making him acutely aware of how absurd he appeared. Just hours earlier, he had been embroiled in a heated argument with Pansy, only to find himself oversleeping and relying on her to rouse him. Had it not been for her ability to apparate, he would have faced utter humiliation, potentially becoming the first Slytherin to incur a deduction of points. Pansy, seemingly indifferent, nodded slightly. The Transfiguration class involving dragons is presently one of the most perilous courses at Hogwarts. Not all students possess the extraordinary talent to transform objects at will. Do exercise caution? Draco lowered his head in embarrassment, a faint smile gracing his lips, his gaze softening with a touch of tenderness. It is always like this. Even when I anger her, she remains unfazed. In Diagon Alley, Snape accompanied Chasing Zero to the same shop they had visited the previous day. Procuring the necessary seeds and hiring 2 workers, Snape meticulously extracted his notebook to calculate the required coins. Chasing Lynn wore an awkward smile, her brow furrowed. Sensing something amiss, why do I recall this task as having been assigned to me? Why has he taken full charge? Suddenly enlightened, she felt a tinge of embarrassment. Never mind, I shall indulge in some idleness instead. Snape gazed down at his notebook, his expression shifting through various shades, his face reflecting a complex array of emotions. After a moment, he regained his composure. This should suffice. Following a discussion with the team leader, Chasing Lynn stood by, startled by his swift efficiency. Subsequently, Snape confirmed the location, quantity, and deposit, drafting a contract before departing. Chasing Lynn looked up at his impassive face, seemingly as cold as ice. She was at a loss for words and could only follow obediently. The only visible movement on Snape's face were his eyes, which occasionally shifted, resembling a still ancient well, imbued with an air of stasis. Upon their return to Hogwarts, Snape, devoid of any further utility, addressed his subordinate with an air of finality. "I have completed the necessary arrangements. You may return. I will entrust the remaining matters to Cece." His demeanor was nonchalant. Chasing Lynn furrowed her brow, concern etched between her delicate features. "Very well. Thank you, Professor Snape. I have not been of much assistance today." Snape's expression remained taut, a shadow lingering on his face. "Return now." With that, he turned away without a trace of compassion. Chasing Lin lingered, her brow knitted in thought. Occasionally lost in contemplation, should I seek out the master or return to my studies? Perhaps I shall wait until the master's class concludes. With a visage clouded by concern, she eventually made her way back. As Pansy listened to Professor McGonagall's familiar words, she felt somewhat overwhelmed. It was no wonder that the Forest Code had appointed her as a professor. Such a role spared her from wasting time on the tedious courses aimed at lower years. Oh dear, is there anything more daunting than returning to the first-year lectures? Professor McGonagall, noticing a glimmer of resignation in Pansy's eyes, albeit subtle, cleared her throat and spoke with an authoritative tone. I hope everyone can maintain absolute focus with unwavering attention to detail. Pansy lowered her head, acutely aware of Professor McGonagall's occasional glances in her direction, which clearly indicated a certain discomfort. With a somewhat distracted demeanor, she picked up a match from the table. Observing her, McGonagall seemed quite pleased and smiled faintly. Classmates, let us attempt to transform the match into a needle, she reiterated. I must emphasize that anyone who misbehaves in my class will be asked to leave and barred from returning. I have issued this warning to you all. With that, she ceased her discourse and turned her attention back to the book before her. Pansy waved her wand and successfully executed the transfiguration spell. Professor McGonagall, noticing her incantation, lifted her gaze and was evidently taken aback by Pansy's accomplishment. Slytherin has made a commendable start, awarding Slytherin 15 points. Instantly, the students ceased their activities, feeling a twinge of envy as they applauded her prowess. Draco, although familiar with the spell, lacked confidence in his execution, apprehensive of making a mistake. He reopened his textbook and meticulously reviewed the material once more. Pansy observed his cautious demeanor and nodded in satisfaction, acknowledging that his mindset had improved significantly compared to before, albeit still lacking. With a graceful flourish of his wand, he traced an elegant arc, and as the incantation resonated, the matches on the table transformed into needles. Pansy picked up the needle with a scrutinizing gaze, and Professor McGonagall's voice echoed with the sound of points being awarded. Pansy observed intently, her demeanor suggesting a sense of satisfaction. Hermione, engrossed in her book, remained unhurried, gradually channeling her magical energy. It wasn't long before she completed her task, though the needle appeared somewhat coarse in texture. Ron picked up her needle, scrutinizing it closely while murmuring to himself, prompting Hermione to furrow her brow in irritation and disregard him. Draco's gaze was fixed on Pansy, his expression betraying a hint of tension. After a prolonged examination of the needle, Pansy finally nodded slowly, conceding, well, not bad, quite exquisite. Upon hearing this, Hermione seized her transformed needle from Ron, inspecting the rough holes and numerous blemishes with a frown, saying nothing. After a prolonged silence, she eventually opened her draft book, her expression one of indignation. Gryffindor rejoiced as points were awarded, while the Slytherin snakes wore smug expressions on their faces. Pansy heard the news, and Hermione had also completed her task. She turned to Hermione with a somewhat celebratory demeanor, only to find that Hermione appeared somewhat discontented. Perhaps I could teach Hermione, Harry, and Ron after class. Her long eyelashes fluttered, and the expression behind her mask darkened slightly. Draco, having realized that he had passed, smiled knowingly. Yet he felt a twinge of apprehension as he swallowed hard, contemplating the possibility of poor performance today, which could have been dire had he not prepared beforehand. Pansy closed her eyes, feeling somewhat speechless. Do not look at me with that expression. Be careful lest I assign you 2 additional courses. Draco's demeanor momentarily faltered, a faint smile gracing his lips. He found this side of Pansy rather endearing, while the prospect of advanced study was somewhat arduous. At least he would not embarrass himself in class and could even flaunt a bit of authority. With this thought, he cast a proud glance toward Harry Potter, who was still waving his wand not far away. Harry had been covertly observing the scene, and upon meeting Draco's triumphant gaze, he turned his head, momentarily pausing his actions. A brief silence enveloped him before a gentle smile emerged on his face. Draco raised an eyebrow in a display of pride, while Pansy remained oblivious to the silent exchange. Her focus fixed on the lesson plan as she continued her studies. Professor McGonagall, noticing Pansy's activity, occasionally cast furtive glances in her direction. She was intrigued by the dense scrawl of notes and yearned to draw closer for a better look. An idea sparked in her mind. Why not approach and assess the transformation results of the two? With that resolved, she feigned nonchalance and walked over to their table. Pansy, engrossed in her writing, remained unaware of McGonagall's approach. Upon reaching their long table, McGonagall picked up Pansy's transformation result, observing the needle's tip, shaft, and eye, all impeccably rounded. Holding it in her hand, she scrutinized it and remarked with a cheerful demeanor, "Miss Pansy, your transformation result is truly splendid. It seems you have mastered the subject remarkably well. How much have you covered in transfiguration thus far?" "This child's transformations are already nearly on par with my own. She must be a prodigy. Such an astute student is truly delightful." As the professor's words resonated, a moment of stunned silence enveloped the room, quickly giving way to applause from the gathered students. Pansy lifted her face and emphatically uttered 2 words, "All of them." After she spoke, everyone felt a slight chill of sweat forming on their foreheads. Seated behind Harry at the Gryffindor table, Fred displayed an exceedingly enthusiastic demeanor as he remarked, "Those young ladies are truly gifted. They've mastered it in no time." His gaze was rather lascivious, and a smirk of insincerity lingered on his face. Pansy did not glance back at him even once. Harry's brows were slightly furrowed, his demeanor exuding an air of calmness and indifference, his profile illuminated by the light, radiating tranquility. He considered the possibility that Pansy was indeed speaking the truth. After all, with her current talents, it seemed unlikely that any of her peers could surpass her. Ron, standing beside him, waved his hand and whispered in his ear, "This is likely true." Hermione cast a disapproving glance at Ron. She had overheard his hushed remarks to Harry. Observing Miss Pansy's dedication to her studies and recalling Ron's earlier descriptions of his lifestyle, it appeared that Pansy was also a fervent scholar. The classroom was enveloped in a profound silence, permeated by an awkward atmosphere. McGonagall felt her face flush slightly, disappointment subtly manifesting in her expression. Could she be speaking the truth? If we have indeed completed the transformation spell, it is implausible. How could she have mastered it in such a brief period? After all, she's not even been studying for a year. It is typical for young people to boast. Stunned into silence, she remained speechless for a while, until suddenly, a look of realization crossed her face, and she nodded. "Continue to work hard, do not slack off." She genuinely believed that Pansy was somewhat ostentatious. The mischievous Pansy, however, had no intention of letting it go. She raised her eyes to McGonagall and inquired, "Teacher, do you also think I am a genius? What was that expression earlier? Did you doubt my abilities?" "Oh, how incorrect that assumption is." McGonagall was taken aback, unsure of how to respond, and could only clear her throat awkwardly to mask her embarrassment. Why was this girl suddenly asking such questions? She truly was quite talented. Given her current level, she was indeed impressive among her peers. It remained uncertain, however, to what extent she had progressed. The more McGonagall pondered, the more apprehensive she felt. After a moment of contemplation, she spoke. "Pansy, I can tell you that you are an exceptionally outstanding student. Your performance is among the best I have ever witnessed, and your diligence is commendable. I truly believe you are remarkable." McGonagall could only muster the courage to officially commend Pansy. Pansy, with a subtle tilt of her head and a proud smile gracing her lips, cast a glance at Draco, who was attentively listening, his eyes curving into crescent shapes. Her gaze then shifted to Harry, who, upon meeting her eyes, looked up and exchanged a moment of connection. She momentarily paused, only to break into his sweet smile directed at him. Harry responded with a warm smile, his eyes filled with affection. Professor McGonagall observed their interaction, shaking her head inwardly. Realizing that the girl indeed harbored feelings for the young lad, her social dynamics appeared rather intricate. Draco, witnessing their exchange, felt an inexplicable surge of annoyance. He glanced at Harry, whose face radiated joy, then turned to see Pansy gazing at him with adoration. This scene stirred an unsettling discomfort within Draco, a feeling that vexed him. He found it displeasing to see others gaze at Pansy in such a manner, causing his expression to darken. Professor McGonagall, unable to restrain herself, called out, "Malfoy?" The forceful summons jolted him from his thoughts. Looking up, he found the smiling Professor McGonagall standing beside him, regarding him with a peculiar look. "Professor, what is it?" Draco inquired, perplexed. McGonagall, somewhat flustered, replied, "Oh, it's nothing. I simply noticed Miss Pansy was looking at Mr. Harry, and I couldn't help but call your attention. By the way, your transfiguration results were quite commendable." Evidently at a loss for words, she offered a vague explanation with a smile. "Oh, really?" Draco nodded, a faint smile appearing on his face, though a fleeting look of disdain flickered in his eyes. "What an odd reason to call me." Draco, feeling somewhat exasperated, returned to taking notes. "What does it matter to me who she likes? I should focus on my studies. Otherwise, I'll face her reprimand again." As he immersed himself in his work, McGonagall seemed taken aback by a sudden shift in demeanor. Pansy redirected her gaze back to her book, continuing to write as if she were enveloped in a temporal rift, isolated from the world. Professor McGonagall offered an awkward smile, internally berating herself. What possessed you to engage with these two troublemakers? Wasn't he the podium appealing enough? Now, this is truly excruciating. A solitary figure, under the scrutiny of those present, sauntered back to the podium with an air of indifference, flipping through the pages of the books there in a perfunctory manner. The others merely resumed their spell practice, heads bowed in concentration. Hermione glanced down at her book, a fleeting glimmer of determination flickering in her eyes. She had officially recognized Miss Pansy as her rival. Her previous study regimen had been too lax. It was imperative to devise a new plan. Meanwhile, Harry, seemingly oblivious, listened to Ron's complaints, occasionally nodding in a token manner. The more Ron spoke, the more animated he became, while Harry intermittently extracted information about Pansy from him. Draco maintained a calm demeanor during the afternoon lessons, diligently focusing on his studies, exhibiting no signs of unusual behavior. As the school day drew to a close, only one book remained on his desk, the others having been packed away into his bag. The bell rang, ushering in silence as students began to depart in small groups, preparing to leave the school. Behind him, Miss Funa had already finished packing her bag and gently tapped Draco, who was waiting. With a hint of anticipation and urgency in her voice, Funa asked, "Shall we go out for a meal together?" Draco turned back with a somewhat indifferent expression. "No. Thank you. I'll be going with Pansy." With that, he silently returned to his previous position, waiting. Observing Draco's apparent disinterest, Funa felt a pang of disappointment, unsure of what she had done wrong, and followed her friends out, feeling somewhat dejected. Pansy stood up expressionlessly, opening her backpack as books flew in one by one in an orderly fashion. Many classmates, witnessing her carefree demeanor, couldn't help but feel a tinge of envy. Magic ought to be just this way. Pansy, with effortless grace, held her bag with one hand while lightly resting the other on the table. Her voice a refreshing blend of clarity and softness. "Let us go. We shall dine first." Draco nodded in agreement, responding, "Very well, let us proceed." With that, he reached out and took hold of Pansy's backpack. Pansy smiled joyfully and said, "Thank you, Draco. Shall we proceed?" Draco nodded in agreement as Pansy grasped his arm, leading him towards the dining hall. He made no effort to resist her embrace. The scenery along the way appeared quite pleasant, with a streak of fiery clouds adorning the horizon. Numerous students bustled about, their presence mingling with the warmth of the sun-drenched air. Eventually, within the dining hall, Goyle and Crabbe occupied seats adjacent to Malfoy. Their eyes met as they observed Pansy and Draco, expressions of complexity etched upon their faces. Crabbe leaned closer to Goyle and whispered, "Weren't they arguing just this afternoon? What has transpired now? They seem quite amicable all of a sudden." Goyle shook his head, looking utterly perplexed. Crabbe too shook his head, focusing on his meal. Goyle glanced at Pansy, contemplating whether to inquire further. "Perhaps I should ask Miss Parkinson? Yet, she does seem rather intimidating." Pansy gracefully pierced a piece of beef with her knife and fork, bringing it to her lips. Having removed her mask, her exquisite features captivated many wizards, stirring their hidden desires. Pansy sweetly and delicately said, "Xiaolong, will you accompany me to the library for a moment? I haven't had the chance to visit since I arrived at school." Draco, chewing on his food, met Pansy's gaze, and for a fleeting moment, he was captivated by the clarity and purity of her eyes. After a brief pause, he nodded, suppressing the peculiar feelings that arose within him, thinking to himself, "Though she is indeed beautiful, it hardly warrants a mask." He glanced around and noticed several male wizards discreetly stealing glances in their direction. Lowering his head once more, he picked up some lettuce and chewed it thoughtfully. Leaning slightly, he regarded her with a fresh perspective, realizing that Pansy's allure was far greater than he had anticipated. This revelation took him by surprise. Pansy turned her head and, with a piece of beef delicately placed in her mouth, spoke in a light and airy tone, "Goyle, Crabbe, are you planning to visit the library later?" Her eyes held an inquisitive glimmer as she glanced towards Goyle and Crabbe, who stood behind Draco. Without uttering a word, Draco gently tugged at her sleeve. Pansy felt a twinge of confusion. What's wrong? Draco's eyes reflected helplessness and despondency. Noticing her appetite for meat, Draco transferred a piece of meat from his plate to hers. Pansy observed the expression of despondency on his face, feeling somewhat perplexed. What could this expression signify? Draco, clearly feeling awkward, ventured to speak. "Do you think these two fellows can read?" His voice was barely above a whisper, yet Pansy felt as if struck by lightning. Noticing her astonishment, Draco continued. Pansy, perhaps we should just drop this matter. What could they possibly do in the library? The light within Pansy's eyes gradually faded, soon becoming as tranquil as a stagnant pool of water. Is it possible? So, those who accompanied Little Long all those years were merely what? I was utterly unaware of their foolishness. Had they not been proficient in many spells? It turns out they were illiterate? They merely felt that everything before them was perpetually reshaping their understanding. Draco offered a somewhat awkward smile, lowering his head to continue his meal. With a furrowed brow, Pansy wore an expression of despair, her eyes reflecting a sense of helplessness and resignation. After finishing their meal, Pansy rose from her seat, followed closely by Draco. However, just as they had taken a few steps, both Goyle and Crab stood up in unison, exclaiming, I shall go as well. Their voices rang out rather loudly, drawing the attention of several classmates toward their direction. Pansy smiled gently and turned her head leisurely. If you wish to accompany us, may we depart now? Then let us first teach them a few characters. Crab and Goyle nodded, offering somewhat awkward smiles, yet they followed suit. Sitting at his dining table, Funa consumed his meal. His expression somewhat frigid, a fleeting glint of ruthlessness in his gaze. It seems I must hasten my actions. Pansy gracefully linked her arm with Draco's, her head slightly bowed as they strolled leisurely. Draco's exquisite and relaxed features exuded an air of nonchalance. Behind them, Crab and Goyle were engaged in a hushed, playful chatter, their words a mystery. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of the library, and the four of them stepped inside simultaneously, as Pansy had envisioned. The second floor of Hogwarts Castle was adorned with countless bookshelves, housing thousands of tomes. The librarian, Irma Pants, was seated at a desk, engrossed in her record-keeping. Upon glancing over her shoulder, one could see a warning poster regarding the borrowing of books. Should you tear, mar, soil, damage, throw, drop, or otherwise mistreat or desecrate this book, I shall ensure you face the most dreadful consequences permissible within my authority. Additionally, a sign prohibiting food consumption was prominently displayed on the wall. Draco, Crab, and Goyle surveyed their surroundings with wide-eyed curiosity. Clearly, this was their inaugural visit. The trio's faces sparkled with barely contained excitement. Once inside, Pansy and Draco began to select books independently, drawing upon her memories from a previous life. Pansy wandered slowly among the shelves, while Draco meandered aimlessly, devoid of a specific purpose. Pansy indeed managed to find the two identical books for teaching literacy. One cannot deny that having these two followers is quite a headache. In her previous life, they, like Draco, became Death Eaters due to their family backgrounds, and their ideologies certainly need some recalibration. The expression behind the mask remained consistent, calm, yet there was an odd glimmer in her eyes, which gradually shifted from complexity to subtlety, exuding an enigmatic aura that was hard to decipher. Clad in a clean and crisp student uniform, she appeared remarkably streamlined and agile, her slender waist and delicate arms unobscured, attracting the furtive glances of several nearby male wizards engrossed in their reading. Draco, amidst the crowd, stood out conspicuously, drawing the attention of numerous young witches who noted his attire and demeanor. Some acquaintances began to whisper among themselves, as Draco meandered through the shelves. He found nothing of interest, just a plethora of study materials. Forget it. I'll go find Pansy and see what she is up to, he decided, turning toward the direction she had just taken. Meanwhile, Folly had secretly followed him, playfully brandishing a few spell guidebooks, swaying back and forth as he approached Pansy. Pansy remained unperturbed, exuding an air of contentment as she meticulously selected her books. It was evident that Fled had deliberately adorned himself, with a hint of powder gracing his visage and his meticulously styled hair, complemented by a subtle trace of cologne. Draco approached swiftly, and upon catching sight of Pansy, he also noticed the so-called 14th prince loitering around her. Instantly, he grasped the situation. Had he returned to his dormitory merely to embellish his appearance? His expression shifted, anger flickering in his gaze as he turned to Pansy, who appeared blissfully unaware of his presence, engrossed in her selection. The anger faded from his face, replaced by a faint smile as he approached, his tousled hair gently swaying with each step. Pansy, upon hearing the familiar footsteps, turned to find Draco wearing a peculiar smile. Pansy pressed her lips together and inquired with a smile, "Little Long, what brings you here? Are you unable to find the books you wish to read? With all of them being required for study?" Draco approached closer, their bodies nearly touching. Pansy took a few steps back, yet Draco pressed closer, his right hand cradling her head to prevent it from colliding with the bookshelf. He gazed down at the girl's delicate, pink lips, which were imbued with an irresistible allure. The softness she had longed for seemed to possess a fragrant essence akin to ripe fruit. The mask obscured her rosy cheeks, and as Pansy noticed him gradually leaning in, she offered no resistance, remaining still with her eyes closed. He merely extended his arms, enveloping her in an embrace, and whispered softly into her ear, "Did you see Derek?" He went to the dormitory to prepare himself before coming. Upon opening her eyes, she found the little dragon resting his head against her shoulder, intending to share a secret. The boy's delightful scent of cedar wafted into her nostrils from his clothing. She slightly squinted, her gaze drifting downward, only to realize how intimate their embrace had become. What is this? Am I being toyed with? The rosy hue that had quietly blossomed on her face was swiftly replaced by a mix of embarrassment and indignation, prompting her to push Draco away with such force that she nearly toppled him to the ground. Pansy's youthful voice, tinged with a raspy undertone, carried a sickly edge as she almost reprimanded, "Don't touch me." With a huff, she turned away, clutching several books, and strode off in another direction. Draco's brows furrowed, an inscrutable emotion flickering in his eyes as he adjusted his slightly disheveled robes and followed her retreating figure. In the meantime, Delirious held a few books, his fingers gently tapping the covers, his gaze betraying an intense madness. Well done. What character? The results of today's investigation will soon be revealed. I shall see what exactly exists between you two. With that, he made his way to a table not far away, where Pansy's silhouette was still visible. Miss Granger sat at the opposite end of the table, and upon noticing her, Pansy took a seat, book in hand. Crabbe and Goyle were both at a loss as Pansy handed each of them a couple of books. Draco emerged, holding 2 volumes, and with a subtle gesture, indicated for them to sit at the table behind Pansy. Hermione offered a polite nod upon noticing Pansy, who greeted her softly, a hint of breathlessness in her tone. Hermione pondered how peculiar. Did she just run in the library? Pansy declared, "Let us begin our studies." She turned her head, impatience lacing her voice. "My backpack." A bit dazed, she handed it over. After retrieving her bag, Pansy shot him a disdainful glance. Draco remained unfazed, propping his head up with one hand. Crabbe ventured a question, "Are these books meant for the 2 of us?" Draco, still entranced by Pansy's figure, was drawn back to reality when addressed. His eyes darkened, obscured in mystery, as he replied, "Of course they are for you too. You'd best study diligently. She may come over to quiz you, and if you cannot answer, I shudder to think of the consequences you might face." A peculiar smile crept onto his face as he spoke of punishment. Draco's expression turned strange as he benevolently stated, "You might find yourselves receiving a smack on the hand, or be hung upside down in the dormitory. Perhaps you might even be petrified, rendered blind and deaf. It is quite likely you will face the ordeal of writing lines. None of these experiences are particularly pleasant, so study well. Good luck." Crabbe absorbed every word of Draco's admonition, while Goyle, lost in a daze, also caught on entirely. Goyle's face bore an expression of utter despair, his mouth agape, brows knitted tightly, his resolute hair trembling. Crabbe felt his mind slip from his grasp, sitting there like a wooden statue, utterly motionless. Is this real? Draco's gaze lingered on her silhouette, his lips pressed together, as several books stood upright on the girl's desk, pages slowly turning. 2 pens hovered midair, scratching across the notebook with a whispering sound. Hearing the inquiries from beside him, he merely nodded absent-mindedly. What made her angry just now? Did I somehow offend her? Don't touch me. She was the closest to me in childhood. It wants tea like this. Resting his face in one hand, he maintained his usual demeanor of aloofness and pride. Pansy was diligently writing, while Hermione sat beside her, absorbed in her book, exuding an air of indifference. Little did Pansy know that Hermione's mind was a chaotic tangle, akin to a knotted ball of yarn. She struggled to comprehend the sequence of events. Hermione's speed of learning was astonishing. How did she manage to make the book levitate? And what was this enchantment that allowed her to write and simultaneously produce 2 copies? Was her magical energy inexhaustible? Could she even absorb the information at such a rapid pace? With her brows slightly furrowed, Hermione occasionally stole glances at Pansy. Her amber eyes darted back and forth across the pages, while her quill continued its relentless scratching on the parchment, her expression behind the mask one of utmost seriousness. This made Hermione feel utterly overwhelmed. She bit her lip, her thoughts far removed from the book before her, consumed by a whirlpool of emotions. Is this truly a rival I can contend with? I feel utterly lost in life. Although she appeared to be focused on her reading, the melancholy and confusion in her eyes were unmistakable. Behind them, Crabbe and Goyle had quickly transformed into fervent learners, engaging in elevated discussions. Draco rubbed his temples, propping his face up with one hand, while the other listlessly flipped through his book. He was at a loss, unable to fathom the reason for Pansy's anger. His fingers absent-mindedly fiddled with his ring. The clock on the wall ticked away, and a gentle breeze wafted through the window. Draco, evidently fatigued, found himself in a daze. Turning to observe Crabbe and Goyle animatedly debating literacy. The book had progressed from a few pages to nearly halfway, and Draco felt a sense of irony wash over him, the corners of his lips curling in a cold smirk. Only Pansy could inspire these two dimwits to study. The mere thought of Pansy drew him deeper into reverie, causing him to drift into daydreams. His fingers aimlessly flipped through the pages, recalling how Pansy always seemed to smile at him, though it was often when she was annoyed that he found it amusing. Soon, a faint flush appeared on his pale cheeks, and his thoughts began to scatter without any discernible order. It was as if he could envision her sneaking glances at him, smiling shyly before quickly averting her gaze. The fantasy felt so vivid that he found himself contentedly resting his hands on his lap. Moments later, a mischievous smile crept onto his face, a meaningful curve. He rapidly shifted back to the scene of their close proximity, her luscious lips exuding an enticing fragrance. How tempting it would be to gently nibble on them. The flush on his face deepened, reaching behind his ears. Realizing the audacity of his thoughts, he felt his face burn with embarrassment, lowering his gaze in discomfort. The bold notion that had suddenly surfaced in his mind seemed utterly insane. I must be out of my mind. Yet, gazing at the silhouette of the girl before him, he could not suppress the flood of wicked thoughts. An overwhelming tension mounting within him, as if it were suffocating him. In a sudden burst, he stood up, extricating himself from his seat and moving towards the bookshelf to select a volume. Crabbe and Goyle, witnessing his erratic behavior, had no inkling of his intentions. They soon adapted and returned to their conversation about significant matters. Draco distanced himself, retreating behind a bookshelf, casting a glance in the girl's direction. He withdrew his gaze, rubbing his forehead, feeling a surge of agitation and restlessness. This thought truly makes me feel despicable. Why would such audacious ideas arise unbidden? Turning, he caught sight of the dashing and upright figure of Follette, who sat at the table with impeccable posture, exuding an air of regal decorum. If not for his piercing gaze, which bore into Draco's face like a dagger, emanating an undeniable chill and a hint of malice, it might have been easier to dismiss. A mere glance from him sent adrenaline coursing through Draco's veins, making his heart race. His feet felt as though they were anchored to the ground. With a semblance of composure, he slipped his hands into his robes, instinctively taking a step back to evade Follette's gaze, hastily retreating. Follette's lips curled into a cold smirk, his eyes casting a disdainful glance at Draco's fleeing form. Is that all? Just a fortunate circumstance? I shall see how someone with such timid courage could ever attract a coward. A man so weak and ineffectual can only hinder her. His pallid visage betrays his fear. The mockery on his face deepened. Of course, if Draco were privy to Follette's thoughts, he would respond thus. Cowardly Draco, do you blame me for being timid? Who among us has faced such a menacing gaze at such a young age? You can't pin this on me. I refuse to take the blame. I am innocent in this matter. Pansy was intently focused on writing beside Hermione, who appeared distracted, while Crabbe and Goyle behind them were fervently engaging in a silent discussion about literacy. The two seemed to have completely forgotten themselves, as if their own intellects were overshadowed by their earnest dedication to learning. After an undetermined period, a familiar ache began to throb in Pansy's head, signaling her fatigue. She set down her book, and the quill on the table ceased its writing. Having memorized the majority of the material, she felt confident that only practical application remained. Her proficiency in divination was commendable, making her success nearly assured. Glancing up at the clock, she noted that it was nearly 8 o'clock. Turning to call for Draco to return to the dormitory, Pansy said, "Draco, shall we head back?" "But where is he?" Rising from her seat, she rubbed her sore neck, observing Hermione still engrossed in her reading. Pansy, evidently taken aback, greeted, "Hermione, it's time. We should be heading back." She snapped out of her reverie and glanced down at her book, appearing as though she had gleaned some insight. Pansy composed herself, exuding an air of vibrant energy, as she turned her gaze to survey the surroundings, yet she found no sign of the mischievous little dragon. Where could that playful creature have vanished? Crabbe and Goyle swallowed nervously, clearly intimidated by Pansy, as they hesitated to respond to her inquiry. Pansy turned her gaze and contemplated inquiring about the whereabouts of the young dragon, when the melodious voice of Goyle chimed in. "Crabbe, Goyle, do you know where the little dragon has gone? Surely he hasn't returned." Crabbe felt a pang of inner turmoil, yet Goyle remained silent beside him. Resignedly, he thought, "If I do not venture into the depths of hell, who will?" He was the first to respond, saying, "Young Master Malfoy went in that direction. Just now." He seemed somewhat preoccupied. Pansy smiled and nodded, appearing to comprehend. She turned to leave, but after taking a few steps, she looked back. This remarkable action left both Goyle and Crabbe momentarily breathless. Pansy, with a mysterious smile gracing her lips, uttered a phrase that enveloped both of them in an almost spellbinding aura. "How much have you two learned this evening?" She then turned and approached their position. Coming to stand before them, Crabbe, exhibiting utmost respect, presented his books, delineating the areas he had studied. In a display of modesty, he only offered Pansy those portions he had thoroughly mastered. Pansy wore an inscrutable expression as she turned the pages of her book. "You all must copy this, and this 20 times each. I shall return tomorrow to quiz you. Whether you comprehend or recognize the material depends entirely on your diligence. And ensure your handwriting is neat." Hermione had already put away her books and stood at her desk, observing Pansy chastising the two boys. She rolled her eyes, thinking, "Aren't Crabbe and Goyle usually rather bold? Why are they so silent now?" Crabbe, appearing somewhat intimidated, nodded slightly. "All right, I promise to complete the task." Goyle also nodded vacantly in agreement. Pansy blinked her eyes, exuding an air of teachability. "Very well, I shall guide you to the front of the grade," she declared. "You may return for now." With that, she turned to seek Draco. The moment she departed, both Crabbe and Goyle let out a simultaneous sigh of relief, and they proceeded to the entrance to register for borrowing books. Pansy moved gracefully, gliding from the first row of bookshelves towards the back. If this were not a library, I would truly like to shout. She twisted her slightly sore wrist. As she continued her walk, she suddenly became aware of something. "Why do I not feel such intense pain now? I shall check when I return." Her eyes reflected a tumult of emotions. Pansy quickened her pace and finally discovered Draco behind the bookshelf in the fourth row from the back. He stood there, dazed, leaning against the library wall, his pallid complexion reflecting a hint of lifelessness. Pansy's pupils widened slightly. What could be the matter with him? Why does he appear as if he has been mistreated? Who has tormented him, if not myself? Pansy slowed her pace and softly inquired, "Xiaolong, what troubles you? Are you still alive?" Draco's hasty retreat and the fear that lingered within him made him feel utterly cowardly. The inexplicable sense of superiority that once resided in his heart was swiftly washed away. Pansy approached, gently taking his hand and softly inquiring, "What is it? Have I been too harsh on you?" The boy, summoning his courage, replied, "Aren't we always like this?" Draco, feeling somewhat aggrieved, shook his head and sank down against the wall. His voice, tinged with a raspy undertone, murmured, "Pansy, do you think I am utterly useless?" He buried his head into his knees, wrapping his arms around himself as he quietly sobbed. Pansy stood frozen in place, the tumult of her emotions stirring up gusts of wind outside. Many students in the library hurriedly departed, fearing they might be trapped here by a sudden downpour. Pansy observed the 13-year-old Draco, huddled in the corner and weeping softly, resembling a solitary child of merely 2 or 3 years. Pansy was at a loss for words to console him. She simply approached, extended a hand, and gently patted his shoulder. Pansy modulated her voice, striving to make it as gentle and soothing as possible. "Little Draco, you are very brave. What troubles you? Has someone been unkind to you?" Draco lifted his head and nodded slightly, his pale cheeks marked by tear stains, and his gray eyes glistening like the luminous full moon. Pansy enveloped him in her embrace, soothingly whispering, "Do not weep. Please tell me who is responsible." Beneath the surface, away from Draco's gaze, a flicker of crimson light ignited in the girl's eyes, revealing a ferocity that radiated sheer malice. In that moment, her eyes brimmed with an overwhelming tide of hatred and vengeance, a sight that would undoubtedly send shivers down the spine of any onlooker. Pansy gently reached out and patted him, seemingly attempting to coax out the identity of the individual whose voice had sweetly inquired, "Who did it? Tell me, and I shall ensure they are expelled from this school, never to return." Upon hearing Pansy's words, Draco narrowed his slightly reddened eyes and shook his head, his voice tinged with a cry. No, it's nothing. I am simply too inept." After uttering this, he once again buried his head. Pansy, with her remarkably calm demeanor, fixed her gaze directly upon Draco. In less than 2 breaths, she identified her target, the menacing visage of Theodore Knott, radiating an aura of lethal intent. Pansy embraced Draco and, with a calm yet resigned tone, remarked, "It must be Delirid, right? Born within the palace, he holds life in the least regard. Comparing yourself to him seems rather futile." Draco, taken aback, lifted his gaze in astonishment, bewildered by how Pansy had come to know this. Overwhelmed with disbelief, he instinctively rose to his feet and confessed, "I have always been of little worth." His mind flooded with the reproaches of his family from days gone by, alongside Pansy's admonitions. Reflecting on his recent experiences at school, he felt an overwhelming sense of immaturity, unable to attain the level of rationality exhibited by those around him. Pansy reached out to tousle his somewhat soft hair. Her voice tinged with a hint of astonishment. "What on earth are you thinking? You are my brother, after all. Your academic progress has surpassed that of the average student by 90 points. You are simply useless. Are you trying to drive the entire student body of Hogwarts to despair? Do not be disheartened. Let me lean on you for a moment. Ah, my legs feel so weak from reading for too long. I am feeling quite faint." With that, she gestured to lean against him. The delicate fragrance that wafted from the girl was subtly pleasant, and Pansy was discreetly rubbing against his robe. She nearly pressed herself entirely against him, her hand reaching up to caress his face. There, do not be sad. Let us return now." Draco felt a slight haze before his eyes as Pansy retrieved a handkerchief from within her robe, gently dabbing away the tears at the corners of his eyes. Murmuring softly, she said, "You are my little dragon brother, you know. You are destined to protect me for a lifetime. You still owe me so many wishes that have yet to be fulfilled. Now, please, do not cry." As he listened to Pansy's words, he found himself reflecting repeatedly, tears continuing to fall from the corners of his eyes. Pansy, with a hint of mockery, shook her head helplessly and said, "Brother, stop crying. The way you weep is far too handsome. It could charm even the soul of a little witch." Draco, initially mired in sorrow and unable to extricate himself from his melancholic state, could not help but reveal a faint, bitter smile upon hearing her words. Would you, too, be captivated by me? Those uncontrollable thoughts consumed him, each one steeped in a sense of possession and obsession towards the girl. As his mind wandered, he was unwittingly led by Pansy to the entrance of the library. She was almost entirely enveloped in his robe, skillfully directing the spellbook to tidy itself. With her bag in hand, she prepared to leave, while Irma Pants rose from her desk, noting that it was past 7:50. She needed to commence her rounds. Pansy leaned against Draco, their pace leisurely as she continued to murmur softly. As Pansy crossed the road and encountered Mrs. Pings, she greeted her with a courteous nod. The moment Irma Sping laid eyes upon her, a slight frown creased her brow. Observing the similar aura shared by the two, she speculated that they might be siblings but chose to remain silent, merely offering a polite smile. Pansy and Draco departed from the library, where the faint sounds of several Ravenclaw students engaging in conversation with the librarian lingered in the air. Pansy gazed at the howling wind outside, a fleeting glimmer of mischief dancing in her eyes. Pansy seemed to feel a chill, nuzzling against Draco. With a tone tinged with complaint, she exclaimed, "Oh dear. What on earth is this weather? It was just fine a moment ago, and now the wind is howling so fiercely." Draco said nothing. Instead, he gently drew Pansy closer into his embrace. His gaze lingered on her with a tender intensity, quiet and profound. The wind caused Pansy's eyes to glisten slightly, becoming red-rimmed as moisture began to gather within them. Draco instinctively reached out to shield her eyes from the gusts. Pansy felt the chill emanating from her eyes as she stood still, a gentle breeze caressing her face. In a soft voice, she remarked, "How can I see the way with you obstructing my view?" Draco murmured, "The wind is too strong. My eyes are red." After much struggle, he could not articulate a complete sentence, and in a moment of despair, Draco shut his eyes. The sound of the wind howled around them, and the atmosphere was anything but tranquil. The rustling of the grass nearby resembled the faint cries of someone weeping. Pansy gently pushed his hand away and looked up at Draco. Turning around, she embraced him, her voice sweetly pleading, "Hurry back. I feel as though I might be blown away." The crimson glint in her eyes flickered momentarily, and the wind around them grew fiercer. Draco felt the girl nestled in his arms as her cheeks gradually flushed a delicate rose. The wind was so strong that it obscured his view of her expression, and he sensed her grip tightening around him. He lifted her horizontally, but the wind seemed intent on opposing him, howling louder and forcing his eyes shut. Numerous leaves struck his face, prompting him to shield Pansy with his robe, while shrieks from girls and the hurried figures of other students echoed throughout the campus. In the castle, Dumbledore leaned against a window, his gaze fixed on a pair of figures below. His glasses shielded him from the swirling dust as a faint smile played upon his lips, tinged with an inexplicable sense of restraint. "Ah, I see something intriguing. Young Miss Pansy certainly knows how to have fun," he mused. Meanwhile, inside the potions classroom, Snape was meticulously cleaning, manipulating several cloths to tend to every nook and cranny. The wind outside howled relentlessly, prompting him to cast a spell that sealed the window with a touch of irritation. "So busy, I scarcely have time to tidy up," he grumbled. Draco cradled Pansy in his arms, her small face resting against his chest, and even her faint breaths ignited an inexplicable warmth within him. The wind was too strong, slowing their progress, as they moved gradually, swept along by a myriad of oddities, including several classmates' books that were whisked away into the horizon. "Classmate, thanks for the wind." "Wind? Pansy, were you polite?" Draco maintained a calm demeanor, walking with poise, though he wished the leaf stuck in his hair would vanish. At last, through his persistent efforts, they reached the entrance of the dormitory castle. Draco gently set Pansy down, taking a deep breath. His gray eyes were laced with a network of crimson veins from the wind's assault. Pansy rose to her feet, a grateful smile adorning her face. Yet, within mere seconds, her expression froze. The robe was covered in dust and fragments of leaves, particularly a conspicuous patch atop Draco's head. Additionally, remnants of dust clung to the boy's face. Pansy reached out to remove the leaves from his head, only to find Draco in discomfort, tears streaming from one eye due to sand irritation. He attempted to rub his eye, but Pansy stopped him. Pansy stood on tiptoe, one hand gently holding his eyelid, exhaling softly. The fragrance of youthful femininity enveloped him, a familiar sensation that instilled a desire to flee. A trace of undeniable panic surfaced. After a considerable pause, Pansy ceased her movements. Draco, his expression vacant, allowed his eyes to occasionally drift, as if everything around them had descended into an eerie stillness. Pansy spoke with a light, cheerful laugh. "All right, are you still feeling unwell?" The girl's voice roused him from his reverie, and he nodded in response. With a beaming smile, Pansy sincerely expressed her gratitude. "Brother Xiaolong, you claim to be of no use. Yet look, you are far more formidable than I." The girl's voice was neither too loud nor too soft. Yet every word was articulated with clarity. Each syllable resonated within his mind, lingering for an extended moment. Pansy leaned against his arm, saying, "Aunt Sasha mentioned that once at school, I must rely on your protection." As she spoke, she playfully nudged him up the staircase. Draco, somewhat uncertain, inquired, "What did Mother say?" His gray eyes glimmered with a hint of crimson as he gazed at her. Pansy gazed at the fleeting sorrow in those eyes, yet spoke with an air of composure. "Are you truly curious? Then perhaps you should offer something in exchange." The girl's eyes sparkled with cunning, her face adorned with innocence and vivacity. Draco, observing her childlike demeanor, shook his head and rummaged through his robes, producing 2 pieces of candy. Without a moment's hesitation, Draco inquired, "Will this suffice?" Considering Pansy's usual demeanor, she must enjoy sweets. Pansy smiled, reached out to take it, tore open the packaging, and popped one into her mouth. A delicate aroma of apple wafted through, its tangy sweetness proving to be quite appetizing. Pansy shook her head, saying, "Not enough. We need to add another transformation spell." Draco, without pausing in his stride, nodded and replied calmly, "I will follow your lead." Pansy's face radiated a brilliant smile as she murmured, "Aunt Shasha has shared so much with me." She continued, "She mentioned that you often behave quite erratically, shouting at home. Is that true?" Draco, upon hearing this, abruptly turned to look at her and paused before responding, "Yes, please go on. If my mother has divulged even this to her, I would scarcely be astonished if Pansy informed me of the color of my undergarments, for my mother has already betrayed me." He instinctively shook his head in disbelief. Pansy casually remarked, "Aunt Sasa told me that although you are a rather timid boy, you exhibit great courage by frequently arguing with your father. Even if it often results in scolding and punishment, you are always brave enough to try. Is this true?" Draco coughed. "Well, it seems she isn't entirely wrong." A hint of despair crept across his features. Reflecting on his memories, he recalled his mother's sighing face, which seemed to bear the weight of countless secrets. He wished fervently that the past could dissipate like smoke, leaving no trace. After regaining his composure, he let out a long breath. "Please, continue." He feigned nonchalance, appearing indifferent, yet inside, he was tumultuous, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Draco took a deep breath, calming the storm within. As Pansy opened her mouth to speak, her gaze fell upon Luna in the corridor. The words she was about to utter fell silent. The amber light cast a gentle glow, and her eyes flickered with complexity. She suddenly lifted her head and regarded Luna with a look of compassion. Draco, still awaiting her response, maintained an air of casualness, his gaze toward Pansy marked by aloofness and disdain. Pansy wore a playful smile on her face as she reached out to embrace Draco's arm, nuzzling against him. Draco sensed her peculiar behavior returning and, filled with a hint of impatience, inquired, "Why the silence?" His eyes sparkled with a touch of anticipation. Pansy reached out to touch his hair and said, "Ah." The wind was quite strong just now. Your hair is all disheveled. Not far away, Funa's expression darkened, and without uttering a word, he silently warned Pansy with his lips. "Keep your distance from him, but do not blame me for being rude." Pansy spoke, "And Shasha has shared many things with me, but I dare not repeat them to you. What if you become upset?" Her eyes were filled with uncertainty and concern, while her gaze held a provocative glint that incited the opposing Funa to grit his teeth in frustration. Pansy walked slowly, while the gaze of Funa grew increasingly filled with resentment. Pansy lifted her face and shot her a glance, but in the next moment, she suddenly collapsed. Draco, strolling with an air of nonchalance, had not yet managed to catch her when Pansy fell to the ground, leaving him bewildered as to how she had fallen so unexpectedly. He hurriedly reached out to help her up, his eyes brimming with helplessness and regret. If only he had been able to grasp the hem of her garment earlier, she might not have been injured. Pansy's voice was frail and feeble, laced with a plea that suggested she might burst into tears at any moment. She appeared both humble and pitiful. "Xiaolong, I've twisted my ankle, and it hurts so much." Observing her distress, he felt an even deeper sense of urgency and gently inquired, "Is it very painful? Is it serious? Would you like me to take you to see the school nurse?" Pansy gazed at him, observing the gentle inquiry in his demeanor, as if he were filled with thoughts of her. The boy exuded a unique, pure fragrance reminiscent of fresh snow, subtly dispersing the restlessness that lingered in her heart, seemingly alleviating it considerably. "Such eyes, indeed, are mine." Pansy, exhibiting an expression of remorse, shook her head and looked up at him. "I am fine, merely feeling a bit weak in the legs." Draco, still unconvinced, suddenly acted, gradually peeling away her knee-high socks. One by one, he revealed a series of bruises and scabs adorning her knees. The sight of her scarred legs caused him to gasp in shock. Instantly, his eyes brimmed with tears, which began to cascade down his cheeks. Pansy initially intended to feign an injury merely to provoke the opposing Funa, not realizing that this would ultimately reveal her true intentions. In her fervor to irritate Funa, she had not the time to intervene. Draco, with a voice choked with emotion, managed to articulate a few fragmented words. "What have you done?" Pansy lowered her gaze, seated upon the frigid stone steps, her fair skin marred by glaring, jagged scars. Pansy spoke in a somewhat hoarse voice. "I watched as Drac lifted her up and proceeded down the stairs." Pansy, with an air of urgency, pressed against himself and attempted to explain, "I did this myself. Let's return. It will be fine in a few days. I have medicine." His face, previously marked by guilt, now wore a frost-like expression, his eyes reddened. He spoke in a low, admonishing tone, "Cease your theatrics. Why do you consistently refuse to tell me?" "I am not interested in the schemes you are concocting behind my back, but must you truly go to such lengths?" Pansy clasped her hands tightly together, her nails digging deeply into her flesh. Draco looked down at her hands, his brow furrowing even deeper. "Once again inflicting pain upon yourself, do you not feel any discomfort?" Pansy's tightly clasped hand released, leaving several vivid crimson imprints. She gazed up at him with tear-filled eyes, an expression of innocent distress that made Draco feel as though he were the one who had wronged her. With his eyes partially closed, he exhaled slowly, striving to suppress his anger, and spoke in a gentle tone, "Do you realize how thin you've become? I am only slightly older than you, yet I carry you with ease every day. I thought you had merely sustained a minor injury, so how did this happen? Why can't you confide in me?" Meanwhile, Funa stood at the far end of the second-floor corridor, observing Pansy, while a few students ambled through the hallway, providing her with the perfect cover. Pansy was completely oblivious, preoccupied with dealing with little Long. Thus, the poor Funa was forgotten by our domineering sister. In the Gryffindor common room, Harry sat at the desk in their dormitory while Ron engaged in a game of wizard's chess beside him. Harry, maintaining a serene demeanor, conversed with Ron. "Ron, let us play one last game. I want to practice some spells later." Ron scrunched his face in response. "Have you been spending too much time with Hermione? You both seem to adore studying." A hint of mockery danced on Harry's lips as he retorted, "I think you've become a bit daft from all that chess. Hermione has actually spent the most time with you." He casually picked up a notebook from the desk, jotting down calculations. In less than a minute, he completed his calculations and pushed the notebook towards Ron. "Take a look at this, will you? Besides, I can hardly exchange more than 2 words with her. She is clearly more concerned about you," he added, raising an eyebrow playfully. Ron's face contorted in frustration as he gazed at the meticulously drawn schedule in the notebook. He returned it to Harry, voicing his grievances. "But Hermione can be so tedious. I can't stand her, It's just a spell I can't master. Why does she fixate on me when so many others struggle too? Harry observed him, narrowing his eyes without responding. Unfazed, Ron continued. When we were working on the levitation charm, she insisted on correcting my pronunciation. Seamus Finnegan, rummaging through the wardrobe nearby, chimed in. I would actually prefer if she sat next to me and taught me, but what if I accidentally set her hair on fire? It looks so flammable, and I can just imagine the agony on her face. Harry chuckled, offering a word of advice. Ron, Hermione is quite adept. She will teach you. You should be grateful. This conversation remains between us, understood? He then nudged a wizard piece forward. Ron, indifferent, shook his head and returned to contemplating the chessboard. Whatever. Meanwhile, in the Hogwarts infirmary, Draco, taking a risk under the cover of night, carried Pansy into the infirmary and placed her gently on a clean, empty bed. Pansy, on the verge of calling out to attract attention, was silenced by a mere glance from him. Boppy Pomfrey was summoned by the anxious Draco. After a brief examination of Pansy's wound, the lady fell into contemplative silence. Moments later, she turned to Draco and said, "Please step outside for a moment while I check to see if there are any other injuries." Pansy furrowed her brow, for she knew that trouble had indeed arrived. Boppy Pomfrey spoke to her in a gentle tone. "Please, remove your clothing so that I may examine you for any other injuries." "And how did this happen?" Pansy shook her head in exasperation, yet obediently unfastened her garments. A multitude of wounds lay bare, revealing a disturbing tapestry of bruises and cuts. Boppy Pomfrey gasped, for the injuries were clearly the result of falls, scrapes, and impacts, alongside some peculiar wounds of unknown origin. Observing the girl's masked visage, she found herself perplexed, uncertain of the thoughts that occupied her mind. She was compelled to inquire about the possibility of healing. Upon removing the mask, a flawless face emerged, leaving Boppy Pomfrey in a state of bewilderment. If the face was unmarred, why the need for a mask? Gazing upon the girl's porcelain complexion, strikingly beautiful with enchanting amber eyes, she was momentarily captivated. However, this reverie was abruptly interrupted as a veil of blue mist enveloped the girl's face. When it dissipated, a network of scars had overtaken her once pristine features, resembling an intricate spider's web that cloaked much of her visage. Boppy Pomfrey could not suppress her astonishment. "Wow, what happened to you? Doesn't it hurt? It looks like this has been going on for a day or two. Why haven't you sought medical attention?" "Pansy, this is a bit of a secret I handled myself. Nothing to worry about. Can this face be healed?" Boppy Pomfrey listened intently to her plea, leaning in to examine the depth of the wounds on Pansy's face. With a hint of regret, he shook his head. "This is difficult to treat. The wounds are too deep." After speaking, he meticulously inspected the injuries on Pansy's back. Upon receiving the answer, Pansy did not feel disheartened. Instead, she nodded with a sense of relief, her eyes reflecting tranquility. Boppy Pomfrey found it rather strange. If such wounds were inflicted on an ordinary person, they would likely be bedridden with fever, yet she appeared to be running about without a care in the world. Pansy nodded and said, "Then I shall trouble you, madam, to prepare some medicine." "Thank you. I had not intended to come, but little Long insisted on accompanying me." Feeling somewhat uncomfortable under the unabashed gaze of others, she donned her clothing once more and adjusted her mask, leaning against the bed and lazily closing her eyes. Although she was not truly fatigued, the constant movement had left her somewhat weary. Draco was summoned by Madame Pomfrey, who instructed him to contact the family, as this matter also required notification of the headmaster. Draco glanced back at Pansy, who lay on the bed with her eyes closed, and nodded helplessly. His gray eyes silently regarded her. While Madame Pomfrey departed to prepare the potion, Pansy, with her eyes half closed, appeared quite exhausted. Draco slowly lifted his face and remarked, "Do you think this resembles when you were 6 years old?" Pansy suddenly opened her eyes wide, staring at the ceiling with an expression of discontent as she remarked, "What is the purpose of mentioning that year?" Draco observed her demeanor, his confusion deepening. "What happened when she was 6? Why does she look like that?" He discreetly pressed his hand against his wrist. The seemingly ordinary girl before him was, in reality, pierced by an overwhelming sense of loneliness, reminiscent of previous encounters. Draco's gaunt face reflected a clear detachment and melancholy in his gaze. "What secrets is she hiding from me?" In the stillness of the night, Draco lay on the bed beside Pansy, who had removed her mask and lay on her side. He had also fallen asleep but was abruptly awakened from a bizarre dream that left him unnerved. The moonlight danced upon his gray eyes, casting shimmering reflections. For reasons he could not fathom, he felt an unsettling sense of unreality surrounding the girl before him. It seemed to him that everything was merely a fade, as if she might vanish one day. He anxiously scrutinized her serene sleeping face. Before sleep, he had already pinned a letter to Mrs. Fiona. He squinted, realizing he had grasped the lessons well enough to forego attending tomorrow, allowing him to care for her instead. As Draco glanced at the faintly glowing bracelet, curiosity stirred within him. Why was Pansy's bracelet invisible? He recalled that she had never worn one in their childhood. He acknowledged the inexplicable anxiety that often gripped his heart, inducing a sense of pressure. This unfamiliar feeling for Pansy had existed before, yet never with such intensity. What is it? Is it the love spoken of by parents? It feels like it. He lay on his side, admiring her tranquil visage, finding it remarkably beautiful. The ambition in his heart began to burgeon, an uncontrollable malice that urged him to confess, yet he feared it might be a mere figment of his own desires. She had never openly acknowledged anything, nor had she ever professed her feelings to him, addressing him as brother, and with their parents referring to her as his sister. He wondered if she truly regarded him merely as a sibling. The obsessive emotions within him dragged him into a quagmire of fixation. Since childhood, he had felt as though he were quietly constructing an invisible, yet impenetrable fortress around his heart, impervious to the emotions of others, always able to see through their pretense, perceiving ulterior motives in their proximity. Yet she remained an enigma, her boundless enthusiasm for him seemingly inexhaustible, her companionship akin to that of family, occasionally provoking jealousy within him, like wild grass growing rampant in his heart. From the outset, he had admonished himself that she was just a sister, but that notion gradually crumbled, particularly since arriving at school, where her indifference towards him had become apparent. He had deliberately invited Finnegan, not to test anything, yet she appeared genuinely unconcerned. Was she perhaps fond of someone else? The Weasley twins, Ron? Or maybe the more suitable Harry Potter? As he pondered, the yearning he felt for her was akin to a slumbering serpent, gradually constricting his heart tighter. The cool moonlight cast a pallid glow upon his face, rendering his complexion almost ethereal, while the base desires festering within him shattered his once steadfast resolve, especially when he leaned towards Harry Potter. Draco's hand incessantly caressed the ring Pansy had gifted him. His eyes filled with a tumult of pain and complexity as he grappled with whether to let go or to fight for her. The reminders of his potential failures loomed, casting doubt on his chances of success. Draco sat up abruptly in bed, unable to sleep. Treading lightly, he exited the infirmary and stepped into the dimly lit corridor. It was the deep of night, and the corridor lights cast a faint yellow glow. Leaning against the railing, he gazed at the flickering lights below. Meanwhile, Pansy, who had been peacefully sleeping, sat up in bed, puzzled by his nocturnal restlessness. Could he be troubled by something? Is it because of me? It's hardly surprising. Her delicate brows furrowed, her eyes shimmering with uncertainty. She slipped on her shoes and pushed open the door, moving quietly to approach him. At that moment, Draco wore a stern expression, lost in thought, seemingly contemplating something profound. Pansy approached until she was merely 3 paces away. Draco, startled, turned abruptly, retreating slightly. Vigilance etched upon his features. Who? He inquired. A subtle, almost imperceptible smile graced Pansy's face as she advanced toward him with an enchanting charm. Why are you still awake at this late hour? Contemplating the meaning of life? As she positioned herself beside him, mirroring his previous stance against the railing, she gazed down at the view below, a cascade of flickering lights and desolate corridors, which, upon closer inspection, possessed an eerie quality. Her fair and radiant visage, complemented by perfectly shaped lips, bore a mischievous smile. What troubles you? Noticing her in her delicate gown, Draco stepped forward and graciously removed his outer robe, draping it over her shoulders. Pansy lowered his gaze to the cloak draped over his shoulder, imbued with his distinctive essence and warmth. Pansy, sensing his concern, seemingly indifferent, spoke up. I am asking you a question. Draco, with his brow furrowed, felt a gentle breeze stirring his white shirt, his clear, bottomless gray eyes appearing to plunge into the vast expanse of the night sky. A flicker of icy indifference passed through Pansy's eyes as her voice, cool and laden with menace, echoed. What? Are you now silent when I speak? Upon hearing the girl's words, Draco shook his head, sensing a breeze that caused him to fear for her well-being. He stepped closer and fastened a few buttons on his outer robe for her comfort. A glimmer of concern flickered in Pansy's eyes as she observed his actions, surprisingly refraining from resistance. She tilted her head and gazed at him, inquiring, What is it? You appear quite haggard. With that, she restlessly reached out to caress his face. Draco, acutely aware of the turmoil within, spoke in a somewhat hoarse voice. I am fine. merely pondering the severity of your injuries. Why do you exert yourself so? Her cool, delicate hand grazed his face, and he, unperturbed, allowed her to touch him. Pansy's gaze gradually grew colder, and Draco noticed an unusual expression on her face. He attempted to reach out and caress her cheek. Just as his fingers were about to make contact, Pansy withdrew her hand and brushed his away. Pansy's eyes, tinged with a hint of crimson, met his gaze with an air of calmness and detachment. Draco paid no heed to the release of his hand. Instead, he regarded her with a slight perplexity. "What is the matter with your eyes?" he inquired. Upon hearing his words, Pansy took a couple of steps closer to him, their bodies nearly touching. Pansy extended her slender, delicate arms to encircle his neck, her voice laced with a teasing tone as she inquired, curious to know, "What will you offer in exchange?" Their movements were laden with ambiguity, leaving Draco momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Pansy's eyes were filled with allure and confusion, and the more Draco observed her, the more he sensed something amiss. What has happened to Pansy? Why is she behaving so strangely? Just as Draco was lost in thought, Pansy, with an odd expression, withdrew her hand and turned away to lean against the railing once more. Draco gazed at her silhouette, feeling a hint of infatuation. "Then pray tell, what conditions do you propose?" Pansy, upon hearing his words, did not respond hastily. Instead, she appeared somewhat aloof, tugging at her robe and smoothing her long hair with a gentle motion. Only then did she leisurely utter, "Price? Conditions? Don't be foolish. You belong to me. What conditions could there possibly be?" Draco gazed at her silhouette, momentarily entranced, yet he found her words perplexing. "What do you mean by that? I am not yours." His narrow, cool eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a hint of displeasure. Pansy pressed her lips together, emitting a hint of laughter from her chest. The sound was soft, yet brimming with sarcasm. Pansy turned her body and gazed at him, her eyes shining with intensity. "You must maintain a certain distance from Miss Funa. Moreover, you ought to recognize your own position. You belong to me. Should you speak as you did before, I cannot guarantee that I will refrain from taking action against her." Draco observed the girl, who appeared to be perched high above, as if commanding her own servant. Feeling somewhat displeased, he retorted, "And what right do you have to criticize me when you associate with boys yourself?" Upon hearing his words, Pansy laughed even more unabashedly. If one were to scrutinize closely, the smile at the corners of her mouth bore an oddly sinister curvature. "What I have done has nothing to do with you. Have you not realized it yet?" Draco gazed at that smile, both familiar and alien, which ignited a flicker of fear within him. He stepped back cautiously and inquired, "Who are you? What has happened to her?" Pansy stepped closer to him, a gentle laugh escaping her lips. "Pansy is Pansy, and I am also Pansy. She is quite fond of you, and I do not mind." A soft breeze wafted through the castle corridor, enhancing the enchanting atmosphere. The unique fragrance of youth, reminiscent of ripe fruits, danced along with the wind. Draco inhaled the delicate aroma that enveloped her, and he could ascertain that the person before him was indeed Pansy. Pansy gazed at him, observing his bewildered expression as he appeared utterly flustered. Her laughter grew more exuberant, and she ceased to feign a sinister demeanor. After a brief moment of surprise, she tilted her head and chuckled softly before swiftly enveloping him in an embrace. In a soothing voice, Pansy reassured him, "You silly fool, I am your fiancé. How could I possibly fancy someone else? All my efforts are solely to protect you, so you must strive to become stronger, allowing me to rest." Upon finishing her heartfelt declaration, she felt a warmth suffuse her ears, as if something had ignited within her heart, only to be extinguished moments later. Draco, with a hint of self-deprecation, remarked, "You are not the usual version of yourself, are you?" She has a fondness for Harry Potter. "And you certainly cannot claim to have affection for me, like the Weasley twins?" Pansy gazed at him, his words dripping with jealousy, and smiled faintly, the curve of her lips replete with disdain. Pansy spoke without a trace of anger. "I am but one with her. We have merely encountered certain circumstances. She has accepted it, unlike you. Come, let us depart, for I seldom venture out. Regardless, you shall accompany me." As she spoke, Draco, seemingly devoid of control, turned and walked back with mechanical movements, exuding an air of puppetry. Pansy trailed leisurely behind him, bounding about like a child, yet with each leap, she felt the lingering ache in her body. After only a few hops, she reverted to a more measured gait. Draco returned to his bed, pulled back the covers, and reclined once more. Throughout this time, he made numerous attempts to regain control over his body, but to no avail. All he could manage was the futile struggle of his eyes. Pansy stood at the head of his bed, her face beaming with delight as she unapologetically tugged at the corner of the blanket and nestled herself within. Once again, she emerged with her hair slightly tousled, cascading forward, her small face alight with excitement as she reclined on the same pillow. Pansy first pressed her lips together, a silly smile adorning her face. Draco lay stiffly on one side of the narrow, single hospital bed. Their shared space felt somewhat cramped. Pansy lay facing him, while Draco found himself unable to resist mirroring her position. Their eyes locked in a mutual gaze. Draco felt a mix of embarrassment and anger, exchanging intense looks that seemed to last an eternity, both refusing to blink, their cheeks flushed with warmth. Pansy observed his demeanor and could not help but stifle a laugh behind her hand. Draco took in her expression entirely, his breath becoming somewhat constrained. Pansy raised an eyebrow, a tantalizing smile playing at the corners of her lips. She boldly wrapped her arms around his waist, and Draco, unable to resist, let his hands rest on her figure. Pansy seemed to revel in snuggling closer to him, enveloped by the familiar scent of cedar. She curled up, completely retreating into his embrace. A wave of warmth swiftly enveloped her, and feeling somewhat weary, she let out a soft yawn before drifting off to sleep as if no one were around. Draco glanced down at the girl who was sleeping so blissfully in his arms, feeling a flicker of annoyance. Yet, upon observing their intertwined forms, a blush crept onto his cheeks. This Pansy, indeed, how could she be more mischievous than usual? My betrothed. We are not. His gaze lowered, fixed upon Pansy nestled in his arms. Her eyes, resembling gray obsidian, emanated a gentle glow as the night deepened. As time gradually passed, the delightful fragrance of the girl lulled him into a state of drowsiness, and eventually he too succumbed to slumber. The following morning, Draco awoke slowly, still maintaining the position in which he had fallen asleep, only to find that the person in his arms had vanished. He reached out to touch the spot where Pansy had slept, only to be met with a chilling emptiness. Puzzled, he wondered where she could have gone at such an early hour. The morning was still dim, the sun yet to rise, suggesting it was around 5 or 6 o'clock. Pansy was clad in a robe, draped leisurely in Draco's outer cloak, seated comfortably at her dormitory desk. Standing beside her, Joeling recounted the situation, to which Pansy nodded, exuding an air of indulgent composure. She reached out, flipping the collar of the cloak outward towards Draco. Malfoy, with a calm demeanor, adjusted the garment back in place. Pansy's amber eyes glimmered with a hint of cold light as she remarked, "It's all right. This time you shall be fine, but next time you will understand." She gestured for him to return, adding, "When the construction team arrives in the morning, keep a close watch." Observing her expression, Joeling appeared somewhat awkward, yet still courteous. Nodding before taking his leave, Pansy waved her hand, and the sealed curtains parted, allowing the tightly shut window to open as well. A gentle breeze wafted in through the window. Before her lay the enchanting scenery of the forbidden forest, shrouded in mist that clung to every ancient tree. She extended her hand, conjuring a tome, and opened its pages. The forest materialized once more upon the parchment, with its familiar smile gracing its visage. Pansy inquired about something. Draco had been waiting for her in the infirmary for quite some time. He believed she would return. With a tranquil demeanor, he sat at the bedside. Pondering the clues from the previous night, Bobby Pomfrey was bustling about with a tray in hand. Initially, the infirmary had been devoid of occupants, but soon the corridor outside was filled with anguished cries. Just as Draco's curiosity piqued regarding the commotion, he found himself wondering what had transpired. Pansy entered slowly, illuminated by the dim golden light that enveloped her in a delicate aura. She wore the same white dress as before, layered beneath his outer robe, her hair cascading loosely about her shoulders. Her slender neck and slightly pale lips bore a hint of redness. Under his gaze, she approached with measured steps, her pupils having returned to a rich amber hue, her voice soft and tender as she remarked, "I borrowed this robe for a couple of days." After gathering her belongings, Pansy moved past him, unperturbed by Draco's thoughts. She swiftly organized her items, and with an irrefutable tone, cast her bag towards him, commanding, "Back to the dormitory." She sauntered ahead at a leisurely pace. Draco, observing her demeanor, stepped forward to block her path, exclaiming, "You cannot return. Your injuries have yet to heal. Why not stay here and take your medicine for a few more days?" He intended to persuade her, but upon witnessing the resolute expression on her earnest face, he noted the unwavering determination reflected in her eyes. Pansy gazed directly into his eyes, articulating each word with precision. "I do not comprehend." Her visage, pristine yet saturated, bore a hint of ire. Just then, Bobby Pomfrey hurried in from outside, a tray of medicine in hand, and upon witnessing the scene, she spoke with a note of concern. "Miss Pansy, your injuries are indeed quite severe. It would be prudent to rest here for a couple of days. Do not be in haste to return, Pansy observed as the two individuals urged her, seemingly releasing a breath of relief. I said it's all right. Having spoken, she rolled up her sleeves, revealing her fair, delicate arms, pristine and unblemished. Draco stared at her in astonishment, and upon finishing his words, he instinctively reached out to touch her. Pansy gracefully adjusted her sleeves back into place. What was that about? She inquired, then politely turned to nod at Mrs. Pomfrey. With unyielding determination, she pushed past Draco, taking measured steps as she departed. Bobby Pomfrey gazed at her retreating figure, filled with skepticism. It wasn't until they reached the threshold of the infirmary that Draco discerned the direction. At that moment, he saw Fortescue, clutching his other arm in anguish, tears glistening in his eyes, utterly devoid of his earlier bravado. Pansy cast a disdainful glance, quickening her pace to depart. Draco observed her with keen curiosity, perplexed by the unfolding events. It was only after they had traversed a considerable distance that he realized this matter might involve Pansy. He hastened his steps and approached her side, leaning in to inquire, "Was it you?" Pansy paused in her steps and gazed at him, inquiring, "Yes, what is it?" Noticing her displeased demeanor, Draco realized she was once again irked. Feeling somewhat apprehensive, he shrank his neck slightly and shook his head, yet his curiosity compelled him to ask, "Why?" Seeing his demeanor, Pansy felt her anger dissipate somewhat, and the fury in her eyes calmed a little. Pansy, somewhat impatient, clenched her fists and exclaimed with a touch of annoyance, "Why are there so many questions? Teach me 3 more transformations. Otherwise, do not blame me for taking action against you." Draco observed her furious demeanor, utterly perplexed by the cause of her ire, and merely trailed after her, dutifully following her towards their dormitory. Upon reaching the door, Pansy coldly retrieved her bag from his grasp, and before he could react, she slammed the door shut with a resounding thud. Standing at the threshold, Draco found himself at a loss, unsure of what to do next, awkwardly rubbing his nose. After a considerable pause, he finally returned to his own room. Meanwhile, once the door was closed, Pansy remained in her spot, gazing at the now closed door, her calm amber eyes betraying a flicker of anger. Swiftly, she turned and stopped before the round table. She removed her outer robe and carelessly tossed it onto the sofa. Then, with deft movements, began to manipulate the air around her, quickly donning her house uniform. Once clad in her attire, she proceeded to arrange the books on the table, preparing the textbooks required for her lessons that day. The wind outside Pansy's window howled restlessly, and her eyes were tinged with an uncontrollable mixture of fear and anger. Her teeth instinctively clenched her lips, while her delicate white hands were tightly balled into fists. Pansy stared at the disheveled robe on the sofa, her mind swirling with confusion. Last night, she had been peacefully asleep, only to awaken in Draco's embrace, a stark contrast to her memory of resting in her own hospital bed. As she pondered the strange turn of events, an unsettling realization settled upon her. The potion she had taken the previous evening bore no effect whatsoever. Upon consulting the codex, she learned from Sun, who wore an expression of calm, that all her wounds were ensnared by a curse, rendering her own healing impossible. Only by harnessing the life force of the forbidden forest could she hope to gradually recover. Oblivious to this peril earlier, her desire for healing had inadvertently revealed the truth of her plight. Now, faced with insurmountable obstacles, she felt a profound sense of disorientation. She summoned a book, and the display revealed 2 unfinished tasks, their countdown glaringly apparent, relentlessly ticking away. Outside, a gentle drizzle began to fall, the wind weaving through the delicate raindrops, slowly dampening her windowsill. With the morning breeze having left her window ajar, she waved her hand to close it once more, bringing the graceful curtains to a halt in their dance. Pansy leaned closer to the glass, gazing toward the forest where layers of dark clouds enveloped the gentle drizzle, producing a soft rustling sound. Draco returned to his room, meticulously dressing himself before making his way to the washroom to freshen up. Thoughts of the previous night began to swirl in his mind. Should he confide in Pansy about it? She seemed to possess an inkling of the truth. It was his first encounter with such a person. Was it a malady? A split in consciousness? All he could contemplate was the potential adverse impact on her. He hastened his grooming, donned his attire, and, without pausing to wipe the foam from the corners of his mouth, he pushed open the door and stepped outside. Upon entering, he realized with a sinking heart that he had forgotten to knock. Would she be upset? A wave of anxiety washed over him as he looked up to find Pansy seated quietly, having moved her chair from the table to the window, evidently captivated by the rain's beauty. Draco knocked lightly on the door, adhering to the tenets of politeness. "I'm coming in. What are you up to?" Aren't we supposed to be in class? Let us go. As he approached her, he studied her delicate features, gradually discerning the depths of her eyes, clear yet almost devoid of any turbulence, resembling a tranquil pond that had endured for millennia. His heart skipped a beat. Was she displeased? Could it be due to last night's events? Draco stood beside her, fixated, hesitant to utter a word. The pocket watch in his possession ticked rhythmically, and he pulled it out 4 times, feeling the slight numbness in his calves, yet he found no inclination from Pansy to depart. With only 3 minutes remaining, he realized it was too late and resolved to call out to her. His voice carried a note of urgency. Pansy, if we don't head to class now, we will be late. His gray eyes glimmered with a sense of haste. Pansy rose from her seat, her tumultuous thoughts settling into tranquility. She took a deep breath and repeatedly affirmed, all right, all right, all right. Let us proceed. Without even casting a glance, Pansy effortlessly snatched her bag from midair, catching it deftly in her hands. Draco, observing her skillful maneuver, felt a twinge of envy and swallowed hard. Pansy took a couple of steps closer, wrapping her arms around his shoulders. With a wand drawn from the folds of her robe, she spoke in a detached tone, disapprobation. A gentle breeze of spatial distortion enveloped them as they began to whirl. Upon reopening their eyes, they found themselves in the classroom. Professor Snape stood at the lectern, his expression as stern as ever, and the moment Pansy touched the ground, she felt the weight of his gaze upon her. Pansy retracted her hand as Draco adjusted his robe and found 2 vacant seats to occupy. Professor Snape, standing at the podium, spoke. "Cece, come here." Pansy nodded gently, taking slow, measured steps as she ambled down the path, and as she passed by Draco, she made a point to place her backpack beside him. Pansy stood beside Snape, who turned his face towards her, his expression filled with concern. "I heard from Dumbledore that you were injured. Are you all right?" Pansy lifted her head, slightly furrowing her brow in apparent displeasure as she began to complain. "It's all because of that little brat Draco. There was nothing going on, and now everyone knows." "Oh, I'm fine, so don't worry about me." She clearly wore a playful demeanor. Snape fixed his gaze upon her face and inquired, "Why aren't you wearing your mask today?" Upon hearing his words, Pansy felt a slight tremor in her eyelashes, as if suddenly realizing something. And she replied with a sense of relief, "I'm fine. I just don't want him constantly questioning why I'm with him. He has been quite bothersome." With that, her expression turned slightly cold, and she regarded Draco, who was sitting there lost in thought, with an odd gaze. Snape furrowed his brow slightly as he glanced at Draco and leaned down to whisper in Pansy's ear, "This lad is rather difficult to protect. If you have feelings for him, you must keep a close watch." Pansy listened to the words whispering in her ear, momentarily at a loss as to whether she should weep or laugh. She turned her head to see Draco, who appeared somewhat dazed, rummaging through his bag for his books, his head bobbing in confusion. Pansy wore a knowing smile at the corner of her lips as she leaned towards Professor Snape, lowering her voice to say, "He is quite foolish." Without awaiting Professor Snape's response, she sauntered back to her seat. Observing her demeanor, which suggested a readiness for class, Snape chose not to comment. He returned to the podium, wielding his wand to orchestrate the lesson, dimming the surrounding lights to a rather somber ambience. Several young witches and wizards entered at a leisurely pace, many engaged in light-hearted banter with friends. Yet, upon crossing the threshold of the classroom, the oddly subdued atmosphere prompted an instinctive silence, and they all halted momentarily. As their eyes fell upon the figure at the podium, they hastened to take their seats, anxious to avoid any missteps that might incur stern reprimands. Draco, seated beside her, gave Pansy's hand a gentle tap, his brow furrowed in curiosity as he inquired, "Are you acquainted with Professor Snape? Perhaps quite well?" Pansy turned her head, mumbling in response, "Of course, he is your godfather, and mine as well." "How could you not know this?" Upon hearing her words, Draco's eyes flickered with a hint of confusion. Hadn't his mother mentioned something about a godfather long ago? Was it him? It seemed he was the head of Slytherin House. He lifted his gaze, eager to glimpse his appearance once more, but at the moment their eyes met, he discerned the expression on Professor Snape's face. Disdain? There was an air of unwelcomeness, prompting him to bury his head once again. Pansy rested her chin on her hand, observing Draco's actions. She reached out and poked him, exclaiming, "Hey, little dragon, I wish to learn what you ought to master. After all, this is a subject for scholars." "Is it not? I've been teaching you for quite some time, and as for your progress, I have yet to ascertain whether it has faltered." She sat beside him, disregarding the feelings of those around her, playfully making faces at Draco. Behind her, Fiona wore a frown. The events of the previous night had truly infuriated her, leaving her restless as she pondered over them. Witnessing Pansy unabashedly flirting with Draco, Fiona thought, Draco, I shall never relinquish you to her. You belong to me. And I shall not allow anyone to claim what I desire. She tugged at her collar, which had once been free of wrinkles, now twisted into a series of fine creases. Just as Pansy was beginning to feel slightly uplifted while conversing with Draco, Harry, Ron, and Hermione, the inseparable trio entered with synchronized steps. Pansy turned her head and beheld Harry, his cherubic face illuminated by the sunlight, smiling sweetly at her. In return, she graciously waved at him. Pansy gazed at Harry's fair visage and couldn't help but marvel at how strikingly handsome the savior appeared, with his rosy lips and pearly teeth. Previously, she had felt a sense of protectiveness towards him, much like an older sister caring for a younger brother, especially under the scrutiny of Professor Malfoy. Time had indeed transformed their circumstances. With a gentle smile, she turned her head. Draco, who had just moments ago worn a hint of amusement, now bore a countenance of austereness. He cast his eyes downward, observing Pansy, who was laughing heartily, and then glanced at Harry, who raised an eyebrow at him. What did this mean? Was he provoking me? And why had Pansy ceased to engage with him ever since Harry's arrival, sitting there and grinning foolishly? He redirected his gaze to the front, initially displaying a flicker of confusion, which soon morphed into a tinge of melancholy. A sardonic smile tugged at the corners of his mouth, darkening his expression. Unbeknownst to him, Pansy was lost in recollections of yesteryears. That autumn, Draco had once embraced her, insisting they climb an apple tree together. When she expressed her desire to join him, she clambered up, only to be startled by the sight of numerous insects. She stumbled, nearly losing her balance, but Draco's swift arms encircled her waist, preventing her from falling. As these memories flooded back, warmth spread across her face. She cherished the feeling of being cared for, akin to the comfort of sunlight caressing her skin. Draco glanced at her sideways, seemingly reminded of something delightful. His cheeks flushed with a blush. At that moment, she resembled the most exquisite bloom in a garden, adorned with delicate dewdrops, pure, enchanting, yet undeniably beautiful. His hands, concealed beneath his robes, clenched tightly, a pang of inexplicable sorrow gripping his heart. Her presence, in all its splendor, consistently stirred a tempest of emotions within him. Pansy suddenly realized that she had waited for Harry Potter merely to tease him, foolishly lingering in the tree for a full 2 hours. The smile on her face faded instantly as she turned to observe Harry, who was already opening his bag and arranging his books with meticulous precision, even placing his pen in an exceedingly orderly manner. She then glanced at Draco, whose books were haphazardly scattered and whose pen was slightly askew. Noticing his distracted state, she couldn't help but let out a self-deprecating laugh. How could there be such a disparity between them? Sighing, she reached out to straighten Draco's ink and pen, positioning his books to the correct page, and even retrieved a small notebook from his bag to place on the right side. Draco, slightly regaining his focus, looked at her actions with a hint of bewilderment. What was she doing? Did she find his workspace untidy? Suddenly, he realized something and turned to glance at Harry. His desk was impeccably organized, and he sat with an admirable posture, politely nodding at Draco. Upon witnessing this, Draco understood that Pansy's behavior stemmed from Harry's influence. A strange feeling welled up within him, an inexplicable sense of heaviness. Pansy raised her brows slightly as she gazed at him. We ought to excel as well. Let us study diligently, and I shall lead you to the top of our grade. Her words carried a hint of buoyancy. After speaking, Pansy withdrew her gaze, no longer paying him any mind, and instead adopted a demeanor of seriousness as she faced the podium. Pansy desired to revisit those memorable moments and turned her gaze toward the podium where Snape stood. Indeed, he was fixated on Harry Potter with an unusual expression. In his eyes, one could discern indignation, as well as a sense of urgency and desperation, accompanied by a hint of impatience. As Pansy observed him, her resolve grew ever more steadfast. Given the opportunity, she yearned to attempt resurrection. After all, she had already defied fate. Yet, deep down, she understood that longing to return to the bygone past was futile. What could truly be altered when the outcome was already known, leading to an inevitable conclusion? Nevertheless, she was certain that if she endeavored, success was within reach, and she diligently continued her research, albeit with results that were consistently meager. Severus Snape finally spoke, his expression as dark as before. Even in the face of the outcome, he could not restrain himself from asking the question in a low, raspy voice. The illustrious Mr. Harry Potter, it seems you are prepared. I have a query for you. If I were to add powdered daffodil root to the leaves and stems of mugwort, what would be the result? At that moment, his gaze was fixed intently on Harry's face, an inexplicable hostility that left Harry feeling uneasy. Pansy gazed intently at Snape, her expression earnest, while numerous onlookers observed Harry Potter, seemingly eager to witness his reaction. Draco, initially wearing a hint of discontent due to Harry's predicament at the hands of the professor, couldn't help but wear a smirk at the corner of his mouth, thinking to himself, no matter how famous you are, it cannot alter the undeniable truth of your foolishness. Pansy supported half of her face with one hand, gazing intently at Snape. For reasons unknown, when the professor posed this question, she felt as though she had plunged into water, overwhelmed and struggling to breathe. Why is he famously known as Harry Potter? Because his reputation was purchased with the sacrifice of his mother. A bitter irony for his godfather. It was stifling and truly oppressive. Pansy lowered her head, leafing through her book, the rustling of pages resonating oddly in the classroom. Snape maintained a serious expression as he gazed at Harry, and after a prolonged silence, he spoke again. It appears you are unaware. Perhaps fame and fortune may draw the attention of many, yet you remain profoundly ignorant. His leisurely words, though seemingly polite, were laced with unabashed malice. As Pansy turned the pages of her book, her fingers tightened slightly along the edges. Harry, feeling as though a cold bucket of water had been poured over him, stood there unable to respond. He thought to himself, I only reviewed the first couple of lessons last night. There's no way I can answer this question. Is this professor unhinged? Do I have a vendetta against him? A bitter smile adorned his face. Snape, having scrutinized him for quite some time, finally gestured for him to sit down. Without a trace of mercy, Snape declared, 10 points from Gryffindor. As soon as the words left his lips, every member of Gryffindor in the classroom recoiled slightly, turning to look at Harry with expressions of disbelief, and some even leaned towards their desk partners to whisper, their hushed tones hinting at an understanding of the situation. Pansy yearned to speak up for Harry, yet the words lingered on the tip of her tongue before she swallowed them back, her mouth opening slightly only to close silently again. Professor, why must you put him in such a predicament? He knows nothing. Draco observed Pansy's conflicted expression, sensing her desire to intervene tempered by some apprehension, and a smirk crept onto his lips. Suddenly, Draco raised his hand, and Snape called upon him to respond, then let Mr. Malfoy answer. Draco's reply was succinct, rapid, and resonant, laced with a hint of exaggeration, clearly devoid of mere boastfulness. To the professor, I know it. It's the elixir of life. Snape regarded the proudly beaming Malfoy and raised an eyebrow at Harry behind him. With a touch of exasperation, Snape gazed at Malfoy, pondering, what are you up to now? Pansy tilted her head to gaze at him, tugging gently at his robe. Draco remained standing with an air of haughty pride, while Snape, feeling a wave of exasperation, waved his hand to indicate that he should take a seat. Pansy felt a slight air of displeasure as she shot a glare at Draco. Severus spoke in a monotone voice. Slytherin gains 20 points, while picking up his quill and scribbling on his parchment. Harry, seated at the Gryffindor desk, clenched his teeth. He sensed that this matter was far from simple. Professor Snape was clearly acting with intent. He had not wronged him, so what could be the reason? As usual, Snape began to speak. You are here to learn the intricate science and rigorous craft of potion making. Each word he uttered was slightly louder than a whisper, yet everyone could clearly comprehend his every word. He commenced the explanation of various potions, emphasizing that today's first lesson would cover their uses. Occasionally, he interspersed classic phrases of instruction. Since there will be no foolish wand-waving here, many of you may not believe this is magic, nor do I. He expected them to appreciate the wonders of the bubbling cauldron, with its rising white smoke and delightful aromas. You will never truly understand the enchanting power of a liquid that reveals human blood, stirring the soul and clouding the will. I can teach you how to enhance your reputation, brew glory, and even stave off death. But there is one condition. You must not be the kind of fools I often encounter. His deep voice was laced with casualness, and as the final words hung in the air, he cast a significant glance at Harry, his features etched with disdain. Draco noticed this as well, while Pansy, who was merely flipping through pages with a puzzled expression, seemed to be preoccupied. What is she doing? Is she reading? It doesn't seem like it. Pansy perused the various potion formulas and the explanations of the medicinal properties of herbs depicted in the book. Her pace momentarily halted as she lingered over a particular compound potion. Suddenly, a grand scheme blossomed within her mind. She remained silent, choosing to keep the page open while extracting a bookmark from her bag. Raising it slightly, she caught Snape's attention. Pansy carefully tucked the book away, her bag in hand, and approached the podium. Her voice lowered as she said, Professor, I need to speak with Headmaster Dumbledore. Seemingly a bit apprehensive, she added, I have mastered these potions. I need to address my responsibilities as a professor. Snape leaned slightly forward, straining to catch her words. A fleeting, faint smile crossed his cold visage. Go ahead. If you encounter any insurmountable issues, remember to consult me. With that, he resumed his upright posture, the smile vanishing as if it had never graced his face. Pansy observed him feigning an intimidating demeanor, and she thought to herself that it would suffice. Once I resolve the matter, I shall have a word with Professor Snape. The sound of her tapping heels echoed through the classroom until it faded away, leaving many classmates bewildered about her whereabouts and the reason behind Professor Snape's unexpectedly amiable disposition upon seeing her. Pansy stepped out of the corridor, drew her wand, and summoned a peculiar apparition, which arrived at the entrance of Dumbledore's office. As she randomly recited the previously established password sequence, to her astonishment, the door swung open after only the second utterance. Pansy gazed at the wide-open office door, pondering in bewilderment why the password was constantly changed. Yet it could not deter her. Pansy sauntered in leisurely, extracting a notebook from her bag, and as she walked, she addressed it. Headmaster, the last time I asked for your assistance, this is how you choose to respond. At that moment, she was gazing out the window at the scenery when suddenly a sound of footsteps approached from behind. Just as she was about to turn around, a familiar voice sent a shiver down her spine. Upon turning, she was met with Pansy's gaze. The glance was imbued with a chilling and merciless intensity, akin to the glimmering edge of a blade, and her delicate face bore an air of authority. Dumbledore, merely a child in demeanor, lacked any semblance of majesty. How could such a look be so unsettling? He swallowed hard, silently observing her. Pansy, without any reservation, pulled out a chair and sat down. Where is the person you were supposed to find for me last time? Why is there still no news? Am I no longer able to summon the board members? Observing the audacious young woman seated before him, he helplessly rubbed his forehead and, with a hint of reassurance, replied, Miss Parkinson, please do not be so impatient. The board members, all a dozen of them, have their own obligations to attend to. I have notified them. How does this afternoon sound? Pansy furrowed her brow in confusion and inquired, Isn't the morning suitable? Professor Dumbledore felt a surge of frustration welling up within him. He had never anticipated that this young lady would present such numerous and intricate demands. Her question left him momentarily speechless, yet he maintained his courteous demeanor and replied, We do require a bit of time, although your abilities are indeed remarkable. By the way, I heard you visited the infirmary. How did that go? Pansy, initially somewhat impatient, softened her tone as she furrowed her brow at his question, saying, I'm fine, and you know how I got hurt. Bring them here, let them witness my divination abilities. Her apricot-colored hair danced gracefully in the gentle breeze of the stars, and a radiant confidence adorned her youthful face. Her clear, apricot-hued eyes sparkled with an undeniable brilliance, while a hint of ethereal charm lingered between her brows. Dumbledore, standing before his desk, exchanged a few pleasantries with her before intentionally ushering her away. Pansy, with a hint of exasperation, shrugged and remarked, You can only put on a fade like Harry Potter for so long. I never anticipated that you would falter in my presence. If you truly wish to avoid me, then I shall take my leave and return this afternoon. Farewell. No sooner had she spoken than the young girl mysteriously vanished. Dumbledore's countenance, which had always exuded an air of antiquity, now bore traces of distortion. Could she truly employ apparition within the confines of the campus? Are the school's enchantments ineffective against her? This thought struck him with a blend of incredulity and amusement, causing his expression to fluctuate dramatically. The meticulous strategies he had previously devised now appeared somewhat disheveled. Returning to his desk, he retrieved 2 sheets of parchment and began to scribble furiously, lost in calculations. Pansy appeared on the lawn below, inhaling deeply as she opened the forest codex, her eyes scanning the coordinates of a quaint little house. She resolved to first visit her temple. With a few effortless leaps, she ascended into the trees, the woodland birds soaring beside her, seemingly unperturbed by her presence. Leaning against the wood, the branches, several dozen meters above, appeared particularly distant and daunting, yet she remained unfazed. Tilting her head back to gaze at the sky, where gossamer wisps of cloud veiled the dawn light, a few small birds alighted on the branch beside her, and she leisurely observed the dappled shadows of the trees dance upon her face, utterly content. Suddenly, the birds beside her began to speak in human tongues. Pansy, lost in her thoughts, nearly tumbled from her perch, but managed to regain her balance just in time. Her expression shifted to one of cautious intrigue as she regarded the 2 birds. Have you noticed the increase in fruits around the forest lately? Inquired the green-feathered bird. Why does that human exude such a familiar aura? The blue-feathered one, still gnawing at a fruit pit, pondered aloud. I'm not sure, but it feels oddly safe. Who cares? At that moment, the green-feathered bird flapped its wings in alarm, striking the blue-feathered one on the head. That human is staring at us. Why does she keep watching us with such an unsettling gaze? Perhaps we should leave. Are you still eating? Run. With that, it flapped its wings, preparing to flee. Pansy, however, smiled with a hint of mischief flickering in her eyes. Before the little bird could escape 3 meters away, she deftly snatched it from the air, its tiny feet flailing in a desperate struggle. Yet, unbeknownst to her, the captured bird soon grew still. The blue-feathered one, witnessing its companion's capture and the loss of the fruit, flapped its wings, ready to retaliate. Pansy pressed her lips together, gazing at it with a faint depth of emotion. Do you still not know who I am? Take another guess. The green-feathered little bird's eyes sparkled incessantly. Yet it felt as though the areas of its body that came into contact with her radiated a subtle warmth. It was not merely the transfer of temperature, rather, it seemed to emanate a vitality of life. Pansy gazed at the foolish antics of the two birds, finding a certain resemblance to Draco, as they both exuded a similar clumsiness. She extended her hand and ensnared the two birds, teleporting to the lakeside. After surveying her surroundings, she indeed discovered a diminutive temple. However, it seemed that entry was prohibited. The two foolish birds continued to chirp beside her, with the green-feathered one exclaiming, "Help! They're trying to harm us, save us!" While the blue-feathered one protested, "Let me go. You're holding me too tightly." Pansy felt a peculiar sense of wonder as she approached the temple. Halting just a meter away, she summoned a book, and Sun, adorned with a polite yet deliberate smile, inquired, "What is it, my master?" His voice carried a mechanical tone. Pansy, accustomed to asking questions, inquired, "This temple is so small, how do we enter? Furthermore, what is its purpose? You have yet to inform me." Her expression bore traces of impatience. It was not the first instance of this. Each time, she found herself missing out on something significant, as the explanations were often left incomplete or entirely unaddressed. Sinuyu interjected gently, "My dear master, do not be anxious. Please take a few steps closer and attempt to push the door open." Pansy commenced her experiment as per her instructions, anticipating that the wooden door would creak upon being pushed. To her surprise, upon opening, it merely emitted a faint glow. The room instantly expanded, soon matching the dimensions of her dormitory. She stepped through the threshold, accompanied by the two foolish birds, and beheld an altar adorned with an enigmatic throne carved from an unknown stone, beneath which were inscribed numerous incomprehensible characters. The previously silent bell now chimed incessantly. Pansy looked at Sin with a hint of confusion. Sin replied, "Master, you may sit upon the altar. When the chimes outside begin to resonate, even if you are 1,000 miles away, you will be able to sense that a devotee is approaching." Pansy was evidently bewildered, at a loss for words. "What?" Sun explained in a leisurely manner. "This is merely an outer hall for worship. It undergoes continuous upgrades. You may also have a space for rest. Upon completing their tasks, one can attain corresponding vitality and faith points. The higher your faith points, the greater divine power you will possess." Pansy, with a hint of exasperation, pouted slightly and released the two small birds. In a swift motion, she seated herself upon the throne, which, at that moment, transformed into a magnificent jade structure, emanating a luminous, ethereal glow. Pansy felt somewhat speechless. What on earth was going on? The chill emanating from beneath her made her feel utterly uncomfortable. Amidst all this ostentation, it seemed she would need to fetch a cushion. The silent figure of the forest code Sin did not utter a word, but instead left a series of instructions on the pages of the book, quietly observing Pansy. Pansy felt a subtle twitch in her facial muscles as she beheld the scene before her. "I am the deity of the forbidden forest. What is your request?" The terms of trade appeared unbalanced. "Please add further offerings. Once an agreement is reached, it is imperative to honor your promises." The page was densely filled with hundreds of similar phrases. Did Pansy expect me to articulate such sentiments? She appeared quite bored, resting her chin on one hand, while beside her, two liberated little birds gazed intently at this human until the moment she settled down, leaving them utterly astonished in place. "Green feather, what? Blue feather, all right. The two birds stammered through their dialogue, and Pansy cast a casual glance at them. Pansy, with a head full of black lines, thought to herself how absurd it was for them to be so anxious. After all, she had no intention of consuming them. She turned her head, somewhat baffled. Sun, calm as still water, began to elucidate. It is perfectly normal for them to react this way when the master is in a divine state. At last, the green-feathered bird grasped the situation, and it knelt before the cushion in reverence. The blue-feathered bird, witnessing this, hastily followed suit, both performing the rites of homage. Observing the antics of these two foolish birds was quite a sight. Panchi was momentarily at a loss, struggling to comprehend. "What does my mountain deity look like?" she inquired. Sin took a step back and conjured an illusion with a wave of his hand. Pansy was somewhat captivated by the mirror, her gaze fixed upon its surface. Gradually, an image began to emerge, becoming increasingly distinct. The figure depicted possessed a complexion as smooth and flawless as an infant's skin, and her immaculate visage was adorned with patterns of pansies. Her exquisitely beautiful, pure white pupils shimmered with a tranquil radiance. Cascading down her shoulders, her apricot-hued hair glimmered, each inch of her skin radiating a soft, luminous glow, making her presence particularly striking within the modest temple. The only object in the entire mountain sanctuary that seemed to resonate with her was the throne upon which she sat. A swirling mist of white smoke continuously wafted behind her, prompting Pansy to glance at the stone wall behind her, pondering the origin of the enigmatic smoke. Above the stone wall, a colossal vortex began to form in the air, expanding rapidly and enveloping the entire room. A delicate fragrance lingered in the atmosphere, as if the confined space had transcended into a realm of ethereal clouds. Pansy reached out to touch her face, still able to feel the uneven texture of the scar. Gazing into the mirror, the vibrant patterns of the tricolor landscape appeared lifelike, and she gradually discerned the fragrance wafting through the air. Was it the scent of pansy blossoms? Pansy gazed left and right, feeling somewhat apprehensive in the presence of her unfamiliar attire. The reflection in the mirror revealed a figure devoid of the mundane essence of life, exuding an aura of pure and exquisite grace. Pansy pondered in her mind, what connection do I have with the pansy? Why? The golden bells hanging from the eaves outside the three temples chimed incessantly. Sin, with a leisurely demeanor, remarked, "The first believer has arrived." After uttering these words, he gracefully spun back into the pages of the book. Pansy, momentarily at a loss for what to do, observed two foolish birds persistently pecking at the ground. Pansy cast a glance and shook her head, letting out a sigh as she said, "Enough, you two foolish birds, step aside, someone is approaching." As soon as the words left her lips, Pansy herself was startled, her eyes wide with surprise. Her voice rang out, clear and melodious, imbued with an air of authority. Each word seemed capable of claiming a life, akin to a deity in wrath. The green-feathered one was the first to raise its head, apologizing, "Forgive me, O mountain deity. I shall promptly escort him away." With that, it swiftly moved a few paces, using a wing to nudge the blue-feathered one that had been resting on the mat. Pansy nodded with a hint of resignation, her gaze softening slightly as she looked at the two of them. Observing the swirling smoke in the room, she sighed and rubbed her forehead, casually blinking her curled lashes as she awaited the inevitable. As the footsteps drew nearer, her heart tightened with apprehension. A beam of bright sunlight pierced through the heavy curtains, illuminating the floor. The room was enveloped in a profound silence, imbued with a rich herbal aroma that wafted throughout the classroom, occasionally interrupted by an unpleasant odor and a burnt scent. Draco lowered his gaze to the cauldron before him, diligently comparing his notes as he added ingredients with precision. The pot began to emit a fragrant steam, and as Professor Snape's voice rang out, several classmates cast envious glances his way. Once the potion was perfected, he skillfully extinguished the flame. Although the potion was relatively simple, he felt a gnawing anxiety. He certainly did not wish for an explosion. After securing the potion in a vial, he had garnered 10 points for Slytherin. His slender, pale fingers toyed with the small vial, swaying it gently as he admired the flawless hue of the concoction. His thoughts drifted uncontrollably, soaring through his mind. He had previously lamented Pansy's incessant supervision, yet upon arriving at school, he found the workload considerably lighter, with many subjects no longer a source of concern. He pondered her absence. The class was nearly over, and he wondered if she would return. What could she possibly be occupied with? She had always been diligent, even at such a tender age. As his thoughts whirled, he rested his chin on one hand, holding the vial in the other, aimlessly gazing at the tightly shut windows. Draco's longing for Pansy remained a secret to Professor Snape, who was consumed by memories he would rather forget. Although he appeared to be reading his lesson plan, his eyes were closed, and his mind was flooded with bygone images that, upon reflection, brought a flush of shame to his cheeks. The dimly lit room seemed to grow darker as he lifted his gaze once more, only to be met with a familiar face, Harry. The boy was clumsily following the textbook's instructions, adding ingredients with a degree of awkwardness, yet he had not yet erred. His movements were deliberate, albeit a bit unsteady. When he looked up, he met Snape's scrutinizing gaze, which mirrored the disdain he had felt from his uncle years ago, if not amplified. What have I done to deserve such hostility? Harry thought, feeling the weight of Snape's contempt. Snape, with an air of composure, rested his chin on one hand, scribbling absent-mindedly while keeping a watchful eye on Harry, his expression a perplexing blend of amusement and derision, oblivious to the bubbling cauldron before him. Harry remained fixated on Snape until the potion began to emit a noxious green smoke. Snape let out a disdainful grunt, retracting his gaze. When Harry finally snapped back to reality, he realized the potion had gone awry. In a panic, he hastily added another herb, only to hear a resounding bang. A thick cloud of acrid green smoke filled the room, even more pungent than before. Draco, momentarily disturbed from his reverie, turned to find the source of the terrible smell, covering his nose with his robe as his brows furrowed in displeasure. Harry Potter, are you conducting a potion experiment with dung? He thought, rolling his eyes in exasperation. Snape, with evident distaste, shielded his nose with his sleeve and waved his wand to open a window, attempting to disperse the stench reminiscent of fermented refuse. Sunlight illuminated half of his stern visage as he intoned in his familiar, deep voice, 10 points from Gryffindor. Mr. Potter, do not disrupt your classmates' studies. With a piercing glare, he swept his gaze over Harry and Ron, revealing the contempt and loathing he had previously masked. Harry, alarmed, took a step back, colliding with the desk behind him. Ron found himself caught in Snape's icy stare, swallowing hard in fear. Funa, seated behind Draco, observed with half-closed eyes as Harry recoiled, a smirk of disdain creeping onto her lips. What a so-called great savior he is. Such rumors are hardly credible, overly embellished and hollow. She looked toward the empty seat in front of her and then at Draco, who had once again drifted into a daze. His expression hardened with irritation. Where has that insufferable girl run off to? Does she truly believe that merely attending classes will secure her the top spot in the school? How brazen to smile when her grades likely falter. Originally disinterested in her studies, she reopened her book, glaring fiercely at every word as if she meant to consume them. Draco set aside his pretense, perusing the neatly pinned notes Pansy had provided, each character pulling him deeper into distraction. She always does this, taking meticulous notes and offering her unsolicited concern, even when she feigns disdain, he mused, his expression shifting to one of peculiar amusement. After a considerable time, his countenance darkened further until he impatiently tossed the notebook aside just as the bell rang. Pansy had yet to return. He gathered his belongings with a frown, clearly vexed. She said she would accompany me to school, yet where is she? This is becoming a pattern, internally berating Pansy for her transgressions. He hastily prepared to leave with Crabbe and Goyle. Just then, Funa caught up with them, a cheerful glimmer in her eyes. Draco, would you like to join me for lunch? Her innocent demeanor seemed almost whimsical. Draco glanced at her, noting the similarity to Pansy with her short black hair, and a complex expression crossed his face. No, thank you, Miss Funa. I'm dining with my friends today, he replied, quickening his pace to evade her. Funa, momentarily disheartened, watched his retreating figure, her gaze burning with a hint of obsession. After a moment, she composed herself, brushing down her dress and returning to her seat, picking up her book once more. What is the harm in being persistent? I have my ways of drawing you in. The classroom was filled with students, busily packing their belongings and engaging in cheerful conversations. Fiona departed with a reluctant stride, while Fulide, half leaning on the table, lifted his head and stretched his neck to catch a glimpse of her retreating figure. Lowering his gaze to his bandaged arm, a flicker of thought crossed his mind, his eyes brimming with a sense of intrigue and stillness. A dividing line. Fiona, adorned in a flowing aquamarine gown, her amber eyes glimmering and her softly curled ebony hair neatly arranged, was preoccupied with the affairs of the shop. Her fair visage bore a frown as she calmly reprimanded. You've all misplaced these items. Why is this box here? Are you not concerned it might collide with someone? And I've clearly instructed that this cargo be stored in the back cabinet. Why is it here with the manager? Fiona felt a knot of frustration tightening in her chest, perplexed by the incessant stream of matters demanding her attention. These issues have been discussed repeatedly. Why do such elementary mistakes persist, only for everything to revert to its previous state after a time? The protocols regarding the arrangement of items required periodic reinforcement. Yet this approach was utterly futile, a mere waste of time. A fundamental principle must be established to resolve everything. It seems a reorganization is in order. Gradually, her swirling thoughts began to untangle, her furrowed brow relaxing with each passing moment. With a hint of exasperation, Fiona cast a glance at the manager, whose expression was one of evident discomfort. She understood that any words spoken at this moment would be of no avail, as they might be interpreted as her seeking trouble. She retrieved a small notebook from her pocket, jotting down notes with a serene composure, seemingly impervious to the turmoil around her. A maid entered, clutching a letter. "Madam, there's a letter from young Master Malfoy," she announced, quickening her pace upon spotting Fiona. "It bears a red wax seal, suggesting its significance." Fiona turned, her curiosity piqued by the letter the maid held. After a brief moment, the maid handed her the envelope, which Fiona took with a hint of intrigue. Studying the name inscribed upon it. "Is this from Draco? Why would he send it to me? Is there something amiss?" Her hands moved swiftly, tearing open the envelope. In silence, Fiona gazed at the contents, her expression shifting as she absorbed the message. Once she had finished reading, she smoothed out the letter, folding it several times before slipping it into her pocket. The maid observed her, sensing a weight of seriousness in Fiona's demeanor. Fiona glanced at the seemingly indifferent staff and, feeling her emotions fraying, declared, "You all need to reorganize. I shall return shortly to properly instruct you on the rules." She handed the torn envelope to the maid and, with a decisive gesture, retrieved her handbag, extracting her wand before vanishing with a flicker of apparition. Pansy sat gracefully upon the platform, a subtle smile gracing her lips as her gaze remained fixed upon the entrance. The sound of approaching footsteps grew increasingly distinct, silently. She counted down in her mind, 3, 2, 1, as the door swung open. Standing at the threshold was a man clad in a dual-sided cardigan, his muscles somewhat withered, his appearance suggesting he was in his 60s. His attire was stained with grease, and his hair was peculiarly shaved, leaving only a very short buzz cut. In his calloused hands, he clutched a shovel, each finger rough and marred with numerous scars. The moment Pansy laid eyes on him, her brow furrowed deeply, her expression laden with questions. Casimo Jesse entered with a slow, unhurried gait. His stature was quite tall, and upon closer inspection, he appeared somewhat robust. Yet, his slightly hunched back resembled a small mountain, pressing down upon him and rendering him breathless. His face bore an expression of both sorrow and indomitable spirit. As Casimo Jesse continued to advance, he paused, taken aback by the peculiar nature of the room. What an odd house this is, and the weighty white mist enveloping it. The chamber was filled with a dense white fog, as though he had stepped into a realm of ethereal beauty. And he was further captivated by the stunning visage of the enchanting woman upon the altar, standing frozen in awe for an extended moment. She cleared her throat and recited from the book. "I am the mountain spirit of the forbidden forest. What is your request?" Jesse stood frozen in place, his eyes audaciously scanning Pan-Shi from head to toe, a blatant display of rudeness. Pan-Shi's brow furrowed, revealing her displeasure. She admonished him, "I am speaking to you." Her elongated eyes narrowed, emanating a chilling aura that enveloped Jesse. He felt an inexplicable pressure weighing down upon him, causing his legs to weaken and ultimately forcing him to kneel on the floor, the shovel clattering beside him. The pain in his knees enlightened him to the fact that the woman before him was no ordinary being. Only then did he grasp the significance of her words. Mountain spirit? She is the mountain spirit of the forbidden forest? Upon witnessing her dazed demeanor, Pansy endeavored to quell the fury simmering within her. "I inquire about your demands. Why do you remain silent?" His voice echoed in her mind like a celestial being's interrogation, lingering long after the words were spoken. In that instant, Jessie felt as though a colossal weight pressed upon her chest, rendering each breath a formidable challenge. Her voice, hoarse and strained, repeatedly uttered the words, "Demands, demands. Will expressing them truly elicit your assistance?" As her eyes fluttered shut, tears began to cascade slowly from the corners of her eyes. Pansy reclined languidly against the jade chair, her demeanor replete with fatigue. As she raised her palm before her eyes, inspecting it with a casual, lingering gaze. "Why not speak of it?" she suggested. "Pansy, faith, what is faith? I merely long to return to school." Pansy sat there for a considerable time, observing an elderly man kneeling on the ground, weeping like a child. Witnessing his distress, she felt a pang of compassion. She straightened her posture and spoke once more. "If you can provide me with what I desire, I shall resolve your current predicament." Her gaze remained fixed upon the man prostrated before her as she reigned in her imposing aura. Jesse, hearing the woman's voice again, lifted his gaze and locked eyes with her. This time, he stared intently into her crystalline white irises, which sparkled like stars scattered across the night sky, radiant and resplendent. Merely gazing into those eyes, he felt as though he had lost his very soul. Pansy felt a slight discomfort under his intense, profound gaze. Jesse averted his eyes, patted his knees, and rose from the ground. Isn't the mountain deity a divinity exclusive to the East? In the past, he had encountered many brothers who roamed far and wide, so he was somewhat knowledgeable. It might be worth a try, especially since the situation couldn't possibly worsen. His thick brows smoothed the furrows above, as he reined in his emotions, wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, and took several steps forward, kneeling reverently upon the mat. His hands were rough, with dirt lodged beneath his fingernails, and his broad fingers bore numerous cracks. With utmost sincerity, he clasped his hands together and began to pray, bowing until he struck his forehead against the ground for the third time, at which point he lifted his head. Upon observing the gravity of his demeanor, Pansy felt compelled to abandon her previously carefree disposition, her expression shifting to a more solemn one. With tear-filled eyes, Jesse recounted his plight. "Oh, revered mountain deity, allow me to share my sorrowful tale. 40 years ago, I wed my beloved wife, and after 8 years of bliss, we were blessed with a son. Our lives were filled with happiness, but 1 year ago, a creditor visited our home, and upon fainting, my wife was diagnosed with terminal lung cancer. Our son, however, remains ensnared in the throes of gambling addiction, smoking, and drinking, leading us to financial ruin and inviting trouble upon our doorstep as creditors seek their dues. I have lost everything, and all I desire is to earn enough to ensure her final days are somewhat brighter." His words trailed off, his lips parched, his voice barely a whisper. Exhaustion and despair etched upon his face. Despite the narrative presented by the gentleman before her, Pansy felt an overwhelming surge of anger, questioning how such a scoundrel could exist. Her hands clenched tightly, yearning to voice her inquiries immediately. However, upon reflecting on her current state, she noticed a passage in the book that shimmered with light, revealing a line of text. To resolve his plight and earn his faith, his son is temporarily equipped as a servant, the servant token, which ensures unconditional obedience, with life and death at the master's discretion, and a vial of life-enhancing elixir. With a flicker of anger on Pansy's face upon seeing the talisman, she was immediately enveloped in tranquility. Since her son exhibited such inhuman behavior, he ought to be captured and properly educated. She was aware that she was no saint. The blood coursing through her veins bore no trace of benevolence, for she was driven by her own selfish desires. Pansy fixed her gaze upon the gentleman before her, acutely aware of his deep appreciation for familial bonds. Despite her disdain for such moral scoundrels, she spoke with deliberate calmness. "I understand your predicament. I can assist you in resolving the issues you currently face. Thank you. Thank you for your willingness to help me. I am truly grateful." Upon hearing Pansy's voice, the man before her was instantly overcome with ecstatic joy. He hastily knelt and bowed 3 times before her, his face radiating gratitude. Pansy gently waved her hand, signaling that no thanks were necessary. She continued, "Heal your wife, guide your son back to the right path, and restore your family to its former state. However, I have one condition. I wonder if you will agree." He replied, "As long as I am able to fulfill it, I will certainly comply." Upon hearing his agreement, the man immediately assured her. Pansy responded emphatically, "Once the task is accomplished, remember to dedicate your faith, as well as your son. I wish for him to become my servant. I shall ensure he grows up well, free from the vices of idleness, gambling, and fighting, transforming him into a true individual. While I will require his assistance, I shall not impose restrictions on his personal freedom. You may visit him at any time." He agreed without a trace of hesitation. The thought of his son's cold, indifferent visage, which filled him with rage, made him yearn to strip away the layers of his upbringing, only to witness, step by step, his descent into depravity. His biological mother lay ill, uncared for, while he squandered money and remained ensnared in the vice of gambling, content to indulge in laziness. Their hearts had long been shattered by his actions. Having absorbed every word from Pansy, the man solemnly patted his chest, assuring her of his commitment. His current predicament had brought him to a point of utter desperation, and he understood that he had no other options left. If he failed to comply, his wife would perish, and he was unwilling to lose the sole family member he had. Pansy instructed, "You may rise now." Startled, the man quickly stood, as if fearing that any delay might provoke her displeasure and alter her decision. "I am aware of your situation. Now, all that remains is for you to wait. Remember to fulfill your promise." "I shall wait. I will certainly wait," he responded hastily. "Thank you, truly. I am immensely grateful." Pansy noticed the glimmer of hope in his eyes and smiled in understanding, saying, "I must go prepare. I will send someone. You may leave now." No sooner had she spoken than the man who had been standing before her vanished, leaving the room eerily empty, with only herself and two foolish birds remaining. In the forbidden forest, Jesse stood by the lakeside, his expression one of bewilderment as he surveyed his surroundings, finding no trace of the house he had seen earlier, nor any semblance of a deity. Even the white mist that had previously enveloped the area was conspicuously absent. He rubbed his aching knees, perplexed by the tangible pain, wondering if perhaps the weight of his own stress had distorted his perception. With the back of his hand, he wiped the bloodshot eyes and scrutinized the area, acknowledging that he must have succumbed to some form of delusion. Resolutely, he picked up his shovel and set off. By now it was midday, and his co-workers were inquiring about his prolonged absence. He maintained a stoic silence, knowing they were aware of his family's circumstances, which deterred them from pressing further. As he trod upon the muddy earth, his gaze wandered, lost in contemplation of the extraordinary experience he had just endured. Gradually, he began to relinquish those illusions. Convincing himself that he must have been enchanted, there were no gods to rely upon. Instead, he resolved to depend on his own hands, hoping to ensure her well-being before her departure. With this conviction deepening in his heart, he bowed his head and toiled with renewed vigor. Meanwhile, the two foolish birds continued their incessant chirping, squabbling over something incomprehensible. Pansy stood beside a precipice, gazing skyward with a distant look in her eyes. The long robe of her academy attire draped elegantly around her, while her serene face bore a hint of sorrow, as if whispering untold secrets of the heart. Her gaze traversed the intricate lattice of branches and underbrush, fixating on the majestic mountain in the distance, her eyes brimming with profound contemplation. It seemed she was either recalling something significant or perhaps nothing at all, lost in the depths of her own memories. Time passed in silence until a sharp gust of cold wind tousled her bangs. A fleeting bitter smile graced her lips as she donned her mask and turned away, walking in another direction. After taking a few steps, she mysteriously vanished. The two little birds, initially intent on clinging to the mountain deity's leg, had been trailing behind her. But to their astonishment, she disappeared moments after they followed. The green-feathered bird, exasperated, exclaimed, "You are such a fool. How could you lose her so easily? Honestly, nothing good ever comes from being with you." With a huff, it flapped its wings and flew towards the direction Pansy had departed. The blue-feathered bird, perplexed, queried, "Why provoke that mountain deity? Isn't our free-spirited life together delightful enough?" Nonetheless, it followed the green-feathered bird as they both took flight from the scene. With a smile adorning Pansy's face, she gazed at the countdown timer for the side quest inscribed in the codex, pondering the necessity of completing it today. Her curiosity intensified as she observed the ever-shifting points of interest on the map. What tier of treasure could this codex possibly represent? Moving swiftly in accordance with her bearings, she arrived at the designated point within half an hour, slightly breathless. Almost immediately, a string of names flashed before her eyes, revealing a residence belonging to Casimo, a quaint three-story wooden house. Brandishing her wand, she pushed the door open with a creak, and without a moment's hesitation, she began her search within. The first floor revealed only an antiquated sofa and a dilapidated fireplace. The arrangement of the furniture suggested an abundance of vacant spaces, indicating that some possessions had been liquidated. Pansy donned her hat and, upon touching the emblem emblazoned on it, found the insignia had vanished. At that moment, she was clad in an exceedingly ordinary black robe. Yet, despite her unremarkable attire, an air of regal elegance about her could not be concealed, rendering her presence incongruous within the disordered, cramped, and inexpensive room. She ascended the staircase to the second floor, observing the locked stairway and the tattered repairs above. Clearly aware of the situation at hand, to ensure safety, a double door has been installed. It seems someone must be on the second floor. Upon opening the door, she cast an invisibility spell upon herself, and as she stepped inside, the occupants of the room seemed to sense her arrival, instinctively stifling their breaths. Pansy felt her heart racing uncontrollably, as if the reality before her was far more disheartening than she had ever imagined. An overwhelming sense of anger surged within her, for everything here exuded a profound sorrow. Such occurrences could indeed transpire even within the realm of wizards. With a flick of her wand, she unlocked the sole pristine door of the room and stepped inside. Her gaze was immediately drawn to a window slightly ajar, allowing slender beams of sunlight to filter in. There, reclined upon a bed, lay a remarkably gaunt woman. Pansy could distinctly perceive an unsettling odor, a blend of medicinal scents and decay. The woman's skin was exceedingly pale, her sunken eyes betraying her frail health. She regarded the half-open door with palpable wariness. Clutching a pair of scissors rusted at the edges. Fear and panic flickered in her eyes as Pansy observed the expression on her face. Merely gazing upon her elicited a pang of compassion within Pansy's heart. With a wave of her wand, she cast a spell that sent the woman collapsing into a stupor, her eyes instantly becoming vacant. Pansy approached the bedside with measured steps, and as she uncorked the vial of potion extracted from the book, a refreshing aroma of verdant grass filled the air, invigorating to the senses. Pansy, intrigued, inhaled the refreshing scent that invigorated her senses. Supporting the woman's chin with one hand, she administered the potion, subsequently stowing the vial within her spatial ring. Retracing her steps, she secured the door once more. Upon retracting her invisibility, she ambled leisurely down the street, one hand cradling a book while she scrutinized its contents. Suddenly, a new side quest materialized before her eyes, with a timer set for 4 hours. Her distinctive aura caused many passers-by to halt and gaze at her. Witnessing her hold a blank page while adorned in such peculiar attire, their glances turned laden with malice. Pansy was entirely indifferent to these matters. Instead, she gradually advanced forward, pausing every 3 steps in search of something. Ultimately, she found herself standing before a well-decorated pawnshop, gazing up at the establishment, which emanated an air of propriety. It hardly seemed like a place frequented by gamblers. Nevertheless, she decided to enter and inquire. Maintaining her composure, she stepped inside, instantly capturing the attention of the onlookers. Though quite young, her commanding presence was undeniable. A shop assistant promptly approached her, wearing an exceptionally warm smile. "How may I assist you, miss? Are you looking for someone? Or perhaps you have an item to pawn?" he inquired, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized her attire. His gaze eventually settled on the mask adorning her face, his eyes glinting with a sly curiosity. Pansy gazed at him with raised eyebrows, her tone frigid and laced with a hint of intimidation. "I am looking for Jesse's son. Is he present?" As the inquiry escaped her lips, the attendant scrutinized him with an exceedingly disrespectful gaze, clearly taken aback, and incredulously inquired, "Casimo Jesse?" Pansy softly uttered a sound of acknowledgement, her gaze sweeping over him with unmistakable displeasure. This insidious and cunning atmosphere of the streets was what she despised the most. The man seemed reluctant to engage with her any further, attempting to turn away, but Pansy discerned his intent and promptly interjected. "His father asked me to bring some money, insisting that he must win something back tonight." The man, half-turned, hesitated, and then pivoted back, a flicker of disbelief crossing his face as he inquired for confirmation. "Will Jesse allow his son to gamble again?" Pansy composed her emotions, gazing at him with a tranquil demeanor. She reached into the folds of her robe and retrieved 3 gold galleons. Instantly, a glimmer of greed illuminated her face, and her eyes brimmed with welcome. "There is no need to rush, dear lady. Please follow me," he said, glancing back every few steps to guide her, all the while calculating the prospect of earning a small tip. Pansy, feeling utterly at ease, basked in the service she was receiving, her gaze imbued with a hint of admiration, which only served to bolster the attendant's belief that she would generously tip him, his smile growing ever more obsequious. Upon reaching their destination, the attendant halted, gesturing towards a nearby casino, and began to expound. "This is the casino that Jesse frequents. It is a remarkably upscale establishment where, each year, Jesse invariably loses the majority of his funds, leaving him in a state of destitution. However, I am confident that this year, Jesse will once again strike it rich." As they walked, he continued his explanation. "Are you certain?" Pansy inquired, casting him a sidelong glance, her tone laced with disdain. Upon hearing her words, a trace of embarrassment crossed the attendant's face. "Miss, I know I shouldn't speak ill of your friend, but I assure you, I am merely an employee here and would not deceive you." "Huh?" Pansy laughed, looking at him incredulously. "An employee here? If I am not mistaken, all the staff here are men." "How do you know that?" the attendant asked, taken aback, though he quickly regained his composure, his expression growing increasingly awkward. "Isn't it quite simple to discern?" Pansy retorted with a cold smirk, her eyes glinting with derision as she continued her mockery. "Look at the gentleman here. Is there one among them who is not bare-chested and clad in masculine attire? Even I find it somewhat unsettling." At Pansy's words, the attendant's face flushed with shame, his gaze dropping as he dared not meet her eyes, muttering increasingly softly, "Indeed, women who enter here are typically, well, they are often taken advantage of." Pansy detected a pungent stench permeating the air, mingled with the acrid scent of sweat. Beneath her mask, her brow furrowed even deeper in irritation as she impatiently urged, "Why have you not located him yet? Hurry. If he departs, we shall lose our chance at fortune." At her words, the associate craned his neck, glancing left and right in search of the elusive figure. Pansy's visage was largely concealed, save for a pair of deep and luminous eyes that captured the attention of several passers-by. However, upon realizing she was merely an unremarkable young girl, they swiftly averted their gazes. She retrieved a pocket watch from within her robe and glanced at it, feeling a wave of frustration wash over her. For her stomach remained empty. Reluctantly, she was disinclined to seek anyone out in the afternoon heat. The aroma surrounding her was somewhat intoxicating. And just as she began to feel lightheaded, a server reached out to grasp her hand. Swiftly, she evaded his grasp and, with a pause, spoke with a hint of indignation. "What do you want?" Her frigid gaze swept over the server, emanating an inexplicable chill that made him feel somewhat unnerved. The server, scratching his head in embarrassment, replied, "I apologize, miss. I've located him," as he gestured towards the crowd, indicating a burly man who was snoring loudly. Pansy felt a tinge of surprise, but upon reflection, she realized that the uncle appeared to be quite tall, which put her at ease. She followed the attendant as they approached. Just as he was about to engage in conversation with the burly man, the attendant pulled forth a man of approximately 1.68 meters in height from behind the robust figure. This man, not particularly tall among men, possessed a slender frame and a pale complexion, dressed in a somewhat grayish outfit. His eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, revealing a palpable excitement. Pansy scrutinized him from head to toe, their eyes locking in a silent exchange. The man spoke directly. "It was my father who sent you to deliver money?" A hint of weariness lingered in his tone. Pansy gazed at his expression and couldn't help but find it amusing. However, she quickly composed herself and replied with a cheerful tone, "Indeed, let's discuss the financial matters outside the pawnshop." As she spoke, she deftly retrieved a pouch of gold coins from within her ring, gave it a gentle shake, and then promptly stowed it away again. Kasimo Michi, unable to resist such temptation, nodded enthusiastically, his mind brimming with excitement. Without realizing how, he followed Pansy out of the casino and continued until they reached the pawnshop's exterior, where the attendant's eyes glimmered with a hint of urgency. As soon as they stepped out, Pansy employed her puppet mastery to control Michi. The attendant trailed behind them as they walked away from the pawnshop, reaching a distance of several meters. Just as he was about to inquire about a tip, Tang Qijing and Michi vanished like a mirage. The attendant's smiling face froze on the street as he stared at the empty space ahead, a bitter sensation welling up within him. Glancing around to confirm that no one remained, he muttered a few expletives in disbelief before turning back to the pawnshop. Pansy led him to a secluded alley. From the book, she extracted a talisman and, following the prescribed steps, affixed it to his forehead. The magical energy within his body surged forth as the talisman glowed brilliantly, quickly transforming into a radiant light that merged seamlessly with him. Upon examining the interface of the book, his personal information appeared alongside a button for summoning at will. Once the contract was fully established, she relinquished her control over the puppet technique. Mickey gazed at the girl before him with a face full of alarm, retreating several steps in sheer panic. Then, as if confronted by a malevolent spirit, he turned and fled, only to halt in place after merely a dozen steps, rendered immobile. Pansy approached him slowly, each deliberate step echoing like a heartbeat against his chest. Upon reaching his side, she fixed her cold gaze upon his terrified visage and spoke languidly. "Do you comprehend? Do you truly understand? Alas, you grasp nothing at all. Henceforth, you shall be my servant. Do not entertain thoughts of ending your life. You are incapable of dying. Accompanying me will yield advantages, one of which is the possession of eternal life." With those casual remarks, Pansy led him away from a dilapidated alley, restoring an air of tranquility. In a restaurant, Pansy dined with Michi, and after removing her mask, Michi's gaze remained fixed intently upon Pansy's face. Pansy, indifferent, continued to eat, only warning that if he were to gaze at him in such a manner again, he would gouge out his eyes. A myriad of thoughts flickered across his gaunt visage. He yearned incessantly to return to the casino, his resolve intensifying as he clutched the few remaining silver coins in his pocket. After devouring his meal with great enthusiasm, he concluded that this restaurant was truly delightful and resolved to return in the future. With a brief interjection, he intended to bid farewell to Pansy. Pansy's cold and unfeeling words shattered his hopes. "It is futile for you to go anywhere. Only my permission matters." After uttering this, she proceeded to the counter to settle the bill and made her way towards the exit. In Mitch's eyes flickered a glimmer of freedom, suggesting that he was ready to disregard her. However, to his surprise, he found himself rooted to the spot, his feet gradually losing their autonomy. What had once been under his control now slipped entirely from his grasp, and he followed her mechanically. Pansy walked ahead, her demeanor cold and businesslike as she stated, "By following me, you shall uncover the meaning of life. Of course, I myself remain unaware. It is up to you to discover." Michi, feeling increasingly out of control, displayed a growing ire upon his countenance. He began to unleash a torrent of curses. "Are you insane? Who do you think you are? On what grounds do you confine my freedom?" Yet, before he could utter more than a few words, his mouth was sealed shut, leaving only a pair of furious eyes to glare in silence. Pansy turned her head and inquired, "How old are you this year?" Michael, his eyes filled with anger, had no intention of replying to her. Pansy gazed at him with her icy cold eyes and remarked, "You're turning 38 this year, aren't you?" Her seemingly casual words struck him with the force of a thunderbolt, awakening a profound sense of fear within him. Unfortunately for him, Pansy had no intention of letting him off the hook. Pansy fixed her gaze upon him with unwavering intensity. "At 38, you have yet to find a wife. Is this truly the essence of your existence? A lifetime spent enduring the blows and scorn of others? Your aspirations seem rather lofty." Each word she uttered pierced like a dagger, slicing through the air with precision. Her eyes, typically sparkling with mirth, now shimmered with the sharpness of blades. Even at nearly 38, her emotions welled up, and she felt an overwhelming sense of injustice, leading to tears streaming down her face, mingled with the remnants of her anguish. Pansy retrieved her wand and, with a few swift incantations, traversed back to the forbidden forest. As she landed, she was greeted by the sight of two small birds fluttering towards her. Little Green, with a beaming avian visage, exclaimed, "Great mountain spirit, you have returned. I have awaited your arrival for so long. I feared you would never come back." Little Blue merely offered an awkward smile, clutching a dried fruit in his grasp and diligently nibbling away at it. Meanwhile, Michi, rendered mute, stood to the side, his eyes wide with terror as he gazed at the talking birds. He yearned to distance himself from these peculiar creatures, yet he found himself immobilized, unable to move a single inch. Pansy found it somewhat amusing, and she felt a surge of joy at the inexplicable sight. "Why have you been searching for me all this time? I find you quite endearing. Why not become my pet?" Little Green, with her tiny bean-sized eyes, was immediately moved to tears, and with a flutter of her feathery wings, she began her heartfelt performance. "Oh, great mountain deity, do you not realize how lonely I am? If you would graciously accept me as your pet, it would indeed be my utmost honor, and I would pledge my unwavering loyalty, ready to sacrifice everything for you." Pansy blinked with a sense of relief and said, "In that case, I shall accept it. What is your name?" Gazing at the lively and adorable Little Green, she found herself increasingly fond of it. However, the little blue one perched on the branch, continuously nibbling on food, was irresistibly charming as well. At this juncture, the little bird suddenly became melancholic. Little Green's eyes shimmered with a faint hue of sorrow, as if burdened by a hint of sadness. "My parents passed away early, and I have yet to receive a name. Perhaps my master could bestow one upon me." Upon hearing her explanation, Pansy smiled gently and remarked, "It matters not. Ultimately, we must part ways, for no one can remain by your side indefinitely. Given your entire appearance is so verdant, let us call you Ching Ching, both melodious and easy to pronounce. Would you not agree?" Upon learning she had been bestowed a name, the little green bird flapped her wings joyfully, circling around Pansy in a delightful whirl, chanting, "I have a name now, I have a name now." Her exuberant display, though slightly unhinged, evoked a sense of envy in Pansy, who admired her vivacity. "Hello there. Do cease your flight. You will soon become dizzy. Come, accompany me to school." No sooner had she uttered these words than the green bird obediently perched upon her shoulder. Miki, with a perplexed expression etched upon his face, tightly closed his eyes, muttering to himself, "I must be losing my mind. Surely I am mad. Perhaps I drank too much last night, and now I am hallucinating a bird that speaks. How could I possibly become someone else's servant? Everything is a fabrication, all a mere illusion. Awaken, awaken." Regrettably, all of this was indeed real. Thus, Pansy confidently strode back to school, with another little blue bird perched silently on Miki's shoulder. Observing the blue bird and Ching Ching, Pansy chose not to comment, yet her smile warmed considerably. These two fools share quite a bond. Several figures traversed to the door of the principal's office, their gaze lingering on a pair of apricot-colored eyes, lost in thought. After inputting the password, they stepped inside. Dumbledore paused his writing, looking up to confirm it was indeed that troublesome little wizard returned once more. His eyes reflected a profound sadness born from experience. as he quietly regarded Pansy, awaiting her words. Michi stood beside Pansy, his expression one of anguish. Pansy casually took her usual seat, removed her mask, and, shedding her hat, restored the emblem on her attire. With a twinkle of mirth in her eyes, she gazed at Dumbledore. Pansy, radiating enthusiasm, inquired, "How are the preparations coming along, Headmaster?" Dumbledore, with a hint of exasperation, gazed at Pansy and replied, "I have already made the necessary arrangements for you. This afternoon, I shall escort you there. The outcome now rests in your hands." Though she feigned a casual demeanor, Pansy was acutely aware of Dumbledore's underlying concern regarding the matter. Pansy possessed a pair of eyes that shimmered like stars, revealing a hint of subtle vigilance. Dumbledore perused the books and letters in his hands, seemingly speaking at random. "Do you recall what you promised me?" His tone appeared casual, yet his gaze was fixed intently upon Pansy. Pansy gazed intently into his eyes, and in an instant, her previously warm smile erupted into a wild, uninhibited laughter. Her expression took on an air of madness. Rising from her chair, she stood tall and proud, exuding an overwhelming presence that even Zhou Shun could sense the surge of enchantment. The robe she wore billowed dramatically in the wind, revealing certain inscriptions. Pansy stepped forward and remarked, "Of course." After speaking, she retracted the smile from her face and let out a long sigh. Her expression shifted, appearing somewhat abnormal as she gazed into those slightly squinted eyes. It seemed as though two sinister little pupils were swirling within the elongated orbs, exuding an air of cunning suspicion and a hint of provocation. Pansy, with an expression of unyielding composure, suddenly uttered a chilling remark that pierced directly into his heart. "Until when do you intend to exploit Snape?" Her eyes were imbued with a sense of coldness and indifference, glimmering with disdain and arrogance. Under her probing inquiry, Dumbledore's previously well-masked countenance was suddenly marked by a grave seriousness, his brows furrowing deeply, betraying an unmistakable sense of panic. As Pansy observed his flustered demeanor, a mischievous smile graced her lips. "Look at you, all in a tizzy." With a flick of her gaze towards Michael, she continued, "I wish to share something with you, but alas, I must cease here." Having spoken, she turned her back on Dumbledore and departed, leaving him unable to call her back, her silhouette fading into the distance. Dumbledore's explosive beard seemed to swell even more, his narrow eyes squinting slightly. "Is she wearing Draco Malfoy's robes?" "Miss Parkinson." How casually one employs apparition. "And who is that gentleman beside her?" "He carries a strong scent of tobacco." This thought of tobacco triggered a cascade of memories. The first class of the afternoon was flying lessons, with everyone gathered in small groups, brooms at the ready, engaged in lively conversation. Pansy gracefully ascended to a grand platform above the castle, where she could clearly observe the area designated for flying practice below. Peering down, her gaze fixated on the spirited platinum-haired figure. As she beheld his slick, meticulously styled pompadour, reminiscent of days gone by, she couldn't help but smirk a few times in amusement. Pansy, with a tone of sardonic humor, remarked, "I initially hoped to observe whether he was attending classes diligently. Yet his current hairstyle is truly beyond words." Behind her, Michi appeared utterly disenchanted, her expression a mask of apathy and despair. Pansy, seemingly oblivious to her presence, continued to indulge in her observations. Pansy's gaze was fixed upon Draco, observing his interactions with fellow classmates and his deliberately aloof expression. Indeed, he seemed utterly oblivious to everything around him. Such a serene observation was truly the most exquisite. Her eyes brimmed with affection as she regarded him. Beside her, Qingqing noticed her master's fixation and, after a prolonged contemplation, inquired with a hint of confusion, "Master, do you know him?" Pansy extended her finger and tapped her small head, exclaiming, "Him? He is quite an important person." Meanwhile, the drowsy blue-haired figure perched upon Michi's shoulder bobbed his head, prompting Qingqing to involuntarily roll her eyes. "I truly do not understand why he is following us. He is utterly foolish." Pansy, with her pair of clear and luminous eyes, glanced at the blue-haired figure and then at the green-haired one, as if comprehending something profound. She smiled softly, exclaiming, "It truly feels wonderful to be liked." After saying this, she redirected her gaze, fixating on the platinum head, lost in thought for an extended period. Occasionally, she caught sight of him turning his head, allowing her to glimpse his profile from the side. Pansy's long eyelashes, illuminated by the midday sun, resembled a dense curtain of rain. Beneath them lay a pair of strikingly yellow-white eyes, shimmering with a gentle radiance. "As a member of the Death Eaters, I must keep my identity concealed. And now I find myself opposed to Lord Voldemort." Just as she began to ponder and piece together her thoughts, Goyle, standing beside Draco, pointed towards Pansy on the high platform and exclaimed with a hint of astonishment, "Master Malfoy, is that not Miss Parkinson?" Pansy suddenly became aware that she had been discovered. And at that moment, she noticed everyone gazing up towards her, their expressions tinged with a hint of complexity, and perhaps even a trace of disdain. Pansy observed her classmate, whose expression appeared somewhat peculiar, and noticed a subtle hint of detachment in his eyes. Nevertheless, she maintained a tender smile as she gazed at Draco. Draco was engrossed in the television. He merely lifted his gaze, his face seemingly devoid of any significant emotional shift. Pansy, with a sudden teleportation, appeared before Draco, accompanied by Mickey and two little birds. This astonishing feat startled the boys standing beside Draco, causing them to step back in surprise. Draco's pupils constricted slightly, yet his expression remained one of uncertainty. Pansy beamed at the crowd, greeting them with a cheerful, "Hello, everyone. I've been quite busy lately. I suppose you all recognize me since I've been absent from classes. I was delighted to see your lively conversation from above and didn't intend to interrupt. But here I am caught." With that, she playfully stuck out her tongue. Her adorably cute demeanor, combined with her already charming appearance, quickly captivated the audience, leaving them in a daze. The group of boys beside Draco nodded in agreement, while one remained frozen in place. Draco gazed at Pansy's radiant face, then glanced at his classmates who had recently sought his favor. An inexplicable anxiety surged within him, enveloping him in a sense of oppression, a feeling akin to suffocation. Pansy blinked her mischievous eyes, surveying Draco from head to toe, her gaze ultimately resting upon his hairstyle. "What inspired you to adopt such a look? It's rather unappealing. Reminiscent of Uncle Lucius." She had to admit it was undeniably stylish, yet it seemed somewhat ill-suited for him. Her face was adorned with an unwavering fixation on his hair, her eyes brimming with anticipation, hoping he might respond in agreement. However, after a prolonged silence, all she received was Draco's tranquil countenance. Pansy, observing his cold scrutiny, felt an inexplicable pang of disappointment. Those around them had grown accustomed to his demeanor, yet they could not fathom why, given such an attitude. They had appeared so inseparable during their initial days at school. Pansy's smile faltered, clearly indicating her displeasure. However, considering her character, it was evident that she had likely waited for a considerable time during lunch, perhaps not anticipating my absence. Pansy's penetrating gaze met his somewhat frigid eyes. After a moment of contemplation, she thought to herself, perhaps I should indulge him, for I had never intended to disclose this matter. Yet, he seems incapable of mastering the art of mental shielding. Pansy took a few steps forward, grasping his wrist with one hand while the other encircled his waist. Her delicate face pressed against his chest, her weight leaning heavily upon him, exuding an aura of exhaustion. Those present observed Pansy's actions, their gazes fixated on the pair with silent intrigue. Draco lowered his gaze to the Pansy nestled in his embrace, the familiar scent enveloping him once more, eliciting a sense of bewilderment within. Amidst his muddled thoughts, he caught sight of Michael behind Pansy, who regarded him with a look of utter confusion. Why does this man appear so strangely? Pansy pressed against his attire, inhaling the delightful fragrance as he awoke. His voice, slightly husky and melodious, carried a hint of nasal tone as he said, "All right, don't be upset. It is my fault." With that, she reached into her robe and produced 3 golden galleons, slipping them into his garment. Draco observed her actions with a touch of bewilderment. He extended his hand to adjust Pansy's somewhat disheveled hat. A flicker of emotion danced in Draco's eyes, yet he offered no explanation. Pansy tilted her head back as a gentle breeze tousled the hair on either side of her face, yet she still mustered the courage to apologize, saying, "Please don't be angry. Seeing you like this truly pains my heart." After uttering her words, she gazed at him with a pitiful frown. Draco paused in his motion of adjusting his hat, a flicker of panic evident in his eyes. He couldn't help but feel his cheeks flush and his ears burn, as if his face were ablaze, while his heart raced uncontrollably. Pansy lifted her delicate face, her plump lips quivering as she spoke with an air of vulnerability. "Look at you, getting angry every single day. When have I not forgiven you? Sometimes I truly wonder whether you are the elder brother or I am the sister." Little Long tugged at his other hand, playfully swaying as he indulged in his charm. Miki observed the girl, who moments ago had seemed devilish, now behaving like a sweet little girl, her voice soft and melodious as she coaxed the other boy. Had he been able to move, he would surely have retreated a few steps, rolling away in a fit of panic. Alas, he could only fix his gaze upon her, his expression one of silent bewilderment, his pallid face following her silhouette. Many around them noticed the flush on Draco's face, their astonishment palpable. On one hand, They had all been awed by the formidable presence of Malfoy. Those who had encountered him knew that he typically presented only indifference and arrogance. Draco, recognizing the situation, understood that he had been granted a measure of respect. In truth, he had ceased to be angry long ago. What troubled him was the thought of not seeing her each day. During his last outing, he had returned with grave injuries yet had said nothing. His concern for her evident. He spoke softly, his voice a mere whisper, "I am not angry." With that, he fell silent, gently caressing her apricot-hued long hair. Upon hearing his words, Pansy buried her eyes, filled with grievances, back into his embrace, a fleeting smile shimmering in her gaze. Pansy felt a sense of inner delight. Hasn't this been resolved? Ah, how overwhelming it all is. There are so many matters to contend with. I am utterly exhausted. Her expression returned to one of grievance and helplessness, her hands tightening slightly. With her eyes closed, Pansy sought solace in him. Draco seemed to sense her unease. Although he was unaware of her activities, he trusted that she would not engage in anything nefarious. Even as the man behind her gazed at Pansy with a look of sheer terror, he was willing to believe in her. In his heart, she had always been a little sister, whimsical and exceptionally clever. Contemplating this, she pressed her lips together, a faint smile blooming upon her face, her deep gray eyes shimmering with a hint of warmth. He gently patted her back as sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting delicate shadows. A gentle breeze stirred the fallen leaves, scattering light and shadow in a fragmented dance. The surroundings were remarkably tranquil, creating an oddly serene atmosphere. Pansy held on for quite a while before finally releasing him, standing obediently beside him as she spoke. "All right, I will bring you something when I return tonight. I must leave now as class is about to begin." After speaking, she noticed Draco's somewhat peculiar expression, realizing that he was once again in one of his moods. Pansy smiled sweetly as she adjusted her slightly disheveled robe, glancing up at the sky. Beneath the sun, the earth radiated heat, and her gaze fell upon Draco's rosy little face. Pansy nodded with greater conviction, then turned to observe the flushed face of Michi and glanced at the crowd beside him, who also bore a hint of rosy hue on their faces. Pansy nodded emphatically, expressing her discontent. "The weather here is truly stifling." With a hint of mischief, she declared, "Allow me to present you with a delightful gift. No need for thanks." Her voice, though soft, resonated with those nearby, garnering curious glances in her direction. A newfound seriousness graced Pansy's otherwise languid demeanor as she unfurled her robe and retrieved her wand, inadvertently drawing the attention of the crowd to the illustrious name of Malfoy. With a confident smile gracing her face, Pansy directed her wand towards the heavens. In her profound eyes, it seemed as though a latent energy was pulsating. As she waved her wand, the crowd heard no incantations, yet they could all perceive a formidable force emanating from her wand's tip, erupting in an instant. A swirling wave of energy unleashed a ferocious power that compelled those nearby to step back several paces, leaving only Draco standing less than half a meter away from her. In the distance, wispy clouds appeared to be drawn towards them, tumbling heavily in their direction. Rays of light were obscured, creating layers of shimmering reflections, and gradually, everyone sensed a slight alleviation of the oppressive heat above. Many felt the stirrings of this phenomenon and looked up, only to discover that a vast expanse of dark clouds had already engulfed the entire flying trial arena. Pansy, radiant with exuberance, gracefully stowed her wand back within her robe. Those who had failed to witness her signature moments were granted another opportunity for free admiration. Draco gazed at her vibrant demeanor, shaking his head with a hint of exasperation. He remarked in a somewhat complaining tone, "You truly defy the heavens. Aren't you afraid others might seize you for experimentation?" Pansy adjusted her robes, feeling a sudden warmth spread across her face at his teasing remarks. Instinctively, she took a few steps back, playfully tugging at one eyelid and sticking out her tongue at him before vanishing in an instant. The entire episode unfolded so swiftly that the crowd was left momentarily bewildered. Much like when she had arrived, Draco's gaze returned from where she had departed, and amidst the throng, he spotted Harry Potter. Lost in thought as he stared at the spot where Pansy had just been, his eyes brimming with surprise. For reasons unknown, Draco felt a growing irritation as he observed Harry's innocent visage, especially when he looked at Pansy with such fervor. His eyes, sharp as blades, swept across the room, revealing unmasked disdain and loathing as he fixed his stare upon Harry. Harry, sensing the intensity of that gaze, was taken aback for a moment. Yet, he chose not to shy away. Instead, he boldly met Draco's stare, raising an eyebrow in a provocative manner. Draco, noticing Harry's defiance, narrowed his eyes slightly, scoffing as he turned to caress the broomstick in his hand. Harry Potter, the so-called great savior? Merely a hollow title. Does he truly believe his lackluster performance can deceive me? I shall ensure his downfall. Harry, dissipating the chill from his expression, turned to Ron with a smile, exclaiming, I never expected we'd be learning to fly on broomsticks so soon. Have you ever tried it before, Ron? His eyes sparkled with excitement. Ron, with a slightly disheveled hairstyle and somewhat faded clothing, had also witnessed Malfoy's demeanor and felt a bit speechless. He offered a comforting response, It's all right. That's just how Malfoy is. If he's in a good mood, he might be tolerable, but most of the time, he's like this. Upon hearing Ron's words, Harry maintained a smile, his thoughts racing. Is someone indulging him? What could he possibly be so proud of? As he spoke, his excitement was palpable as he fondly touched the broomstick he had received, eagerly revealing to Harry, I've never flown before, but I do have a flying car at home. Pansy departed from the flight training ground and returned to the Mountain God Temple, where she reached for the Forest Codex and discovered information regarding the chasing forest. She paused at 2 particular characters and tapped them firmly twice. Having done so, she resumed her seat, flipping through the codex with a sense of ennui. After perusing several pages, her hand halted as she glanced at Michi standing below, the pages of the codex resting on his personal information. Pansy meticulously scrutinized the information displayed on the page. Male, 37 years old, a compulsive gambler. In just a few brief lines, she had gleaned a considerable understanding of his physical condition and mental state. She retrieved a pristine notebook from her spatial ring and deftly manipulated the pen, inscribing her thoughts upon its pages. The surrounding atmosphere was remarkably tranquil, save for the solitary figure of Miki, whose expression radiated terror as he gazed at her. She transformed into a vision of divinity while seated at the counter, her attire dampened by the cold sweat of fear that had accumulated over the past few hours. Having finally quelled some of her anxiety, she resolved to accept the situation. However, an unsettling dread continued to emanate from within her. Pansy lowered her gaze, engrossed in her planning on the notebook. Zhuang Lin approached, noticing Pansy in her enchanting attire as she rode in silence, standing beside her without uttering a word. However, he couldn't help but cast a peculiar glance at Michi, his brow furrowed, and his expression shifting with tension, revealing a complex array of emotions across his face. Zhuang Lin felt a pang of confusion, eager to comprehend the purpose of this individual's presence and why they stood there. Soon, a sheet of paper became filled by Pans's meticulous hand. After a moment of contemplative stillness, she opened her eyes and handed the notebook to Zhuang Lin. He took it, his face awash with curiosity, while Pansy remained unhurried to speak. Pansy lifted her head, her gaze filled with uncertainty as she looked at him, her eyes brimming with laughter. You can speak now. I have a few questions to ask, and you must answer truthfully, she declared, crossing her legs and resting her chin on one hand. As soon as she finished speaking, Michi eagerly interjected, Who are you? Why do they call you the Mountain God? His eyes remained fixed intently on Qingqing. Pansy, unhurried, scrutinized him with the gaze reserved for strangers and slowly uttered, Now you are my servant. Your life and death lie in my hands. I advise you to behave yourself, and henceforth, address me as master. Her voice was laced with fury, and one could faintly sense the tremors of the surrounding smoke. Michi's eyes were rimmed with a deep shade of blue, blood vessels conspicuously visible in his sclera. Yet he glared fiercely at Pansy with an intensity that betrayed his wrath. Pansy was acutely aware that individuals like this often harbored inherent flaws. It was far too simplistic to expect them to submit willingly. With a single downward motion of his hand, the previously defiant Michi found himself collapsing to the floor, as though burdened by an immense weight. Pansy Michi's eyes, filled with uncertainty, widened in disbelief as she gazed up from the floor. This place no longer resembled the reality she knew. It felt akin to a mystical den nestled in the wilderness. Above, shrouded in layers of mist, sat a goddess-like figure, her face adorned with a striking tricolor floral pattern that exuded an enchanting allure. Beside her stood a gracefully beautiful woman, who bowed her head respectfully, refraining from uttering a single word. When Pansy's gaze met the woman's pure white pupils, an array of inscrutable emotions flickered within her own eyes. Hadn't those eyes been amber just moments ago? Why had they transformed to white? And why did this encounter feel so overwhelmingly oppressive? It felt as though a heavy stone pressed upon her chest, making it difficult to breathe. Her eyes, wide with fury, conveyed an indomitable spirit, resolutely refusing to yield. As Pansy observed his demeanor, she perceived an almost imperceptible hint of mockery within him, causing a chill to run through her. She admonished him, It seems you still fail to grasp the gravity of your situation. Your life and fortune rest firmly within my grasp. Perhaps it would be prudent for you to experience the sensation of life ebbing away, or perhaps the inability to breathe. or a voice that echoes as though resonating from all directions. Her words grew increasingly frigid, and every punitive thought she conjured sent a shiver down his spine. He felt his eyelids twitching uncontrollably, and when he opened his eyes, a profound bewilderment washed over his face. He spoke, his voice somewhat dull. Yet he acknowledged the reality. "I understand now, mistress. I was in the wrong. Please, punish me." In his gaze, a distinct sense of submission was evident. As if he had grown accustomed to this cycle of bravado followed by capitulation, Pansy found herself increasingly intrigued by him. He was not merely the inept individual he had claimed to be. With a slight lift of her hand, she exerted pressure, inwardly marveling at how liberating it was to be here, where control demanded far less magical energy, and the vitality of life was palpably rich, ensuring that those who lingered here would surely experience longevity. Michi rose from the ground, straightening his garments and brushing off the dust. Pansy met his bloodshot gaze, a curiosity igniting within her to delve into the other facets of this notorious gambler, to uncover whether he possessed any hidden depths. However, as she glanced at her pocket watch, a look of astonishment crossed her face as she exclaimed, "Oh dear, I am late." Her eyes brimmed with a nonchalance that starkly contrasted with her earlier shock. Pansy rose from her chair, and under the scrutinizing gazes of Zhueling and Michi, she resumed her ordinary form and spoke. "Oh, accompany me back to school for a meeting, and upon our return, I shall instruct you on the rules." After speaking, she extracted a wand from her peach and, with a flick, an otherworldly apparition transported them to the summit of the school where the conference hall awaited. Within, faint echoes of sardonic taunts could still be discerned. Zhueling, fully aware of the situation, respectfully opened the door for Pansy, bowing slightly, while Pansy appeared unfazed, stepping inside with an air of fatigue in her eyes. Michi followed closely behind Zhueling, and only when the three reached the center of the conference table did he feel the weight of the atmosphere, swallowing hard in trepidation. All eyes were indifferent, some reflecting a haughty disdain, laced with mockery. Lucius, alongside a similarly tall man, derisively remarked, "What time is it now? Surely we are not expected to beg for a visiting professor? Is there truly no sense of time? I believe our school has no need for such individuals." Numerous board members seated around seemed to share a consensus, their gazes fixed on the two speakers. Dumbledore stood there, addressing Lucius. "No need to rush. Here she comes. And I believe you're acquainted." Pansy stood gracefully to one side of the podium, her expression remarkably serene. It seemed as though she had no intention of speaking until her name was called, at which point she eagerly sought out Lucius and Dumbledore. Upon spotting her Uncle Lucius, her eyes sparkled with delight as she approached him warmly, exclaiming, "Uncle Lucius." The onlookers were intrigued by the presence of a student in such a distinguished setting. Yet her casual demeanor suggested she was no ordinary individual, prompting a respectful silence rather than inquiries. To their astonishment, the moment the young lady spoke, all eyes shifted to her, including those of the two individuals accompanying her, who unmistakably bore the appearance of her attendants. What, they wondered, was her true identity? And how did she come to be acquainted with Lucius Malfoy? Pansy swiftly approached and soon stood before Lucius. Initially, Lucius wore a frosty expression, but upon seeing Pansy, a subtle smile graced his features, albeit not very pronounced. "Pansy, uncle, I knew you would come today. Remember to cast your vote for me." "Why would anyone vote for her? Isn't there a remarkable new divination instructor who has just arrived?" "What relevance does that have to Pansy?" Dumbledore observed Lucius's demeanor towards Pansy and understood a bit more in his heart. Pansy lifted the corners of her lips, the playful curve exuding an air of confidence devoid of any tension. "Uncle, please sit back down with your friends. It is about to begin. Headmaster, let us proceed." Her gaze met Dumbledore's, his expression tinged with bitterness. A peculiar smile danced upon Pansy's lips, which made Dumbledore feel uneasy. Nevertheless, he swiftly guided her to stand upon the podium. Yet there remained a slight height discrepancy, while Dumbledore stood tall enough to reveal his entire stature. Pansy was entirely obscured from view. Pansy narrowed her eyes slightly. It seemed that this podium was ill-suited for her. Dumbledore took a moment of silence, and the entire audience hushed to listen to him speak. "This is Miss Parkinson, who wishes to apply for the position of Professor of James Kirk at our esteemed institution. Let us allow her to share her insights." Pansy observed Dumbledore's bemusement and found it rather amusing. Without the slightest hesitation, she stepped forward as Dumbledore retreated to the side, effectively obscuring him from view as he took his place at the podium, with her magical prowess allowing her to walk on air with ease. She gracefully raised an eyebrow and confidently proclaimed, I am entirely capable of fulfilling the role of the divination professor. I consent, and voting may commence now. Her words were refreshingly straightforward, devoid of any complexity or formality. A hushed silence enveloped the room, leaving everyone perplexed about the antics of this young lady. However, it was evident that the crowd was far more intrigued by her ability to seemingly levitate. Pansy cast a sweeping glance over the audience, noting that only a few, led by Lucius, raised their hands, merely 4 in total. With 10 board members present, for clearly indicated disapproval. Pansy lifted her chin, her face adorned with an air of haughtiness. Now, let us engage in a game to alter his perspective. With that declaration, she produced a divination tool before the assembled crowd, her gaze fixating on a slightly portly gentleman who had refrained from raising his hand. The man furrowed his brow, a faint sense of foreboding creeping over him. Yet, upon observing that it was merely a young girl, he wondered what sort of mischief she could possibly conjure. Pansy extracted a crystal ball and a deck of tarot cards from her ring and began to perform her mystical operations before the gathered crowd. The tarot cards danced in her hands with an almost lifelike fluidity, her expression tinged with a hint of seriousness. Lucius observed her actions, his mind in turmoil. What is she attempting? Is she truly the late diviner? Perhaps I should lend her my support, lest I face repercussions from Cece. His thoughts wavered between uncertainty and intrigue. Yet he couldn't help but marvel at how this young woman consistently outshone his own son. Just as he pondered this, Pansy had already completed her divination. She retrieved a dozen pieces of parchment from her ring, swiftly inscribing a string of words upon them. With a flick of her wrist, the paper seemed to take on a life of its own, gliding gracefully to the slightly portly gentleman before her. Her earlier warmth towards Lucius had vanished, replaced by an air of haughtiness. Her countenance perpetually exuded a chill. Lucius glanced at the note that had floated to the man, his curiosity piqued. What revelations had Pansy uncovered? Pansy's eyes sparkled with mirth, for she had unraveled 3 secrets concerning his family. However, 2 of these revelations were not meant for the ears of outsiders. Draco glanced at Pansy's expression, a hint of concern creeping into his mind. Surely, wouldn't he actually burst into tears? As he pondered this, he witnessed her stamp her foot in annoyance, exclaiming, "How truly foolish." Her footsteps echoed loudly as she descended the stairs, as if she feared to create a hole in the floor beneath her. Draco followed closely behind Pansy, refraining from uttering a word. Once they exited the door, a diminutive house elf named Dobby gazed after them, his eyes betraying a flicker of disappointment. After leaving the villa, Pansy walked ahead of Draco. He remained silent until she broke the stillness, saying, "Oh, I'm not angry. I merely wish you would call me by my childhood name, just like Annie does. We are good friends, are we not?" Draco, feeling somewhat awkward, rubbed his ear and replied, "Well, I'm just accustomed to calling you Pansy. Moreover, your name is truly lovely." Pansy cast a disappointed glance and remarked, "Very well. As long as you are happy, shall we proceed in this manner?" Draco found it oddly difficult to articulate his thoughts at that moment. Pansy gently murmured, "Then let us together admire the streets bathed in the morning sun." With steady strides, they walked forth. Pansy turned her head to glance at Draco behind her, as if recalling something amusing. "Little dragon, do you know what that signifies?" Draco raised an eyebrow, a sardonic smirk playing on his lips. "If you intend to recite that sappy tale you recently read, I think I shall pass on that." Pansy rolled her eyes and said irritably, "Can't you see the sunlight illuminating the ground? Is it because you are not bathed in sunlight that you find yourself in darkness?" Draco furrowed his brow, unable to comprehend her words. Pansy did not engage in idle chatter with him, instead tugging at his sleeve as they ambled along the roadside. The sycamore trees lining the street basked in the sunlight, exuding vitality, and perhaps due to the splendid weather, the melodious chirping of birds was unmistakable. A gentle spring breeze stirred, producing a rustling sound that was truly enchanting. In the attic of a bookstore, Lucius Malfoy wore a sullen expression as he surveyed 4 or 5 Death Eaters standing before him, feeling understandably vexed. With a sharp tone, Lucius remarked, "Dolphin, you should not have brought them here. If the ministry conducts an inspection, we are all doomed. This is my family's bookstore." Lucius felt his anger reaching its zenith. "You are exceedingly reckless. You have no idea how stringent the scrutiny is nowadays, do you?" In front of him stood the composed Dolphin. "Lucius, I am aware. There is no need for your ire. Besides, if we had a place to hide, will we have come here? Quickly find us a refuge. If we get caught, you shall find yourself in dire straits as well." The mockery in Dolphin's words elicited laughter from several Death Eaters behind him. Lucius felt deeply insulted, but found himself at a loss for a retort. "Indeed, you should be grateful for Voldemort. Otherwise, with your lineage's antiquated minister of magic, you would be hunted down in no time. Taking a deep breath, Lucius managed to temper his fury, restoring his usual genteel demeanor. Very well. Currently, I have a few unregistered basements. You may take refuge there, but first, you must disguise yourselves. As he spoke, he retrieved a book from his shelf and opened a hidden compartment revealing over 20 vials of potions. These are the polyjuice potions I prepared earlier. Each of you should take a vial to transform into a stranger. Afterward, I will direct you to the designated basement. Young Barty Crouch, looking utterly bewildered, interjected, Lucius, why not just use apparition to get in? Why complicate matters? If you had the funds, just offer more to the Dark Lord. Lucius chuckled, casting a sidelong glance at the mocking tone in Barty's words. Do not express your opinions with that bewildered look. If I don't set some distractions, we would be exposed in no time. If you wish to apparate in, be my guest. Appearing on the street would lead to your demise. Lucius bid them farewell with a smile, feeling considerably lighter as he watched the unsightly group depart from his bookstore. His spirits lifted, he turned a corner only to encounter his son, who was being tugged at the sleeve by Pansy. The concern in his son's gaze was palpable, as though he wished to envelop the girl before him, who had yet to look back. Pansy, in high spirits, was strolling with Draco when they unexpectedly encountered a familiar figure, Uncle Lucius. With a sweet and cheerful voice, Pansy exclaimed, drawing the attention of numerous passers-by. Draco, feeling the weight of their gaze, felt his cheeks flush with warmth. He withdrew his arm from Pansy's grasp, adjusted his attire, and spoke in a notably formal tone. Father. Among the onlookers were some acquaintances, including the Weasley family. Molly exclaimed, Oh my, what a surprise to see him here. We must leave quickly. That peacock is bound to flaunt his airs at us. She urged Ron and the Weasley twins ahead of her. Upon spotting Pansy, the twins' eyes sparkled with mischief. Hey Fred, do you see who that is? George inquired. Fred, wearing a mischievous grin, replied, Oh, my dear brother, I certainly recognize him. Their exchanged glances hinted at impending mischief. Observing his brother's expressions, Ron instinctively shrank back. Their mother, still pushing him forward, risked colliding with his brothers ahead. Suddenly, Pansy called out cheerfully, Good morning, Aunt Molly. She scampered over, her little feet pattering, and extended her dainty hand to grasp Molly's, giving it a gentle shake. Molly, taken by the charm of this adorable child, found her urgency dissipating. She knelt down and tenderly ruffled Pansy's hair, her voice imbued with an unmistakable softness as she said, Hello, young lady. You are. Pansy's expression immediately fell. Ah, Aunt Molly, doesn't he recognize me? I thought you would remember me. Sensing the girl's distress, Molly hastily apologized. I'm so sorry. You've grown up so quickly that I didn't recognize you. Pansy, with her sparkling eyes and adorably naive expression, exclaimed, I'm Pansy Parkinson, Auntie. Don't you remember me? Really? Pansy expressed a somewhat serious admiration, pondering how a few words could persuade a stranger to take her home as a cherished daughter. Molly, she said, we're just about to head home. Would you like to join me? I can ensure you get back safely. Meanwhile, Draco stood awkwardly beside his father, Lucius. He felt a wave of embarrassment and struggled to articulate himself, stammering, Father. This, Lucius, with a hint of amusement, interjected, nearly startling Draco. What are you and Pansy up to? Draco steadied himself and replied, Pansy's clothes have become too small. I'm taking her out to choose some new ones. Lucius cast a glance at Pansy's outfit, musing to himself, Surely, this boy has been duped again. That garb is from the latest collection, and it appears rather spacious on her now. Never mind, foolish child. You deserve to be deceived. I have matters to attend to, he thought, his lips parting slightly beneath his prominent nose. Very well, then. Make sure to keep her company. I have business to handle, and remember to return home early. Draco nodded as if granted a reprieve. Lucius contemplated his son's demeanor, dismissing it with a thought. What a wretched expression, truly unappealing. Nonetheless, he strode away with an air of elegance, his wand never touching the ground. Draco watched his father's retreating figure, grimacing slightly. I wonder what purpose that wand serves. He then turned his attention to Pansy, who was engaged in conversation with the Weasley family. Reluctant to intrude, he stepped back into the shade of a nearby tree, standing quietly and patiently waiting for their conversation to conclude. Pansy smiled sweetly and said, Auntie, that won't do. Today, I am going to buy new clothes with Brother Xiaolong. After a while, I will bring him to see you. I will definitely bring delicious treats. Molly gazed at the child before her, radiating an aura of healing energy, and found herself at a loss for words. She truly wished to take her home. She glanced back at the three boys behind her, frowning thankfully. I have Ginny. Molly nodded enthusiastically. That sounds wonderful. I will be waiting for you at home. So be sure to come. Do you know the address? As she spoke, she pulled a sticky note from her pocket and swiftly wrote down a line. Outskirts of Autry, St. Catchpole Village. With a heart full of anticipation, Molly added, I have another little girl at home. You will surely adore her. Pansy received the note and nodded with delight. Aunt Molly, you look as youthful and beautiful as you did on my birthday. Have you discovered some elixir of youth? Or do you possess the secret to eternal youth? Molly, who I swear I have never encountered a girl I like more, was nearly at a loss for words with joy. She gazed at the radiant girl before her, feeling as though she were looking at an angel. Oh, how could that be? I feel much older. You certainly have a sweet tongue. After stammering through her words, she sensed a rejuvenation of spirit, as if she had returned to the days when she first joined the Phoenix Society. Behind her, the twins were persistently urging their mother to hurry along. Molly turned to them with a roll of her eyes, then softened her gaze back to the girl. All right. I shall wait for you at home. You must come. With that, she rose, her smile imbued with sincerity. Pansy obediently waved her hand. See you next time. After the Weasley family departed, Draco ambled over to Pansy with a languid gait, his pupils dark and indifferent, his pale gray eyes betraying his lineage. Pansy turned to him and said, I apologize for keeping you waiting. Shall we proceed? Draco observed Pansy's nonchalant demeanor and found it rather peculiar, inquiring, How is it that you are associating with the Weasley crowd? Pansy blinked her large eyes and remarked, Aunt Molly is truly a wonderful person. Yet, with a hint of concern, she cast an innocent glance at Draco. Draco, somewhat resigned, replied, Perhaps. But soon you shall realize that befriending them is not the most amicable choice. Pansy smiled with a sense of relief and remarked, You will find that interacting with them is quite pleasant. Their knowledge surpasses that of the elite. Trust me. Engaging with these affluent individuals is far more rewarding than merely navigating the social games among them. Their family is truly fascinating. Observing Draco's bemused expression, she couldn't help but chuckle softly. Draco, gazing at Pansy, whose demeanor was somewhat peculiar, found himself bewildered by her thoughts. The two entered a formal wear boutique, where they were greeted by a gentleman with golden hair and thin-framed glasses, his orange-yellow pupils revealing a profound depth. Hello, miss. How may I assist you? He inquired, unaffected by the sudden approach or the presence of a stranger. Pansy responded with ease. I would like to purchase several sets of the latest styles. What options do you have? Let us try them on. Upon noticing the exquisite haute couture worn by Pansy, the gentleman's eyes sparkled with admiration. Certainly, miss. It is my privilege to assist you, he exclaimed. Pansy nodded politely, while Draco observed the scene with an impassive expression, leaning against the glass display window. Pansy thought to herself, why is he leaning against the door like that? Oh well, I shall invite him in. Pansy, come on in, help me choose a few outfits. Draco, however, felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity. His mother had urged him to do this countless times before. He leaned against the door, a sense of despondency washing over him, as the attendant wheeled out his beloved sofa, positioning it in an open space. Draco settled onto the green sofa, which felt perfectly aligned with him, as if they had rehearsed this moment 1,000 times. Pansy, I knew it. P.S. putting on that act again. Now, it seems Annie Shasha must frequently summon him here. Pansy said, Xiaolong, please take a seat and rest for a moment while I select a few items to try on. She ventured into the latest fashion section, where she discovered several casual dresses that required no cumbersome undergarments. In another section, she unearthed 3 darkly whimsical Lolita dresses, alongside 4 delightful outfits. Ultimately, she curated a selection of 20 to 30 garments and skirts. Sitting on the sofa, her demeanor exuded confidence, with the corners of her lips slightly raised, revealing 2 charming dimples. She then proceeded to the fitting room, changing into an ensemble that she found particularly appealing. Pansy sweetly addressed Draco, inquiring about his thoughts on the butterfly-shaped bow tie, the flared skirt, and the puffed sleeves. Pansy smiled softly, her lips curling upward as she picked out several outfits from the same collection. Come on, Draco, let us try them on together. Draco hesitated, a flicker of reluctance crossing his face. Noticing his slight acquiescence, she continued to coax him. You've come out with me, so you might as well give it a go. She playfully shook his shoulder with her hand, reminiscent of a child from his memories, indulging in a bit of playful charm. He responded, somewhat bashfully, all right. Let us do 4 or 5 sets. Any more than that, and I want to try them on. With a resigned sigh, He mused to himself, at last. My mother has stopped clinging to me, and now I've found another clingy one. Pansy instantly set her eyes on a green ensemble. A men's blazer adorned with subtle dark green trim and embellished with an exquisite diamond ornament. Without uttering a word, she tossed the suit to Draco, who barely managed to catch it. Draco, with a look of alarm, cautioned, "Be careful. If it gets damaged, you will have to pay for it." In Pansy's words lingered a sense of languor. What is there to fear? Today, I shall bear the entirety of the expenses. Pansy retrieved a pouch of gold coins from her bag. Draco glanced at the quantity of coins, which appeared to be over 20. Observing the price of the garment, he hesitated and inquired, "The maximum is 30 galleons. This piece of clothing costs 10 galleons. Are you certain this will suffice?" Pansy let out a whimsical laugh, proclaiming, "My wealth is beyond the reach of the entire magical world. It is utterly beyond your imagination, so go ahead and purchase." Draco shot her a disdainful glance, retorting, "Do not boast, alas." He intended to return the garment to its place, but Pansy obstructed him, pushing the item into his arms. "See, soon someone will be showering me with money. Try it on first, and afterward, we shall explore other shops." Faced with Pansy's obstinacy, Draco, realizing he had no recourse, reluctantly made his way to the changing room to try on the clothes. Observing Pansy's silence, he surmised it was likely not a favorable sign. He raised an eyebrow, feigning indifference, and inquired, "What is it, exactly? Are you not going to tell me?" Pansy remarked, "You dress like a prince." Draco pondered her words and found them somewhat valid. Indeed, it was highly likely that our attire, which leaned towards the extravagant, coupled with our noble status, rendered us scarcely different from royalty. Pansy, haha, you certainly have quite the imagination. In reality, there is a significant disparity, but the nobility also possesses its own advantages. Does it not? Suddenly, the glass door of the shop was tapped, revealing Chasing Lin, who presented Pansy with a backpack filled with gold galleons. Chasing Lin, for 100 in total. Pansy, all right, you may return now. Pansy took the backpack delicately, as if it were enchanted with a levitation spell. Draco, puzzled yet silent, simply responded, "Everything is fine now, so let us depart." Pansy proceeded to make the payment, while Draco reclined back onto his sofa once more. Pansy glanced back, while Draco, still toying with his fingers, discreetly exchanged a few words with the shopkeeper before settling the payment. The two then departed from the store and made their way to a newly opened bookstore. Pansy's hand resembled that of a lover, a fact that Draco was unaware of. Pansy gently inquired, "Shall we see if there are any books you fancy? I would be delighted to purchase one for you." Pansy strolled into the bookstore, adorned with a distinctly vintage decor. Upon entering, one could immediately behold 4 or 5 rows of bookshelves, arranged in an exquisitely inviting manner for reading. Draco, upon his entrance, promptly parted ways with her. Pansy lingered in the spell area for quite some time, contemplating what to purchase for her practice. With a considerable portion of her spellbook yet to be explored at home, she pondered whether to acquire something new. The attendant, noticing her prolonged presence and the exquisite garments she adorned, quickly deduced her affluent status and approached her with utmost respect and politeness, inquiring about her desired purchases. Pansy leisurely remarked, "Please provide me with some advanced spells, encyclopedias, or tutorials." The shop assistant, evidently taken aback, gazed at her youthful visage, astonished that she had already embarked on the study of advanced incantations. She gestured towards the books, instructing the assistant to package all the volumes pertaining to the fundamentals of advanced spells and send them directly to her home. There were over 40 tomes, and the proprietor was more than willing to assist in their delivery. After selecting the books she wished to purchase, Pansy began to search for Draco's presence. Draco was stationed in the science fiction section, his gaze fixed upon an entire collection of newly released fantasy novels. Indeed, he showed no inclination to depart. As he lingered there for quite some time, casting a glance at the price, 15 galleons, Pansy did not disturb him. Instead, she feigned returning to select books and exchanged a few words with the store manager. The manager's eyes twinkled with a smile, as if he had already envisioned a future of immense wealth. "Pansy, if you possess the latest high-difficulty spells, particularly those that are challenging to master, do ensure to reserve one for me. You are aware of my home address, so you may send it directly to my residence." With that, she produced 200 galleons and placed them on the table. "Pansy, the remaining money shall serve as a deposit. Should there be any similar books in the future, please deliver them to my residence immediately." The proprietor was momentarily lost in thought as he gazed at her. The proprietor wondered, are all the young ladies of the Parkinson family so audacious? Seeing his seemingly dull expression, Pansy felt a surge of irritation. Stop daydreaming and quickly put the money away. Otherwise, I might change my mind. Upon hearing Pansy's words, he hastily gathered the gold coins into the drawer, immediately donning a sycophantic smile that creased his face with joy. Pansy felt a sudden chill. Send me another batch of books, including the latest popular science fiction novels, to the Malfoy residence. Pansy produced a note, inscribing a series of titles that Malfoy had recently perused, and presented it to the proprietor. Yes, this one. The manager, uncertain, glanced at his superior. Boss, is that acceptable? The proprietor shot him a disdainful look, perceiving his foolishness. Of course it is. The books you purchase here are uniformly sold at a 60% discount. What do you think? Pansy nodded with a hint of admiration, recognizing that seizing opportunities for profit is the true essence of efficiency. Wishing you prosperous business endeavors, she departed. Pansy found Draco, whose eyes reflected a hint of hesitation, and took his hand, leading him away. Come on, I've already made the purchases, she urged. The two departed side by side. Draco inquired, what gift have you prepared for me? Is it something of great value? A fleeting worry crossed his mind. Pansy gazed at the still innocent little boy with a smile illuminating her face, as time seemed to come to a standstill. The breeze tousled his platinum short hair, gently brushing against his delicate features. With a hint of melancholy in her eyes, Pansy sighed. How wonderful it would be if time could remain like this forever. After composing herself, she responded, therefore, you must prepare a special gift for me. Pansy, in just a few days, Christmas will be upon us. Do take the time to reflect. Pansy's lips curved slightly upwards, and the affection glimmering in her eyes was impossible for anyone to overlook. Draco found himself believing that this version of Pansy was truly agreeable. It was only later that he realized he had been utterly mistaken. Matters were not as straightforward as he had presumed. Pansy, let us depart for your abode. With one arm securely wrapped around Draco's waist, she retrieved her wand from within her robes. The disillusionment charm cloaked a reporter who stealthily trailed behind them, his presence obscured by the wind. The pair subsequently returned to Draco's chamber. Pansy released Draco, who settled into the chair beside the desk. Ever since Pansy frequently sought Draco's company, his desk has come to accommodate 2 seats, which were previously positioned in the corner of the room. Pansy sat in her seat, taking a deep breath and softly lamenting. I have never been here before prior to my rebirth. It feels so unfamiliar. Draco, seated beside Pansy, sighed. Ever since returning, it has become rather tedious. Pansy, do go downstairs for your meal. I shall take my leave now. Before Draco could bid her farewell, she had vanished like a fleeting breeze. He felt a twinge of envy, yet Pansy had expressly forbidden him from employing that particular spell. Draco, I was under the impression that you had something to share with me. You departed so hastily, leaving no words behind. Oh well, I shall seek her out again this afternoon, in truth. Parkinson Manor. Pansy suddenly appeared at her doorstep, still hesitant to teleport directly into her home for fear of arousing suspicion among her family. Pansy, with a steady gait, slowly pushed open the door to her home. The lawn at the entrance, worn from frequent foot traffic, appeared somewhat barren. Pansy, it has snowed, yet no one has bothered to clear the snow. Feeling somewhat perplexed, she noticed her mother sitting on a stool in the living room, her expression rather grim. Pansy tentatively called out, Mother? Pansy's mother turned around and, upon seeing her daughter return, quickly composed her expression and joyfully inquired, How was your day? When will they deliver the new clothes you purchased? Pansy, oh dear. Mother is well aware that such garments are often ill-fitting when worn. They invariably require some alterations. Let us arrive a bit later. Panssy's mother, with a gleeful expression, grasped her daughter's hand and remarked, Well, this time it is you who chose it all by yourself, isn't it? Pansy adorably shook her head and said, No. I went with my dear brother Xiaolong. Pansy's mother affectionately stroked her head and explained, All I wish is for you to find someone who can protect you. Not necessarily him, but he is indeed a wonderful person. Isn't he? Just then, her brother emerged from the kitchen, his demeanor far from cheerful, as he gazed at his sister enveloped in their mother's embrace. Brother Pansy, at last, you have decided to return. Pray tell, how much have you spent? Is there anything left? Pansy wriggled free from her mother's embrace and retorted with undeniable strength, No matter what, I saved more money than you, brother. Her brother had never been mocked by his sister before, and he found himself perplexed by his growing irritation towards her in recent days. He felt compelled to assert his authority, lest the sister of his fail to recognize her own position. Before he could utter a word, Pansy seized the opportunity. Brother, do you want a sister? Allow me to calculate how much you approximately spend in a month. Pansy launched into an exhaustive account of her expenditures each month. She is required to attend flying lessons, instructed by a prestigious tutor, necessitating a training fee of 100 golden gallons. Previously, the fee was merely 5 golden gallons. However, she expressed a desire to avoid learning alongside others and thus opted for a private instructor, whose services she now must cover. Beyond this, her monthly expenses amount to at least 25 golden gallons, considering the modest standing of her household. Additionally, her penchant for purchasing footwear exceeding 10 golden gallons leads her to acquire at least 2 pairs each month, resulting in a minimum of 6 pairs consumed monthly. Am I mistaken in my assessment? Furthermore, she insists on wearing haute couture attire, with her school uniform being replaced monthly at a cost of 30 golden gallons for a new set. The myriad of miscellaneous items she acquires incurs another 50 golden gallons in reimbursements each month. She also tends to dine out frequently, which significantly adds to her expenses. Though she remains uncertain of the total monthly expenditure, as the funds are not provided by me, nor have I inquired into the exact amounts. As her bewildered brother pondered this, Pansy added, "In a single month, your expenditures reach at least 225 golden gallons, excluding various additional items." Pansy, emboldened by her recent triumph, remarked, "So, after calculating my expenses for the month, it seems I've spent less than 50 galleons. This morning, my mother generously provided me with 16 galleons. This marks the only occasion in the past 3 months that I've indulged in purchasing clothing. Previously, I had relied solely on the garments tailored by our family as seamstress, whose creations, if they cost 3 galleons, could be deemed quite a bargain." Listening to Pansy as she pointed out her own extravagance, her brother felt an overwhelming surge of frustration, his face reddening with fury and his eyes ignited with indignation. After taking several deep breaths, he struggled to restrain himself, fearing that he might lose control and teach his audacious sister a lesson with his wand. Pansy continued, "So, brother, what exactly did you mean by that? What do you mean by saying there is still leftover money?" Upon hearing her words, her brother's patience shattered, and he resolved that a lesson was imperative. Furiously retrieving his wand from within his robes, Pansy's brother cast the Petrificus Totalis spell, turning everything to stone. Pansy's mother, how could her own son strike at her daughter? She was utterly taken aback. A spell shot directly toward Pansy, but she raised her hand in a defensive gesture, casting a protective charm to safeguard herself. At this moment, Pansy's brother's gaze was imbued with even greater mockery. "Indeed, you show no mercy. Pansy, all right, I shall no longer jest with you. Your petty antics cannot harm me." She walked back to her mother's side and said, "Mother, my brother truly shows no mercy. What I have stated is nothing but the truth. I merely spent a trifling amount of our family's money, and yet he reacts so fervently." Pansy's mother cast a disapproving glance at her son and coldly remarked, "Pansy, she is your sister." Without elaborating further, she simply urged him to refrain from being so harsh with his sister. Pansy had long anticipated this outcome and did not expect her mother to do anything further for her. She smiled charmingly, her voice delicate as she playfully asked, "Mother, when shall we have our lunch? I am nearly famished." Pansy's brother, consumed by rage, his face flushed crimson, thought to himself, "I knew it. How could she have changed so much? It seems she has learned a bit of magic, believing herself capable of challenging me. Once the family is away, I shall show her my true colors." Rita Skeeter returned to the newsroom, a hint of disappointment in her demeanor. Her colleagues offered her sincere consolation. "Rita, what news did you gather today?" Rita sighed. "Oh, don't even mention it. I was on the verge of uncovering a major story. But despite capturing a couple of sensitive moments, it still felt lacking. Perhaps I should draft a teaser for now." She picked up her quill and scrawled in her notebook. Shocking. Pansy Parkinson and Draco Malfoy caught in a passionate kiss. Pleased with the headline, she lamented the absence of satisfactory footage. Although it bore a resemblance to the truth, without a clear shot, detractors would surely claim it to be false. Could it be that the daughter of an illustrious family and a young master are entangled in a secret romance? Rita mused. "I shall incorporate the photographs I've collected over the past few days. It will surely generate significant buzz. What imagery and text should accompany it? He is the epitome of an esteemed lineage, while she is the overlooked daughter of a noble family. Their chance encounter led them to this clandestine connection, though their families would never permit it. Must they meet in secrecy? A forbidden affair? Yet, they seem so well matched. A single gift approaching 50 galleons, surely the wealthy young master has no shortage of funds, unlike the neglected daughter." The Malfoy heir, humbly assisting Pansy with her handbag, wears an infatuated expression. After being playfully cornered against a hospital wall by the Parkinson heiress, The two share laughter despite the teasing. Is this a distortion of relationships in the world of the affluent, or a testament to the degradation of humanity? The Daily Prophet continues to report. Accompanied by a dozen high-definition images that clearly reveal the subject's faces, Rita declared, "Excellent, excellent. This will be the story for tomorrow. The excitement will surely be explosive." Indeed. I must also prepare an exclusive interview with Miss Parkinson. She smiled a picture-perfect smile, yet the insincerity in her expression felt somewhat discordant. Her peculiar hairstyle harmoniously complemented her grin, while the red glow from her glasses contrasted with her meticulous attire, creating an overall dissonance. She tossed her written piece to a nearby colleague, declaring arrogantly, "Perhaps this will garner even more attention than Dumbledore." Her eyes sparkled with determination, suddenly struck by a thought. She turned and instructed, "Send out the first piece, the one about the secret romance between the young master and the heiress. The rest will come once I've filled in the details." Adjusting her glasses, she awkwardly departed from the newsroom. Parkinson Manor. Pansy was at home, while her brother occupied his seat, glaring at her with a face full of fury, as if he intended to bore a hole through her very visage. Pansy paid no heed, instead delighting in the pudding upon the table. Her mother, somewhat discontented, murmured, "I truly cannot fathom what your father is up to. Even amidst recent inspections, he ought not to summon all the household staff, regardless of how busy he may be." Pansy earnestly replied, "It's all right. Mother seldom cooks, so let it be for my sake." Her amber-hued eyes sparkled under the sunlight's reflection. Her mother, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction, gently patted Pansy's head and remarked, "You truly are the more understanding one." Meanwhile, her elder brother seethed with indignation at their mother's affectionate gesture, for in the past, whenever he expressed his displeasure, she would always offer him comfort, yet today she seemed utterly oblivious. And then there was that inconspicuous younger sister, who, whenever he carelessly uttered a word, would have their parents unconditionally siding with him, despite the absence of any evidence. "Brother Pansy, Mother, why are there no delightful little cakes that I adore today? And what of the steak? The bread is rather unpalatable, isn't it?" Pansy's mother glanced at her thoughtfully. "The servants are absent today. Let us defer these tasks until tomorrow, as they require considerable effort." Her brother, clearly skeptical, fixed his gaze upon the mango pudding that his sister adored, internally grumbling, "Isn't this just as laborious?" However, observing her brother's seemingly trivial pursuit for attention, she found his demeanor somewhat childish and chose to disregard him. After dutifully consuming a modest amount of food and feeling a sense of satiety, she wiped her mouth and departed. Outside the window, a beetle perched momentarily before transforming into a human form to snap a few hurried photographs, only to revert back to its insect shape and buzz away. Upon reaching a deserted street, she resumed her human guise, and the graceful young woman suddenly pondered whether perhaps she ought not to compose a prophetic report. Instead, she envisioned writing a book that would undoubtedly become a bestseller. Miss Pansy seems to have undergone a significant transformation, perhaps due to her association with Draco Malfoy. Never mind. Let's head to Malfoy Manor. She transformed into an owl once more, soaring through the sky. Malfoy Manor. Draco was enjoying his lunch, chewing thoughtfully while contemplating where he and Pansy might venture in the afternoon. Rita had also morphed into a beetle, perching on their window, concealing herself behind the window. She hastily snapped a few photographs before retreating into hiding. Rita nervously reassured herself, "Oh dear, this is Malfoy Manor. The house elves and servants will be vigilant. I mustn't be seen." Suddenly, a realization dawned upon her, and she erupted into a boisterous laugh. "It may not be that troublesome, even if they see me. What could they do? Unless he wishes to see my name in the papers the next day." Observing Draco Malfoy, who appeared somewhat distracted while eating, she mused, "Perhaps he is thinking of his little lover." Rita thought to herself, "I shall capture more photographs today. Once the news is published tomorrow, I shall no longer need to follow them, and I can merely rely on my stock." She meticulously calculated her plans. Suddenly, she heard a knock at the manor's entrance. Turning her head, she noticed two shops delivering a dozen crates. She quickly darted outside the manor, hiding behind a large tree, and pulled out her camera, snapping pictures while murmuring anxiously, "My goodness, how wealthy is Miss Pansy? That cloaked woman delivered a backpack filled with money to her. What could their relationship be? I haven't had the chance to approach." Estimating the cargo in view, she concluded there were at least 150 items. She continued to perch by the window, monitoring everything. After finishing his meal, Draco found that the servants had already moved the crates into his room. Some difficult-to-open lids had been pried open by the servants, leaving the small packages untouched. Draco gazed at the pile of gifts, appearing somewhat overwhelmed. He approached a large bundle of books and unwrapped one small box, revealing the series of science fiction novels he had been eyeing all day. As he beheld the collection, he felt an unexpected moisture in his eyes. He was deeply moved. Taking a deep breath, he sought to dispel these strange emotions from his mind. Continuing to unwrap, he discovered over a dozen sets of books, 4 or 5 of which piqued his interest. His heart raced with an almost unreal excitement. He placed the neatly wrapped books on the floor, intending to ask the servants to arrange them later. Suddenly, he noticed what seemed to be a letter on the table. Why hadn't he seen it during lunch? Approaching, he picked up the envelope, finding it blank except for 2 names, Pansy to Draco. He tore open the envelope. Dear little dragon brother, you must be thrilled to see this letter. I wanted to let you know that I left this note when I came this morning. I must have chosen many gifts for you. I hope you will like them. I do not expect anything in return. I simply wish for you to be happy every day. Of course, it would be best if you learned a few spells daily. I know you may not want to, but the magical world is not safe, is it? These items are all carefully chosen for you. I hope you like them. If there is anything you don't, please don't hold it against me. I merely wanted to surprise you. As I am unsure if I will have time to prepare a birthday gift for you in the days leading up to Christmas, I decided to send this early, hoping you will enjoy it. This is the 4th day of the countdown to Christmas. Here, I have a very, very, very small wish to share quietly with you. I hope we can be together for a long, 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 long time. Yours sincerely. He read each word of the letter with great care, and the pale gray of his eyes sparkled with emotion. He found it strange. He had never read a letter that ignited such warmth in his chest, a comforting sensation. The words felt so real. He carefully folded the letter and retrieved his diary from around his neck, channeling a bit of magic before opening it. He placed the letter atop the diary and sat at his desk, meticulously writing in his journal. Outside, Rita desperately wished to glimpse the contents of the notebook. Flapping her wings, she approached, observing him laboriously scribbling, feeling a sense of pride in her feathers. She focused her gaze on the diary but was unable to decipher a single word. Could it be? Surely, he wouldn't use a magical diary. After waiting for what felt like an eternity and observing intently without witnessing anything of significance, she leaned against the open window and flew away, eagerly anticipating the next day's newspaper to be a sensational success. Satisfied with her significant findings, she returned home, finding the evening meal more delectable than usual. The following morning, Pansy awoke from her cozy little bed. Today, it was Xiaoxi who held dominion over her body. Pansy opened her eyes to gaze at the sunlight streaming outside. She opened the window to let in fresh air and looked towards a pine tree, where several small birds perched gracefully. Pansy. A little bird outside the window waved at her, and swiftly it flew to her hand. A parakeet adorned with green feathers tinged with a hint of yellow alighted upon her palm. Pansy gazed at the little bird and inquired, "What did you witness last night?" The bird chirped animatedly. A middle-aged man returned home quite late. He seemed to have indulged in some drink and appeared rather intoxicated. Pansy nodded, continued to stand guard. Pansy returned to her desk, her mind engaged in private contemplation. Perhaps it was time to pay a visit to Chasing Lin. Pansy pondered to herself. Perhaps it would be best to forego seeking Draco today. Visiting him daily might become rather tedious. I shall simply head downstairs for a meal and proceed from there. After finishing her meal, Pansy's mother announced that she would visit a few nearby shops and would not return until noon. Pansy entered the living room and discovered that the book she had purchased the previous day had finally arrived, though her clothes were still being altered. With a flick of her wand, she levitated the book into her room. Just as she was about to close the door, a hand suddenly pushed it open with force. Her brother, towering over her by a head and a half, stepped inside, wielding his own wand. A mischievous grin played at the corners of his mouth as he said, "You little crybaby, you really bought quite a lot of things yesterday. Aren't you going to show your brother?" Pansy contemplated for a moment before graciously yielding a path, stating politely, "I merely purchased a few books." Her brother, however, was unreserved, violently tearing open the packaging. Upon glimpsing the contents, he was taken aback. Advanced spells, intricate potions, essential fundamentals, the crafting of magical artifacts and formations. Over 40 volumes lay before him, and he furrowed his brow, convinced that his sister had surely lost her mind. For these tomes were beyond the comprehension of any ordinary individual. Pansy's brother remarked, "Have you lost your mind due to illness? Can you even comprehend these books? Purchasing them would be better suited for propping up a table leg. Moreover, such books are typically quite expensive, aren't they?" Pansy's brother regarded her with a hint of skepticism, saying, "I recall that this advanced potion recipe requires 9 galleons, does it not?" He pinched Pansy's new book disdainfully between his fingers, displaying it with evident distaste, before releasing his grip and letting the tome fall to the ground. Pansy, seemingly seeking a confrontation, picked up the disheveled book from the ground. Your brother must have advised you yesterday not to extend your hands too far, right? You know what ultimately befalls those who possess excessive knowledge? Pansy returned the book to its rightful place. She lifted her gaze to meet his, her eyes shimmering with determination, while her furrowed brow revealed her current state of discontent. Pansy, with a hint of impatience, exclaimed, "Please leave at once. Do not force my hand." Her brother, seemingly amused by the situation, retorted, "Are you truly going to resort to violence against me? Surely, you must be aware of my purpose for entering." With that, he brandished his wand and cast the spell, Locomotor Mortis, aiming directly at Pansy. Unbeknownst to Pansy, she found herself ensnared, her body being that of a mere 6-year-old child. Her delicate elbows pressed against the ground, scraping off a fair amount of skin, as her body fell directly onto the floor. Meanwhile, Draco, who was peacefully slumbering, suddenly felt a sharp sting in his elbow. He glanced at his bracelet, which was shimmering, and couldn't help but feel a sense of bemusement. Oh, it was merely the moment of injury that elicited the sensation of pain. He then turned over and resumed his sleep, cocooned in his blanket. Upon regaining her composure, Pansy yelled at him, "What do you intend to do? Let me go?" However, her brother replied, "Oh, nothing much. Merely prepared some cockroaches and a mouse for your enjoyment." With that, he produced a glass jar filled with large cockroaches and a single mouse. He then unscrewed the lid and poured the mouse and cockroaches onto the floor nearby her. Pansy was gripped by an overwhelming fear, her heart racing incessantly. At that moment, she found herself devoid of rational thought, consumed instead by an innate terror. Draco, who was drifting back into slumber, was abruptly jolted by a vivid image of Pansy's brother tormenting her with cockroaches and rats. The scene continued to unfold before him as if still a dream, until a sudden thought struck him regarding the bracelet. He quickly opened his eyes to gaze at the bracelet, which was now emanating a faint golden glow. Sitting up in bed, Draco regarded the bracelet with a peculiar expression. Could it be that Pansy's brother had bullied her? Or perhaps it was merely a figment of her imagination. As he sat there, his mind still clouded by drowsiness, a sense of concern began to overshadow his weariness, preventing him from falling back asleep. Frustrated, he ran his fingers through his hair and ultimately decided to rise from his bed, determined to visit Pansy's home and uncover the truth. At this moment, Pansy was already in a state of panic. In her mind, Cece was furiously seated on the sofa, tightly gripping her fan. "Allow me to take care of this." Pansy closed her eyes, seeking emptiness, as the mice and cockroaches crept perilously close. Suddenly, she opened her eyes once more. The terror that had once gripped her gaze had dissipated, replaced by a palpable fury etched across her face. With a swift movement, she executed a disapparition, landing upon the living room sofa. Ensnared by a spell, her legs became firmly attached, and she struggled to maintain her balance, tumbling onto the sofa. Fortunately, the sofa offered a measure of resilience, sparing her from injury. She retrieved her wand from around her neck, uttering the incantation, "Finite Incantum." In truth, she remained as cold as ice, her feet crossed and reclined against the sofa. Meanwhile, her brother, bewildered by the sudden disappearance of his sister, searched the room frantically. Pansy cast a disdainful glance towards her room, her words dripping with sarcasm. "Don't bother looking. I'm beneath the living room." Upon hearing this, her brother stormed down, wand in hand, seething with anger. Pansy rose from the sofa, her gaze remarkably subtle, as if she were observing an intriguing object. Brother Pansy called out to her from the staircase, "Not bad. I never expected you to be a genius." Then, in an almost ambush-like manner, he exclaimed, "Stupefy," as she fell to the ground in a daze. Pansy did not move her gaze as the spell struck the sofa. She covered her mouth with her hand and chuckled lightly. "This is truly the extent of your abilities, brother. How amusing." Suddenly, her smile vanished, and with gritted teeth, she declared, "Very well, I shall take the lead." Pansy's brother remained perplexed, questioning why she appeared so frenzied. Deep down, he felt that Pansy was so distant from him that he could hardly believe she would succeed in hitting her target. Pansy would not grant him a moment to linger in thought. She instantly teleported before him. With a foot imbued with magical power, she sent him sprawling to the ground. By the time Pansy's brother regained his senses, Pansy was already standing triumphantly on his chest, her princess dress in no way hindering her lesson in proper conduct. Pansy's strength is growing increasingly formidable. Pansy lowered her head, intently observing the changing expressions on her brother's face. Although her own countenance remained somewhat peculiar, she suddenly broke into a playful laugh, exclaiming, The sensation of falling to the ground must be rather unpleasant, wouldn't it? Pansy released her foot, and Pansy's brother hurriedly scrambled backward, not forgetting to retrieve his wand. Supporting himself against the railing, he rose to his feet, exclaiming in frustration, "Are you out of your mind? Can't you take a joke?" He spat several times, as if the remnants of dust still lingered in his mouth. Pansy felt a mix of irritation and amusement, exclaiming, "Then allow me to indulge in a couple of pranks as well." Her expression suddenly turned fierce, and her amber-hued pupils glimmered with a touch of green magic. Pansy did nothing. However, her brother unexpectedly found himself suspended from the ceiling of the living room, which soared to a height equivalent to 2 stories. Pansy, "Oh dear, brother, how did you ascend to such a lofty height? It is quite perilous. You must come down at once." Pansy, "Ha ha, ha ha. You must be aware that I harbor an intense aversion to cockroaches and mice." Pansy, "I hope you can be more honest in the future and refrain from provoking me again. You would do well to be cautious. It would be best if you descended within a minute, lest you meet an unfortunate fate." With these words, she returned to her room. Her spirits lifted as she walked with a leisurely gait. Upon entering, she noticed cockroaches and mice scurrying about, having vanished from sight, and an overwhelming sense of frustration washed over her. Taking a moment to compose herself, she closed her eyes and uttered, "Wingardium Leviosa." Immediately, a multitude of cockroaches and a flailing mouse began to levitate in the air. Pansy continued to cast her spells until she captured the last cockroach. She opened the window, commanding the cockroaches and mice to fly above the visible street trash bins. With a deft manipulation of her magical powers, she crushed them and withdrew her energy, allowing them to fall into the refuse below. She tucked away her wand, somewhat apologetically murmuring, "Perhaps all things possess a spirit. Yet, survival of the fittest prevails." Returning to her desk, she closed her eyes. "I have concluded my task, and it is best to remain silent now. I wish to indulge in a beauty nap. And I hope you won't disturb me. Just do your best. At least this current state is quite satisfactory." Peculiar thoughts flitted through her mind. Yet she merely smiled in silence, unwilling to express her sentiments. "I certainly do not wish to." Pansy remained in the room, engrossed in her reading, utterly oblivious to the events unfolding outside. Isn't she the most humble of individuals? Yet, even if she were to emerge, what difference would it make? She would merely scream. Pansy, leaning against her desk chair, twisted her neck and rolled up her sleeves to examine the wounds on her arms. She had scraped off a patch of skin, revealing an injury the size of a coin. With her sleeves rolled up, she made her way to the living room, casting a spell to lower her brother. At a height of 1 meter above the ground, she released her magical hold, and he crashed down heavily onto the floor. Fortunately, he landed on his backside, sustaining no serious injury, though it was somewhat painful. Brother Pansy, having been in a reverse position for quite some time, appeared somewhat flushed. "Ah, my dearie." Pansy stifled a giggle with her hand over her mouth as she descended the stairs with a sprightly step. This time, her brother refrained from uttering a word. Pansy departed with a deliberate pace, and as she moved, she sensed a certain discomfort coursing through her body. Suspecting that some areas might be bruised, Pansy sighed, realizing she needed to procure some ointment for her wounds. She drew her wand and, with a flicker of apparition, arrived at the hospital she had visited previously. After checking in, she sat in the waiting area until her name was called. Upon entering the examination room, the doctor examined her injuries, applying antiseptic and affixing a thin layer of gauze. The doctor felt a twinge of confusion, as she recognized this young girl from only a few days prior. To her astonishment, there was no trace of a scar on the girl's palm, prompting her to question whether she had mistaken the patient. However, upon verifying the appointment details, she confirmed that it was indeed the same girl. Logically, at this juncture, the girl should still bear a thick scar. The doctor contemplated inquiring about this anomaly, but ultimately refrained, considering the possibility that the girl had used some ancestral salve or perhaps employed a magical concealment. As she applied the medication, the doctor noticed that although the girl's expression was stoic, her eyes shimmered with unshed tears, likely due to the absence of the boy who usually accompanied her. With a hint of curiosity, the doctor ventured to ask, "Why is it that the boy is not here with you today?" Pansy responded, somewhat awkwardly, "Well, I accidentally scraped myself today. Could you please prescribe me a bit more antiseptic? In the future, for such minor incidents, I won't need to come to the hospital. I can simply apply it myself." The doctor, perhaps out of courtesy, replied, "How is it that a young lady like you is always getting hurt?" "Very well. I shall prescribe you a bit more." With that, he turned to retrieve the medication, filling a bag with supplies and handing it to Pansy. He then sought to engage her in conversation, saying, "You appear quite young. How is it that you are so independent? Did your parents not accompany you today? Pansy appeared somewhat disinclined to engage, stating, "It's all right. I can manage on my own. I shall proceed to settle the bill now. Farewell, doctor." The doctor pondered. Why is she leaving so swiftly? Do I somehow resemble a villain? He then retrieved a small 2-inch mirror from his pocket, examining his reflection from various angles. Pansy lifted her gaze, scrutinizing Chueline's visage. "Chueline, you appear to be merely 20 years old. You were truly stunning in your youth." Draco exited Pansy's residence. He stood on the sparsely populated street, exuding a sense of desolation. Where should he go to seek Pansy? Perhaps a visit to the hospital would be in order. In the valley, Pansy slowly opened her eyes, hearing the melodious chirping of birds outside the villa. Pansy, how long have I slept? Feeling somewhat dazed. She sits up from her bed. It seems I ought to set a timer or something. Otherwise, I would have no idea about the time outside. She pushes open the door, only to be greeted by chasing Lynn. Pansy, still somewhat startled, inquired, "You won't be standing outside the door indefinitely, will you?" After respectfully bowing, Chueline replied, "Your Majesty, I have only just arrived less than an hour ago. The medicinal supplies you require have already been prepared for you. Doubled, in fact." Pansy has grown somewhat accustomed to her current state. Nodding, she replied, "Let's go find a room to begin the experiment." Chueline led Pansy to the laboratory he had prepared. Chueline remarked, "This was once the residence of my late uncle, now abandoned for 50 years. He was once a master potioneer." Pansy meticulously examined the quaint little room. Quite satisfactory. The workbenches on either side are clean and tidy, devoid of any unnecessary embellishments. There are also 5 or 6 pristine crucibles. Yes, this is quite acceptable. You may leave the items. You can go now. Chueline bowed slightly towards Pansy, saying, "Your subordinate takes his leave." Pansy, just the sense of ceremony alone makes me feel esteemed and powerful. I have experienced my own moments of grandeur in the past as well. Pansy felt a surge of joy at the mere thought of becoming the Lady of the Dragon. Just contemplating this prospect brought her immense delight. What once seemed unattainable now appeared within her grasp. Regardless of the circumstances, she was determined to safeguard all that she had previously lost, since nothing had truly begun. There was no question of yielding or relinquishing. This time, the little dragon would not only belong to her, but would remain by her side for a lifetime. Her eyes sparkled with an extraordinary brilliance as she gazed at the cauldrons before her and the herbs arranged upon the floor. Pansy exclaimed, "Indeed, I am quite the resolute individual." With that, she placed her meticulously copied prescription upon the pristine tabletop. Grasping the heavy implements, she set about gathering the medicinal ingredients. After considerable effort, she successfully weighed and sorted all the components, lining them up in readiness. She then retrieved her tools to chop, grind, extract juice, and filter the concoction. After 3 hours of labor, she massaged her aching neck and straightened her back. Pansy sighed, "Alas, it seems these tasks necessitate an heir. I could use a few hands to assist. Perhaps I would find myself considerably more at ease." As she spoke, she immersed the potions along with her vine seedlings. The final steps proving to be quite simple, merely a matter of waiting and adding more medicine. As for the heat, it remained a gentle flame, sufficient to penetrate the vine's protective barrier, facilitating absorption and the filtration of the liquid, all while ensuring that it did not scald. After a lengthy period, she felt utterly exhausted. Pansy sat on the stool, enduring a prolonged wait, as flames flickered beneath the cauldron. Yes, very small flames. Pansy gazed at the fire before her and couldn't help but reminisce about the past. It was during her potions class when she almost added an ingredient to the cauldron at the wrong moment, only to be stopped by a young dragon. He uttered words that seemed harsh yet were profoundly comforting. "Oh dear, if you were to add that now, it would surely fail. I trust you are not so foolish." "Are you?" To this day, she vividly recalls the look of disdain on the dragon's face. Pansy sat before the cauldron, a silly smile adorning her face as she occasionally added a few herbs, stirring them gently, as she felt a slight numbness in her backside after sitting for a while. The concoction within the pot gradually diminished. She added the final ingredient, the juice of the fragrant grass. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Seizing the moment, she swiftly extinguished the flame. This action, reminiscent of a time long past, brought to her mind the thought, how she wished her brother and the others were present. Pansy gazed at the unicorn on the ground, some of them nibbling on the moss. Indeed, she was filled with anticipation for its extraordinary powers. Pansy returned to the quaint town and chanced upon a charming bakery, her curiosity piqued to sample some delights. She paused, standing beside the display window at the entrance, where an array of breads and cakes was beautifully showcased within the glass cabinet. Pansy, These items are quite different from those of your. Shall we give them a try? After contemplating for quite some time, Pansy still could not decide which type of cabinet to purchase. Pansy furrowed her brow in slight distress, pondering, well, everything appears to be quite appealing, yet I cannot possibly purchase them all. Pansy gazed upwards, and the proprietor of the shop seemed to discern her dilemma. Approaching her, he kindly suggested, Miss, are you having trouble finding something you fancy to eat? It appears that every option is quite delectable, wouldn't you agree? Pansy heard someone calling her name and looked up. Before her stood a young woman, her hair neatly wrapped in a simple square scarf, her modest hairstyle impeccably arranged. A professional smile graced her lips as she said, Miss, I truly believe this croissant is perfect for you. Many children adore it. Pansy cast her gaze downward at the croissant recommended by the woman. Isn't this the same meal Draco treated me to at the hospital? Pansy reflected that he seemed to quite enjoy this delicacy. Perhaps he should purchase two? The woman, having discerned his thoughts, recommended, these were freshly baked just half an hour ago. However, we have already sold a great many. These are the last two. If you wish to buy, we also offer flower arrangements in our shop. Pansy suddenly became intrigued and curiously inquired, what is it? The woman, gazing at her with delight, replied, some dried flowers, and there is also a small box. You may choose a gift. Pansy found it quite amusing. She turned and stepped into the shop. In a corner, a mirror inadvertently reflected her face. Pansy remarked, all right, I'll take these two croissants, wrapped separately. And for the pineapple bun, please pack two for me. Pansy approached the small gift area she had mentioned and inquired, may I take two? The woman, evidently pleased, nonchalantly replied, you may choose four to take with you. Pansy began to grasp the situation, yet the money she possessed was merely a source of joy for her. Very well, I shall select these four items. She chose 2 pairs of identical socks and 2 pairs of matching gloves. This should be 1 galleon and change, correct? After completing her purchase, she carefully carried the beautifully wrapped box nestled within a paper bag, having also prepared some tissue paper. Pansy gazed at these items and chuckled. This proprietor is indeed quite amusing. Pansy excels in marketing strategies, customer service, and packaging. However, it is perplexing why they have chosen to open such a modest establishment. Pansy, utilizing her ability to shift shapes, entered Draco's outer chamber, the door ajar. She surveyed the room, finding it devoid of occupants. However, she discerned the sound of running water emanating from the bathroom on the right side of the room. Pansy felt a tinge of helplessness. It seems she is in the midst of a bath. Well, I shall head downstairs to seek Aunt Sha. As she stepped out, she spotted Dobby, who was busily arranging items on a tray in the living room below. Pansy greeted him, Dobby. Good day to you. Dobby, upon seeing Miss Pansy, beamed with a bright smile and replied, good day, Miss Pansy, while graciously bending down in respect. Pansy, this Dobby resembles Joeline so much. Pansy inexplicably felt a twinge of sympathy. Dobby is so thin. Dobby, come here. I have something for you. Dobby obediently approached, standing at the threshold of Draco's room. A hint of confusion crossed his features. What could Miss Pansy possibly want to give me? Pansy turned and entered the room. Retrieving a packaged pineapple bun from her bag, she emerged and placed it gently into Dobby's hands. The warm pineapple bun still radiated its expected warmth. At that moment, as Dobby held the item, he was momentarily bewildered. What is this? Upon witnessing his foolish demeanor, Pansy offered a faint smile and raised an eyebrow at him. Dobby, this is a treat I have prepared for you. Why not open it and savor the taste? Dobby, feeling somewhat bewildered as no one had ever invited him to share a meal, slowly unwrapped the package with a look of utter astonishment. Pansy, what have I truly missed in the past? I heard that he later gained his freedom, yet he still perished in his endeavor to save Harry Potter. Pansy, with a tinge of guilt, urged, do taste it. Dobby observed Pansy's expression with a hint of curiosity, then glanced at the bread before him, emanating an irresistible aroma. Under Pansy's insistence, he gently took a bite. The moment his tongue made contact with the bread, his eyes sparkled with delight. The bread, freshly baked, revealed the tenderness of the pineapple filling. Dobby took several more hearty bites, tears streaming uncontrollably from the corners of his eyes. Yet his face was adorned with a blissful smile. Noticing his tears, Pansy hurried back to her room, fetching a few tissues to wipe them away. Pansy, Dobby, do not weep. If you enjoy it, I shall bring you more next time. Upon witnessing Miss Pansy's distress due to his tears, Dobby sniffled, his voice quivering with emotion. I am sorry. It truly is delectable. Thank you. Draco, having just emerged from the bathing chamber, observed Pansy tenderly wiping Dobby's tears and comforting him. Draco, Am I merely imagining Pansy's presence? He dried his hair with a towel and approached the doorway. Overhearing their conversation, leaning against the doorframe, he felt a twinge of displeasure. Once Dobby expressed his gratitude, he noticed his master gazing at him with an icy demeanor. Dobby, startled, recoiled slightly. Miss Pansy, I have other matters to attend to. I shall take my leave. With that, he hurriedly descended the staircase, leaving only a fleeting silhouette. Upon reaching the lower floor, he exited the parlor, as if fearing that lingering a moment longer would invite peril. Pansy gazed at his retreating figure in confusion, unable to comprehend why he had suddenly dashed away so swiftly. Draco, standing nearby, remarked with an icy tone, "Still watching? Do you intend to follow him down?" Pansy shivered slightly, thoroughly startled by his sudden appearance, her voice tinged with unsteady emotion as she exclaimed, "What are you doing? You scare me to death by appearing out of nowhere." Draco, however, merely took his towel and returned to his room, disregarding Pansy at the doorway. He settled at his desk, gazing at the items scattered across its surface while drying his hair in silence, enveloped in a heavy stillness. Pansy followed him into the room and inquired, "What's the matter? Are you feeling down?" Pansy bit her lower lip and uttered the words, "Do you still like the gift I gave you?" Upon hearing this, Draco ceased his motion of drying his hair. He turned to her with a cool, detached gaze, his gray eyes narrowing slightly, filled with an inquisitive and playful glint. The words he spoke made Pansy feel somewhat uneasy. "Like it? You gave me so many books merely so I could read them at home. Is that it?" After saying this, he wrung out the damp towel and hung it back in the bathroom, returning to stand before Pansy, his platinum hair still wet, droplets cascading from it. "Where have you been all day?" Pansy found herself at a loss for words. She had never encountered a little dragon quite like this one before, its presence feeling strangely unfamiliar. Pansy explained nervously, "Of course not. I only gifted it to you because I noticed your fondness for it." She lifted her gaze to meet his eyes directly, and from this angle, it was apparent that she was a head shorter than him. Draco, clad in his Slytherin emblazoned pajamas, revealed a prominent collarbone, and the faint scent of shower gel lingered on him after his recent bath. Draco regarded her expression, how foolish she appeared, reminiscent of a rabbit, and, observing her silliness, he displayed a hint of a frosty smile. Pansy, feeling a twinge of fear, took a step back. "I brought you some food," she offered. "It's a new product. Would you like to try it?" Draco scoffed. "Oh, you even bought me food. What did you get? Surely it's not for that much, is it?" Pansy observed Draco seated glumly on the bench. She understood that his little dragon was undoubtedly annoyed, so she approached from behind, wrapped her arms around his neck, and gently remarked, "Come now, do not be upset. I visited the doctor today and obtained some medication. My friend invited me over to her house to play, and, well, I may have indulged a bit too much and momentarily forgotten." Draco found a trace of humor in her words. "What you do is of no concern to me. I certainly would not tell you that I have been searching for you all day." Pansy, so he has been searching for me for quite a while, and is thus upset. As Pansy closed her eyes during the moment of transformation, her head languidly rested upon his shoulder. Now it was Draco's turn, feeling rather uncomfortable. "Draco, what manner of action was this?" Pansy opened her eyes and leaned in closer. Her face brushing against Draco's ear as she spoke in a voice laced with allure. "What's the matter? Are you upset?" Draco felt a warm sensation near his ear, a tickling sensation that prompted him to rise from his seat and turn to face her. At this moment, Pansy looked at him with a sense of grievance and, with a hint of reproach, said to Draco, "Do not presume that this will earn your forgiveness." Pansy did not respond to him. Instead, she stood there, weeping softly. Pansy gazed at Draco with tear-filled, shimmering eyes, each delicate, curled lash adorned with glistening droplets. Her amber eyes, embellished by the tears, resembled jewels nestled within a spring's crystalline waters. Pansy softly sniffled and said, "So you won't pay any attention to me from now on, will you?" Draco suddenly felt a wave of pity for Pansy. Her eyes were red, as if she had done something wrong. Draco pondered, should I offer her some comfort? Pansy found an opportunity to express herself, swiftly wrapping her arms around his waist and nestling herself within his embrace. Pansy spoke with a slight whimper in her voice. "Today my brother bullied me, and you're also angry with me. Doesn't he anyone like me?" Draco found himself at a loss for where to place his hands. Hearing her cry stirred a sense of irritation within him, compelling him to wish for her tears to cease. In a gentle tone, Draco reassured her. "I searched for you all day today and couldn't find you. How could I not be upset?" Pansy nestled within his embrace, a mischievous smile gracing her lips as she spoke with a hint of tears in her voice. "But I have brought you food, haven't I? I merely sought my friend for a bit of solace." With that, She tilted her head to gaze at Draco. Her eyes reddened from tears and her little nose slightly flushed from weeping. Draco felt a pang of guilt, realizing he might have been too harsh. All right. I am no longer upset with you. Please, cease your tears, will you? Pansy, clutching him even tighter, exclaimed. You have no idea how frightened I was when my brother tried to scare me today. I utterly detest such things, as you well know. I even scraped my hand. Draco, feeling somewhat exasperated, perhaps I shouldn't be angry with her after all, affectionately stroked Pansy's head, his voice gentle as he inquired, Whom did you seek out today? Harry Potter? Pansy felt an inexplicable chill as she spoke, promptly rising from his embrace and responding with a semblance of seriousness. How could that be? I merely visited a friend's house. Draco squinted at her, his skepticism evident. Noticing his disbelieving expression, Pansy tugged at his hand playfully. So, are you upset because I sought the company of another boy? I assure you, I did not. Upon my return, I even brought you some food. If we don't eat it now, it may grow cold. Draco sighed and replied, Today, I spoke with your brother. Should he ever bully you again, I shall gladly intervene on your behalf. Pansy felt a surge of emotion, thinking to herself, Indeed, my little dragon is the best. She produced a pineapple bun and offered it to Draco, explaining, I saw this in the display case and thought it looked delicious. I guessed you would enjoy it. So do try it. Draco glanced at the pineapple bun in his hand, recalling that it was indeed the same one that Dobby had just eaten. With a slight frown, he remarked, Was that also what Dobby had just consumed? Pansy gazed at Draco, a smile gracing her lips, and sighed inwardly, Oh, how wonderful it would be if every day could be like this. Her heart and eyes were filled with thoughts of that boy. Pansy inquired delicately, Is your hair still wet? Draco glanced at his own hair dismissively and shook his head. It's nothing. Hurry and eat. Once you're done, you should head back. It's quite late. Pansy took a large bite of her croissant and exclaimed, Truly, you are both handsome and kind. Where could one find such a wonderful friend like you? Draco responded calmly, As long as you like it, I hope you will always think this way. Her manner of eating is indeed quite bold. There is no trace of a demure lady in Pansy. Ha ha. You are both clever and foolish. Pansy, indeed, quite immodest. The matter I promised you last time is precisely what I am explaining to you now. Pansy, I am the version of myself from 12 years hence. You must be aware of that. I have returned once more. Previously, I was somewhat unstable, which led me to slumber. I have also come to know my present self, who is here as well. I have resolved to seek a means to merge our souls. Draco, upon hearing her words, appeared puzzled. Why must we merge? Pansy remained silent for a moment, and then, with a touch of melancholy, she spoke. But I cannot usurp her rightful life. Time may allow me a second chance. Yet too many alterations might lead to her disappearance, wouldn't it? A hint of tension manifested on Draco's otherwise indifferent face as he inquired, Is that truly the case? Pansy exhibited a smile that was even more unappealing than tears. She felt content, relishing the notion that every moment of yours belonged solely to her. Pansy, I have no intention of finding a way back. Being here is quite agreeable, even if one day I may vanish. Everything returning to its original course is beyond my capabilities. Draco furrowed his brow. Will she truly disappear? Draco remained silent for a moment, gazing at Pansy, whose hair was still damp. After contemplating, he realized that it was still the heart of winter. He retrieved his wand and cast a drying charm. Pansy feigned ignorance of his expression, continuing to nibble on her croissant. Meanwhile, she cast a smile at the somewhat silent Draco. Pansy's head hung slightly. Lost in contemplation, I shall not depart. Even if one wishes for my disappearance, it remains impossible. I am but a singular persona. Without integration, I shall fade away. Pansy delightedly indulged in her bread, swiftly finishing the last morsel. Draco felt a tinge of melancholy, his emotions swirling within him. Her eyes are undeniably bright. What is it that makes her always appear so hopeful? Pansy gazed at his pallid complexion, as if veiled in a delicate frost, exuding an air of melancholy and complexity. Pansy, I suppose I should refrain from teasing him, Pansy whispered softly. Pansy withdrew a notebook and, seizing a pen, swiftly inscribed a line of text upon its pages. Pansy glanced at the nightgown she was wearing, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Alas, how careless of me. Pansy could hardly contain her excitement, no matter what. This time she must retrieve Alina. Glancing at the mirror, Pansy helplessly changed back into her outfit. Once she was dressed, she slipped on her shoes. Pansy's own spectre materialized at the roadside. Few idle souls wandered the street, while the glass windows flanking the thoroughfare mirrored the stillness of the night. A hint of earth clung to her leather shoes, and her bangs obscured the emotions dancing in her eyes. She did not employ any form of apparition. Instead, she strolled alone along the avenue. The soft patter of her little shoes echoed as they trod upon the cracked cobblestones. From her pocket, she withdrew a piece of paper and cast a fleeting glance at it before lifting her gaze to the gathering mass of dark clouds on the horizon. Where might Pansy's home be? Pansy traversed the places they frequented, searching back and forth from their initial encounter to their final meeting. Pansy, well, it truly cannot be found. Never mind, I shall just ask someone. Pansy entered a bar and effortlessly ascended to a 1 square meter seat. This maneuver left many around her in awe. A young man with a somewhat explosive hairstyle speculated aloud she must have taken a compound potion. After uttering this, he provocatively cast several glances her way. Pansy remained oblivious to it all, the vibrant hues of the bar's lights causing her eyes to blur slightly. She turned to the bartender inside and said, "I wish to find someone." As she spoke, she placed a gold doubloon on the table and tapped it lightly. Her deep-set eyes, hidden beneath her fringe, sparkled with a bright light, yet her demeanor exuded a sense of nonchalance. Pansy pondered for a moment before speaking again. "If you assist me in locating her, this golden crown shall be yours." She estimated that the girl was roughly of her age, a young lady. The bartender glanced at the girl perched atop the bar and surmised she was barely over 6 years old. A slight furrow formed on the bartender's brow, pondering whether this was indeed a case of an adult and a concoction resulting in such a peculiar situation, even going so far as to pay a handsome sum to seek assistance. He took a couple of steps toward Pansy until they were face to face and remarked, "You are searching for the daughter of that old gambler, aren't you?" At this hour, the young girl should still be at home. Her residence is a diminutive grass hut located in the narrow alley adjacent to number 168 in Fando Lane. Pansy raised her delicate eyebrows, retracting her hand from the pile of gold coins. "I hope what you say is true. I shall go find her. Farewell." Clad in a haute couture dress, she gracefully leaped from her chair, her petite leather shoes tapping confidently against the floor as she exited with an air of pride. The young man with the voluminous hair, who had shown an unusual interest in her since her arrival, discreetly followed her departing silhouette. Pansy stepped outside the shop and walked a few paces before concealing herself in a nearby alley. Just as she was about to retrieve her wand, she overheard a young man conversing at the entrance of the alley. With a voluminous hairstyle, the young man approached until Pansy could fully discern his face. "Pansy," filled with confusion, inquired, "Quirinus Quirrell?" The young man with the explosive hair approached her with an unsettling grin playing upon his lips, asking, "Who are you looking for, little one?" As he spoke, he extended his hand, seemingly intending to touch Pansy's hair. Pansy took a step back and, with a flick of her wand, opened her hand. Pansy felt a chill of cold sweat trickling down her back. Could it be Voldemort? Surely, her luck couldn't be that dire. No, she had to leave at once. Pansy lifted her delicate face, her expression brimming with arrogance. "Who do I wish to find? What business is it of yours? You resemble a lump of dung. Do not dare to touch me with those claw-like hands of yours. Beware, for I may very well end your existence." As she spoke, Pansy brandished her wand, pointing it directly at Quirinus Quirrell. He took a few steps back, displaying a hint of trepidation. However, Quirinus Quirrell did not appear angry. Instead, he bore a rather sinister smile. "Oh, you possess a wand, do you? But can you wield it effectively? Oh dear, I am so frightened. Are you not concerned about finding yourself in Azkaban, my dear little sister?" Pansy feigned calmness and uttered softly, "What brings you to me?" Kino retracted the hints of amusement from the corners of his lips, his gaze, cold and shadowy, fixated on her, observing this young lady, barely standing at 1.2 meters. He spoke in a deep, resonant voice. "Who exactly are you searching for?" Pansy observed the stern scrutiny reflected in his gaze. Alas, he must be Voldemort, surely. That cowardly Chino would not exhibit such demeanor. Pansy, first altering her appearance to avoid recognition, extended her palm to cover half of her face. When she removed her hand, that side of her visage resembled melting ice cream, layers of thick skin peeling away. The other half of her face transformed into that of a middle-aged woman, with a flat nose adorned with prominent blackheads and unsightly large freckles dotting beneath her eyes. Such a ruse is unparalleled in the magical realm. He will undoubtedly perceive this as my true likeness. The hue of her irises shifted to a pale blue as Pansy spoke again. "How dare a failure question me?" She lifted her chin defiantly, locking her gaze onto Chino, her expression brimming with mockery and provocation. Chino, taken aback by the dramatic transformation of the girl before him, instinctively retreated 2 steps. He then retrieved his wand from within his garments, directing it towards Pansy. Pansy twisted her neck, producing a series of discordant crackles. The hand gripping the wand had grown frail and aged, marred by unsightly scars. At that moment, Pansy's voice emerged with a piercing sharpness. As if clawing its way from the depths of hell, I am aware of your Horcrux, and while I could end you, I have no desire to do so. Do not squander my time here. Leave now, farewell. Pansy wished to depart, yet the opposing Chino had no intention of allowing her to escape. He cast a soul-binding curse. Imperio aimed directly at her. The vibrant green spell struck the wall of the alley, dissipating into the air and emanating a haunting green glow. Pansy suddenly materialized at his side. The chilling aura emanating from Kamisato seemed poised to pierce the very essence of the man before her. As she discerned the situation, Pansy unhesitatingly raised her wand, unleashing a spell of genuine harm, Sectum Sempra. The incantation struck with precision, carving a multitude of deep, elongated gashes across Professor Quino's form. His wand was sent flying, and he crashed against the wall, tumbling once more to the ground. His body curled slightly, emitting soft whimpers. As crimson blood stained his outer robe, filling the air with a pungent scent of iron from the alleyway. His once vibrant visage turned pallid, blood pooling around him. While his gaze remained fixed upon Pansy, his eyes refusing to close. Pansy revealed a rather bland smile, yet upon her unremarkable visage, it appeared strikingly jarring. Pansy extended her hand into the air, and the wand of Chino landed in her grasp, accompanied by the sound of a cacophony. Voldemort? Is that all there is to it? I have no intention of killing you. You brought this upon yourself. As soon as she finished her words, she vanished from sight. The cold night breeze swept through the alley, carrying the scent of blood, while Chino, lying on the ground, emitted a chilling laughter that only he could hear. Pansy, having arrived at the rooftop of number 12, Grimmauld Place with a few swift apparitions, restored her appearance. With a hint of trepidation, she glanced down at her attire and shoes, hoping they would not betray her identity. After all, her family maintained a cordial relationship with the Malfoy family, which she believed would shield her from any imminent peril. Pansy reassured herself, saying, "It's all right. It's all right. She mimics my appearance merely to attract attention. It seems I must learn a spell or two to counter the art of mental intrusion." Pansy leaped gracefully to the ground, a smile gracing her lips as she exclaimed, "The sensation of freedom is truly delightful." She trod on the muddy soles of her little shoes, traversing the somewhat eerie streets. The thoroughfare was devoid of pedestrians, with only shuttered shops and fluttering curtains in sight. The howling wind caused the window frames to creak, while the rustling sounds echoed endlessly through the underbrush. Pansy did not avert her gaze. Instead, she fixed her eyes on the path ahead, steadfastly making her way toward her destination. Suddenly, she heard the raucous laughter of a group of intoxicated men not far away. With a sense of resignation, she cast an invisibility charm and slipped past them. The leader of the drunken revelers exclaimed, "Let me tell you about that old beauty. She is as tender as they come. I'll take you all to have a taste." A bearded drunkard grinned lewdly, while the others, clutching their bottles, guzzled their drinks, their eyes glinting with lustful intent. Pansy did not linger. Instead, she quickened her pace to depart from that place. The neighborhood had always been notorious for its unsavory reputation, particularly in the alleyways, where such occurrences were hardly surprising. Yet, Pansy remained oblivious to the deserted street, as the sound of piercing footsteps echoed around her. This cacophony startled a few intoxicated men, prompting several to hurl their bottles in her direction. Had Pansy not evaded swiftly, she would have undoubtedly been struck. Pansy half closed her eyes, gazing at the scattered shards of broken bottles with a complex expression, remaining motionless. I swear, had it not been for the urgency of time, I would not be here at such a late hour. After casting a disdainful glance, she employed a technique of shadow shifting. Following a series of efforts, she finally discovered that secluded alley. Pansy thought to herself, "If it weren't for your kindness towards me, I would not have come here." Pansy cast a sidelong glance at the large bags of refuse piled in the corner, emanating a nauseating stench. A substantial pool of an unidentified liquid oozed at the entrance of the alley. If one were compelled to describe this visceral experience, it would be nothing short of repulsive. An unsettling disgust of the unknown. Pansy traversed the air with her magical prowess, making her way into the alley. She retrieved her handkerchief, gently covering her mouth and nose. A nauseating, acrid stench permeated this still, windless locale. Pansy felt that merely opening her eyes was a form of pollution. At Malfoy Manor, Draco had already completed his morning rituals and now lay in bed, clad in his silk pajamas, drifting into a realm of slumber. He had been lost in a dream of indescribable nature, akin to a solitary wanderer adrift in an endless void with no destination. Suddenly, an inexplicable light beckoned him forward. As he approached, the image grew clearer until he witnessed a figure being thrown violently to the ground, lying amidst a pool of blood. A piercing sound assaulted his ears, reminiscent of the sharp cries of hell's desolation. He sensed that the sound emanated from within himself. The visage of the fallen individual was unmistakably that of Kino. Though he did not recognize him, he merely noted the eyes, glistening with a fierce defiance directed at him, a pure essence of venomous resentment. A shiver of fear coursed through Draco, compelling him to retreat, yet he found himself inexorably drawn to the unfolding scenes. He heard every word that Pansy uttered just before her departure, each syllable etched in his mind. Curiosity piqued. He glanced at the wand clutched in his hand. Was it not Pansy's? A wave of horror washed over him as a chill seeped through his spine. Even in slumber, he felt an icy grip enveloping him. Then, he saw the dress and shoes Pansy had worn that day. It was only when she leaped down the stairs that he jolted awake. Draco emerged from his dream, breathing heavily, rolling up his sleeve to inspect his wrist, where the bracelet shimmered with a yellow light. Again, is this a dream or reality? He rose from his bed to drink some water and calm his nerves. Yet unease lingered, robbing him of sleep as he paced the room in his slippers. A sense of inexplicable agitation consumed him. For an inner voice insisted that this was not merely a dream but a reality. Perhaps I shall return tomorrow to uncover the truth. He wrestled with his thoughts, sleep eluding him. Wrapping a blanket around his shoulders, its excess trailing on the floor. He retrieved his diary from the necklace and diligently chronicled the events of his dream, the vivid scenes, the features of the person's face, the few words exchanged, and the alley's distinct characteristics. After meticulously detailing every aspect, he contemplated the entries, his brow furrowing deeper with each passing moment. He swallowed hard, increasingly convinced that the situation was far from simple. Even if Pansy is an adult, she should not engage in such perilous ventures. From what I know, Pansy would never harm anyone unprovoked. That fallen individual must have intended to do her harm. He took out his black feather quill and inscribed every detail that had crossed his mind that night until his hand ached from the effort. At last, he returned the diary to its place around his neck and pushed open the small window of his room. The moon tonight was exceptionally full. He gazed up at the solitary orb, its silvery light merging with the night's shadows, rendering his gray eyes devoid of discernible emotion. A gentle breeze stirred the dry leaves, which fell softly upon the pristine snow of the courtyard. In his mind, Cece found it amusing. Little she, do you truly believe he is angry? Little she replied, somewhat embarrassed. I assent he fierce? Allow me to handle it, Cece said with a hint of amusement. Little she, feeling helpless, conceded. Well then, I appreciate your assistance. Cece chuckled softly. No need for thanks. We must swiftly find a way to merge. This cannot be a lasting solution. Little she felt a warmth in her heart, envious of this self. Pansy closed her eyes, relinquishing control to Xiaoxi. In that moment of transition, her head slumped weakly against his shoulder. Now it was Draco's turn, feeling a sense of discomfort as he hesitated. Although Faikura towered over Pansy, he timidly approached, pressing his handprint onto the document, thereby signing his name. From a locked box, he retrieved a document belonging to Anlina and handed it to Pansy, who inscribed the gold coin spent for the purchase upon it. The transaction was dated for the following morning at 8 o'clock, and she affixed her handprint, signing her name with finality. Pansy felt a sense of delight, yet did not hesitate to issue a menacing warning. From now on, Alina is under my protection. Should you dare to harass or command her again, I shall shatter your teeth one by one and mix them into your very stomach. Pansy followed sickest Feklu and discovered Alina sleeping in the cellar, clad in tattered garments of unknown origin, emanating a foul odor. Pansy furrowed her brows and urged, rise and do not linger in slumber. Accompany me home. From this moment forth, you shall serve as my personal maid. Awoken from her dreams, Alina appeared bewildered. However, upon glancing at her typically fearsome adoptive father, who now resembled a quail trailing behind a girl several years her junior, she felt a twinge of apprehension. The visage of this woman was indeed daunting, instilling a sense of fear within her. Sickest Flecker bellowed in a gruff voice, hurry up and gather your belongings. Depart with her. You need not return here henceforth. Sickest Flecker's gaze was as frigid as ice, fixated on Alina. Pansy wore a frosty expression and curtly admonished, stop daydreaming and hurry up. Alina, her eyes glistening with fear, refrained from weeping, pleading, please, father, do not sell me. I will work hard. Sicker's Fikru, his visage stern, declared with unwavering resolve, you must promptly escort this esteemed young lady away from here. Even if you toil your entire life, You shall never earn 3 gold coins and 1 silver sica. I have no desire to strike you at this moment. Alina cast a glance at her adoptive father. Comprehending that this time, she had no choice but to depart. An unsettling dread loomed over her regarding the unknown that awaited. She was acutely aware that even if she remained, her existence would be unbearable, subsisting on nearly expired bread, perpetually hungry and restless, subjected to relentless exploitation. If only she were to confront a murderer who found pleasure in their grim work, that might have been preferable. Steeling herself against her inner trepidation, her gaze now held a flicker of determination, as if bracing for a final confrontation with fate. Pansy observed the girl's hands trembling incessantly, and a twinge of sympathy welled within her. It was only when the girl took away a somewhat worn diary, an exceedingly tattered spellbook, and a crumpled letter contained within a faded cloth pouch that Pansy felt a deeper pang of emotion. Pansy, is that a letter from Hogwarts? Pansy retrieved gold galleons and silver sickles from her pocket and presented them to Sycash Ficlu. Upon receiving the coins, an overwhelming joy illuminated Sycash Ficlu's face, nearly rendering him dizzy. He repeatedly murmured his gratitude, his body bending in deep bows as he exclaimed, "Thank you, miss. Thank you ever so much for your generous gift." Pansy, with her amber-hued eyes, gazed upon the obsequious figure before her with an unwavering calm. Unable to restrain her concern, she gently advised, "Money is fleeting. It would be wiser for you to seek a respectable job and drink less." She reached out and grasped the trembling girl's hand, swiftly guiding her out of the room. Pansy stepped outside, gently draping one arm around the girl's shoulders, and employed a spell of translocation. Returning to her abode in approximately 15 minutes. As Pansy touched down, she released her grip from the girl's shoulders. The girl sank to her knees, her legs devoid of strength, while she still panted softly. Pansy transformed her visage back and crouched down, observing her with a hint of amusement. "Shona, so this is how you were in your childhood." Pansy extended her hand, lifting the girl who had her head bowed on the ground. "Look at my face." And Lina, compelled to comply, dared not disobey and raised her eyes. Before her was a perfectly shaped oval face, adorned with sparkling, expressive eyes that fluttered like a doll in a shop window. Furthermore, the exquisite haute couture gown she wore, though slightly dusted, retained an air of regal elegance reminiscent of a princess from a fairy tale. And Lina found herself momentarily astounded, rendered speechless before the figure before her. Pansy waved her hand in front of her. "Get up from the ground. From now on, you shall be my personal maid." Alina inquired, "Is this truly how you used to be?" Pansy gazed at her foolish appearance and helplessly remarked once more, "Get up." Alina set down her bag and responded, "All right, miss." She rose from the ground and tidied her hair, wishing to leave a favorable impression on this charming young lady. Pansy gazed at the young lady before her, noting her attire. Perhaps it would be better to lend her my clothing. Taking a few steps forward, she retrieved a simple dress from the wardrobe and tossed it into the girl's arms. "Go on, take a bath." Pansy suddenly realized that her words might hurt Alina's self-esteem. With a gentle smile, she explained, "I have a penchant for cleanliness. I am quite fastidious." Alina, feeling somewhat surreal, nervously tugged at her dress. Was it a nightgown? She recalled having seen something similar among discarded newspapers on the ground, presumably a new item from the 14-week collection. Once she grasped the situation, Alina hastily shook her head, intent on returning the dress to Pansy. A hint of panic crossed her face as she exclaimed, "Miss, this is unacceptable. It is far too precious." Pansy glanced at the girl before her, and she realized what needed to be done. With a discontented expression, she coldly remarked, "If you wish to wear it, then wear it. Pansy, please go wash up first. Make sure to clean the bubble stains off the floor for me." Alina glanced at the young lady's face, sensing her displeasure. With her head bowed low, she clutched her dress tightly and entered the lady's bathing chamber. Once inside, she locked the door and tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably, a blend of sorrow, fear, shock, happiness, and gratitude enveloping her. She had finally endured it all. No longer would she be burdened with endless tasks every day. Alina lowered her gaze to sniff the dress the lady had given her, detecting a faint scent of fruit, reminiscent of green apples. Alina thought to herself, "No wonder the lady was so eager for me to take a bath." She then glanced at her own attire and brought her nose closer, only to be met with an indescribable sour odor. Alina's expression soured. Alas, it is no wonder the lady finds me repulsive. Pansy enthusiastically knocked on the door, nearly startling her. "What are you doing in there? Are you having trouble washing up? Would you like me to assist you?" Alina felt an inexplicable warmth in her heart as she replied, "I apologize, miss. I am new here and got a bit distracted." Pansy heard a rather foolish reply emanating from within. Glancing at the tightly shut bathroom door, a myriad of emotions surged within her. She turned on the shower head, cautiously adjusting the water temperature and wet her hair. On the shelf, she discovered 4 or 5 bottles of shampoo. Anina couldn't help but murmur to herself how extravagant it was to possess so many shampoos. She diligently rinsed her hair, watching as some dirt flowed away with the cascading water. In the mirror, her reflection appeared somewhat disheveled, and she pondered whether the scars on her body might frighten the young lady. Consequently, she rinsed her hair with even greater care, feeling a sense of unease. She washed it once more. When it came time to cleanse her body, she revealed numerous scars of various sizes, none of which bore unblemished skin. Some injuries had faded, yet faint scars remained, causing Anina to feel momentarily lost in thought. However, she soon resumed her washing routine with body wash. Each time the lather brushed against her wounds, a sharp sting pierced through her, yet she remained meticulous, refusing to relent in her cleansing despite the pain. As time ticked away, after half an hour she was nearly finished. Pansy knocked on the door, and Anina opened it just a crack, hiding behind it. Pansy thoughtfully handed her a dry towel, saying, "Please use mine first." Anina nodded and smiled in response. After washing up, Anina donned a pale yellow nightgown adorned with tiny stars, gently drying her hair with the pristine white towel. Pansy gazed at this clean and lovely girl before her, unable to restrain her admiration, reflecting, "I always thought she was incredibly adorable." Pansy approached and scrutinized her, gently caressing her cherubic face adorned with charming freckles. Her unkempt eyebrows appeared somewhat disheveled. Softly curled, chestnut-hued locks framed her visage, while her complexion, albeit slightly dark, exuded a sense of robust health. However, she appeared rather slender, and her body bore numerous scars. Pansy extended her hand and gently touched Alina's damp hair. With a drying spell, her hair instantly transformed into a clean, voluminous state. Alina felt a sense of enchantment as she ran her fingers through her now dry locks. Blushing shyly, she nodded slightly and said, "Thank you, Monsieur." Pansy exclaimed with a hint of impatience, "Go lie on the bed. I need to take a shower. I feel as if I might perish from the stench." Upon finishing her statement, she revealed a smile that was more pitiable than tearful. Alina couldn't help but find her mistress utterly charming. With a graceful gesture, Pansy reached towards the wardrobe, her hand sweeping through the air as the closet doors swung open. With a delicate flick of her finger, a dress floated out from within the wardrobe. She then extended her hand towards the drying rack, and with another elegant motion, a towel suspended there appeared in her grasp. Pansy, with a hint of ostentation, cast a flirtatious glance and remarked, "Impressive, isn't it? Ordinary individuals could never achieve my level." As Pansy entered the bathing chamber, the lights illuminated automatically, and the water was perfectly adjusted to an inviting temperature. The bathing ball effortlessly dispensed shower gel, generating a frothy lather. Pansy gracefully approached the bathing area and, with a playful smile, turned to say, "No peeking, the door will close." Instantly, the door shut itself. Alina, somewhat astonished, remarked, "Miss, your control is truly impressive. None of the wizards I have encountered possess such remarkable abilities." She made her way to the bed, sinking into the plush mattress, enveloped by a surreal sensation that pervaded her thoughts. "I will take excellent care of the miss," Alina vowed, glancing at the exquisite garment she wore. "This is the first time I've donned such an expensive outfit, and it is impeccably clean." Pansy was simultaneously bathing and washing her hair. Yet her mind wandered to the thought of meeting Draco the next day. Would he be upset about today's events? Although she knew that little Cece would not comfort him, she felt somewhat overwhelmed herself. And Lena felt a bit drowsy, yet she dared not succumb to sleep, speculating that this bed must belong to the lady of the house. In less than 10 minutes, Pansy had finished her cleansing ritual. After drying her body, she emerged clad in her garments. With a drying spell, she swiftly dried her hair, which fell in a neat and tidy bob. Pansy, adorned in her petite slippers, trod softly upon the floor, producing a rhythmic patter. Upon emerging, she set down the towel she held, casually draping it over the rail of the bathing area. Seated at her desk, the drawer opened with an almost mystical ease, and the fountain pen danced across the page, leaving a trail of ink behind. Alina, perched upon the bed and observing the young lady's seamless actions, marveled. Is there magic in her hands? How splendidly efficacious. Pansy had long since overheard her little maid murmuring to herself, "Pansy, the effectiveness of magic truly depends on the wielder. Having grown accustomed to utilizing magic to ease my burdens, I find it to be a rather delightful and effortless experience." And Lena, sitting obediently by the bedside, approached as Pansy departed, Come now, let us retire for the night. From now on, you shall reside with me. Pansy reached out and grasped the air above the table. A wand soared into her hand, and with a single incantation, the bed before her transformed into a spacious double bed. Pansy, it's all right. Just sleep. Tomorrow I will go buy you some medicine. Anina, upon hearing the young lady's words, felt her pupils slightly dilate. Pansy gently stroked her softly curled long hair and remarked, "What is there to be surprised about? If you didn't know better, one might think I was mistreating my maid." Alina, still somewhat uneasy, nestled beside her mistress. The plush bedding enveloped her in a dreamlike, yet tangible sensation. Initially restless, her fatigue overcame her. After cleansing her skin, it felt smooth and refreshed, and the fragrant ambience of the surroundings soothed her senses. With her taut nerves finally relaxed, she drifted into a peaceful slumber. Pansy opened her eyes after falling asleep. Tomorrow morning, she would be sent to the Misty Valley, accompanied by chasing forest. Otherwise, my father would undoubtedly. As Pansy felt a wave of drowsiness wash over her, her eyelids grew heavy, and amidst her wandering thoughts, she succumbed to slumber. After she fell asleep, tendrils of purple spiritual energy began to emanate from her being, filling her bed with a delicate bloom, a small, subtle violet pansy, its petals not overly pronounced. The following morning, as the first light of dawn began to pierce the horizon, Pansy yawned and called upon her maid to awaken. Under Pansy's eyelids lay two small dark circles. "Wake up. Wake up. Don't sleep anymore. I want to take you to a place," Anina said weakly as she rubbed her eyes. "Miss, what is it?" Anina gazed with her innocent eyes. Clearly having rested well the previous night, her complexion noticeably improved. "Pansy, do not slumber any longer. Rise and shine. You shall venture to a certain place, and I shall retrieve you after a while." Alina, "Oh, very well." She rose from her bed, donning the tattered slippers she had brought with her, standing beside her lady's bed. Observing the worn footwear upon her own feet, she covered her forehead with her hand. Last night was rather hasty. Oh well, I shall let her wear my shoes for now. Pansy beckoned towards her wardrobe and shoe cabinet, causing 2 pairs of small leather shoes and 2 pairs of socks to arrange themselves automatically. There were 2 pairs of everyday wear, devoid of extravagant jewelry, diamonds, or pearls, adorned only with delicate lace patterns. Pansy appeared somewhat anxious and swiftly employed magic to exchange her attire with that of hers. Pansy beckoned towards her wardrobe and shoe cabinet, prompting the automatic arrangement of 2 pairs of petite leather shoes and 2 pairs of socks. There were 2 pairs of everyday style, devoid of extravagant jewelry, diamonds, or pearls, adorned only with some patterned lace. Pansy appeared somewhat anxious and, with a wave of her magic, swiftly changed her attire with that of her companion. Adorned in her own socks and shoes, Pansy sweetly urged, "Hurry and put on your socks and shoes. I wish to take you to a special place." As soon as Pansy uttered those words, she had already dressed herself. She rose swiftly from her chair at the desk. Anina, not daring to be negligent, hurriedly donned her socks and shoes. The soft sensation beneath her feet, coupled with the newness and comfort of the shoes, filled her with gratitude towards her mistress for her kindness. Pansy was using magic to comb her hair, as a wooden comb floated gracefully before her. Alina, with a touch of naivety, took the comb and carelessly ran it through her hair a couple of times. The instant her fingers grazed her tresses, she found herself momentarily entranced, realizing just how wonderfully smooth her hair could be. Upon noticing that she had tidied her hair, Pansy waved her hand and set the comb aside. She approached her side and gently wrapped her arm around her shoulders, assuring her, "I shall take you to a place. Do not be afraid." With a graceful flick of her wand suspended in the air, it soared towards her hand, landing perfectly within her grasp, a flawless disapparition. However, to her surprise, less than 10 minutes after her departure, her brother arrived to disturb her, banging on the wooden door with a resounding thud. Uttering a series of unkind remarks from outside, Pansy's mother was in her room attending to her personal grooming. Today, she and her husband were to address some business matters. Recent events had indeed become rather intricate, leaving them feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Thanks to the soundproofing enchantment in her room, she was oblivious to the commotion outside, and her husband was fast asleep in bed, emitting a rather grating snore. Pansy's mother glanced towards the direction of the bed. Her eyes filled with an overwhelming impatience as she urged, "Sir, awaken. We must attend to our affairs." Pansy, accompanied by Alina, ventured into the forbidden forest. As they approached its outskirts, a multitude of small creatures gathered around them. Pansy, overwhelmed by their incessant chatter, found it rather noisy. With a wave of her hand, she impatiently declared, Enough, I understand. Please disperse. Upon hearing her words, the little animals performed various anthropomorphic bows before retreating, their dejected expressions conveying a sense of loss that needed no translation. Alina observed this scene with a sense of bewilderment, struggling to find the appropriate words to describe the moment. Casting a wary glance at their surroundings, she felt an unsettling aura. The atmosphere was undeniably eerie, with a heavy, damp earthiness permeating the air. The ground was carpeted in a sickly yellow moss, seemingly devoid of life, perhaps a consequence of the winter season. Towering ancient trees loomed overhead, casting a shadowy pall over the forest, while the wind carried with it the pungent scent of decaying wood. Feeling a twinge of fear, she instinctively drew her feet closer together. Pansy reached out to nudge the little fool beside her, urging, "Stop daydreaming, let us go." Upon hearing her master's words, a hint of trepidation flickered within her as she followed obediently. She guided Anina to the ancient tree, lightly touched her ring, and entered the secret valley. Anina, with a rather pragmatic demeanor, stumbled and fell on her backside. Pansy, however, landed gracefully, observing the pained Anina on the ground. Stifling a smile that threatened to emerge, a peculiar sense of satisfaction welled within her. Anina felt somewhat embarrassed by her clumsiness. Rising from the ground to dust off her dress, her head bowed low. "This dress belongs to a lady. I mustn't soil it. How clumsy I truly am." Pansy seemed to perceive her thoughts. "No worries. This garment is yours to wear. It shall belong to you from now on, along with the shoes and socks." With a casual gait, Pansy stretched her arms and yawned lazily, her voice as melodious as a songbird. "Indeed, this place is like a perpetual spring." Upon hearing her words, Alina began to survey the surrounding scenery. She beheld vast fields of blossoms, stretching endlessly, encircled by layers of trees. Above, clouds floated gracefully in the sky, their shapes distinctly layered. The air was filled with the clear calls of various birds and the sounds of countless insects. Alina, in agreement, remarked, "Master, where are we? It truly resembles a scene from spring." Pansy walked ahead, yet she strolled with her eyes half closed, savoring the floral fragrance carried by the breeze. Pansy strolled leisurely to the front of the residence belonging to Chuelin, where she gently tapped on the door. Chuelin, having risen from his desk chair, swiftly opened the door. He stepped aside respectfully, bowing as he greeted, "Your Majesty." "Good morning." Pansy nodded. "Today, I have brought someone with me. Please take the time to teach her the spells and accompany her to purchase a wand. In a while, I will bring several assistants to aid you." Chasing Lin appeared quite pleased. "Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. I shall heed your teachings and provide her with thorough guidance." Pansy entered the room and plopped down onto the throne. Ever since her arrival, Alina had been utterly bewildered. A queen. Pansy glanced over, utterly perplexed by Alina's state, who added, "Chasing Lin. She is the steward here. And you? You are to become the future headmaid. However, for now, you must follow her to enhance your own skills." After Panchi finished speaking, she turned to Chuelin and said, "Chuelin, please enlighten her with the common knowledge she ought to possess. Also, how did the mutated vines perform last time?" Chuelin bowed and responded, "Your Majesty, the results were quite remarkable. The combat capability was effectively contained to below 3 adult wizards. Should the opponents be more formidable, 2 would pose no challenge either." After Chuelin's reply, a thought crossed his mind, and he continued, "However, not long ago, a number of Death Eaters sent reinforcements. On one occasion, they dispatched 5, of which I, in collaboration with the mutated vines, managed to eliminate 2, while the remaining 3 fled, severely injured." Pansy displayed a hint of delight. How truly unexpected. Pansy wore a significant smirk upon her lips. "Last night, I inflicted a grievous injury upon their master, Voldemort." Chasing Lin gazed at Pansy's face with a mix of excitement and disbelief. "Is this truly the case? My queen, you are unharmed, are you not?" Pansy shook her head and gestured. "Last night, in search of Alina, I ventured to the bar to inquire about her address. To my surprise, I was inexplicably targeted by someone who blocked my path, eager to discover whom I was seeking. They even foolishly assaulted me. It truly frightened me. I almost thought I would remain there forever." Chasing Lin regarded the seemingly indifferent girl before her, who recounted such perilous events in an effortlessly casual tone, fully aware that she was merely trying to spare her from worry. Yet, a hint of concern was evident on Chasing Lin's slightly chubby face. "Your Majesty," she said, "I believe we should assign some individuals to ensure your protection. What if your whereabouts were to be revealed?" Pansy revealed a smile that pierced the depths of one's heart, declaring, "Such words are unnecessary at present, for I am in disguise." Pansy lightly tapped the armrest of her seat and remarked, Let us go and witness the mutated vines. Pansy, Anina, you may remain here. She will return shortly to instruct you. I shall step out for a brief inspection with her. As Pansy touched the ring, it vanished into thin air. Anina marveled, my master is truly remarkable. Chualine glanced at the sweet-faced girl and instructed, why don't you find a chair and sit for a while? I shall return shortly. With a gentle smile, she departed the room. With swift strides, she made her way outside, where she unfurled her wings, the delicate, pale feathers shimmering as she soared into the sky. She entered a temporal rift and vanished from sight. Anina followed her to the threshold, and upon witnessing her master spread her wings, she gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. Her eyes fixated on the figures soaring above. And just as Chualine reached great heights, she suddenly disappeared beyond the horizon. In disbelief, Anina rubbed her eyes to assure herself that she was not imagining things. Fearfully, she curled her legs beneath her, retreating into the room. Reflecting on her master's earlier instructions, she resolved to return quietly indoors. Upon entering, she had noticed the multitude of houses, large and small, suggesting that many resided here. Caution urged her to refrain from wandering about. The thought of potential mishaps weighed heavily on her mind. Yet, recalling her mistress's kindness, Anina reassured herself that she must not be a villain. She stifled her unease, continually offering herself words of comfort. Pansy and Chualine approached the ancient tree beside the mutated vine. Pansy remarked, it seems that most of your worries should be alleviated now. After a while, I shall seek out a potion master to assist me in concocting the mutated vines, with the intention of transplanting several specimens near the forbidden forest, ideally encircling it. Observing the nearly 100-meter-long tendrils coiling and twisting in peculiar movements upon seeing her, Pansy found herself at a loss for words. Yet, a thought struck her, and she spoke earnestly, there is no alternative. It appears the forbidden forest cannot be open to outsiders. Given Voldemort's current state, he will likely attempt to procure unicorn blood. And all we can do is redirect his efforts elsewhere. Chasing Lin nodded in agreement, saying, indeed, having an ally makes a remarkable difference. Much of our time is also devoted to organizing ancient tomes. Pansy gazed at Chualine's face and sighed. As for the matter of the librarian, I fear I must seek others to fulfill this role. For now, I must rely on you, as you are the only one who brings me solace. After a moment of silence, Chualine comforted her. My queen, why should you worry? It is not imperative to restore this place. You need not carry such a heavy burden. Pansy donned a light black shirt dress, adorned with burgundy lace, embellished with charming little rabbits in delightful patterns. If it weren't for the presence of Chualine, who stood beside her with utmost respect, she would be indistinguishable from any ordinary girl. Pansy felt a slight wave of drowsiness, her complexion appearing somewhat pallid. It's nothing. I shall return, she remarked, a wan smile gracing her lips. This expression stirred a sense of concern within Chualine. Upon hearing her words, Chualine realized that Pansy's condition was less than optimal. Dark circles lingered beneath her eyes, and a myriad of blood vessels were visible in her gaze, rendering her expression reminiscent of illness. Chualine, taken aback and filled with worry, hastily responded, My queen, it would be best if you refrained from using your magic. Allow me to escort you home. You must prioritize your health, even though you currently possess formidable vitality and eternal youth. Pansy gazed at the individual before her, who was over 200 years her senior, and smiled softly. Indeed, irrespective of age, everyone has someone they cherish dearly. Chualine reached out and lifted Princess Pansy into her embrace. Pansy, feeling a tinge of exhaustion, nestled closer and confided, Chualine, you often feel like an older sister to me. As Chualine prepared to retrieve her wand, the queen's words resonated within her, causing her heart to tremble and her eyes to inexplicably glisten with unshed tears. It had been quite some time since anyone had spoken to her in such a manner. The last instance was 50 years prior. Instead of responding, she summoned her wand to escort Pansy home. During the prolonged moments of dizziness, Pansy felt an overwhelming fatigue wash over her, and she succumbed to a deep slumber. Chualine entered Pansy's chamber, pulled back the covers, removed her shoes, and tucked her in snugly. Chualine offered a slight bow and stepped back, whispering, May the queen have sweet dreams. However, she did not depart. Instead, she settled onto a nearby stool at the foot of the bed, remaining silent as she pondered various matters. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow upon the floor, while motes of dust danced in the air, accompanied by the cheerful chirping of birds outside. Chualine sat upright, her posture poised, yet her cherubic round face bore an expression laden with unspoken concerns. Indeed, Voldemort had made his move. How could she ensure Pansy's safety, given her tender age? Lost in contemplation, Joylene's thoughts plunged into an abyss, shrouded in mystery and uncertainty. Pansy slept deeply, her pallid face illuminated with a hint of vitality, though her poor mental state rendered her complexion even more ashen. Her long eyelashes resembled delicate fairy wings. From Pansy's being, a slender thread of soul energy emerged, and beside her ear, 2 small flowers blossomed, 2 vibrant purple pansies, more vivid and radiant than ever before. Joylene had long sensed the commotion and, upon noticing the flowers blooming beside the queen, approached for a closer look. She bent down, eager to touch them, but was taken aback by the surge of life energy that enveloped her. Was this vitality seeping outward? What could this possibly mean? If she were to sleep beside Miss Pansy every night, would she not be inhaling a concentrated essence of life? Joylene felt a stir of astonishment. Yet she dared not make a sound. Awakening the queen would be most unfortunate. She gazed anxiously at the 2 flowers, pondering whether to inform the queen upon her awakening. I must consult ancient texts to uncover the origin of these flowers, she thought. Just as Joylene's mind wandered far afield, a sudden knock at the door interrupted her reverie. Her sharp eyes flicked towards the entrance, annoyance etched on her face. How could anyone disturb the queen, especially when she was so fatigued? Casting a worried glance at the bed, she observed the queen, blissfully oblivious to the knocking, and felt a twinge of embarrassment. Could it be that she was so exhausted she wouldn't even stir? The knocking from outside was exceedingly polite. After 3 taps yielded no response, it came again. After a prolonged silence, a childish voice called out, Pansy, Pansy, please open the door. It's me. Joylene, hearing the faint plea, scoffed. How could such a soft whisper possibly rouse her? With uncertainty, Joylene glanced back towards the bed, only to see Pansy sitting up, her eyes wide open. Were it not for the furrow in her brow, Joylene might have suspected she was in a state of somnambulism. Pansy sat up from her bed, her feet dangling over the edge as her shoes laced themselves effortlessly. In a state of sleepy confusion, she approached the door, only to be startled into a swift retreat. Vanishing like a fleeting specter, Pansy, with her eyes still heavy with sleep, gazed at Draco outside the door, her voice laced with a hint of displeasure. What are you doing? Is there something you need? Draco's hand, poised to knock, hesitated in midair as he replied, uncertainty creeping into his tone. Are you still asleep? It's already 9:30. Pansy glanced at him, her mind momentarily contemplating the depths of his emotionless eyes. She reached out, tugging him inside, and swiftly shut the door behind them. Once inside, she pushed the bewildered Draco until he was seated beside the bed, leaning her head against his shoulder. She spoke in a languid tone. Now that you're here, let us share a bed. As she spoke, her shoes untied themselves effortlessly, and she slipped beneath the covers, contentedly closing her eyes. Draco found himself momentarily stunned, pondering, Pansy? What is she doing? One astonishing action followed another, leaving him no time to react. His limbs seemed to defy his commands. He attempted to voice a protest, but discovered he could neither part his lips nor emit a sound. Uncontrollably, he pulled back the covers on the other side of the bed, seamlessly sliding in and tucking himself in. He lay there, perfectly aligned, his hands demurely folded over his chest. Pansy, what are you doing? He tried to regain control of his body, only to realize that the only movement he could manage was the rotation of his eyes. Glancing sideways, he observed Pansy, already enveloped in slumber, his embarrassment palpable. Pansy, you. Yet, he found no justification to confront her, feeling an acute sense of frustration. After a while, he sensed Pansy wrapping her arm around his, the soft warmth of her touch causing his face to flush crimson in an instant. Pansy, as a lady, can't you behave more decorously? Let go of me. His sidelong gaze fixed upon Pansy, who was nestled against him, brimming with indignation. Is she truly asleep? Or is she fainting? Pansy seemed to sense something, letting out a few murmurs. As she groggily opened her eyes, she beheld an eye that was difficult to describe. Pansy clearly paid no heed, and instead uttered a remark that sent Draco's anger soaring. Why aren't you asleep yet? Just close your eyes, and you'll drift off in no time. Upon hearing this, Draco's eyelids succumbed to an uncontrollable heaviness. No matter how hard he tried, he could not pry them open. Draco seethed inwardly, thinking, Pansy, you have gone too far. If anyone had witnessed this scene, they would have noticed Draco's face flushed crimson, extending to his neck and ears. Whether from embarrassment or anger remained a mystery, while Pansy slept soundly, contentedly nuzzling against Draco's arm. Occasionally, he could hear her murmur in her dreams, Little dragon, stop it. Initially, Draco struggled, attempting to assert control over his body or eyelids. but to no avail. The fragrant, soft blankets and the evident sleep deprivation from the previous night gradually lulled him into a deep slumber, despite his lingering ire. In the forbidden forest, Joeline returned, entering the secluded valley as soon as he arrived. Upon stepping into the villa, he was taken aback to find Enlina sitting obediently in a chair. Their eyes met, and he was surprised, having spent a full 2 hours with the queen, yet 6 hours had passed here. Had she really been waiting for me all this time? No wonder the queen favored such a young, obedient child. Yet, there was no sign of impatience in her demeanor. Remarkable. Joeline suppressed his aloof demeanor and spoke with genuine concern. I apologize, Miss Enlina, for making you wait so long. A slight smile graced his lips, reflecting his good mood. Let us introduce ourselves. I am Joeline, the steward here, responsible for all matters concerning the forest. You must know where this is, right? He glanced at Enlina, raising an eyebrow. Enlina, startled, shook her head in guilt, her nails nervously digging into her palm. Joeline observed the somewhat introverted girl before him and realized that his words might have been overly clever. He stood up from his seat and approached Enlina, offering her a warm smile as he gently grasped her slightly clenched hand. Your Majesty has entrusted me with your care and guidance because she wishes for me to treat you as a sister or a student. There is no need to be nervous. Enlina timidly nodded, her eyes filled with tentative curiosity. Joeline thought, this young girl is rather intriguing. It seems I have my work cut out for me. Releasing her hand, he said, Come, let me take you to the library. You need to learn some basic spells first. As Joeline led the way, he explained, I handle a variety of matters here. I also oversee the flower fields to some extent, but my primary responsibility is to protect the unicorns and fairies within the forest. Unless there is an emergency, I mostly stay here organizing ancient texts. Enlina walked slowly behind him, keeping pace. Joeline remained attuned to the sounds behind him. Perhaps I should inform her that there aren't many people here. Speaking calmly about the tribe's struggles for survival and their eventual encounter with the queen, he noticed Enlina was listening intently, gradually grasping the context of the events. She felt a sense of peace wash over her, akin to a soothing balm. Joeline opened a peculiar wooden door, inserting a brass key and turning it, producing a rhythmic ticking sound reminiscent of a clock. The door bore intricate magical engravings, though their meanings eluded her. With a creak, the door swung open, and Enlina followed Joeline inside. Upon entering, she was awestruck by the sight before her. Countless books of all sizes lined the shelves, and there were even blackboards and desks for teaching purposes. The space was vastly different from what it appeared to be from the outside, as if it had been enchanted to expand. It could comfortably accommodate hundreds of students without feeling cramped. Joeline carefully explained, this room once served as a meeting place for the leaders, captains, elders, and the like. The protective team had a considerable number of members. Enlina examined the desks and chairs, which, aside from a thin layer of dust, seemed as good as new. Joeline, sensing her thoughts, added, the wood is crafted from the finest pine. Many pieces inscribed with protective runes, akin to low-grade magical artifacts. Enlina couldn't believe it, so every piece looks brand new. Joeline gently said to her, Please wait here a moment. I will fetch some books that you will need. He turned to leave, waving his hand as he stepped away. Instantly, the dim library was illuminated with bright flames. Enlina felt a wave of gratitude. The silence allowed her thoughts to spiral. Her expression was one of deep contemplation, her face shrouded in cold indifference. Will I be able to learn spells in the future? I also wish to save enough money to attend Hogwarts, but my father always seizes any money I manage to save. The warm orange light illuminated her tousled hair, revealing a pair of determined eyes, gazing at the splendid surroundings. She silently vowed that even if the lady, or rather, the queen, demanded her life, she would not hesitate. It suddenly dawned on her that, given her adoptive father's nature, subsisting on meager scraps and the money he earned would never be hers for school, she would never have the chance to study. Her appearance was hardly remarkable. With a bit of effort to conceal her freckles, he would sell her off to a dance hall. The question of how she would survive in this life seemed painfully clear. Her breathing quickened, and she couldn't help but smile sarcastically. How could she have been so foolish? Dreaming of receiving her father's love, of having a family, believing she could forge her own destiny with her own hands. How could she remain resolute in her belief that her father, no matter how terrible, would care for her despite repeated disappointments? At least, the room could comfortably accommodate hundreds of students without feeling cramped. Joeline, at this moment, explained with care. This space once served as a base for the leaders, captains, elders, and so forth, during their meetings, and the protective team had a considerable size. And Lina examined the desks and chairs. Aside from a thin layer of dust, they appeared brand new. Juelin anticipated her thoughts and added, "The wood is crafted from the finest pine, many inscribed with protective runes, akin to low-grade magical artifacts." And Lina could hardly believe it, so every piece looks brand new. Juelin softly said, "Please wait here for a moment. I will retrieve the books you need." As he turned to depart, he waved his hand, illuminating the dim library with a brilliant glow. And Lina felt a surge of gratitude. The quiet allowed her thoughts to swirl. Her face was set in a mask of cold indifference. Will I really be able to learn spells someday? I long to save enough for tuition at Hogwarts. However, the money would always be confiscated by her father. The warm, orange light illuminated her softly curled hair, concealing a pair of resolute eyes. Gazing at the opulence surrounding her, she silently resolved that even if she were to serve as a mere lady or a queen, she would not hesitate to sacrifice her life for it. It was only now that she suddenly realized, given her adoptive father's habitual behavior, that with his daily consumption of leftover food and refuse, and the money he earned never spent on her, she would never have the opportunity to attend school. Her appearance could be deemed average. With a little effort to conceal her freckles, he would sell her to a dance hall. The means of survival throughout her life seemed all too apparent. Her breath became increasingly rapid, and she could not suppress a sarcastic smile. How could she have been so foolish? Longing solely for her father's affection and the warmth of a home, believing she could create everything with her own hands? How could she still steadfastly believe that despite her father's shortcomings, he would continue to support her after countless disappointments? Under the candlelight, she revealed her palm, wishing to inspect her wounds. To her astonishment, the various cuts and bruises from yesterday had all healed, leaving only a faint white scar. In disbelief, she thought, "Where have my injuries gone? They healed far too quickly. Surely they would require at least 4 or 5 days." She turned her palm over, discovering the same miraculous healing on both sides. Even a bruise from a recent accident had vanished without a trace. Slightly incredulous, she rolled up her sleeve, only to find all her bruises had completely disappeared. Upon returning, Juelin noticed her peculiar examination of herself. Carrying a large brown paper package, Juelin inquired with curiosity, "What is the matter, Shiona? Is something wrong?" And Lina, puzzled, hurriedly recounted her discovery. "I merely wanted to see if my injuries had healed. But I found that all the wounds had vanished, and many of my bruises have disappeared too." Upon hearing her words, Juelin furrowed his brow. The vitality in the valley was indeed more potent than outside, perhaps twice as strong, but it shouldn't have resulted in such an effect. Gently placing the package on the table, a small cloud of dust rose, prompting Lina to cover her nose and cough. Juelin, noticing her continued coughing, offered an awkward smile, hinting at his embarrassment. He returned to the matter at hand, clearing his throat. "Ahem. It's because the queen exudes vitality. It just so happens that you absorbed it." After listening to his explanation, Lina felt her eyes welling with tears. Was this true? So, the reason the lady insisted on her sleeping beside her last night was to help her recover. The queen truly cared for her. She felt immensely fortunate. With a smile, she wiped away her tears and earnestly declared, "Juelin, I will diligently learn the spells to protect the queen and fulfill my duties to alleviate her burdens." With that, she formally bowed to him. Juelin nodded approvingly. "Very well. You are indeed the one chosen by the queen. I hope you won't disappoint me. Let us proceed." He reflected on the queen's nature. Though she was young, she consistently performed heartwarming deeds. It seemed such acts would only increase in the future. As Lina walked alongside Juelin, she contemplated everything he had shared with her. Finally shedding her reluctance to speak, she introduced herself. "I am Lina. From now on, that shall be my name." With a radiant smile, she began to recount her past. "I once lived under the care of a drunken man in a back alley. The wind tousled her curls, and the scent of blooming flowers surrounded her, illuminating her face with a myriad of sparkling glimmers." She paused momentarily, a fleeting sadness crossing her features before she continued. "He was my adoptive father, having adopted me from an orphanage. At that time, he did not indulge in alcohol. He had a mother, my grandmother, who adored me. We had some money back then, and he even owned a small shop in the alley. But after my grandmother passed away, his small vices grew exponentially. He soon squandered everything, indulging in gambling and drinking, occasionally resorting to violence against me, though rarely. After my grandmother's death, he secured me a job washing dishes, working from dawn till dusk, earning a meager 10 copper nat each day, considered a decent sum." Juelin observed her intently, noting her resemblance to Pansy, as she recounted her extraordinary life with a calm demeanor. Her expression remained placid and detached as she continued. The first small matter. There is a man named Uncle Lee in a shop who appears loyal but is, in fact, a spy for other stores. The second small matter. Your wife, Taysai, is involved with a man in the 13th house to the left of yours. The third small matter. Your daughter, who fancies herself virtuous, has been with 16 men and has terminated 4 pregnancies. She is only 19 years old. The stout man, filled with disdain, unfolded the letter and read the brief yet damning contents. His face reddened further, his brows knitting tightly as his eyes fixated on the paper. He forcefully slammed the note onto the table, the sound jolting everyone's attention towards him. Many who recognized him were filled with curiosity, wondering what could provoke such fury in a man who typically dismissed everything with indifference. His gaze, brimming with rage, was locked onto Pansy, as if he were ready to confront her physically. Pansy idly rested her chin on her hands, her gaze steeped in profound compassion. Initially, he intended to unleash a furious outburst to intimidate this audacious girl, yet for reasons unknown, her current demeanor began to waver his resolve. Could it be that the contents of the paper were indeed true? The more he pondered, the greater his trepidation grew, a fearful conjecture coiling around his heart. A chill crept up his spine, and the girl's serene eyes made his hair stand on end. Someone beside him tugged at his sleeve, signaling him to sit, their eyes brimming with inquiry. He hastily tucked the paper into his sleeve, vehemently denying its significance, claiming it was nothing. As they filmed, standing upon the dais, she spoke languidly, "Do not rush. Soon you shall discover what it is." With that, she resumed her manipulation of the divination tools, the fluttering tarot cards, and the creaking crystal ball, muttering inaudibly under her breath. After a while, she scribbled a few lines on the paper, all eyes fixated upon her, the earlier display by the man having instilled a sense of vigilance among them. Chasing Lin and Michi stood silently to the side, their eyes shimmering with inscrutable light. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. The atmosphere so quiet that only the sound of each person's breath and the occasional rustle of the curtains in the breeze could be heard. Pansy conducted divinations for all 9 members of the board, holding a substantial stack of papers in her hands, which she distributed sequentially according to the order of the readings. The expressions in the audience varied widely. Some exhibited intense reactions, their pupils constricting sharply as they trembled with excitement, while others wore somber faces, concealing a simmering anger tempered by fear of exposure. There were also those who appeared utterly bewildered, overwhelmed by disbelief. Pansy let out a long sigh, her expression considerably more relaxed. It seemed that she was almost certain to become a professor. The only one left without receiving Pansy's prophetic note was Lucius Malfoy. He appeared somewhat bewildered, scanning his surroundings in an attempt to glean the contents of others' notes. However, everyone concealed their messages deeply. Even his own allies were unwilling to share, which only heightened his curiosity. Pansy glanced at the 5 sheets of paper pressed beneath her elbow, densely inscribed with a plethora of notes. With a hint of resignation, she shook her head, having assumed that the Malfoy family maintained a semblance of order, only to discover an unexpected multitude of disclosures. After contemplating her words for an extended period, she finally descended from the podium, her face adorned once more with the familiar, manufactured warmth of a smile. Lucius had been patiently awaiting her for quite some time. Upon seeing the numerous sheets of paper in her hands, he involuntarily trembled slightly. Upon witnessing his demeanor, Pansy could not help but stifle a chuckle within her heart. With quick strides, she swiftly approached his side, presenting him with the neatly folded 5 sheets of paper, and playfully chided, "Uncle, your predicament is indeed rather grave. You must take the time to rectify it upon your return." Lucius, his face etched with lines of concern, was oblivious to the meaning behind Pansy's words. He merely nodded dismissively, responding, "Yes, do come over to our home more often. Sissy has been longing for you and often speaks of you." His gaze lingered meaningfully on his departing silhouette. Pansy paused in her steps as she retraced her path. What? Hadn't school just commenced a few days ago? Truly, Uncle Lucius possesses a remarkable sense of humor. She resumed her walk, returned to the podium, manipulated a seat, and ascended to the dais. The onlookers observed her actions, seemingly executed without the slightest flick of a wand, and felt a twinge of unease. The familiar robes of the academy draped over her, imbued with an undeniable air of formidable pride, while her apricot-hued hair flowed softly and gracefully. Lucius unfolded the 5 sheets of paper Pansy had given him. Upon discerning the first item inscribed upon them, he hastily refolded the note. The movement was somewhat hurried, He swallowed hard as a wave of ecstatic delight surged through him. Pansy gently parted her crimson lips, exhaling like an orchid, and with a melodic tone, she inquired, "May those in favor of my appointment as the school's divination professor raise their hands." Her voice, though soft, was imbued with an unmistakable undertone of menace, causing a fine sheen of sweat to surface on the brows of many who understood the implications. It seemed entirely reasonable, and the crowd erupted into enthusiastic applause, which suddenly crescendoed with fervor. Even Dumbledore, somewhat bewildered, joined in the clapping. Dumbledore, his extravagant rhetoric and barely concealed self-satisfaction, not to mention his casual mockery, made one ponder why the audience had never been so agreeable before. What could possibly be inscribed on that note to incite such fervor? Pansy waved her hands dismissively and remarked, "In truth, it is not as splendid as everyone claims. However, there are certain tasks I need to entrust to all of you. Please assist me in legitimizing this identity within the span of 7 days. The Ministry of Magic must be duly notified, and the school must provide the necessary certificates without fail. Ensure that everything is handled meticulously." She nodded politely. The members of the board exchanged glances, exclaiming, "Oh, it's a mere trifle. To retain a talent such as you is indeed a stroke of fortune for Hogwarts." Instantly, applause erupted, with everyone showering her with insincere flattery. Many rose from their seats, gathering by the podium, eagerly attempting to engage Pansy in conversation. Lucius joined them in a line, retrieving business cards from their suit jackets, each one introducing themselves enthusiastically at the podium. Chasing Lynn observed the scene, marveling at her master's formidable approach. Michi trembled slightly, taken aback by the unfolding spectacle. Just a moment ago, it seemed they could hardly speak, and now they are as familiar as relatives. They are conversing with her as if they are longtime friends. She thought, standing frozen, unsure of how to proceed. Dumbledore appeared somewhat incredulous, approaching to inquire, "Is 7 days not rather too brief? Typically, notifications take a month. Your urgency seems rather excessive." Pansy chose not to respond to his words, her expression remaining unchanged as she nonchalantly continued, "As for who I am, perhaps many are unfamiliar with my name, Pansy Parkinson. The remaining matters will be entrusted to you. I intend to become a legitimate professor here within this month. Surely, you can manage that. Oh, and do remember to find an associate professor as well. I am rather busy, and it is impossible for me to be present for every class. Do you understand?" She reiterated her previous statements, her tone leaving no room for dissent, her words resonating with an undeniable charisma that left everyone exchanging glances, not out of fear of defiance, but from sheer embarrassment. Pansy smiled and nodded, a fleeting glimmer of cunning in her eyes. "Rest assured, the value I can provide far exceeds the mere salary of an additional professor." After uttering these words, she prepared to depart. However, Lucius, standing behind her, hesitated momentarily. After a brief contemplation, he called out to Pansy. Lucius gazed at the thick stack of papers in his hand, momentarily lost in thought, his voice deep and solemn. "You need not worry. I am aware of your intelligence. Choosing to align with danger must surely stem from an unavoidable circumstance. Take care of yourself." With that, he grasped his serpent-headed cane and departed. Pansy cast a glance at the glaringly reflective serpent head of the cane, recalling the beatings the little dragon had endured over the years. "Indeed, he is the head of the Malfoy family. As you might imagine, I have my reasons." Yet, she spoke with an air of nonchalance, her tone languid. "I have already advised your father to be less harsh on you and to refrain from using the cane to strike you. As for whether your situation will improve, I cannot say." Llewellyn approached with a gaze full of admiration, followed closely by Michi. He felt a twinge of fear and swallowed hard, inwardly marveling, "Goodness. She is the spirit of the Forbidden Forest, and now is to become a teacher? At Hogwarts." The more he pondered, the more his head buzzed with thoughts of the onlookers' gazes and the sudden anger of the man, which sent a shiver down his spine. Llewellyn, however, remained composed, her eyes brimming with admiration. Seeing that she was finally free, Dumbledore eagerly approached her to engage in conversation. Pansy turned her head, her gaze taking on a profound significance, while a mocking smile crept upon her lips. Dumbledore, momentarily taken aback by her expression, composed himself and replied with deliberate calmness, "Miss Pansy, your remarkable tactics have swiftly garnered unanimous approval. Welcome to the faculty of Hogwarts. Do remember to attend the staff meetings regularly." Though his words were cloaked in formality, he could not suppress his inner displeasure at her earlier disregard for him. Pansy observed Dumbledore's dignified demeanor, his presence exuding an undeniable gravitas. Little did she anticipate that, In the future, he would choose to sacrifice himself for the sake of justice. However, it was beyond comprehension that he would include Snape in his plans to protect Harry. Pansy wore a faint smile at the corner of her lips, secretly exclaiming inwardly, "Oh, how cunning. Headmaster Dumbledore, have you given thought to Mr. Grindelwald? He is quite eager to find you and is searching high and low for the tokens of your connection." Her tone was casual, yet her words left Dumbledore momentarily speechless. As memories of their past interactions flashed through his mind like a film, occupying his thoughts and leaving him no room to respond, Pansy stood still, seemingly lost in thought. Without uttering a word, after gathering her belongings, she led her followers away. Long after Pansy had departed, Dumbledore remained in a daze. He merely removed his spectacles and wiped the dampness from his eyes. I, too, forgot to glance at the desolate atmosphere surrounding us, feeling a weight in my heart. With a single phrase echoing in my mind, futility in the serpent's embrace. With measured steps, I departed, ensuring to lock the door securely behind me. Pansy departed, leading them back to the elevated platform where they had previously observed the flying lesson, which was evidently in session below. Pansy showed no intention of descending. She merely observed the scene with a frosty demeanor, as if she were an outsider, unwilling to partake in the unfolding events. Curiously, Chasing Lynn inquired, "Master, do you not wish to attend the class?" Pansy remarked that it was a skill already learned, foretelling that someone would soon be injured. All the students stood in two lines as Rolanda Hooch made her way through the center. She greeted each student in turn before commencing her lesson. Having spoken, she promptly instructed the students to position themselves to the left of their brooms and began to demonstrate their manipulation with remarkable precision. Next, she called for everyone to shout up. Harry and Draco effortlessly seized their brooms, while Hermione and Ron's brooms remained stubbornly still. Hermione, with a furrowed brow, repeatedly called out, her patience evidently wearing thin. Ron, with his head bowed, continued to mutter under his breath until his broom suddenly shot up and struck him sharply on the head. Harry couldn't help but chuckle at Ron's misfortune. Ron, feeling disgruntled, retorted, "Shut up, Harry." She stood on the platform observing as all her classmates gradually acquired their brooms. Quirrell then glanced up at the ominous clouds, perplexed, and inquired, "What is the matter with those clouds? They seem to be lingering overhead as if controlled by some unseen force." Pansy clasped her hands before her chest, exclaiming, "I am in control. With such inclement weather, we should not hold class outdoors. I cannot allow my little Long to get sunburned. Pansy, Michi, bring over 3 chairs. I will treat you all to a splendid show shortly." Michi, still lost in thought, was jolted back to reality upon hearing his name and responded, somewhat dazed, "Ah, chairs?" Pansy turned her head in response, her eyes reflecting a flicker of disdain. "Choline, you may go with him." After saying this, she turned her gaze back to the crowd below. As she observed the multitude, the once painful history surged back, evoking memories of the wounds from the great battle. Her eyes narrowed slightly, lost in thought as she stared into the throng. Before long, Chualine brought over a small round table and 3 chairs, offering Pansy a more ornate one with a plush backrest. After arranging them, she did not forget to serve a pot of hot tea. "I fetched this from the master's quarters." Pansy nodded in a daze, and then, amidst the previously tranquil procession, a figure suddenly soared into the sky. It was Neville, who had leapt from a towering structure, followed by a cacophony of pained cries and a resounding crash as he plummeted to the ground. Chasing Lynn gazed at the scene before him with disbelief. Was this what the master had spoken of? Someone had indeed sustained an injury? Michi also turned to witness the spectacle, her face reflecting utter astonishment as she stared vacantly at Neville, who lay sprawled on the ground. Pansy, sensing the intense emotions surrounding her, explained, "Some things are immutable. Altering the rules entails bearing the consequences." Meanwhile, Michi observed Navi, who was on the ground, clutching his hands in pain. Roland and Hoki swiftly rushed over to assess his injuries, escorting him away from the scene. It seemed they conveyed some instructions. Yet the area soon reverted to its previous state of disarray. Pansy cast a sly glance at the platinum head on the lawn. Bending down to retrieve an object resembling a crystal ball from the ground, a mischievous smile playing on her lips, with a glint of mockery in her eyes, she turned to her companions and posed the question, "What do you suppose would happen if we were to conceal this from Longbottom?" Pansy could hear every word he uttered, and the scene felt remarkably familiar. Before long, Harry approached, and it seemed as though they were embroiled in a quarrel. Then Draco, with a mischievous grin, mounted his broom and taunted, "Isn't this what you wanted? Come and take it." With that, he maneuvered his broom into the air, displaying a level of childishness far greater than she had previously witnessed. The crowd erupted into cheers, but Hermione quickly intervened, attempting to dissuade Harry from joining the fray. Alas, her efforts were in vain, for Harry mounted his broom and soared after him. As onlookers observed this spectacle, the atmosphere grew lively with mixed reactions, some reveling in schadenfreude, others expressing concern, and many bearing expressions of complex emotions. Every head turned to follow the trajectory of the brooms. Pansy clasped her hands together, her fingers absent-mindedly tracing the ring she wore. Meanwhile, Draco successfully lured Harry into the sky, provocatively shaking the crystal ball in his hand as he directed his broom toward ever more distant horizons. Pansy observed Draco as he boldly took to the skies on his broom for the very first time, gripping the ring in his hand even tighter. Despite Draco's attempts to shake off Harry with several daring flips and sharp turns, he found himself growing increasingly impatient, glancing at the memory crystal in his hand. A mischievous smile crept across his lips. He directed the broom towards the castle, soaring at such a speed that his robes fluttered wildly in the wind. Pansy raised her gaze to him, her eyes resembling a frigid pool, imbued with an aura of coldness. Draco, deeply engrossed in his concentration, was inexplicably struck by a sudden chill. Momentarily distracted, he glanced in Pansy's direction, only to find her languidly reclining against the back of her chair, her gaze exuding an unsettling intensity. Startled by the aggressive nature of her look, he momentarily lost focus on controlling the speed of his broom. And by the time he regained his composure, he was racing uncontrollably, the turning point now beyond his reach. If he were to fall, so be it. A flicker of determination flashed in his eyes as he forcefully hurled the memory crystal towards the Castle Estent structure. As he concentrated intensely on maneuvering the broom, Pansy observed him with a disdainful expression, as if he were recklessly sacrificing himself to inconvenience others. As he neared the castle, perilously close to a collision, his broom only managed to turn at a mere 45 degrees, clearly unable to evade the impending crash. In this critical moment, Pansy, acting with astonishing swiftness that left both Lynn and Michi oblivious, sprang from her seat and, in an instant, materialized beside Draco's broom, her hands charged with magical energy. She swiftly embraced him, pulling him down from the uncontrolled broom. With a deft intervention, she halted the runaway flying broom, a clash of magical forces stirring a considerable gust of wind. Draco stood beside Pansy, momentarily incredulous at his ability to stand suspended in midair. He had anticipated Pansy's timely rescue but felt compelled to lower his head in acknowledgement of his misjudgment. Yet, with half-closed eyes, he continued to observe Harry, who was in pursuit of the crystal ball. What caught his attention was Harry executing a flawless 90-degree turn, narrowly avoiding a collision with the castle window. A flicker of disappointment crossed Draco's gaze as he clenched his fist beneath his robe. Pansy extended her hand and seized the out-of-control broom, grasping it firmly. With one hand resting on Draco's waist, he wore an awkward smile, attempting to alleviate Pansy's ire. The two gradually descended until they touched down on the lawn. Harry, having returned with the crystal ball, observed Pansy and Draco's intimate gestures, which struck him as somewhat jarring. At the moment Pansy fell, all were utterly astounded. Just moments before, they had presumed it was some professor. Only upon her landing did they discern that it was not a professor at all, but rather their own classmate. That remarkable new student. Pansy surveyed the surroundings with a radiant gaze. Slytherin loses 10 points. Upon uttering these words, she cast a commanding glance over the assembly. The hand that had previously encircled Draco's waist now gripped his wrist firmly, leading him away from the Quidditch practice ground. Upon reaching the edge of the castle, where the stark stone walls loomed bare, Pansy glanced at Draco, who buried his head lower in apparent shame. With a nonchalant demeanor, she remarked, "You should recall what that hooch said earlier, shouldn't you?" Draco lifted his gaze to meet hers, his expression tinged with frustration as he struggled to articulate. "There's nothing wrong with playfully tussling with friends." Pansy narrowed her eyes slightly, a flicker of somber coldness passing through them as she spoke in a voice that was barely above a whisper. "Playful banter between friends? Do you truly believe that?" Draco, at a loss for words, pressed his lips together, his fingers twisting into a knot beneath his robes. Pansy cast her gaze downwards upon the grass beneath her feet, her voice laced with exasperation as she spoke. "Do you not comprehend the potential consequences had I not been present today? The height you so recklessly approached. Have you spared a thought for your family? Are you unaware that your injuries would cause me great distress? I wish for you to refrain from engaging in such childish antics that could lead to harm. You must understand that you bear a heavier weight than others. I acknowledge that my concern may verge on overbearing, yet it is not solely your duty to care for me. I am equally responsible for your well-being." With that, she appeared weary, exhaling deeply as she leaned against the stone wall beside Draco. I hope there will not be a next time. What if I cannot intervene? I am but a first-year student. If I do not grasp everything that is happening around me, will I merely stand by, helpless, watching you fall? What if I were absent? Draco lowered his gaze to the ring adorning his middle finger, a symbol of his prior boredom in her absence, now. Even her scolding brought him a profound sense of comfort. Pansy was initially feeling somewhat despondent, pondering how long it would take for such a child to mature. As she gazed at the tips of her shoes, she suddenly heard, inexplicably, the words, "You are not here." She cast a curious glance at Draco, yet he remained silent. While the phrase echoed incessantly in her mind. Pansy, is this his inner voice? Draco observed her serious demeanor. Fearing she might once again become angry and devise some whimsical means of punishment for herself, hoping to learn a lesson, Draco pondered, why does she wear such an expression? What does she intend? Never mind, it's too terrifying. I should apologize instead. Upon hearing this, Pansy tilted her head to regard Draco with a peculiar gaze. Yet she remained silent, leaving Draco even more perplexed. Pansy gazed at Draco's slightly flushed face, instantly igniting a mischievous curiosity within her. She turned to the side, placing her hands on either side of the chatty individual's body, leaning against him as if entirely devoid of support. Following his line of sight, Draco's eyes fixated intently on her soft, pink lips. Pansy raised her slightly flushed face to gaze at him, her voice a judgmental inquiry. What are you thinking right now? Speak the truth. Draco felt as though his body were ensnared by some enchantment, yearning only to lean down and kiss her delicate lips. His previously dazed head dipped slightly, bringing him closer to Pansy's soft petals. Can I say I wish to kiss you as if in a dream? No. For reasons unknown, he regained a measure of clarity, pressing his head back against the stone wall of the castle, and replied, what could there possibly be? Could you refrain from coming so close? Pansy let out a delicate laugh from her chest, rising on her tiptoes to embrace his neck with both arms, whispering softly in his ear. It feels just like a dream, doesn't it? Why not give it a try? Draco's pale complexion instantly flushed crimson, as if his very soul had been extracted, leaving only confusion and foolishness in its wake. His mind was consumed by fantasies of grasping the young woman's waist, yearning for her affection. Pansy's complexion gradually flushed with a rosy hue, as the revelation of her ability to perceive the imagined visions within Draco's mind filled her with an overwhelming sense of shame. Her fair countenance had long been tinged with a blush, and she gazed upon his distinctly chiseled features and those smoldering gray eyes, brimming with desire. Pansy found it hard to believe, questioning the age of the boy before her. Who could have led him astray? Observing his bewildered expression, she tilted her head and gently pressed her lips against his, akin to a weary traveler discovering an oasis amidst a vast desert. The kiss deepened gradually. As a novice in such encounters, she exhibited a hint of awkwardness. She had been fervently suppressing the desires that surged within her, yet now, enveloped in his embrace, the flames of passion ignited with increasing fervor. Draco's gray eyes shimmered with an elusive light as he reached out to grasp Pansy's shoulders, deftly pushing her against the wall. Taken by his sudden advance, Pansy found herself lost in the tumult of their kiss. Draco, seemingly intuitive, withdrew his lips momentarily before turning to seize her mouth once more, this time with an intensity that contrasted sharply with their previous tenderness. His kiss was fierce and demanding, as if he might consume her whole. Time became an abstract concept until he sensed that she was growing breathless in his arms, prompting him to finally relent. Pansy felt a certain softness and weakness from his kiss, and she pushed against him, though it proved futile. Biting her glistening lower lip, she spoke in a breathy, husky voice. Is this your first time? Her face was awash with skepticism. Draco, observing the subtle blush around her eyes, was uncertain whether it was a peculiar switch within her body that had been activated or if something else had shifted. With a markedly different demeanor, he reached out, cradling her face delicately, exploring with tender curiosity. Pansy felt an electric thrill coursing through every inch of skin he had touched. It seemed as though she was speaking to herself, yet intentionally for his ears. So adept. Who have you practiced with? I cannot believe you were self-taught. Her almond-shaped eyes were filled with fury. Had it not been for the redness around her eyes, she might have exuded a sense of intimidation. Draco raised his striking brow, yet his slender fingers audaciously began to unfasten her collar. This is the first time. You have watched me grow since childhood. How could you possibly fall into another's grasp? With that, her collar was loosened, revealing a hint of her porcelain collarbone. Pansy glanced down at her open collar and then back at the intensity in his gaze. Pansy, feeling a tinge of fear, retracted her neck slightly and stammered, what do you intend to do? As she attempted to retie her clothing, Draco intervened, firmly restraining her hands against the wall, rendering her utterly incapable of escape. Draco leaned in closer, brushing against her cheek, his youthful voice smooth and enticing as he murmured, "Why do you always smell so delightful? Like a crisp green apple. Perhaps I should take a taste and see if it's truly the same?" Pansy felt an inexplicable tightness enveloping her entire being, and at that moment, her magical energy seemed to have vanished, leaving her utterly powerless. Instinctively, she yearned to struggle. But his grip only tightened further, his palm teasing her relentlessly as he continued to explore her. Without allowing her a moment's contemplation, Draco leaned down and pressed his lips against her collarbone, kissing her softly from deep to shallow, coaxing her into surrender. The peculiar sensation that enveloped Pansy elicited a soft gasp from her lips, a sound that jolted her back to reality. For reasons unknown, the lost magic surged back within her, and with a surge of power, she propelled Draco to the ground, sending him tumbling 2 meters away. Pansy fastened her buttons, bowing her head to observe the faint emergence of several strawberry marks upon her collarbone. She took a moment to quell the tumult within her and softly exhaled, uttering, "You." He stood there, at a loss for words, fidgeting nervously with the buttons, managing to create a chaotic mess of 4 buttons. In a flurry, she unfastened the top button, her hands in disarray. Draco, having brushed off the grass from his backside, rose to his feet, still adorned with Pansy's tie around his wrist. In a voice laced with a lingering charm, he inquired, "Why so silent? Do you like it?" With that, he stepped closer, smoothing out the disheveled collar and fastening 2 buttons anew. He glanced at the bow tie in his hands, his large eyes gazing back at him. Pansy, somewhat exasperated, demanded, "Give it back," reaching out to snatch it away. Draco promptly tucked his hand behind his back, his voice low and melodious, "You haven't answered me yet." Pansy halted her aggressive movements, stepping back a couple of paces with an air of trepidation, coldly inquiring, "What is the matter with you? I advise you to return it promptly." The anger evident on her face elicited a nonchalant raise of Draco's brow. Draco appeared to yield, seemingly intimidated, as he loosened the tie from his wrist, stating, "Allow me to fasten it for you." Everything seemed perfectly ordinary until he completed the knot. Then, he brazenly threaded the tie across his chest. Sensing his